polarization you mentioned.
Yeah.
Can you describe what bicep 1 and bicep 2 are? Bicep 3, perhaps the instruments that can detect this kind of polarization.
Yeah.
What are the challenges? The origin story, the whole thing.
Yeah. So, well, the origin story goes back again to like a father-son rivalry. It really does. Because my father had won all these prizes, awards, etc., but he never won a Nobel Prize. And some parents in America, they compete with their kids. Oh, I was a football player in high school. I'll show you, and whatever, wrestling, whatever. And some of it's pretty healthy. But with me and my dad, it wasn't super healthy. Like we would compete, and he was much more of a pure mathematician, and I was an experimental physicist. So we had both different ideas on what was really worth prioritizing at the time. But I knew for sure he didn't win the Nobel Prize, and I knew I could kind of outdo him. So I feel pretty venal and kind of minuscule kind of character when I say.
Well, the only reason you could outdo him is because the Fields Medal is given every 4 years,
and only if you're under 40, which he was.
So he's working under much more limited conditions.
That's right. So even if I had, which spoiler alert, if it's not losing, so I didn't do it. But I wanted to do something big, and I wanted to do something that would really just unequivocally be realized as a discovery for the ages, as in fact it was when we made the premature announcement that we had been successful.
So you were from the beginning reaching for the big questions. So as an experimenter, you were swinging for the fences.
That's all I wanted to do. I felt like if it's not, if it's worth spending, perhaps the rest of my life on as a scientist, it better be damn well better be interesting to me to carry me through, to give me the, I always say, passion is great when people say, oh, follow your passion. It's not enough. Passion's like the spark that ignites the rocket, but that's not enough to get the rocket into space.
So then you swung to the fences with bicep 1. What is this?
So bicep 1 was born out of kind of interesting circumstances. So I had gone to Stanford University for a postdoc, so an academic Hunger Games. Stanford University. Yeah, it's this small little school. It's not like that technical college in Massachusetts that you're familiar with. But as I went there, I was working for a new assistant professor. She had gotten there only a year before I got there. And she had her own priorities and things that she wanted to do. But I kept thinking in my spare time that I wanted to do something completely different. She was like galaxies at high redshift, and I wanted to study the origin of the universe using this type of technology. And I realized, courtesy of a good friend of mine who's now at Johns Hopkins, Mark Heminkowski, that we didn't need this enormous Hubble telescope. We didn't need a 30-meter diameter telescope. We needed a tiny refracting telescope, bigger than my head, less than a foot across. And that telescope would have the same power as a Hubble telescope, size telescope could have, because the signals that we're looking for are enormous in wavelength on the sky. They're enormous in long, large area signals on the sky. And if we could measure that, it would be proof, effectively, as close as you get to proof. There could be things that mimic it, but that we discovered the inflation of the empire. Inflation being the signal originally conceived by Hubble to explain why the universe had the large-scale features that it does. Namely, that it has so-called flat geometry. So there's no way to make a triangle in space in our universe that has 3 interior angles that do not sum to 180 degrees. You can do that with spacecraft, you can do that with stars, you can do that with laser beams, you can do that with 3 different galaxies. All those galaxies, no matter how far you go, have this geometry. It's remarkable. But it's also unstable. It's very unlikely. It's very seemingly finely tuned. And that was one of the motivations that Goose had to kind of conceive of this new idea called inflation in 1979, when he was a postdoc also at Stanford. And he was trying to get a program. I was trying to get a name for myself. And so I realized I could do this. But I was also being paid by this professor at Stanford to do a job for her. And I was kind of a crappy employee, to be honest with you. And then one day she couldn't take it anymore because I was like sketching notebooks, planning experiments, and
You had big ideas in your mind. You were planning big experiments.
Yeah.
And that was difficult to work with on a small scale for like a postdoc type of situation, where you have to, publish basic papers, deliver on some basic deadlines for a project, all that,
and support your advisor, pay attention to me. And so one day I came in, and it actually involved another friend of mine, astronomer named Jill Tarter, from the Taik science business of detecting extraterrestrials, which I assume you'd never like to talk about aliens, but I'm sure we'll get to aliens. But Jill was visiting Stanford, and I was like, I really want to meet her. Can you introduce me? And she said, no, in fact, you're fired. my boss. So I was like, this is possibly the best thing. I didn't know where it would lead or what would happen to it, but getting fired from this ultra prestigious university turned out to be the path. I mean, literally, it brings me here today. In that, because of that, I ended up working for another person in Caltech, which is Pasadena, and she, my original boss there at church, she got me a job with her former advisor, Andrew Lang. And Andrew was like, he was like this. He's like he had Steve Jobs, or you know, charismatic, handsome, persuasive, ideal man. Not the guy always in the lab and doing everything, but understood where things are going decades from now. And he had been involved in an experiment that actually measured the universe was flat, close to flat, along with a preceding experiment done at Princeton by Lyman Page and other collaborators.
So the shape of the universe is flat.
The geometry of the universe is flat.
How did he do that experiment?
So he used the cosmic microwave background. And so what I said is you have to look for triangles in the universe. So you can measure triangles on Earth, and you can actually, it's hard to show that the Earth is curved, but you can show the Earth is curved using triangles, mountaintops, etc. If you have an accurate enough protractor.
Allegedly,
yeah. God, you're like auto canceling. This is great. My ratings are going to go up, man. It's going to be great.
If you want actual science, go listen to Brian. If you want all of these conspiracy theories, or AKA the truth about flat Earth.
So what he used was the following triangle. There are proto-galaxy-sized objects in the CMB. The cosmic microwave background has these patches, and so you can make a triangle out of the diameter of one of these blobs of primordial plasma, the soup that constitutes the early universe, which is hydrogen. It's a very simple material. Understand hydrogen, electrons, and radiation. Very simple. Plasma physicists understand it. The diameter is one base of the triangle, and then the distance to the Earth is the other two left. So he measured, along with his colleagues at Caltech and the University of Rome, and this other group at Princeton, measured the interior angle effectively, very, very accurately, and showed that it added up to 180 degrees.
Can you localize accurately the patches in the CMB? Can you know where they could trace them back location-wise?
You can know where they are, but more than that, there's so many of these patches. They're about 1 square degree on the sky. The sky, you may know, a sphere has about 44,000 square degrees in a sphere. So there's literally 44,000 of these size patches over which he could do these kind of measurements to build up very good statistics. That's not exactly how they do it, or how they did it in this experiment called Boomerang, but they did measure very accurately what was called the first Doppler peak or acoustic peak in the plasma of the primordial plasma.
That's that. So the sphere has approximately 44,000 degrees to cover a sphere. That's a very kind of important data collection thing when you're sitting at a sphere and you're looking out into the observable universe. So there's a lot of patches to work with.
Yeah. And in fact, a lot of the fast kind of algorithmic decomposition of spheres and machine learning in the early 2000s, still used today, was created out of this field by data analysts using this hierarchical equal area triangles called heel pits is what it's called.
And so just stitch all of this stuff together, and that's and stitch it together very accurately.
Yeah. Get high statistical significance in order to reduce these statistical errors. Very clean signal and measurement device to reduce the systematic errors. Those are the two predominant sources of error in any measurement. Those that can be improved by more and more measurement. Take more and more measurements in this table, you'll get slightly better each time, but you only win as the number of the square root of the number of measurements. But the square root of 44,000 is pretty big. So they were able to get a very accurate measurement. Again, it's not exactly how they did it. They also have to do a Fourier analysis, decompose that, do a power spectrum, filtration, windows. There's a lot of work that goes into it. Image analysis, and then comparing that with cosmological parameters. Very simple model, just 6 different numbers that go into a model that make a prediction. And one of those is the geometry of the universe pops out. And that is the universe has 0 spatial curvature. And that was called Boomerang. So he had just come up with this. Now, let me remind you, who was the first person, to measure the curvature of the Earth? It's a guy named Aristophanes, around Aristotle's time. His name is in the history books. This guy, Andrew Lang, I was like, he's like the next Aristophanes. Like, I just wanted to work for this guy he was clearly had this brand. He was about 40 at the time. California Scientist of the Year. I was sure he was going to win the Nobel Prize for that. And I knew that he, so I went down to Caltech to give my job talk, and he said, I love it, you got a job. And before I could even, before he finished the sentence, I said, I'll take it. Like it was too good to be true. And I started working there at Caltech, and slowly but surely, because Caltech's a rich private university, at that time run by a Nobel Prize winning inventor, David Altamont, he just wrote us a check. Altamont wrote us a check and said, get started on this idea. And so we started coming up with the idea for what I later named BICEP, background imaging, cosmic extragalactic polarization, which is kind of ironic because we end up measuring galactic polarization. We'll get to that in a minute. But along the way, the idea was very simple. We're going to make the simplest telescope we could possibly make, which is a refracting telescope. Your eyes, you have 2 refracting telescopes in your head. Only way, forward is making things more complex, right? When you make things complex in science, you introduce the possibility for systematic. And so we want to build the cleanest instrument. It turns out the cleanest instrument we can build in astronomy is a refracting telescope. We also had to, unlike that telescope of Galileo's, we had to use very sensitive detectors that were cooled less than 1/20th of the temperature of the cosmic background itself, which is the coolest temperature in the whole universe. So we had to cool these down to about 0.1 or 0.2 degrees Kelvin above absolute zero. To do that, we need to put it inside of a huge vacuum chamber and suck out all the air molecules and water molecules and take it to a very, very special place called the South Pole, Antarctica, from which I retrieved for you a patch. There it is over there. So when you go there, you get these bright red jackets.
Right? Oh, yeah. Because somebody was born in the Soviet Union. We always like to call it red. United States Antarctic Program, the National Science Foundation.
The base is called the Amundsen Scott South Polar Station. So it's a little known fact of geopolitics that whatever country occupies a region has ownership over it. Now there is a treaty in Antarctica, you can't use it for military purposes, for mining, etc., etc. But I don't know if you know, but about 12 years ago, Putin sent a submarine to the North Pole. Now, there's no land at the North Pole, right? So what did he do? He stuck it on the ocean underneath. But the South Pole is on a continent called Antarctica, which was first reached about 110 years ago. First time in human history. Antarctica means the opposite of the bear. It means like no bears there, and basically the opposite of where polar bears are. Arctic is polar bear. That's where Antarctica in Greek. Yeah. So Antarctic means the opposite place of that. So humans never even saw it, let alone went to the South Pole, which is kind of in the middle of that. We wanted to take this telescope somewhere extremely dry. It turns out the Sahara Desert, San Diego, Texas, there's no place like the South Pole or Chile. Those are the 2 premier places on Earth. Of course, you'd like to go into space. There's no water in space.
So it's not about cold. It's about dry.
Exactly. So that's why, for example, you can take this water cup and you can put it in this cup, right? And we can take it over to a microwave something and heat it up. After 2 minutes, 3 minutes, the water, you can't touch it. Take it from the thing. But you can touch the mug and take it out if you want to, right? Why? Because the mug is totally bone dry. But the microwaves get absorbed by the water molecule. The water molecules resonate exactly at these microwave frequencies. So we don't want these precious photons, 420 of them, traveling per cubic centimeter from the Big Bang itself to get absorbed in some water molecule in the Earth's atmosphere. So you take it to a place with the fewest number of water molecules per square centimeter of surface area. And that happens to be either Chile or my other part of the surface area. Or you take it to the South Pole. We took it to the South Pole and spent a couple of months of my life down there. And it's like being on Hoth. It's a completely otherworldly environment. Ice, planar, flat as a pancake. And the buildings are built up on stilts. They're built up because the snow will otherwise cover them over. The nearest medical facilities are 4,000 miles away. If you have any issues with your wisdom teeth, they yank them before you go down there. If you have any issues with your appendix, they cut it out of you before you go down there. The Russians at Vostok base, not too far away, that's 600 miles away. The doctors there, there's a famous picture of one of them operating on himself, taking out his own appendix in the middle of winter.
The harsh conditions, science in the harshest of conditions.
On Earth, at least. And we go to those Great Lakes because it's the pristine environment to observe these precious photons. And we built this telescope, and it weighs tens of thousands of pounds, and it had to scan the sky almost like it's a robot. I mean, it's scanning the sky almost unattended. It needed. We have a guy who spends a year of his life down there, a girl who spends a year of their life down there. They're called winter overs. They arrive in sometimes as early as November, and they don't leave until the following December. And we always joke, we'll pay you $75,000. You just have to work for one night of your life. That's all. But it's a long night. And what bicep is, and I couldn't bring my polarized sunglasses here, so I brought these actual polarizers here. So if you take this and put it in front of your telescope, you have now made a polarimeter. You've made a polarization-sensitive telescope. Now, you may not be able to immediately know how you use such a thing, but one way to think about it, now take this guy and look at a light with a light source, put one up to your eye, and now put the other one in front of it, anywhere, and now rotate them. What happens to the light source?
It becomes brighter and dimmer and brighter.
Yeah, so it's called a quadrupolar pattern, right? So it's repeating. Again, bright, dim, bright, dim. It rotates twice in intensity for every single physical rotation. And that's because of the property of the photon. The photon is a spin-borne field, but the polarization of light is the axis at which its electric field is oscillating. So the electric field is marching straight up and straight down. So therefore, vertical polarization is the same as negative vertical polarization, and so you get the same pattern as you rotate 2 times for every one physical rotation. So it's like a spin 2 object. So now if you put that in front of the telescope, you can do one of 2 things. Now you're polarizing all the light that's going in because you have one of the polarizers, and then you can analyze it as you rotate the other one. You can analyze it and change the amount of polarization. Or you can put this kind of very special crystal. There's a crystal called calcite. This is from Lex Luthor, not Lex Friedman. This crystal, put it on top of your printed notes there, and tell me, what does it look like?
There's like I can see everything twice.
It's a double image.
It's a double image.
That is a special crystal that has 2 different indices of refraction. So light emerging, which is unpolarized from the black ink, comes out, and it splits into 2 different directions. It could split even more if I made the crystal give you my more expensive crystal. But that's all I have.
What is the crystal with this kind of property called?
It's called calcite. This is crystal. It's called birefringent crystal. Bi means 2. Refringent means refracting. So this is a special type of material that separates light based on its polarization.
Pretty clean bi signal.
Yeah.
It's cleanly 2.
Yeah.
I'm seeing 2 very cleanly.
It's very crisp, right? So that's yours to keep with every time you press it. Now, take the polarizer underneath your left hand. Put it on top of the crystal. And
wow. This is incredible. You can switch as you rotate. You switch from one signal to the other. So from one of the refractions to the other.
Whoa. So that is now you are analyzing the polarization. You are confirming the light comes out of the crystal, 2 different types of polarization. And effectively what we do is we have those 2 things, if you like, but working in the microwave. So our detector, where the cosmic photons are brightest in the microwave regime of the electromagnetic spectrum. And we're coupling that to a refracting telescope. So your eyes are refracting telescopes. So you are a polarimeter. The human eye can actually slightly detect polarization, but otherwise it mainly detects its intensity of light and color. That's what we call color and intensity, brightness.
So you're devising an instrument that's very precise in measuring that.
Exactly. And doing so in the microwave region with detectors not made of biological human eye retina cells, but of superconductors and things called bolometers. And this has to be done at the temperatures close to absolute 0 under vacuum conditions, 1/1000th of the pressure we feel here at sea level.
So why is it that this kind of device can win a Nobel Prize?
So when the CMB was discovered, it was discovered serendipitously. There were 2 radio astronomers working at the time at Bell Laboratories. Now, why would Bell Laboratories be employing radio astronomers? Bell Laboratories is kind of like Apple, or it was like a think tank, or it was Google. Let's say it was like Google. Google has like Google Access, this thing, right? So they were working there, but imagine if Google was employing radio astronomers, like they were actively recruiting. Why would they do that? Well, it turns out that was the beginning in the 1960s, was the first commercial satellite launch for communication. And so, Bell Labs, which would later become the telephone, part of AT&T, the telephone company, later invent the first cell phone, and they would take that, and they would take that telescope technology that radio astronomers had developed, and they would use that to see if they could improve the signal to noise of the satellites that they were seeing. And they found they couldn't. They found that they could not improve the signal noise ratio of the first telecommunications satellite. It was like the equivalent to 1 kilobit per second lockup. And they were bouncing signals from the West Coast up to the satellite, bouncing it down, landing it in New Jersey, of all places, in northern New Jersey, Hometown, New Jersey. And these radio astronomers couldn't get rid of the signal. So they said, well, New Jersey's not far from New York. Let's see if the signal's coming from New York. Nope, not coming from New York. Let's see if it changes with the year. Maybe it's coming from the galaxy, which was also discovered there.
So in the not being able to reduce the signal or increase the signal to noise ratio, the noise.
They knew the signal was right. They couldn't get rid of the noise. And there was excess noise over the model that had not only been predicted by them, but had been measured by a previous guy by the name of Edward Ohm. He measured the same signal, found that there was this hiss of static, of radio static that he could not get rid of, that had a value of about 3 Kelvin. So you can translate. Remember I said, if you take a radio telescope and you have pointed at an object that's hot, the radio telescope's detector will get to the same temperature as the object. It's a principle of radio thermodynamics. So it's a really interesting thing. It's a thermometer, you can stick it into Jupiter from here on Earth. And so we in radio astronomy characterize our signal not by its intensity, but by its temperature. So he found, this guy, Edward Ohm, there's a 3 Kelvin signal, I can't get rid of it. It must be I did my error analysis wrong, and I would give him an F if he was one of my first year students. But he just attributed it to lack of understanding. These other guys, Penzias and Wilson, who are also radio astronomers, they said, no, let's build another experiment, put that inside of our telescope, and do what's called calibration. Inject a known source of signal every second that has a temperature of about 4 Kelvin, because the signal they're trying to get rid of is about 3 Kelvin, and you want to have it as close as possible to the pernicious signal as possible. They did that once a second, so they got billions of measurements, millions of measurements over the course of several months, years, and even by the millions of measurements for sure. And they found they couldn't get rid of it either, but they measured it was exactly 2.7265 degrees Kelvin.
So how does having a 4 Kelvin source, how does the calibration work?
It could be larger. Imagine like you're trying to calibrate the microphone. Like you could do it with like a really loud sound, but the gain is such a compressed. So there are amplifiers downstream from the detector in every experiment that I've ever worked on. And they only have a linear region or a very small region. And you want to keep it as linear as possible. That means you want, if you're trying to get rid of, you're trying to compare like a voice and you're trying to compare that to a jet engine. It's not going to be as easy on the amplifiers as getting a slightly loud gong or something.
So the idea is the noise is present in both.
There's noise present in both, and you measure. What they did is they made a separate measurement just of the calibration system, which they measured exactly very well. 4 Kelvin is the temperature of liquid helium. That's a temperature that's not going to change, and it's certainly not going to change over a time scale of 1 second. And so they can compare unknown signal, known signal, unknown signal, known signal, like a scale, like a balance. So another way to think about it is like this. You've seen these Libra kind of balances where you put 2 weights in a pan, right? What happens if you put like a 1 ounce weight on one side and a 20 kilogram weight? You don't get any measurement, right? But you do get kind of a measurement if they're close in weight. That's why we use 4 Kelvin.
Got it. But just to linger on the fact that there's a romantic element to the fact that you're arriving at the same temperature. That's kind of fascinating. And you're measuring stuff in terms of, you're measuring signal in terms of temperature at the source.
Yeah.
So you get to, there's something about temperature that's intimate.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah. Especially since, all life is basically conversion of energy and trying to control entropy, which is then related to thermodynamics. Exactly. And this was very crucial kind of thing to do in science because they weren't looking for the signal. They found it accidentally. These 2 scientists, Penzias and Wilson. And I like to think that those kind of discoveries are the purest in science. Like when you see something, Isaac Asimov said, like the most important reaction as a scientist is not eureka, which means in Greek, I have found it. No, he said no. He said that's weird. Like, that's a much better reaction. Or that's freaking cool. Like, that's a scientist. Not like, oh, I found one. Because,
surprise.
yeah. Because if you find what you're going to find, that's what leads us susceptible to confirmation bias, which is deadly. It's close to deadly as possible.
So how does that take us to something that's potentially worthy of a Nobel Prize?
So Penzias and Wilson weren't looking for a signal. They ended up discovering the heat left over from the fusion of helium from hydrogen, etc. And that was a serendipitous discovery. They won the Nobel Prize in 1978. It's the first one ever awarded in cosmology. My reasoning is, what if you could explain not only how the elements got formed, but how the whole universe worked, and kill off every other model of science? So if that weren't enough, every scientist, worth his or her salt, had told me and Andrew Lang and my colleagues, this is a slam dunk Nobel Prize if you could do it, because it was really explaining again the stakes of this science is different than like superfluidity, plasma physics. When you talk about the origin of the universe, it ties into everything. It ties into philosophy, theology. You realize if Paul Steinhardt is correct, that the Bible can't be correct. In other words, if the Bible is correct now, it isn't falsified, if you like, if you believe it. I never use the Bible as a science book, obviously. But the Bible speaks of a singular beginning. What if you knew for sure the universe was not singular? It would be more like the cosmology of Akhenaten and Egyptians than the biblical Torah, Old Testament, if you will. So, in my mind, the stakes could not be higher. And again, it's not an effect because we need plasma physics. We need every type of physics except maybe biophysics. Like we literally use every branch of physics, thermodynamics, superconductivity, quantum mechanics. All of that goes into our understanding of the instrument. And even further, if you want to understand the theory that predicts the signal that we put to measure. So I rationalized that if Penzias and Wilson won the Nobel Prize for this, if Hulse and Taylor won the Nobel Prize for indirectly detecting gravitational waves, this is decades before LIGO, by me detecting gravitational waves indirectly, detecting how the universe began, detecting the origin of the initial conditions for the Big Bang nucleosynthesis, which won the Nobel Prize in 1983. These are like 5 Nobel Prizes, potentially. For that reason, it seemed as close as you could possibly get to being a slam dunk to outdo what my father did. Really this impossible. And at that time, blacks, again, it sounds weird because people are like, oh, you wouldn't, you don't really, you still want the Nobel Prize. You're still like, look, you wrote another Nobel Prize. And I always joke, I'm like, well, if you want to see if I'm a hypocrite, just get them to give me the Nobel Prize in Literature. And if I accept it, then I'm a hypocrite. But,
wait, well, we'll get to your current feelings of the Nobel Prize, hypocrite and so on. But, so there's this ambition, let's say this device, this kind of signal could unlock many of the mysteries about the early universe. And so there was excitement there. So let's take it further. I mean, there's a human story here of a bit of heartbreak. Not only was this possibly worth the Nobel Prize, if the Nobel Prize was given, you were excluded from the list of 3 that would get the Nobel Prize. So why were you excluded? Maybe that's a place to tell the story of Bicep 2.
Yeah, so Bicep 2, like, iPhones or every year they get a little bit better. They get more megapixels, they get more optics, triple X zoom, whatever. Okay, right? We upgraded our detectors as well. The initial detectors were based on what are called semiconductors. They have certain properties that make them very difficult to replicate at scale. And we wanted to make them into superconductors, which have a virtue that you could then mass produce them. Why superconductors? Well, again, we're measuring heat. So one thing about a superconductor is that it transitions from some finite resistance to 0 resistance over a very short span of temperature range. That means you can use that very short span dependency as an accurate and sensitive and precise thermometer. And so my brilliant colleagues around the world, in this case Jamie Hawk and now Skaggs at Princeton, they are just exquisitely making these sensors, tens of thousands of them. The initial Bicep 1 instrument, we just called Bicep, that only had 98 detectors. Simon's Observatory is going to have 100 times more just in one of our 4 telescopes. We're going to have 60,000 detectors operating full-time at 0.1 degree above absolute zero in the Atacama Desert. We'll get there. But in the case of getting back to what Bicep did, we upgraded in Bicep 2. In January 2010, we had just installed in the exact same location at the South Pole, in the same building, which is ominously called the Dark Sector Laboratory, DSL, still operating to this very day. We installed a new receiver on the same platform as before. Very similar, identical optics, cryogenics, vacuum, everything, except it went from 98 detectors to 512 detectors. So almost an order of magnitude. Very substantial upgrade. And it had certain other features that made it even more powerful, but then just a factor of 5. And then we started observing with that. And we knew we'd have years to go, and maybe we'd never see anything. Again, we're looking for these tiny little reverberations in the fabric of space-time to produce close to the origin of the universe as we can ever get to. So I was playing a role in that. Obviously, I had upgraded my a version of the original idea that I had for Bicep along with Panther Lang. And in January of 2010, I was at a meeting at UC Berkeley, and I got a call from Andrew Lang's, or I was at a meeting with Andrew Lang's thesis advisor, Paul Richards at UC Berkeley. And he said Andrew was dead. He had taken his life by suicide. And this is a man, and I had already lost my father at this point in 2010, but he was like a father figure to me, Andrew. He would give me advice on marriage, on like how I should be with my kids, and what was the most important way to move through the academic ladder. Again, he was preternaturally suited to win the Nobel Prize. Everyone always thought he would win it. Still, if he were alive, he still could win it. In fact, his wife, or his ex-wife, won it. That's Arnold in 2018. And it's a power couple, and it destroyed me for a long time because he was just this magical person. I mean, I couldn't conceive of my career, my life, even like these aspects of raising kids and being married without him. And to do it in that way, it felt like, again, he's got kids. I feel terrible for them, obviously, but it did feel like a betrayal. I mean, I'm just being honest. It felt like, why the F did you not reach out? I thought we were close, and I couldn't. I told him everything, and I felt like he had told me everything. And now he was gone, and then inevitably we had to keep running the instrument. I mean, there's millions of dollars invested, careers at stake, young people working tremendously hard. And then here we were, and who's going to take over the lead? He was the lead of the project at Caltech. And then it turned out that the other collaborators with whom I've been working for years and shared a lot of ups and downs as well, they had decided to form a collaboration in which I was no longer the principal investigator. I was no longer one of the co-principal investigators as I was on Bicep 1. So I continued on Bicep 1 as the 12-year-old, but not on Bicep 2. And, obviously that was pretty painful.
This is all happening at the same time as you lose this father figure. Now there's this kind of this one betrayal in a way, and then there's another or something that feels like a betrayal.
Yeah, and he had, kind of been the only one looking out for my interest in the new experiment. I had moved from Caltech to UC San Diego, and there were other postdocs in the mix, all of whom would come there to work with him to get the approbation that would then lead to their careers taking off as it did for mine. And so there was a competition. Science is not free from egos and competition and desires, rightfully or wrongfully, for credit and attribution.
Was he the source of strength and confidence for you as a scientist, as a man? I mean, we're kind of alone in this world. As when we take on difficult things, we often kind of grasp at a few folks that give us strength. Was he basically your only source of strength in this whole journey? Like primarily in terms of like this close-knit?
As a scientist, there were really two. There's one, this Russian cosmologist, Alexander Polnareff, who thankfully is very much alive. He was at Queen Mary University, he's retired. He was kind of a theoretical, cosmological father to me. And then Andrew was this counterpoint that was teaching me, you need to have a brand as a scientist. Every scientist has a brand, and some of them don't protect it, some of them don't burnish it. But some of the skills about being a scientist we don't teach our students involve how do you cultivate a scientific persona. And he was the exemplar for that, in addition to being the avuncular, father figure type character that really, was the person I would talk to. I had issues with when I had issues with my own students, and he would tell me how those were. And he would tell me, his misgivings about about people that he worked with and things in his personal. And it was devastating. But again, like, who the hell am I? I'm not his kid. His kids lost father. So I feel guilty talking about it in that sense, but it's just a reality.
Well, there is something that's not often talked about is people who collaborate on scientific efforts. I mean, I don't want to compare, but it's sometimes when the collaborations are truly great, it sounds similar as when um, veterans talk about their time serving together. There's a bond that's formed. So like comparing family and this kind of thing is is not productive, but the depth of the bond is nevertheless real because you're taking on something. You're taking on the impossible. You're trying to achieve something. Sort of like there's this darkness, this fog of mystery that we're all surrounded by, which is what the human condition is, and you are like grasping at hope through the tool slides, and you're doing that together with like the confidence and progress you're about to have.
Yeah.
But you're really pushing through it, and for him to take his own life, can I ask you about this kind of moment that combined? I don't want to say betrayal, but perhaps the feeling of betrayal that Bicep 2 kind of goes on without you, even though you're part of it. You're not part of the leadership group. Can you describe those low points? Was there depression, or was there a crumbling of confidence?
No, it was so wrapped up with my identity as a person. Like there's only a few different ways to have identity. Unless you're unhealthy psychologically. One of them for scientists is often that they're a scientist, and that sometimes is their primary identity. Now I've got other husband, father. But at that time that was my identity. And so to have that kind of taken away, it reminded me of being kind of adopted in the sense like the one who created me or that I played a role in my life, that he abandoned me in the sense. I felt like these people are abandoning me. And the only thing I correct about the analogy that you use is like in the war, they're all working for a common good. It's not like I want to get the most kills. I compare it more to like a band. Like think about the Beatles, and what they did. And then they they ripped apart because of egos, credit. They had solo careers. They had, relations that are intimates and so forth. And there it's not only for the common good. There is more of a zero sum aspect. Like I would say, science is an infinite game. You can't win science. You never get to the end. We won science, and even the Nobel Prize, they don't feel like, oh, we're done. They feel like a lot of times they're imposters, even for that bit. However, science is made up of a lot of finite games, but there is only one winner for Kenya. There is only three winners for the Nobel Prize. And because of that, I think it's heterodox, and it's very confusing, especially there's no guide. I never got a guide how to be a professor, how to teach, how to lead a research group, how to deal with the death of an advisor, how to deal with an early graduate student, you know. So we're all like reinventing, which is kind of ironic and insane. Because the academic system that I am a part of, that you are a part of, is 1,000 years old. Dates back to Bologna, northern Italy, 1088 or so. First universities were established. And, very little's changed. There's some guy or gal scratching a rock on another piece of rock and, lecturing in front. There's only one better aspect nowadays is that back then, the students could go on strike if they didn't like the professor, and then he or she would get paid. Nowadays, that barbaric process is being placed by 10 years. But no, it was a definite kind of feeling of the rug getting pulled out from underneath because, he was like my consigliere. He was a guy I, sought counsel, counseled me, and he's dead. And I felt like there is no one who's going to honor the agreements that we had. And he was a very soulful person. He was so much better at being a scientist than I could ever be. And just a loss for the cosmos. It just really hurt. And, I thought, it's so sad because he could have won a Nobel Prize. first I think I was a kid. Felt at first, now there goes my chance of winning the Nobel Prize, and hence the title of the book was like I knew I would not win the Nobel Prize. It also means that there's parts of the Nobel Prize that have to be done away with. It's a double entendre. Like we need to lose aspects of the Nobel Prize to help in science out. We can talk about that a different time. But in the context of like now thinking back on it, that was such a minuscule part of it because let's say he did win the Nobel Prize or I did win the Nobel, any of us did. Would that have changed anything? Would that have brought anything back? It's so, it's like vanity, it's futility. And I just, for me, the Nobel Prize is like, I don't want to say it's like insignificant, because obviously it has a lot of power and it has influence. And, I went back, I had Neil deGrasse Tyson on the show. And he prepares. He prepares like a surgeon before doing the surgery when he goes on the talk show. So you see him going on Colbert Report, you think, they just have a banter, he's just naturally gifted. No, he's not. You say that, you're undermining what he does. What he does, he goes back, he watches the last month of Colbert Report, and he says, how long does Stephen pause between questions? How long in the news cycle does he go back? What topics has he talked about with people similar to me? So I took Neil, and he did that for you. And I look back, how many times has Lex mentioned the words Nobel and Prize? I put it into Google Ngram, and out came exactly the same number of times as show episodes as it. You've said the words Nobel Prize over 240 times.
Yeah, I mean, it's so strange as a symbol that kind of unites this whole scientific journey, right? Like, it's both sad and beautiful that a little prize, like a little award, a medal, a little plaque, that would be most likely forgotten by history completely. It's some silly list. It's somehow a catalyst for greatness. It resulted in you doing your life's work, the dream of it.
Would I have done it without the Nobel Prize? I can't necessarily actually state that would have happened. So no, it definitely has a place. And for me, it is valuable to think about it. But the level of obsession that academics have about it is really, I think it is almost unbalanced. And again, I make no truck with the winners of the Nobel Prize. So now I've had 11 on the show. And to think about, like the one rule. So by the way, right after the denouement of the story, which I'll get to in a bit, how our dreams went down to dust and ashes. I was asked by the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences to nominate the winners of the 2015 Nobel Prize in Physics. So, like the one that I theoretically could have been eligible to win in 2016. Actually. They asked me to nominate. Now, imagine if I asked you say, Brian, instead of me inviting myself, if you say, Brian, would you like to come on the Freedom podcast? I say, you know what, Lex? I've had Rogan. Can you introduce him to me? Like, you imagine how that would feel. Like, So I was asked to nominate the winners, and the one rule that they say, of all the rules that Alfred Nobel stipulated, there's only one rule that they maintain. In other words, he said one person can win it for something they discovered in the preceding year that had the greatest benefit to mankind, made the world better. None of that was mentioned in the letter. It said many people can win it for the work done long ago. They didn't mention anything in the letter to me, signed by the Secretary General. Nothing about benefiting mankind. They said just one thing: you can't nominate yourself. So none of these guys nominated themselves.
Actually, a little known fact: they sent that exact letter just to you. That rule was created just.
That's called the Keating correlate. Yes, exactly.
Just to
good for them.
Just rub it in. It's in this particular case, of course, there's like some weird technicality or whatever. But in this particular case, it's kind of a powerful reminder.
Yeah.
That the Nobel Prize leaves a lot of people behind.
Yeah.
And there's stories behind all of that.
Yeah, here's a good example. Again, this is my friend, Barry Bash. He's become like a mentor and a friend. He wrote the foreword to this my book. He won the Nobel Prize because a different guy died. And he admits it. And he said it. And actually, it's funny with him because I've heard you talk, very rhapsodically and lovingly and romantically about Harry Cliff and wonderful podcast that I love about the LHC and how wonderful. and how in that, we were about to build the super collaborative right here in Texas, and it didn't get built and got canceled by Congress. And I'd say to Barry, that was the best thing that ever happened. And he's like, what the hell are you talking about? I'm like, if that didn't get canceled, first of all, even though it did get canceled, the Europeans went on to build it themselves, saved the American taxpayers billions of dollars, and we wouldn't have learned anything really substantially new, as proven by the fact that, as you and Henry talked about, nothing besides the Higgs particle of great note has come out. Actually, he's had a recent paper that's been upper limit along with his collaborators on the LHCb experiment that we'll be talking about. But the bottom line is, it was really built to detect the Higgs. And SSC, for twice as much money, would have sucked up Barry's career. He would have been working on that, maybe not. And then he would never have worked on LIGO. And then he wouldn't have won the Nobel Prize, right? So you look at counterfactual history. That's not actually a big stretch, right? If the SSC had still gone on, he would have worked on it because he was one of the primary leaders of that experiment. Second thing, if, imagine the following thing had happened. They won the Nobel Prize because in September 2015, they detected unequivocal evidence for the in-spiral collision of two massive black holes, each about 30 times the mass of the sun, leaving behind an object that had just less than 60 solar masses behind. So one solar mass worth of matter got converted to gravitational energy. No light, same value to them. This particular date, September 14th, 2015. Okay? That explosion, because of the miracle of time travel in the telescopes before us, that actually took place 1.2 billion years ago in a galaxy far, far away. They actually don't know which galaxy took place still, so they never will. Okay? If that collision between these two things, which have probably been orbiting each other for maybe a million years or more, if that had occurred 15 days earlier, Barry wouldn't have won the Nobel Prize. Because
it's hilarious to think that there's one human that won the Nobel Prize because two giant things collided.
200 million years ago, and if it had happened 18 days later, 30, because that was the deadline for the Nobel Prize to be announced. They announced the findings in February, but you have to nominate the winners in January. So I could have nominated them up until January 30th, but they didn't announce anything, and there were just rumors, and so he didn't. But the reason that he wouldn't have won is there was another guy who was still alive, considered to be the founder and father of the three fathers, Ray Weiss, who did win it, Kip Thorne, who did win it, and the third gentleman at Caltech named Ron Reaver, who passed away. Again, he was alive in 2016. He died in 2017.
And here we are, several billion of hairless apes that strangely wear clothing. Celebrated 3 other clothed hairless apes with a medal with one particular element, and then they made speeches in a particular language that evolved.
To get those medals in front of another guy who wears even fancier clothes, who was the king of Sweden,
and they got some free food afterwards.
Reindeer meat, that's right.
Okay, excellent. Since you mentioned Joe Rogan, that little example, what happened to you in terms of Bicep 2? I want to kind of speak at a high level about a particular thing that I observed. So I was a fan of Joe Rogan since he started the podcast. I just listening to the podcast. I'm a huge fan of podcasts in general. And it also coincided with my entry into grad school and this whole journey of academia. So grad school, getting my PhD, going to MIT and then Google and just looking at this whole world of research. What I really love about how Joe Rogan approaches the world is that he celebrates others. Like he promotes them. He gets genuinely, and I now know this from just being a friend privately, he genuinely gets excited by the success of others. And the contrast of that to how folks in academia often behave was always really disappointing to me. Because the natural, just on a basic human level, there is an excitement, but the nature of that excitement is more like, I'm happy for my friend, but I'm really jealous and I want to even outdo them. I want to celebrate them, but I want to do even better. So that's even for friends. So there's not a genuine, pure excitement for others. And then couple that with just you now as a host of a popular podcast know this feeling, which is like there's not even a willingness to celebrate publicly the awesomeness of others. People in academia are often best equipped, technically, in terms of language, to celebrate others. They understand the beauty, like the full richness of why the cool idea is as cool as it is. They're in the best position to celebrate it, and yet there's a feeling that if I celebrate others, they might end up on the cover of Nature or whatever, and it's not me. They turn it into zero sum game. The reason why I think Rogan has been an inspiration to me and many others is that it doesn't have to be. And forget money and all those kinds of things. That I think there's a narrative told that academics are this way because there's a limited amount of money, so they're fighting for this. I don't think that's the reason it's happening this way. I think you can have a limited amount of money. The battle for money happens in the space of proposal. There's networking. There's private stuff. Public celebration of others, and just how you feel in the privacy of your own heart is not have to do anything with money. It has to do with you having a big ego, not humbling yourself to the beauty of the journey that we're all on. And there's folks like Joe Rogan, who in comedian circles is also rare, but he inspired all these other comedians to realize, you know what? It's great to celebrate each other. We're promoting each other, and therefore the pie grows. Yeah, because everybody else gets excited about this whole thing, and the pie grows. Right now, the scientists by fighting, by not celebrating each other, are not growing the pie, and now because of that, so science becomes less and less positive.
Exactly. No, and I want to point out two things. One is that I remember you went on Joe's show like a couple of years ago, and then he gave you a watch. He gave you like a Rolex, right? And I tweeted to you, and I think Omega. Sorry. Okay. The watch that went to the moon, which we'll get to now. But I don't think he could give what I gave. We'll get to what that final gift package is for you.
And by the way, I also wanted to mention, because when you said Joe Rogan, I would not be upset, and you should definitely go on Joe Rogan. And we had this conversation with him, because I was like, so moving to Austin, and they had a conversation like, don't you think it's weird, like, we have the same guests at the same time or whatever? It's like, fuck that. I want you to be more successful than me. He truly wants everybody, like, especially people close to him, to be more successful. Like, there's not even a thought, like,
but you don't know why. And this is what I tweeted to you. I've retweeted that I said, someday you're going to give that to somebody. Today I want that to be me. No, Joe's Omega. No, but the point is, he sees in you that same grandiosity, that same genuine spirit, graciousness. And I think that's true. I mean, you do something very rare. I don't want to listen too much about this, but I do want to say, even back to Andrew, who I've almost been hate graphic about, just treating him the same. He said to me the same thing in a moment of peak. He said, God damn it, I have to train these guys and women that work for me so that they can be better than me, so that they can go out and compete with me for the same limited amount of funding from the NSF. That wasn't who he was. That was just an expression. Like, I'm doing something which is fundamental. But you know what? When you have kids, hopefully, these guys someday, because I think, and I hope we can get to talk about that later, but part of investment and part of doing something with when you have a kid, like, you can get married. You can marry someone because she's rich, he's rich. You can marry someone because they're good looking, or he's good. You can marry for all these different reasons that are ultimately selfish. There's no way you can have a kid with selfish. Nobody says, like, oh, you know what? I really want this thing that's 3 feet tall, that doesn't speak English, that traps on my floor, that wakes me up all hours of the night, that interferes with my love life. Nobody says that. This doesn't benefit you for months and months. A friend of mine who actually does videos for me, solo videos, he's having his first kids that were like, because they always get stupid about, I'll catch up on sleep now. I'm going to store sleep in my sleep bank. Like, I don't think Huberman and you talked about that, right? You can't do that. That's stupid. What you can do, give the kid a bath. Feed the baby. Let the mother relax. Like, in other words, do the things, and this really relates back to what Aristotle always said. Why do parents love kids more than kids love parents? As much as you love your dad more, they still love you more. And because you love that which you sacrifice for. Here's a proof. I know a lot of families that have kids with special needs. Some with severe, one of my uncles, got a kid inside, had severe, they call it mental retardation. That has a different name. That, out of the 9 other brothers and sisters, he was their favorite. Because they had to sacrifice so much for him. And I think of that, a small case, like Joe's kind of mentoring you, whatever, you're going to mentor someone. You love that which you sacrifice for. Sacrifice is reduction of entropy, it's storing and investing, and you want to protect that. And, that to me really speaks to it. So I don't hold it against. But it is true, like scientists are, when they're described again, they're often said to be like children, right? You've heard this description. They're inquisitive, they're curious, they're passionate, they love that. I'm like, yeah, they don't play well with others, they're jealous, they're petty, they're selfish, they don't share their ball and go home. There's no such thing as a single-edged sword. I wish there were, because you need someone like that because you guys dole it up. But in this case, he, I think when you have this kind of investment in science, it's going to be natural. But that doesn't mean we have to feed the flames of competition. Really benefit. If you go to the homepage of the NSF or the Department of Energy, or the recently released National Academy of Sciences Future of Science for the astronomical sciences for the next 25 years or more, they talk about how many Nobel Prizes these different science things can win. Exoplanets, life, the discovery of the CMB, B-mode polarization that I said, that's figure 2 in this thing. And I'm like, what message is that sent to kids? Like, to young people? Like, that's what you should be doing. So you win this small, as you said, this prize given out by one hairless ape to another wearing a fancier costume.
Especially in the case of the Nobel Prize, it's only currently given to 3 people.
Which was never one of his. He actually said 1. You can only give it to 1 person. So they changed it. Why did they change it? I talked about it speculating. But by the way, the book's only 3 chapters of the Nobel Prize, and it's a fact. But one of the things that's been so interesting, speaking, actually, this is coming up in December, is the Nobel Prize is given out on the day of Alfred Nobl's death. There's a lot of, and they bring in flowers, not from his birthplace, but from his mausoleum, which is in San Marino, in Italy. It's a lot of death fascination. Denial of death features heavily in the Nobel Prize because it's like, what outlives a person? Well, science can outlive a person. My father has a theorem named after him. It's still engraved in many places around the world. You or I, we can go to different places around the world. People know who we are based on our publications. We engrave things. We want to store things. We want to compress things. And I think there's something beautiful about that. But there is a notion of denial of death. Like, there is a notion of what will outlast me. Especially if you're among the many, 90-something% of members of the National Academy don't believe in an active faith, in a creator, in a God. And science can substitute for that, but it's not ultimately as fulfilling. I don't believe it can fulfill a person the way even practicing but not believing in a religion can fulfill a person.
So, which is interesting because you do bring up on his background of the denial of death in using the Nobel Prize book. And there is a sense in which that's probably in part at the core of this, especially later dream of the Nobel Prize or recognition. I've interacted with a few, or a large number of scientists that are getting up in age. And there is the feeling of real pride, of happiness in them for winning awards and getting certain recognitions. And probably at the core of that is a kind of immortality, or a kind of desire for immortality. And that was always off-putting to me, as opposed to, I know it sounds weird to say it's off-putting, but it just, rather than celebrating the pure joy of solving the puzzles or the mysteries all around us, just the actual exploration of mysterious
For its own sake.
For its own sake.
Well, that's what I said. It's like a scientist should. Okay, you have to be careful and not have any physical. It has to be platonic, but you can think of scientists and mentor. I have a chart in the book and a plaque made by one of my graduate students, former graduate student. She's now a professor in New Mexico, Darcy Barrett. And she made this plaque, and it has 17 generations. So here I am, 17 levels down, there's a guy, Leibniz, not the famous Leibniz, but Leibniz. 1596 he was born, and I'm in this chain, and I don't know if you know this, but in the Russian language, the word scientist means someone who was taught. I'll say it very simple. One who was taught, right?
Uchome.
So, because it's a guy who's taught, right?
No.
It could just be a person.
No, it's literally someone
who was taught, right? So what does that mean? To me, it has a dual kind of meaning, at least dual meaning. One is that you have to be a good student to be a scientist, because you have to learn from somebody else. Two, you have to be a teacher. You have to pay it forward. If you don't, I claim you're really not a scientist in the truest sense. And I feel like with the work that I do in outreach and stuff like that, I'm doing it at scale. I'm influencing more than 24 kids I might have in my graduate class or undergraduate class. And potentially could reach thousands of people around the world and make them into scientists themselves. Because that's the flywheel that is only beneficial. There is no competition. There is no zero-sum fixed mindset versus growth mindset, because it is an infinite game. Imagine a culture that had none of the trappings of the negativity of the Soviet Union or pre-World War One Germany or Imperial Japan. Science celebrated, and we're just making like a nation of scientists, and like we're not doing it to become multi-billionaires or necessarily for any military purpose whatsoever. But if we have that, sometimes I'm flying home at night. You fly into LA, you literally, it's very rare. You can see like the number 10 million. Like it's very hard to visualize things. You see a brick wall, you ask how many bricks are there? I'm like 1,000, 2,000. 10 million lights. There's 10 million souls. And you can see, even they're discrete. They're not like the Milky Way all blended together.
Each lost in their own busy lives,
right.
Excited, fall in love, afraid of losing their job, all that. Other people should know that you're a pilot. So you're literally being flied.
Yeah, sometimes you get to do it.
You get to look at the eye of God perspective on these 10 million, these millions of.
And I have to say, they're like constellations. They're upside down. Like the city. It's like a constellation. Hopefully, I'll stay and keep the plane the right way up. But when you think about it, like imagine they're all working together, and imagine like you always talk about love, but like you don't know that they're not worthy of love. Like so, you're looking down at them, and it's just amazing. And you think like, what an amazing creation is man and humans, and what can we do? What's new? Did you watch any more of my music videos? It's phenomenal. It's so exciting, and then I get to do it. It's a job. I say don't tell Gavin Newsom I do it for free. I love that. And but to think about like, oh, if my student succeeds, no, it is unfortunate that you have experienced it. I've certainly experienced it, and I think there are ways around it. I think it is a vexing problem because people want to, it's very tempting to keep your own kind of garden fertilized. One thing that's interesting is like, people are like, why are you doing this thing and podcast and you're supposed to be a serious scientist leading this huge project and collaborators and I'm like, well, most of what I do, as I said before, it's for you it's Velcro. For me, it's like what is the deal with the safety standards on the truck that we're driving up to deliver the diesel fuel that will power the generator that will power the concrete truck? It has nothing to do with the Big Bang, inflation, the multiverse, God's existence. There's nothing to do with that, right? So those are people I say I have to talk to. And people that come on the show, those are people I want to talk to. and that's super fun. I mean, it's a real honor that I get to do it. I have some unfair advantages, right? I'm at top university, we have people, it's like the Arthur C. Clarke Foundation, brilliant scientists coming through, but I felt like it would be kind of a shame if I didn't, allow them to teach at scale because they're better teachers than I am.
Let me ask you a interesting, maybe difficult question. Have you ever considered talking on your podcast with the people who would get the Nobel Prize for bicep tooth if it turned out to be detecting what it is?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still friends with them, and they have still gone on to. So we should say like why we didn't win the Nobel Prize, and then what happened with the group that is now leading it, that I'm completely divorced from, and I think that's secular. We're friends, we see each other, we send each other emails and stuff like that.
I would love to get their sense of like what the natural heartbeat built into the whole process of the Nobel Prize, what their sense is. I would love to hear an honest, real conversation. I understand you're friends.
Yeah.
There's some hard truth that even friends will talk
they
about.
weren't happy I wrote the book. I mean, I remember one of them, was like, well, what's this I hear about a book? And I mean, a lot of people tell me not to write the book. They said it's going to give, too much attention to the Nobel Prize, going to look like sour grapes. Again, I say, you can prove I have sour grapes or not, just give me the next prize. No.
So you would, if you Nobel Prize for literature, enjoy that?
It's funny because Sabina Hassenfelder, who's a fellow kind of YouTube sensation, and
she's shoo-in for the Nobel Peace Prize.
You're right. She's so gracious and so good. She has that German, just gentleness.
She's a little too nice for my taste. I would say.
I wish she could really say what she thinks and be snarky on occasion. So she wrote a review of my book when it came out 3 or 4 years ago, and she said, well, Brian Keating, she said, well, it's good, it's interesting. He talks about cosmology, but they can do whatever the hell they want, and he, presumably has this, problems with it, but it's none of his business. Basically, it's private. And at the end, she said, but if you want one good thing, he's a really good writer, and who knows, he could win the Nobel Prize. I said, and then she allowed me to publish a rebuttal on her blog, which was kind of fun. But anyway, so getting back to the guys that we were, kind of our enemies, frenemies, look, we don't wish each other active ill. I've visited them. They're welcome to visit me. They have visited me. The thing I have to say is that I just wonder about introspection. Like for me, literally, I don't care about the Nobel Prize other than what it could do to benefit science. But I did. But by the way, I did seriously care about how it benefited Brian Keating early on in my career. I'm just totally honest. Yeah, I don't know if I'm proud of it. It's kind of embarrassing. But now I would hope that people would say, like, okay, the guy is like, it's not, and he's obsessed with it. My next book is not about this. It's about something completely different. And, I do feel like people lack introspection a lot of times in science. So we don't think about why we're doing what we're doing. And I think it comes down to curiosity. One thing about Joe, and again, I've only listened to I have to confess.
Go on.
Friedman. I haven't listened to that many of your episodes, start to finish. Okay, with our friend, mutual friend Eric, I've listened to a bunch of recent ones. Weinstein. Weinstein. That's it.
I get them confused with the brother.
The brothers Karamazov, and a few others. I haven't ever listened to a Joe Rogan episode, but from what I've seen with him, he has a preternatural curiosity. He doesn't have passion. There are a lot of podcasts that have passion. Like I've been on this show. He has curiosity. Like he's not going to stop talking about something until he pops it, until he understands it, until he gets it viscerally. And I respect that because, as I say in this more recent book, passion's kind of like the dopamine hit that gets you started. Like, oh, I'm going to be great. Maybe I can win a Nobel Prize. Like that's not going to sustain you. The sustenance comes from the passion converting to curiosity. And what I want to do is convert, as many things as possible to things that I can then, because actually I've had on, people that discuss addiction. And there is an addictive quality to, doing podcasts, whatever. There's an addictive quality to being a scientist. And you get to do things that are very specialized in specialized locations with special people, paid for by other people, have no freaking idea what you do. I mean, imagine you worked at some job. And Feynman said all these contradictory things. Like when he was once said He said, if you can't explain it to your grandmother, you don't understand it yourself. Then the day he won the Nobel Prize, a reporter asked him, what'd you win it for? He said, if I could explain it to you, bud, it wouldn't be worth it. I said, let's leave aside the thing. But in reality, there is that kind of like dopamine rush that we get. But what is ultimately going to be the sustenance of it? So yeah, I do feel like we have to find a way to nucleate that. I don't know, actually. I don't know if it's like, can you turn someone into a? I used to ask this question all the time. Like, can you make someone creative? Like, can you teach someone to be creative? I don't know. Can you teach someone to be curious? I don't know. I do know that kids are naturally curious. As they get older, they get less curious. Just like I heard from the other forward authors, James Altucher, he said they did a study. Kids smile 300 times a day, or smile or laugh. Adults 5 or 6. No, but anyway, no, it's true. So somewhere you lose 30, to 50%.
I'm not entertained. That's because I'm an adult. No, and then I do remember there's some distribution on the studies with the happier adults smile a little more, but still the kids blow them out of the water.
Russian. So in other words, should we invest our energy in getting the half-life decay constant stretched out more for curiosity for kids, or should we try to reset the dopamine hit and then I don't know. It's an open question.
Well, I think it goes to Dare Foster Wallace to keep in mind to be unborable. I think you could train this kind of thing, which is in every single situation. So like, which I think is at the core, at least this correlated with curiosity, is in every situation, try to find the exciting, the fascinating. Like in every situation, you sitting at waiting for something at a D&D or something like that. Find something that excites you, like a thought, like watch people or start to think about, well, I wonder how many people have to go to the D&D every day. And then try to go into the pothead mode of thinking like, wow, isn't this weird that there's a bunch of people that are having to get a stamp of approval from to drive their cars, and there's millions of cars driving every day.
How can I do this better? Maybe there's some blockchain, like VIN transfer. Yeah, exactly. No, that is a good one.
And then every situation, I think if you rigorously just practice that at a young age, I think you can learn to do that, because sometimes people ask me for advice on do this thing or that thing. I think you at the core really have to have this muscle of finding the awesomeness in everything. Because if you're able to find the awesomeness in everything, like whatever journey you take, whatever weird that you take through life is going to be productive. It's going to end up in a good place. So like that muscle is at the core of it. And I guess curiosity is central to that. But he didn't win the Nobel Prize. The team of Bicep that led the Bicep because of some space dust. Which one is the moon? Which one is
that one's dust?
The space dust. Yeah. What are we looking at? So why is space dust the villain of this whole story?
Well, it's funny, I wrote these books, and I don't know about you, but when you get all these books, I'm sure you get books. There was coming these dust jackets, right? What the hell's a dust jacket? Like, how much dust is raining down at any moment? I mean, this is immaculate. This one's Russian tidiness galore. But in a normal household, how much dust is raining down? It's not really clear until I wrote a book. And I realized, I'm writing a story about the origin of the universe, the prologue, to the cosmos, and dust is going to cover this story. It's actually more a story about astrophysics and cosmology than dust. And this is the link between the cosmological and the astrophysical. So what is that? So astrophysics is, broadly speaking, the study of physical phenomena manifested in the heavens, astronomical phenomena. Cosmology is concerned with the origin, evolution of the universe as a whole, but it's not really concerned with stars, galaxies, and planets per se, other than how they might help us measure the Hubble constant, the density of the universe, the neutrino constant, etc. So we have a tendency to kind of look a little bit, there are like, not all astronomers and astrophysicists are equal. They're all equal, but some aren't. So we have kind of a prejudice, a little swagger, right? And cosmologists are studying, we're using Einstein, we're not using Boltzmann. We're thinking of the biggest possible picture. in so doing, you can actually become blinded to otherwise obvious effects that people, would have not overlooked. In our case, when we sought out the signal, we were using the photons that make up this primordial heat bath that surrounds the universe, locally only at 3 degrees Kelvin approximately. We're using those as a type of film onto which gravitational waves will reverberate it, make them oscillate preferentially in a polarized way, and then we can use our polarized sunglasses, but in the microwave format, to detect the characteristic twofold symmetry pattern of the location. That's the technical way that we undergo it in this line. But there's more than one thing that can mimic exactly that signal. First of all, when you look at the signal, if inflation took place, big if, but if it took place, the signal would be about 1 or 2 parts per billion of the CMB temperature itself. So a few nanokelvin. The CMB is a few Kelvin. The signal from these B modes would be a few nanokelvin. It's astonishing to think. Penzias and Wilson, 1965, measured something that's 1 billion times brighter, and that was 60 years ago? Let's call it 60 years ago since they discovered it. Moore's Law, let's call it every 2 years. So you're talking about like 2 to the 30th power, doubling or something. Let's call it 2 to the 20th, something like that. That's like only 2 to the 10th is 1,000. Right? Correct my math if I'm wrong. Yeah. 2 to the 20th is 1 million. Right? 2 to the 30th is 1 billion. So we're outpacing Moore's Law in terms of the sensitivity of our instruments to detect these feeble signals from the cosmos. And they didn't have to deal with, in a semiconductor factory in Santa Clara, California, they didn't have to deal with meteorites and things like coming into the laboratory. It's a clean room, it's pristine, they can control everything about it. We can't control the cosmos. And the cosmos is literally littered with particles of schmutz and failed planets, asteroids, meteoroids, things that didn't coalesce to make either the Earth, the Moon, the planet Jupiter, or its moons, or get sucked into them and make craters on them, etc., etc. The rest of it is falling, and it comes in a power spectrum. There's very few, thank God, Chicxulub-sized, impact or progenitors that will take out life on Earth. But there's an extremely large number of tiny dust particles and microscopic grains, and then there's a fair number of intermediate-sized particles. It turns out this little guy here is the end product of a collapsing star that explodes in what's called a supernova. So stars spend most of their life fusing helium nuclei, protons, into and neutrons into helium nuclei, and then from there it can make other things like beryllium, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, all the way up until it tries to make iron and nickel. And iron and nickel are endothermic. It takes more energy than gets liberated to make an atom of iron. When that happens, there's no longer enough heat supplying pressure to resist the gravitational collapse of the material that was produced earlier. So the star forms and goes inside out. That's how scientists discovered helium. It was discovered on the sun. That's why it's called helium. Yeah, they went there at night. And they went there at night. No, helium means Helios is the guy of the sun. It was discovered in its spectrum from observations in the telescope like 150 years ago. It wasn't discovered like when oxygen and iron was discovered. So it's only relatively recent coming to the period.
So helium came after oxygen.
Oh no, first hydrogen forms into helium. So that's the first thing that forms.
No, in terms of discoveries.
Oh yeah, after oxygen. Yeah, I think Priestley. Dalton discovered it in the 1700s. No, helium was really only discovered from the spectrum of looking at the sun and seeing the weird atomic absorption and we call it Fraunhofer lines in the solar spectrum. So, but when it tries to make iron, there's no longer any leftover heat. In other words, there's heat left over from fusing, as you know, the sun with a plasma. If you fuse hydrogen nuclei, you get excess energy, plus you get helium. So that's why fusion energy could be the energy source of the future. Always will be. Hopefully, it'll come much sooner than that. In so doing, trying to make iron, it takes more energy, doesn't give off enough energy. The star collapses, explodes, and what does it spray out into the cosmic interstellar medium? It sprays out the last thing it made, which is that stuff. Luckily for us, because some of that coalesced and made the core of the Earth, onto which the lighter like silica and carbon and the dirt and the crust of the Earth were formed. And some of that made its way to the crust, the iron made its way to the crust. Some of that your mother ate and synthesized hemoglobin molecules. And hemoglobin has iron particles in it. It's quite amazing substance. Without it, we wouldn't have red blood, we wouldn't exist as we are.
Is this a very long, complicated mom joke?
I've done enough bad jokes. My core is in it. So taking this object, seriously, there's not all of it gets bound up in a plant. In fact, forming plants is very inefficient. And so there's a lot of schmutz left over, some of which gets in the way of our telescopes looking back to the beginning of time. And some of those molecules, like iron, is used in compass needles, right? They're magnetized. And magnetic fields in our galaxy can align them and make the exact polarization pattern that we're looking for. As if the compass needles get all aligned, that's like the polarization of the dust grain. It's like that filter, polarizing filter. That means light polarized like this will get absorbed, and light polarized like this will go through. So it's absorbing, it's making 100% polarized light out of an initially unpolarized light source. And that's what happened. And what we ended up claiming on March 17th, and I'm sure if you were there, you might remember this, at the Harvard Center for Astrophysics, there was an announcement. There was like 3 or 4 Nobel Prize winners in the audience. And the BICEP 2 team, which I was no longer leading, was still a member of it. In fact, in the announcement, the first person they mentioned, besides, thank you all for being here, is me, my team at UC San Diego, although I wasn't invited to go at the press conference because the Harvard, yes, exactly. And so they had up there in the journal. And so they ended up making this announcement that we discovered the aftershocks of inflation. We detected the gravitational wave shaking up the CMB. And on that day, Lex Friedman podcast, back when it was called Artificial Intelligence, Max Tegmark said, "Goodbye, universe, hello, multiverse, and hello, Nobel Prize." See, he saw that as confirmatory evidence, not only of inflation, not only gravitational, but of the multiverse. Goodbye, universe, hello,
Multiverse is a natural consequence.
Consequence of inflation. According to
And of course, leave the poetry to Max, which he does masterfully. Okay, so that the excitement was there. I mean, maybe the initial heartbreak for you is there too. Yep. That's some of the darker moments you're going through, but broadly for the space of science, there's
and I often note that this is a problem in what I call, the science media complex, because oftentimes you'll see things like past guest Sarah Seeger, Venus life, exists, and that will be really, it's fascinating, right? What the work that she's doing, or her colleagues are doing, Clara, who's on your show as well, and that will be on front page, New York Times, Boston Globe, San Diego Union Tribune. It'll be above the fold, make headlines around the world, and then 6 months, 12 months later, as in the case for us, retraction. Page C17 of the Saturday edition that nobody reads, and underneath the personal. So we have a problem with science that if it explodes, it leads, and we get this huge fanfare. And this is not unique to my experiment. This happened with the earlier discovery of so-called Martian life discovered in Antarctica, which was announced after peer review. We weren't peer reviewed at the point when we made the announcement. We had a press conference and other reasons that the team leaders felt it was important to do that, so that we don't get scooped by a referee who's unethical. We thought we had done everything right, but that's confirmation bias.
There's like levels to this.
Yeah. And there were people, me warning about how to be interpreted and wanting to also make sure that we cut all the data out, including the maps, which we still haven't released. And so there were a lot of reasons to be skeptical, but the public never knows this. I think so I've made a rule that if I am ever in charge of doling out large amounts of science funding, that when you should keep kind of an option. In other words, you should have money for publicity, fine, have money for your press, but hold in reserve in a bond to be used, hopefully never, but if it's to be used, an equal fund for the retraction, if it should occur.
So you would like to see, because that's a big part of transparency, to me, in the space of science at least, that's as beautiful, because it reveals it tells a great story. There's an excitement. So there's a climax to the triumph, but there's also a climax to the disappointment.
Yes.
Yeah, because that also eventually leads to triumph again. That sets up. That's the drama that sets up the triumph. Like with Andrew Wiles' Fermat's theorem. I think it's not the last theorem, whatever. Is like the ups and downs, the roller coaster, the whole thing should be
That is science. That is science. And when we don't do that, then we cultivate this aura that excludes other scientists, often from minorities within that you have to be Einstein. Like Einstein came out of the world and he was just like this guy was like, no, he wasn't. He wasn't bad at math. That's all. But he said that you know what he said? He attributed his success to us. He said, I never asked my dad what happened when I ran alongside the light as a kid. And thank God I did, because had I, he would have told me the best answer of the day, which, by the way, he would create 20 years later as a 26-year-old in the patent office. And in so doing, by delaying when he asked these questions, he said, I approached it with the intellect of a mature scientist, not a little kid. And I wouldn't have accepted the same explanation. So sometimes assuming that scientists are infallible, inevitable, omniscient, I think that really does a disservice. And Jim Gates said, it's like Einstein was Einstein. And we cultivate this mystery and allure at our peril because we're humans until we have artificial Einstein, which I don't think will ever exist.
You've launched the assay or project where you hope to assess theories of everything with experiments. You have a YouTube video where you're announcing that. That looks super cool. Can you describe this project? And you also mentioned you give a shout out to a little known fellow by the name of Galileo Galilei as an inspiration to this project.
Yeah, so Galileo is kind of my avatar, my hero, the kind of all-around scientist that I would love to approach the logarithm of Galileo. He was not only a phenomenal scientist, he was an incredible artist, a writer, a poet, a philosopher. And back then they didn't have distinctions. Scientist, like a physician was like a physicist. And he would indulge, kind of these really intellectual flights of fancy, thinking about phenomena such as the Earth's tides or the composition of the Milky Way. And what's interesting about Galileo is that he was almost as wrong often as he was right. Galileo was not alone like this. I always think Einstein had at least 7 Nobel Prizes that he could have won for discoveries that later became true. But he also had 7, huge, impossible to believe blunders in some sense. It's too bad because he could have had a good career. And Galileo was like that too. In other words, he would fall victim to, I think, this confirmation bias that all scientists have to guard their lives against, their careers, their brands, their reputations against, which is the exclusion of evidence that doesn't conform to what you're trying to prove for one reason or another, or the radical acceptance of things that do comport with it in order to bolster your confidence. Both are equally intoxicating. Confirmation bias is a hell of a drug because it really reinforces this notion, which is partially some cost. You put so much time, effort, money, reputation into it. You don't want to be wrong and go back on it. With Galileo, he would be incredibly perceptive about things such as the Earth being not located at the center of the solar system and the sun being the center, so-called Copernican hypothesis. And he would use as evidence very, very interesting ideas, that all of which were wrong, basically. And in fact, we weren't able to prove that the Earth orbited around the sun. And I ask you, can you prove the Earth is not flat? No, you're a flat Earth. But I asked my graduates.
With Flat Earth Society member, T-shirts coming out soon. Let'sstream.com merch.
But it's actually not trivial to do that. But most of my students, graduate students, can prove that the Earth is round. Explain how the Earth
is actually not trivial.
It's not.
Yeah.
And much harder is to prove that the Earth goes around the sun. In fact, that's extremely hard to prove. And almost none of my students, even after they get their PhD on the final exam, I kind of like to just give them a little bit of humility. Because I think to be a good scientist, you need to be humble, you need to have a little humility, and you need to have swagger. You need to feel like a little cocky, like I can do this. I can do this thing that Einstein, by definition, couldn't do. I'm going to attempt it. I'm going to attempt to do what was impossible just a generation ago.
How do you that the Earth goes around the sun? Is it by the motion around the planet?
So there are many ways to do it. I mean, obviously, you can take a spaceship, park it at the north celestial pole of our solar system, and just watch what happens. but obviously that wasn't how it was discovered in the late 1700s. So it's called aberration. So if you look at stars as the Earth orbits around the sun, the position of the stars will shift slightly because of the tilt of the Earth and because the Earth is in motion around the Earth and around the sun, and because the Earth has a trivial amount of velocity compared to the speed of light in its orbit around the sun. The stars will trace out little tiny ellipses, and those will correspond to the fact that we're moving around, if they're at infinite distance, which we assume that they're not really, but for all intents and purposes in the scale of the solar system, infinitely. So that's called stellar aberration. And that was the first way it was discovered. And actually, we still use that. We have to correct for that effect when we measure the cosmic microwave background. Because imagine you're inside of an oven. It has a temperature 3 Kelvin, 1,000 Kelvin, whatever. If you're moving towards you, the photons that are coming to me in that direction will be blue shifted hotter, and the ones behind you will be red shifted. I'll artificially impute a greater or lesser amount of matter or energy where you are, and it's an extension of Doppler effect. So we actually make use of that and construct what's called a local standard difference. Anyway, so you can do it. But Galileo said, no, I'm not going to wait for that. I have other proofs for it. One of which is that the Earth has tides. And the tides come in and out twice a day, high tide and low tide. And he made the analogy of because the Earth is moving around the sun, say this is the sun here, and it's moving around the sun, but it's also rotating on its axis. See how the water slosh inside the as that happens, he said that's what the tides are. Totally wrong.
Most people listen to this podcast. Just so you know, if you're listening, he actually has a bottle of vodka in his hand.
Half drunk.
And we're both drunk and whatever else is possible.
So as it sloshed around, he claimed that has nothing to do with that. The moon, over there, the moon pulls differentially on the Earth and the Earth's ocean. That causes the oceans to bulge slightly towards and away from where the moon is. The moon is actually the source of the Earth's tides. It has nothing to do with Copernicus, the orbit of the sun. So he was totally wrong about that. He also thought that the Milky Way was comprised only of stars, gas, dust, nebulae, and things like that. So he had a fair share of them. Now, one thing I always kind of make note of, and I'm actually producing along with Jim Gates, Fabiola Giannati, Frank Wilczek, and Carlo Rovelli, and Lucio Picciarello, the first ever audiobook of one of Galileo's dialogue, the one where he claimed to find evidence for the orbit of the Earth around the sun, that there was an error.
So you're reading parts of this text.
Yeah, it's
just incredible.
Brilliant book. So this book was written in 1632. It was written and was the one that caused him to go into house arrest and almost threatened to be tortured. And that book laid out his arguments for what was called the Copernican or the non-peripatetic or Aristotelian, etc. Notion of the planetary dynamic. And eventually he was forced to recant that he believed in it, and eventually he said he still believes the Earth moves. Anyway, so we're making that. It's written in the form of a trialogue. It's actually called a dialogue of three people. There's one named Salviati, who's espousing Galileo's notions about how the heavens were orchestrated. And Salviati means like the salvation, the savior. Then there's a middleman, Segredo. So Carlo Rovelli is playing Salviati. I am playing Segredo, who's like an intelligent interlocutor. I can appreciate Aristotle, I can appreciate Copernicus. Then there's this guy, Simplicio, the simpleton. And he espouses the words of the Pope. So you can imagine, like, you're working in the Putin's government, or working in whatever, and all of a sudden you're kind of putting the words of like the fool, literally calling the fool, but you're using the words of the all supreme powerful being on earth at that time. So that makes it true, especially for an Italian. So he wasn't as brilliant, politically as he was astrophysically.
Who's doing Simplicio?
Simplicio is a friend of mine in University of Manchester, Lucio Picciarello. He's an Irish guy, but he has a full-blooded Italian. Well, they all speak English and Italian. I only speak. And the forewords are written by. So one foreword in this place has three forewords, which is like a 12 word. Okay. The forewords are written.
That joke?
Yeah, that was good. The foreword, three forewords. One of them is written by Albert Einstein, in which he says Galileo was not only one of the greatest scientists in history. This is Einstein telling Galileo. but he was one of the greatest writers and minds of all of human history. That forward is read by Frank Wilczek. Jim Gates, who also had, he reads the translation, the translator, Stillman Drake, who's a renowned scientific translator. And then Fabiola Giannati, she reads the introduction and dedication from Galileo to the Duke of Tuscany and some of the different introduction that Galileo himself had. It's such a thrill to be able to do it. I only randomly found out because I wanted to study it, and it's like 500 pages long. I was like, let me get the audio book because there's an audio medium coming up. It didn't exist. So I said, let's do it ourselves. And so we did it, and hopefully it'll be out on Galileo's birthday, which is February 15th, 2022. It'll be a ripe 457. But that's not the only one of his books. Galileo wrote many books, one of which is called The Military Compass. And this is an interesting book for my blockchain and your blockchain aficionados. In this book, he talks about a compass, which is not a magnetic compass, but an actual slide rule. It's basically a slide rule. And it's a manual. It's like, imagine if your phone came with a manual. Nowadays they don't, right? But this was a manual for how to use this slide rule, which is like enormously important. And it gives a whole bunch of working examples. It's brilliant. One of the examples is how do you convert money? So he does a currency conversion between Ducati and Florentine Ducati, and Scuti, and whatever, lira, whatever. He does all these currency conversions. One copy of this book, maybe two exist. First printings from 1600 still exist. If Galileo had just kept those in his family, they're worth $100 million. Nowadays, you can't get a Scuti. The Scutis were nothing. Like a Ducati's worth not. I mean, maybe some collector wants a piece of paper, right? So it's a lesson. Like there are value in physical, non-fungible tokens. It's original non-fungible tokens. So, but then a third book is called the Assayer. So what is an Assayer? So assayers were kind of like these alchemists, physicists, chemists that would be around a court, and every so often for the treasurer, they would want to accept pieces of gold from the citizens and convert that to script or paper money. And to do that, they needed someone to verify with a standard of gold that they knew to be gold, and do some kind of semi-non-destructive evaluation of the purported object, the metal that was supposed to be gold. So they would take these pieces of gold, theoretically gold, and they would rub it on something called a touchstone. Touchstone is a special piece of rock, granite, whatever. It has no intrinsic value. It's just a piece of rock. But with that rock, you could assay and determine the content of this thing that could be worth, millions of lira or whatever, right? So it's an incredibly important job. And so this person would take this piece of inanimate rock and use it to do something wrong. What I want to do in the assay project is take this plethora of physical theories of everything. I said recently, we should give a Nobel Prize to someone who doesn't come up with a theory of everything, because it's just rotten. And I think it's great. I often say that theory is kind of like software, and I'm not denigrating software at all, but like you can create a lot of software. You can make it Quine, and it'll make its own Quine. Like you can make infinite amounts of software.
Look it up, kids.
And you can replicate. You can't make a telescope that makes a telescope that makes a telescope. In other words, hardware is kind of like the non-fungible token that's ultimate minted, limited edition, the compass book that we're talking. And so it's very expensive. That means you have to be very careful before you invest decades, billions, and humans into pursuing one of these theories of everything. You have to have good intuition. And lately what I've seen is not predictions, but retrodictions. So you see that the Large Hadron Collider will come out with a measurement, and then so and so will say, "Oh, this is compatible with string theory," or G-2 of the muon. It has these bizarre properties. Fifth force, string theory predicts this. String theory solves this. Neutrinos, sterile neutrinos, Large Hadron Collider bottom B experiment. Blah blah blah. They'll say that it's compatible after the fact. And it's not so bad, right? Because look, what did Einstein do with general relativity? The first thing he did was not predict something new. He looked at the anomalous behavior of the planet Mercury. And he saw it was behaving strangely. And people had said, oh, that's because there's another planet hiding behind the sun that we can't see that perturbs the orbit of the planet Mercury. It's called Volta. That was one approach. That's kind of like the dark matter approach, where it's like there's a clump of matter that we can't see that's influencing the planet that we can't see, and we use that to divine, intuit the existence of the other planet. That's actually how Neptune was discovered. Neptune was discovered because of the anomalous behavior on Uranus. So Neptune was dark, we couldn't see it. It was tugging on Uranus in a certain way, and that led to Leverrier discovering the planet, predicting where this planet should be found. So it had a good heritage in physics, right, to predict this planet that you couldn't see that worked. But Einstein said no, it's caused by the warp, big bending of space-time due to the presence of matter, and later became the Einstein. So he explained why Mercury did that. He didn't. And it was known since the time of Newton that Mercury was behaving in this really freaky way. So he didn't predict it. He retrodicted it. That's fine. But at some point, you should come up with something new that's uniquely predictive of your theory, as I just said. The theory of dark matter in the context of Neptune is actually a valid theory. It just happens not to make sense in the context of Vulcan. And so, if he had kept doing that, maybe perhaps he wouldn't have come up with these other predictions that he would later reject. Like he rejected the existence of gravitational waves. Even Barron talked about that. He didn't actually believe it. It was one peer-reviewed paper that he had. He used to send back in those days, send a letter to Nature, Physical Review, publish this. I'll let them know how much it costs. And they got it rejected because he said you can't detect gravitational waves, actually, or they're not real. And the guy showed that they're real because he corrected a math error, and Einstein wrote this paper. So it's fascinating. Well, there should be assay. You should look at these things, look what things they explain that already exist, and look at what new predictions they can claim to explain if we can build experiments to test them.
You have to kind of challenge yourself to think about what kind of predictions can they make such that we can construct experiments. So that's like ultimately back home to the signal, to the experimenter's theorist, essentially.
That's right.
So like very experiment-centric exploration of the fundamental theory of everything.
That's right. And the best scientists, the best physicists, were both experimentalists and theorists. Or at least that if they were experimentalists, they understood the theory well enough to make predictions or to explore the predictions and the consequences of those predictions. Or if they were theorists, they were like Galileo. Like Einstein has patents for things that he invented. And then, some of his work led to the laser and the mason. So he did that practical. It wasn't just pure airy-fairy, quantum reality and expanding. So in this case, what I want to do is look at, there's 10 different theories of everything or cosmological models. They make predictions. They have advantages and disadvantages. And I'm just asking the question, why aren't we applying Bayesian reasoning with confidence intervals? Why don't we have updates? Every time an experiment comes out, we can update our credulity in that experiment, or that theory rather, based on the results of the experiment. And we shouldn't do it after the fact, or as Mr. Kaku said, well, you have to tell me what the initial conditions are. That's not my job. You're supposed to tell me if string theory is correct. What should it predict if it's true? There's one big part, which I should say, that to be a good asset, I think you have to be worldly in the sense of worldly and curious, like we were talking about before with you, with Joe. You can't only talk your own book. You can't only understand your own pet theory of everything. You can't only say, well, I only understand string theory, and I don't have time for these other theories, or as if it's beneath me to even go into Garrett Lisi or Eric Weinstein or Stephen Wolfram, or aspects of M theory, et cetera, et cetera. And there are some that say, like, why do we give string theory so much of an advanced pass when there are actually predictions it's made that are completely anathema to what we observe in physics. Like the dark energy should be negative. We see it as positive. Like that's a huge stride. If you told somebody, here's my 10-year application, if it wasn't done by Aldacena and Witten and folks like that, I don't know if it would have had the traction, the endurance, the resiliency that's had. And that worries me because all these men, in some way, are making these fantastic, brilliant, beautiful ideas. And they're not even looking at what their neighbors do.
There's the thing that I really enjoyed seeing and I don't see often enough with these theories, which is others who are also experts, kind of studying them sufficiently well to steelman the theory, to show the beautiful aspects of the theory, And I see that with Stephen Wolf. He has a very different sort of formulation of physics with his physics project. Now it's physics is a foreign land to me, but his formulation, especially in the context of cellular automata or hypergraphs, just as objects, as mathematical objects themselves, are familiar, and so I'm able to see the real beauty there, and it saddens me that others in the physics community can't also see the beauty. Like, give it a chance. Give it a chance to see the beauty. And then,
so there is one person who does take time and is what I consider to be a great scientist in terms of what he thinks. He obviously has an invested interest in his own theory, and it's Eric. Eric's got a truly encyclopedic knowledge of the history of physics, and he has a great warmth and graciousness when it comes to giving other. And I've witnessed this. And I've had. Look, first of all, I think debate is dangerous. Like, I don't know about you, but if you've ever voted like, oh, I saw this debate and because Trump did so badly, now I'm going to vote for Biden. No, it never happens. You almost never change anybody's mind unless you debate with love. Unless you have almost like we're going to win together, like the red team approach of the military. They are trying to win a war. So they may disagree on the tactics day to day, but the strategy, we have to win this war. I love you and I want to protect you. I don't see that very many of these physicists from Kaku. I almost see it, it's embarrassing in some ways. Because they'll almost mock, with the exception of Garrett. I think Garrett's interesting, his theory is, people have a lot of issues, very technical. But Eric has taken the time to try to understand it. Eric has taken the time to understand Peter Wood's. And I don't see the same graciousness extended from them. I'm sorry.
Yes, you're right. You're right. Maybe with Eric, he wants to. He hasn't extended the same for Steve Wolfram because I think.
No, he did. No, actually, no, he did. I had a debate with them live on my show.
No, I did. I listened to it, but I just think it's outside of the toolkit that Eric is comfortable with. So it's not that he's not. But the main thing that's often absent and Eric does have is like the willingness and like not just like dismissing or mocking that he's reaching out. But okay,
I mean, what if it's not? I made a joke when they were on. It was like, how many theories of everything can there be? Highlander, there can be only one. I don't know.
But he, of course, also like the other folks who propose a theory, has an ego. He rides a dragon. The dragon represents the ego. Well, let me ask you about your friend Eric Weinstein. So he proposed initial sketches of geometric unity, which is his theory of everything. Maybe you can elucidate some aspect of it that you find interesting. But what do you think about the response he got from the scientific community?
Well, in some of the response came from people, academicians, professors. Some came from a lay audience, and some came from trained scientists who are no longer, maybe practicing in university. I thought there was a lot of vitriol, which surprised me because I look at what he's trying to do, and it was always the vitriol would always come with some element of ad hominem. And maybe that's his personality, maybe that engenders this or whatever. Maybe there is kind of just a natural tendency. I always get these emails. Professor Keating, I have a new theory. Einstein was wrong. I'm going to prove it. I'm not good at math, but if you help me, I will share my Nobel Prize with you. In fact, have you read my book? In other words, it's always taking down the dragon. It's always taking down the Kung Fu master, right? That you get the hit points from D&D. You get their hit points. You take their cards. You get their risk tokens from Kamchatka. And thinking about with Eric, it's like because what he's doing is so aspirational. It is grandiose in a good sense. What he's trying to do is construct a geometric theory of everything that has aspects of supersymmetry and stuff embedded in it. He's trying to meld that. It has very unusual features, and that it features not only multiple spatial dimensions, but multiple time dimensions. It uses new mathematical objects that he's invented. And look, I had had him on my show. I've talked with him. We've had consultations with other physicists. Where he'll come down, and I have a visitor's office, and he comes down to San Diego sometimes, and spends time there. And we talk with eminent mathematicians and physicists. Eric's been out of the academic world for a long time. And there is, as I said before, an aspect of persuasion that must take place in order to get anything through. And I think there was a slight amount of good nature, not ignorance, naivete, but just the sense that if this is right, everyone will recognize it. If you build a better mousetrap, the world will be a path to your door, as the expression goes. That's completely untrue. That doesn't even happen with mousetraps. I mean, you know how many freaking mousetrap types there are? It's like, no, they don't beat a path to your door. You have to sell that freaking thing. You have to sell it like Steve Jobs or Elon. I've had one paper, 100 papers I've published in peer-reviewed journals. I've only had one, 0.5%, published with no reference to these comments. In other words, published like dream, submitted it, published it, happened to be in a prestigious journal. I was pretty psyched about that. But you almost have to crave the response, getting it back from a journal. And I think he doesn't, first of all, he doesn't subscribe to the peer review process. He thinks that is anathema to the sciences, its best interest in public journals, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think you can have elements of peer review that are substantive and valuable. I think you have to learn from your critics. One of my conversations with John Mather, he talks about loving your critics in this book, but not being so open to their criticism that the criticism goes to your heart, and not being so open to their compliments that their compliments go to your head. It's a very tough scylla and charybdis to walk.
Well, there's something, I mean, I want to be careful here because I'd like to talk to Eric about this directly, but I'll just, from a perspective of a friend, want to ask about the drug of fame. So there's also the public perception of the battles of physics. And so there's a very narrow community, but then there's the way that's perceived, the exploration of ideas is perceived by the public. And so there is a certain drug to the excitement that the public can show when they sense that you have something big. And that in itself might become the thing that gives you pleasure. And I think that with theories of everything, or with any kind of super ambitious project, this is taking us back to when you were ambitious about trying to understand the origins of the universe. If you convince yourself that you have an intuition about the origins of the universe, and you have a platform like you do now, where you start to communicate your intuitions, it's hazy, like all the science is still unsure. But you have a sense. I mean, perhaps you don't have that as much of it as an experimentalist, because you always kind of start going, okay, how can I build a device to see through the fog? But if you're more like a theoretician who kind of works in the realm of ideas and the realm of intuitions, it is also a source of pleasure. You mentioned dopamine, a source of dopamine that you can communicate to others, that you're really excited by the possibility of solving the deepest mysteries of the universe. So there's some aspect to which you want to be a Grigori Grisha Perlman and go into the hole and get the work done and shut the hell up about speak about myself, about, talking about the dream and planning and exploring how great it will be if my intuition turns out to be correct. Right. If the sketches I have turn out to actually build the bridge that takes us to a whole new place. As a friend, or a friend of, or my friend, what kind of advice do you give? What is your role? Is it to be a supporter, given that he has many critics? Or is it to be in private, a critic? Like a lot of my friends will say, hey, shut the hell up. Just get it done.
Well, first of all, I want to ask you a question I've asked him. And it comes from Animal Farm.
Probably my favorite book, yeah.
So you remember Benjamin the donkey? And he's talking to the pig. Anyway, the pig says to him, you got this long, lustrous, beautiful tail. You're so lucky. I got this short, curly, little squiggly thing that does jack squat. Tell me, how does it feel to have such a lustrous tail? And Benjamin says, well, the good Lord He gave me a tail to swallow the flies. But you know what? I'd rather not have the tail if I didn't have the flies. So I ask you, as I've asked Eric, is it worth it? You know, you've got these beautiful tails, but there are flies. I'm not saying in a negative way. I'm just saying you get unwanted distractions, dopamine. You know, kind of the highlight, the spotlight effect is obviously allowing you to do things that you could never do alone. And I think, well, first of all, I'd love to know how you answer that because that's something I don't feel I can relate to myself.
Well, this has to do with more like platform stuff.
Yeah, scale.
Oh, that has very little effect on me. I enjoy it. I enjoy meeting new people, but that has nothing to do with what. That has no effect on me. I'm somebody that enjoys the act itself. So this conversation, the reason I'm doing this podcast with you today, it is because it allows me to trick you into talking to me for a long period of time. I don't care about platform. I assume nobody listens. It really doesn't matter.
Yeah, if you got it right. My whole test of it was a good podcast. How do you know? Like, podcasts been around, 12 years? How do we know as podcasters we're doing a good job? Like, sometimes someone say, that was the best interview I ever had. That wasn't But if you realize that you forgot to put the SD card in that little guy and the Zoom didn't work, would you do it again? And I think if you say yes to that, that's good.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. So in that space, yeah, all of it is worth it.
Yeah.
But the dream, the I'm more referring to the psychological effects. Forget the platform, forget all of that. You know, I maybe shouldn't even brought up the platform because it really has to do even in your own private mind, which is what I'm struggling with. I enjoy the planning, the dreaming, the mistake case so much that I often don't take projects to completion. This is psychological effect that I'm sure basically every engineer, everybody that does anything goes through. I just, in this case in particular, I think it also applies. And I wonder, as a friend, what is the point?
So yeah, that effect has been documented everything from planning telescopes to diet. So there's a tiny bit of dopamine that you get visualizing how you're going to feel. Losing 5 pounds. I said, I'm going to lose 5 pounds, and I'm going to be able to run a minute faster. So there's a part of me when I'm planning the diet and the meals and the exercise that I get a little bit of that thrill, and that actually saps a little bit of my willpower to actually complete the task that will take me to that goal. So that's a documented effect, and that happens in project planning and project management. It's a very, very important thing to guard against as a manager of a big project. With Eric, it's interesting because with him, first of all, we relate extremely well, in friendship level, and very close. He does remind me a lot of my father, and I called him that, just as a mathematician, as a big thinker, as in his case, as a father, the father kind of figure that I didn't have in a sense, but that he is a true lover of life. He knows he's got a huge platform. He knows he gets a lot of attention for what he does. And I jokingly say, well, it's one thing. Like, how do you know, Lex, that someone's an expert? Experts. There's a good rule Ray Dalio writes about in Principles. He says an expert is someone who's done something 3 times successfully. Like, you can do something correctly once, you can do something correctly. It's very hard to pull off 3 projects, 3 telescopes, 3 whatever, right? So look for that. It's arbitrary. It could be 4, it could be 2, right? But the point is, look at Eric. So how many things has he contributed to and made, pretty substantive kind of paradigm shifts for different people? I would say he's been right many times. Does that mean he's infallible, that he's ineffable? No, of course not. For me, so what I'm saying is I get a little bit of the joy of kind of learning something purely as a scientist, something completely outside of what I do, mathematics, gauge theory, the kind of very advanced geometry, topology that he's interested in. But every now and then, I will sneak in that I want, I've told him, I'm going to turn your son into an experimentalist despite you. He is not going to be a theater. Zeb is not going to be a theater. He is working with me. He is learning from me. We're trying to get him into he wants to bypass all of the kind of nonsense of undergraduate, go straight to graduate school. And I've tried to encourage him that maybe he can do it, maybe he can't, but there's no other way to try. And so I prepared a whole curriculum for Zeb to basically bypass all of undergraduate. And to his credit, he's done all the credit. He's learned it to a level that matches many of
Okay, hold on a second. I have to push back, and this is me saying it. And, I'm sure I'll talk to Eric about this. But to say, you say that Eric's done was right on multiple things. I think Eric has a great, deep insight about human nature and how societies work, and he says a lot of wise words on that work. But I think if we're talking about experts, you kind of have to prove, it's like Michael Jordan playing baseball. Like, he's proved it many times that he can play basketball, but he's also got to prove that he can play baseball. And I would say the whole point of radical ideas is you're not. It's very hard to be sitting on a track record. When you're swinging for the fences, always there's not a track record to sit on. And like Max Tegmark is an example of somebody who has a huge track record of more like acceptable stuff, but he also keeps swinging for the fences in every other world. So he has that track record.
Yeah.
With Eric, if you look at just the number of publications, all this stuff, he chose not to travel the academic process. There's no proof of expertise except sort of an obvious linguistic demonstration of brilliance. But that's not how physics works, right?
There's a polite way to damn somebody as a scientist and say he or she they really know the history. like physicists always love it. Like Sean Carroll always jokes about it. Like physicists should never talk about history of physics. But it's more than that. So Eric has certainly contributed in finance specifically, and gauge theory and economics, and inflation dynamics, and non-technological.
Hold on. That's yet to be proven. He has a lot of powerful
theories. He has a gauge model for currency exchanges between different nations that is explanatory. It's not. Is this something? In other words, it's a model and it's used for pedagogical purposes.
And it might be. Okay.
It's unique to him. It's him and Pia.
Yes. Yeah. It might be a powerful model. It might be one that actually deserves huge amount of applause, celebration, but does not yet receive that. And that's one of the things that Eric talks about. It has not received the attention it deserves. But it has not yet received the attention it deserves. And so, like, the no proven expertise thing, there's a lot of people that go to their grave without the recognition they deserve. And it's a tragedy. But the fact is, like, you have to fight for that recognition. The tragedy happens for a reason. You can't just say this person is obviously brilliant and therefore they deserve the credit in every single domain. It doesn't like transfer immediately. There's nobody that's, well, at least I would argue, Eric is one of the special minds in our generation. But you still have to fight the fight of physics and prove it within the community. And I think the same applies in economics. You can't. As somebody that I've gone through the academic journey, just like you said, the peer review, all of those things, flawed as they are, that's the part of the process. You have to convince your peers, the people that are as obsessed for whatever the hell reason about that particular thing that you're working on. Yes, there's egos. Yes, there's politics. It's a giant mess. I think it's a beautiful mess through which you have to go through in order to reveal the power of your idea to yourself and to the world.
Let me use an example. So you know James Clerk Maxwell, and he invented the laws of electromagnetism, which is the first example of a unification principle ever displayed by the human mind in history. Purely mathematics, unifying completely disparate phenomena. In one case, electricity, charges, static electricity, lightning, and the other magnets, bar magnets, currents, etc. Unifying. You know what he did? I like to do a thought experiment. So imagine Twitter exists 1864. Maxwell's working away, and he goes, I have this wonderful idea of fluxions and inductive virtue and blah, blah, blah. and it revolves on this thing called an ether. And by the way, there are these little vortices and gears, and the gears have these planetary things, and they suck up vortices, and the vortices determine the density of the electromagnetic. You know, this guy's a freaking moron. And what would you do? Come on, honestly, you would say everything this guy does. I mean, he's got this idiotic idea, and it would be falsified a couple of decades later by Michelson and Moore. And in so doing, you would have thrown out a very beautiful baby with benefit. Imagine Twitter. Imagine the tweet storm. You know, Clerk Maxwell at Clerk Maxwell one would get. It would be brutal, right? And to the detriment. And that might even set back history. Imagine Yang Mills doing the same thing. Churn signs. And all these things are very fantastic. But why less? Why does Ed Witt? Why does Juan Aldersane? Ron Guest, brilliant guy, I love him. He is the reason that Stephen Hawking conceded his black hole information paradox loss issue. What did he concede? He conceded based upon Aldersane's calculation in ADS-CFT and five-dimensional wormholes. But is any of that? First of all, we don't live in an ADS universe. Second of all, we don't know if wormholes are traversable, if they exist even. You know, these are devices. Kip Thorne is popularized with movies. Like, to say that this is something on which I will concede a bet. Now, obviously, Hawking's why does Aldersane? And he's got a pretty high H index, pretty well-respected guy at IAS. Love talking to him, brilliant guy. By the way, also had made use of Eric Appiah's work in gauge theory and economics originally, and won, I believe, the breakthrough prize. I can't remember exactly what, but partially, credit some of the work that he did, which appears there's a footnote to Pia Milani's thesis and some conversation with Eric, I think, in it. Anyway, getting back to that, why is there not the same skepticism? Is it because Aldersane, who's an eminent physicist, obviously, has published, realistic work and done and stuff? What about Whitney? Whitney gets a pass. I mean, if you
Whitney gets a pass on his chest, but the string theory.
Well, yeah, the M theory is correct. I mean, let me just say, Hawking got killed. Hawking would say things like M theory. There's zero evidence for it. I mean, there's the famous meme that went around this weekend. Like, what does string theory predict? And it's nothing. And by the way, that's actually wrong. Kamran says that string theory does make predictions. It predicts the mass of the electron lies between 10 to the minus 1 Planck mass and 10 to the minus 30. Whatever, electron. It's a huge range. Imagine Kamran comes up, and again, he's just some nobody, but he actually, he doesn't have a profile, he's not at Harvard, has zero H index or whatever Eric says. Why do we not in other words, why are we more harsh on people that are trying?
The answer to that. So I get a million emails, just like you said, you yourself, where they prove in my world is artificial intelligence. The equivalence of that is I figured out how to build consciousness, how to engineer intelligence, how to
you should send your emails to me. I'll send my emails.
And we'll reply to. I mean, I don't want to sort of mock this because I think it's very possible that there is either kernels of interesting ideas or in the whole, there is geniuses out there that are unheard, but because there's so much noise, you do have to weigh higher the Ed Wittens of the world when they make statements, and that's why you build up a track record. And as you said with Ray Dalio, you have to show that you can, if you're Pollock and you show us a painting of a bunch of you have to. This is a bad example, probably, because he probably never showed this. But he could, right? Yeah. It's much more comforting to see that they can paint a good, accurate picture of still life of an apple on the table. So there's.
You're right.
Because then, there's something about the scientific community that they have perhaps an oversensitive bullshit sensor, to where they're not going to give the full effort of their attention if you don't have a track record. Now, you could say that's a kind of club that only you have to have tenure, you have to have this. Yes, that exists, but there's some aspect in which you have to play the game a little bit to get the machine of science going. Otherwise, if you're always saying, well, I have my ball and I don't want to play your game sucks, then nobody's going to want to play with you.
That's true. And all this is an underlying greatness. Look, how could you talk about doing what Kaku said on here and elsewhere? we're looking for the umbilical cord that connects our universe to another universe that will then reveal in a 1-inch equation that will surely revolutionize the mind of God.
That's like a prerequisite, I guess, to tackle these questions.
I think it's detrimental. I think doing that, first of all, I think there's an element of almost snarkiness because none of these scientists are believing, Gnostics. They're not theists, right? So they're using it as kind of a stand-in. And they always talk about Einstein, and he was like a Spinozan, and he wasn't a theist.
God doesn't play that.
God doesn't play that.
Einstein's mentions of God,
Yeah, and then Stephen Hawking says that when we come get M theory understood, we'll know the mind of God. That's the title of Kaku's book, The God Particle, The God Equation. Do any of them really believe in God? No. Is that a prerequisite? No, not. But the point being, you're talking about something that has to do with God, right? I mean, where else do you go from there? I mean, I think God for now enjoys a little bit more, kind of PR than Elon or Joe or whatever, right? So like, it's, God's got a pretty good, H index and stuff.
He has by the way, a Twitter account, just so you know, it's pretty good.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
So if you look at that, you have to go in there again. You have to go in subscribe. You have to have a little bit of arrogance, but you should, I agree, mix with a little bit of humor. So he's doing something. He comes from outside of academia. Now, if he rails against, if he's just railing, the system, and I'm not going to publish this F that, and that's only created by greedy journalists, I don't think he's doing himself a favor. On the other hand, if he's shopping it, if he's talking it, if he's willing to expose it to criticism, and to even embrace people who may not have the purest intentions, perhaps, but in the sense of like they're not arguing solely to get to the truth with a capital T. What they're trying to do is take down air. Hopefully those people aren't out there. But on the other hand, looking at what Eric does for other people, looking at the fact that he has courtesy, he will look at Wolfram, he will look at Lacey, who's one of his closest friends. I mean, he calls him his Nemesis, right. I think that's interesting that they're loving friends.
I really enjoyed that Portal conversation between Gary Lacey. Eric is torn about that conversation because of the nemesis of the beautiful dance of minds playing these ideas and theories and everything.
Some of these things, so fundamentally, now I may disagree with him, Eric, on a different aspect, which is the only one I'm capable of. But let me say one thing, which is experimental. But let me say one thing. I understand probably a third of what Eric's talking about, which is I understand, DR, I understand mathematics, I understand some group theory, fiber bond. I can get a little of it, gauge theory. But I also understand what I don't understand. And I understand that there are people like Whitney, Nima, other people that can understand it. And they're not trying to understand. Sabina, she can understand. She makes all these, I don't understand it, I don't want to understand it. I don't have time. And then she makes a music video, kind of mocking Eric and Steven and Garrett. I'm like, you have a time? And I love Sabina. And I actually promoted my show on her. And I love her. She's doing a wonderful job. But you have a video that you said yourself takes 8 weeks to produce from start to finish. And you couldn't spend, 30 minutes, 2 hours. I had Brian Keating up there as an experimental cosmologist. And I have enough to say, this is interesting. It's a fascinating project. And actually, I shouldn't say that there are no people. There are very serious. Louis Alvarez Gomez at Stony Brook Science Center for Physics. So he and I are running this seminar. Hopefully this summer, we're going to reenact the famous Shelter Island conferences in 1900, where Feynman got together and they calculated the Lamb shift. But what did that feature? The harmony, the resonant minds behind the best experimentalists in cosmology, particle physics. Condensed matter physics is now teaching us tremendous things about lower dimensional systems that can be applied. Theorists and experimentalists, observers, cosmologists, we all will get together, and we're just going to do it out of a spirit of love. But if it's just like, this guy's love a lot, I don't have time for that. I really don't. I don't think it's an interesting way to spend it.
There's an aspect that I hope to see, and it goes back to our sort of discussion about Joe Rogan. I do hope to see sort of love and humility in the presentation. Let go of this kind of fear of your ideas being stolen and the ego that's inherent to the scientific pursuit. And now that everybody's established and known entities, let go of that a little bit so we can explore and celebrate ideas. I would love to see more of that. Just because you're saying, especially with these big ideas and theories and everything.
I mean, this isn't talking tales out of school, but I mean, he he has made claims that I fundamentally disagree with, in terms of he's had this Twitter baiting, loving trolling of Elon. Why are you spending all this money to get to Mars? We should be spending money on interdimensional travel and we can unlock it. And I said to him, and he makes the point, that, the atomic theory, that unleashed the nuclear age. And that, could lead to planetary destruction. But I make the point pushing back with love on him. Look, nobody looked into the equations, Fermi didn't look into all these equations of unification, which still doesn't exist, by the way. We spend all this time, Lex, and I don't know why it is. It's a phenomenon purely and theoretical. People are looking for the toe, and they're overlooking the gut. In other words, there's been all this on the theory of everything, the God equation, and there's this gut that unifies the three stronger forces. We don't have a theory for that, and people lash out. They tried and failed at it.
Yeah, for people who don't know, there's four forces. Gut grand unification theories that unifies the three forces. Still haven't done. We're trying to get a shortcut to the theory of everything, which should unifies the four. And then there's this whole thing that maybe quantum gravity is not even a thing. So, so we're trying to solve. We're trying to solve the puzzle of everything at the physics level, and then already before solving it, already saying once we solve it, here's going to be all the beautiful.
Or just level jumping again.
Yeah,
going to level 56.
The next thing. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I suppose you need that kind of ego, that confidence, that ambition in order to even have a chance.
The only two people in this book of 9 Nobel laureates who told me they don't have the imposter syndrome were two theorists, Frank Wilczek and Sheldon Glashow. And Frank is pretty interesting, and I know eventually we'll talk about the meaning of life, but you talk about Frank. Frank invented this theory along with his advisor and another person in the early 1970s, which from 1974 when he was at Princeton, all the way up until 2004 when he won the Nobel Prize. Every day of his life, imagine this, you're going to have this startup. Sometimes you're going to win a lottery. You're going to win a lottery for 50 years. What becomes your singular focus in your life from now until the next 40 years?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, would it be winning a lottery, or if I'm so confident?
You're guaranteed to win a lottery.
Yeah.
Here's this wallet, Bitcoin wallet. It's going to guarantee to have this much money, this stable coin, whatever. You're going to win it 40, but you have to wait 40 years. To me, it would be surviving for the next 40 years. You wouldn't leave your house. You would go out in a bubble wrap hat. You wouldn't go out without 20 masks on, right? Your whole life would be consumed with. Now imagine everyone's telling you you're going to win the Nobel Prize, which is bigger than the lottery. I mean, many peak prizes are worth more than the Nobel Prize, and every person who wins a prize that's worth 3 times the money, like Nalda saying that, he would trade the breakthrough prize for a Nobel Prize in a heartbeat. So these guys had to wait 40 years. Imagine the excruciating pain. What got him through it? He didn't feel like he didn't deserve it. He felt like, hell yeah, I earned it. He has that swagger. And what I'm looking for in this asset is to try to find ways that we can test stuff now, because I don't know if we're going to be here for a year, but can we bypass? Can we get shortcuts with called the low energy regime? And to me, that's what's interesting. Like, what can we do now? I don't care. Like, Isaac Newton came up with color theory. He did something really interesting. Next time I come up, we're going to use some prisms. So what did he do? He took a white light, he took a prism from the sun, actually. Put it through a slit, put it through a prism, and it made a beautiful rainbow, like you've seen. And then he took another prism, and he put it upside down, like, dark side of the moon. And the light went through the first prism, turned into a rainbow, and then the rainbow went into a prism and came out a white light. That's pretty cool. Then he took a popsicle stick, or whatever, pipe tobacco, and he put it in the beam, like, blocked out the orange, and it didn't make white light. He showed, like, colors of synthesis. It's a comment. He didn't use, the Large Hadron Collider to do that. He used a very low energy experiment to prove a unification. It's color physics, different kind of color physics, chromodynamics. But nevertheless, can we find things like that? Are we spending way too much time and energy thinking about the future circular collider, which even if it gets built will cost $30 billion just to build? By the way, anytime from now on, if I didn't use anything, anytime an experimental physicist tells you a number, always double it, maybe triple it. How much it's going to cost to operate it? So, do we build an aircraft carrier to build an aircraft carrier? Do we build a nuclear reactor, a semiconductor facility? And the rule of thumb that works pretty well in project management is it costs about 10% per year to operate a given object of sufficient complexity. And in this case, though, in 10 years, it'll cost double the cost. So never believe a number, whether it's from our mutual friend Harry or whoever, don't believe in it, double it, and then say, is it worth it? And so building a solar system size accelerator, even if it were possible, do we have to do that? Or can we use these two 30 solar mass objects colliding together to test the number of large extraspatial dimensions? Can we do that? People are working on it. I think it's fascinating.
So focused on building detectors that, like, where the cosmos is part of the experiment, I suppose. It's doing the hard work. Because when you're saying low energy regime, because for some of these, especially big questions like theories of everything, you need some high energy events. And so somehow figure out how the high energy events that are already happening out there, how to leverage them just here on Earth.
One of the alternative theories of cosmology that is not a singular quantum gravitation requiring, as the Big Bang and inflation, are these galaxy particles. Some of them feature a similar kind of entity called the quantum field. And that quantum field, in the initial stages of the universe, of our current after the bounce, which is not a singularity, it compresses to a classical kind of rebound, and the universe starts expanding. During that process, the expansion is governed by what's called a scalar field, of which we only know one that exists. That's called the Higgs boson, the scalar fundamental particle field. That field then later does double duty, and it becomes dark energy. So it solves two problems. And I'm not saying it's correct, we don't know. But are there observations of, and so dark energy is manifest today. It's manifest in properties we see in supernova explosions, et cetera, et cetera. We see the effects of the accelerating universe caused by presumably dark energy. Is dark energy a constant, or does it vary? That has to vary in order for this theory to be true, because that energy has to decay so that the universe can not support itself and collapse again classically. So we could use low energy phenomena. It's hard to think of supernova as being a low energy phenomenon, but we use that as a tracer of the cosmic expansion field and see, does it change or is it constant? That's an example of a low energy limit to prove a high energy phenomenon like this collapsing universe in the supernova.
Speaking of things that cost a lot but are super exciting,
Page 2.
No, we'll wrap it up. There's more than page 2. What do you think this is? This is
thesis. Well, Louis de Broglie's thesis is Nobel Prize for the wave particle.
So, size matters in different dimensions in life. I think the lessons I've learned about life is the shorter the paper or the shorter the thesis. Actually, the shorter the paper. Some of the greatest papers I've ever read are short. I feel like some of the best ideas in this world, not to sound like a contradiction of Feynman, a contradiction on top of a contradiction, but it could be written on a napkin, honestly. Which is kind of what tells you something about ideas. What are your thoughts about the James Webb Space Telescope? Is this as somebody who likes telescopes, and this is one of the, I think it says, it took 20 years to build, $9.7 billion. Is that way too much, too little? Are you excited about this thing?
It's sufficiently different from what I do in my field that it's incredibly interesting to me, because it's I have no horse in that race, and so I'm not competing with them for time or money or resources or people or whatever. So I can really be an advocate and an aficionado of science. It is, in some sense, the successor to Hubble. It will do things that Hubble can't do. It will also may or may not have the impact on a visceral kind of artistic level that Hubble had. What are some of the most iconic things that Hubble did? The Hubble Ultra Deep Field, the Pillars of Creation, storms and imaging of these twisted deep sky galaxies. Those resonate with the public.
These visually beautiful.
Visually, yeah. When you look at these images, the Hubble Ultra Deep Field, you'll put that in. You'll show every speck of light except for one. 4,000 blobs of light of this one star in our galaxy. The rest are galaxies. Now that image is less than 1/10 of your fingernail held out at arm's length. That contains 4,000 galaxies. So now you can figure out how many galaxies there are in the whole sky just by seeing how long does it take you to move your fingernail over the whole sky. But no, so it comes out to be, that's how we get 500 billion or more galaxies. That's not exactly the galaxy, but it's a good order of magnitude estimate, maybe better. Hubble produced that, and it was basically serendipitous. They pointed to some dark, blank piece of sky, what they thought was blank, and they saw it. Same thing that happened with the CMB, when they were looking for something they didn't find. Same thing they found when they were looking for the deceleration of the universe and found it was accelerating. So what I sometimes hear is that we don't know what we're going to discover. I never think that's a good idea to spend billions of dollars on something. Like, you should have some guaranteed low-hanging fruit, and then there should be swinging for the fences. And I think in this case, it was really everything swinging for the fences because it's kind of a single-point failure. That telescope, which is this origami construction of 22 hexagonal panels that have to unfold properly and then orient themselves a million miles from Earth, beyond the Earth-Moon distance by a factor of 4, and still transmit telecommunication back to the Earth, get solar energy, keep it away from the sun. You don't look through the telescope of the sun, aiming good eye, and you do that, and you cover. It's going to be phenomenal. For science, for sure, if it works. There are a lot of people think, it's so risky. It's NASA sunk so much of their budget. It ate up, and what if it does fail? I mean, there's no guarantee. Yes, it's insured, but so what? You're not going to get back those 20 years of people. Well, let's start building it again. Like, they didn't build 2 copies of it.
And then if it fails, it kind of has a dampening effect on the prospects and the inspiration of the public for what science can do, what science engineering can do is out in space.
It will make a huge impact scientifically. Let's hope for the best. Let's assume it does its function in a couple of weeks. And when it does, it will transform our understanding of, we just discovered not only like extrasolar planets that have moons on them, an asteroid belt. We discovered an extrasolar planet in another galaxy. This will be able to see crazy stuff like that, spectroscopy, imaging. But it'll be able to go back farther in time, such that we will be doing cosmology. Like Hubble did some cosmology. It measured the Hubble constant. That was its key project. It was designed to launch. But because it is an optical telescope, it's sensitive to more close-in redshifts, so shorter distances. Now, James Webb is much, much higher redshift. It can probe the darker, deeper, distant universe.
Okay, let's talk about not the distant universe, but our great planets. First, I got to ask you about the moon. So there's a piece of the moon in this table that you've given me that we didn't have to pick up, that arrived here. So how did a piece of the moon arrive here on Earth?
So this chunk of the moon, if it were delivered by the Apollo and NASA missions, you and I would be guilty of a felony because of illegal felony. The moon collected by the Apollo astronauts. So don't even joke about that when you go over to Houston. This piece of moon rock was delivered via the old-fashioned way, by gravity. So this was a chunk of the moon, which is blasted off because the moon gets bombarded by asteroids and meteoroids. Some of them eject material from the surface of the moon into space. And it will then orbit the common moon-Earth system, and it will then eventually enter our atmosphere. And if the piece is large enough and the trajectory is proper, it can land intact. And this one landed a few 100 grams worth, and they sliced it up. And then it was delivered via U.S. Postal Service. So you can buy these pieces. And actually, you can buy a piece of Mars. You can buy a piece of Mars delivered by the same route. Now, what's so interesting about that? Well, if a piece of Mars can get here, a piece of Earth can get there, a piece of Earth has some life forms on it, it can get there, and if that can happen in our solar system, it can happen throughout the galaxy. So I'm actually not of the opinion that there is life elsewhere in the universe, at least technological life that we can see. I see this with horror. I view it. I am personally extremely pessimistic. I'd be extremely surprised.
I'm curious by the transition, because you just said that life could have arrived from Mars, or like from planet to planet, but because of the meteorite striking it, thought.
Yeah.
And then you went to, you don't think that there might be life out there in the universe. Technological life.
Yeah.
Advanced intelligent civilizations. Okay. Okay. So go on.
Yeah. So that's a generalization of what famous astronomer Fred Hoyle called, I know this is a PG-13 project, it's called panspermia. Panspermia. And
beat that up.
Yeah, and that's the exchange of genetic life form material from other reaches on Earth, which explains the origin of life on Earth, but not the origin of life, which I think is a much grander mystery. How did life get here? And we talked with many people about that. Like I didn't have that much, but just thinking about the reverse process. Let's say life started on Earth somehow, and then made its way out into the universe. Is there enough time for the whatever material went from Earth via panspermic direction, spraying the love gun? Did that then have enough time to incubate and go onto a planet that could support it? Certainly not within our solar system, which traveling at the meteorite speed would require hundreds of millions of years. Then looking at the evolutionary history from bacteria to Bach, from rocks to Rachmaninoff.
Oh wow, that's pretty good.
How do you get from those very simple inanimate objects to life? I just simply think it's not time for Earth to seed life, technological life.
But so you really think that the origin of life on Earth is a really special event?
Yeah, if it did originate on Earth. My question for those that search for life outside the Earth is, what if you had a letter from God? And the letter said, life didn't originate on Earth. Like, would you choose a different profession? Like, it would seem hopeless. Like, in other words, we only have a sample of one. In fact, we only know one conscious life form that has life. What if you knew for sure it didn't start here? That means that, there's almost nothing about Earth that is originated. It didn't originate the life process. So it's purely the origin of life, not life itself. But how can we learn about, the origin of remember, you have to go from inanimate object to living object, whatever that definition of life is. I'm not an expert in many definitions, Max, Sarah, many different definitions. But how do you actually go from inanimate to animate? It's a huge question.
Yeah, but then you don't have to be the place where life originated to replicate the origin or to that's one way to understand something is to build it. But another way is to just observe it. You don't have to truly re-engineer from scratch. So but then yes, if it didn't originate on Earth, then your intuitions about the basic prerequisites of life are off.
What's the governing principle?
Right. What is? You can have just an arbitrary number of possible. Like, if life didn't start on Earth, to me that's exciting because it's like we know even less than we thought. The thing is, it can prosper on Earth, though.
Yeah.
So maybe the origin of life is fundamentally different from the maintenance of life.
Right. And maybe the existence of the Earth life symbiosis is critical. I think Sarah, when you talked about Sarah Walker, that it's a planetary phenomenon, et cetera, et cetera. So doesn't that make it less like? In other words, not only do you need special life conditions to create life, but then it's the sustenance of life, as you say, that also has to be maintained under very specific circumstances by very specific planets, to a very specific tectonic activity of the moon. And by the way, you need a Jupiter nearby, you need an Earth and a moon system so that you don't get bombarded too early. And I always think like this, like technological life. I haven't said this before. I usually like to write down before I speak. But one of the things I thought about.
Somebody hosts a podcast. You should probably accept the fact that you're going to say stupid things every once in a while.
Not every once in a while. Every while. I claim that, to get to sending, people to the moon, our planet needed whales and dinosaurs, right? Like, you don't make a solar panel from another solar panel. Like, you made a solar panel from a factory that melted down glass, silica, aluminum, extruded that using fossil fuels. Where do those fossil fuels come from? Like, so any civilization that's going to be a Dyson, Kardashev, did they have dinosaurs? Like, did they have prebiotic life? Did they have a great oxygenation event? Did they have a dimorphism between prokaryotic, eukaryotic? All those hurdles. Let's say give each one. Let's say there's 8 hurdles, and each one of those has a probability of 1 in 1,000 to go from eukaryotic, prokaryotic. Let's say there's a 1 in 1,000 chance. I think it's like a 1 in 10 to the 40th or whatever if you really do it. But let's say it's for generous nature, 1 in 10 to the 3. Let's say there's 8 of those hurdles. You got 10 to the 24th power, different possibility, and that's just with 8. Like, Moon has to be there, Jupiter has to be there, dinosaurs have to be there, all the different things that we have to get to technological. There's only 10 to the 12. There's 10 to the 22nd, we think, planets in the observable universe, not the galaxy. So that's 100 times fewer than the probability to get 100% clearing these 8 very low hurdles of 100.
It's fascinating because now I really need to listen to your conversation with you, Crow, and I believe that because he believes the opposite.
Yes, I know. Yeah, I want to have a debate.
He believes that the way biology evolved on Earth could have evolved almost an infinite number of other ways. So, like, if you ran Earth over and over and over, you would keep getting life, and it would be very different. So, the fact that our particular life seems unique is just like, well, because every freaking life is going to seem unique, but, it'll be different. It's not like we shouldn't be asking the question of what's the likelihood of getting a human-like thing? Because that seems to be super special. It's more like, how easy is it to make anything that has the skills of a human? And I don't mean like something with thumbs, but achieving basically a technological civilization. And according to me, at least, it's like it's trivial.
I know I fought a little bit. I'd love to debate him. I think it'd be a lot of fun because we debate with love. I probably I love him. But let me ask you a question. I asked this of him and Sarah. So, what do you think would happen the next day? Let's say we discovered life. Proxima Centauri B. It's looks just like slime mold, like you get on the Greek cheese or whatever. We discover it. What would happen the next day? And they were like, "Oh, it's transformative." And I'm not trying to be like total Cassandra, but I said I don't think anything would happen. What are you talking about? Transformation. I'm like, I stipulate that life exists. Go down to like the river, I'm in San Diego. Go down to the Pacific Ocean, scoop up a glass, you're gonna find life in there. And what are we doing? What are we doing to our Earth? We're destroying it, callously. We're like pumping crap into there. Like we had this toxic waste spill a couple months ago in San Diego. I couldn't go to the beach. Let me take it a step further. You know how many people? I'm sorry, you do know, but how many people died in the 20th century? These are advanced civilizations. This isn't slime mold. We kill, we name, we harm, we hurt, we hate. I don't think anything would happen the next day. We go back to what we had. And I said, if that weren't proof enough, life has been discovered at least 2 or 3 times just in my professional career. Once in 1996, these Allen Land Hills meteorites in Antarctica that started like microbial respiration processes. Still, we don't know. It was a press conference held by Bill Clinton on the White House lawn that's featured in the movie Contact. Repurposed for that movie, and then there's this this phosphorus life, this toxic life in the pools of Mono Lake, and extremophile. We continue to. So why are we thinking that like our salvation? From whence will our salvation come? Like it's not going to change how we are. It's not going to magnify how I treat you or you treat me, and we're pretty knowledgeable people. Maybe.
Okay, that's interesting. That's a really interesting argument. I wonder if you're right, but my intuition is I can maybe present a different argument that you can think about in the realm of things you care about even deeper, which is like what happens once we figure out that we're just in the universe. How will that change life? I would say there are certain discoveries that even in their very idea will change the fabric of society. I tend to see if there's definitive proof that there is life, and the more complex, the more powerful that idea is. And elsewhere, that I'm not exactly sure how it will change society, because it's such a slap in the face. It's such a humbling force. Or maybe not. Or maybe it's a motivator to say, I don't know which force will take over. Maybe it'll be governments, military. Start to think like, well, how do we kill it? If there's a lot of life out there, how do we create the defenses?
How do we extract it, or
mine it for benefits?
I mean, I just think like there's 100 million little counterexamples of that. I mean, I know there's like 700 million kids in poverty. Like, how do we go about our life? Just not do it. I mean, I put it aside. I eat hamburgers. 100 years I'll be canceled for being carnivore or whatever. But so obviously to get through life, you have to make certain compromises. You're not going to think about certain things. But I just think it is a sort of wish fulfillment. Like every time there's water, why are we going to Mars and digging and flying this cool ass helicopter? We're looking for water. Like stipulate that water was there. Like I believe there was water. I think we should investigate and see what the geology was like.
But don't you think? So you're saying?
I don't think you're going to get meaning from it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not worth doing. I'm just saying there's a wish fulfillment aspect that people will find meaning for life from science.
Okay, but there's a complicated line here. What if it's this intelligent civilization living, obviously probably not on Mars, but somewhere like in a neighboring galaxy that we are, sorry, in the neighboring star system that we discover. Don't you think that profound meaning?
I mean, I guess I assume that because of this panspermic process or whatever, that the probability is much, much greater than zero. I mean, it's not 100%, but it's much likelier than not that at least some living material from Earth has ejaculated itself into the solar system, into the universe, right? To our
Beats that. That's well.
That's right. So I like the fact that that could happen, and that you're holding a piece, from a planetary body, and one that couldn't support life, as far as we know. But that could keep next time if you play nice and you come on my podcast, and I will give you a tiny chunk of Mars. So Mars theoretically could support stuff, right? So yeah, so I believe that there could be remnants of Earth in this. So that means there could be evolution. I don't think there's any chance that there's like people using iPhones and having podcasts and stuff.
No, there's some chance though, right? So
again,
it's.
I think the the simple safe statement to say it's much, much, much higher probability that life exists than technological life. Right? I don't think we can argue that. It doesn't mean it's forbidden. Again, I'm not saying any of this is forbidden, not worth studying, not interesting.
It's a likelihood.
Yeah, and to answer I think you're wise to push back. And like, what does it matter what I'm doing? And I like to think about that, because it's like, what is the value of what you're doing? Like, you have to answer that question, or else at the end of your life, you'll have these existential, kind of crises, right? So when I think about like who I am, part of my identity is answering and asking scientific questions. For me, though, there is a religious kind of undercurrent that does undergird, in some sense, this quest. Again, I'm not like a practicing, I'm not like, like I'm not like full on into my birth religion, Judaism. But at the same token, I think one of the things Einstein did say is that religion without science is blind or is lame, and science without religion is lame, it's blind and lame. Anyway, so, you can't get meaning, from just knowing facts. Like Wikipedia knows more than all of us will ever know, right? It has no wisdom. Wisdom, it means sapient. Wisdom in Latin is sapient. We are wise. And by the way, what our real name is Homo sapiens sapient. So it's man who knows that he knows. Do you know what he knows? Do you know what the knowing thing is? It's that he's going to die. We're the only creatures that know that we are going to die. We don't know when we're going to die. But I have a cat. A fierce attack cat. It's beautiful. She doesn't know she's going to die. Doesn't mean I'm more valuable.
The survival instinct is fundamentally different from like the knowledge of death, and that's where the specter comes in with the terror of death. And like that's a creative force that seems to be more feature than bug. The human condition is that it needs a gift of knowing our own mortality. To me, I mean that's why. I agree with you in some sense in terms of the aliens not being a thing that solves all mysteries. That's why my love has always been the human mind, so understanding who we are, what the hell are we, and I think your love has been an echo of that, which is where did we come from? Basically, as cheesy as it sounds, Michio Kaku is a word. If you could just like enjoy the,
he speaks in complete. He's like Sam Harris of Cosmo. He speaks in complete paragraphs,
but like also unapologetically, he says, we will know God, or we will know the mind of God, or whatever they call those kinds of things. That's exciting. physics might be able to find equations that unlock our origins at the very core, and like the fabric of it all too, and not just our origins. What's up? What's at the beginning. Something tells me we're too dumb to truly understand what's at the beginning. But
I think we should be humble in that way. I mean, again, another thing is, you ever hear the saying, like, we share 99% of our DNA with chimps or bonobos or whatever? I share, like, probably more than that. Sometimes I wish we shared 100%. Like, that would be so much more interesting. Like, there's 50% of a fruit fly or banana. Like, no. There's something, but that should make us feel more precious. And I almost feel like discovering life on another planet, whatever solar system, would cause a diminution of humanity. Like, the one thing I do hold fast to from religion, I don't know where I am with God. Like, do I believe in God? I think that's an unanswerable question. But I have some thoughts about it. But by the same token, I think the one thing I do get from religion is that every human has infinite worth, because we are, in religious capacity, considered to be equal to God. In other words, we are gods, not to be like, but we can contemplate what God did. We have aspects of God. We have free will. God had free will. If he exists, again, I can't prove that God exists. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any credit for believing.
This is interesting. I mean, it's like I'm talking to Einstein here, but let me ask him anyway.
Can you clip that for my clips, Joe?
For somebody who's looking at the young universe, at the early universe, and are talking about God and are agnostic, who do you think is God?
So I thought you had just like one of the best podcasts with Sam Harris this past summer. And one of the things I liked about that conversation is he talked a lot about happiness and meditation. And he said something that's really resonated with me, and I'm working around it, trying to work on it. He said, like, you can never be happy. You can only become happy. And I'll try to take it a little bit further than that, because I think it's interesting. Like, meditation is like, you're not like, oh, I'm happy, and now, like, oh, my kid came in, now I'm not happy. Like, no, like, you can be satisfied. Kurt Vonnegut said, like, you ever catch this sometimes, like, so you're like walking around, like, life is freaking amazing, like, I'm happy. And Kurt Vonnegut said, you should say to yourself every time that happens, like a little mantra, like, if this isn't goodness, if this isn't happiness, nothing is. Just remind yourself how awesome it is, every breath, everything that you do, when you make an impact, even some of the bad stuff that happens. Good. So Sam said that, and it made me think, because I was like, well, what does it really mean to be happy? Because, like, I can think of about 2 or 3 ways that right now I could double my happiness. Like with lottery or whatever, like, I could double my happiness. There's only a few ways, right? Like, I had this kind of thought, like, how many boats can you water ski on? Like, you had twice as many followers, now you've got 2 million followers, 5 million, whatever. It doesn't do anything. It's called the hedonic treadmill. Like, once you get to a certain level, it takes a lot more, change, followers, money, impact, women, whatever you want to make you have one more quanta of happiness. On the other hand, this is a concept from entropy. I can make your life miserable in an infinite number of ways. In other words, there's more space to make your life unhappy and happy. And so I thought about that in the context of what Sam said about happiness. So it's sort of like, it's an expression of entropy. And that what you should be doing is doing that which will cause you devastation if it goes away. Because those are the things that, like, are where you're reducing entropy. Like a kid, like anyone who's a parent knows instantly what I'm talking about. Like, how to make your life a billion times worse. But there's no way to make your life a billion times better. And so, thinking about that, now turning to the question of God's existence, I feel like there's no way that you can believe in God, to misquote Sam, but there's ways that you can become a believer in God. In other words, you can increase the Bayesian confidence level that there is some, and let's not call it God because it's a freighted term. Let's just call it some infinite source of goodness or beautiful power, right? Simple things can do that. You can increase your credulity in the goodness of life. And we have this bias as humans towards negativity bias. Well known fact. So what I want to do is it's called God good, right? That's where it comes from. God good. Same words in German. And when we think about what is good, let's do those things that would devastate us. And a lot of that could be relationships. And there's a powerful concept from network theory, which is that the number of connections in a network, I'm just saying, it grows as the square of the elements in the matrix. Number, right? So you think of a matrix with n people, person 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there's 4 other people. There's 16 different pairs, but half of them overlap. The diagonals where you know each other, you know yourself. But that still grows as n squared. So those connections increase and decrease, right? You ever have 2 friends that are fighting, and you're kind of upset, even though you're not fighting with either one of them. So a network grows like that. So you want to increase your network as much as possible, but only the kind of high quality interstices. And I think in doing so, you make yourself fragile, not anti-fragile. And I think that is where purpose and maybe approaching some extra God.
That is a source of meaning, maximizing goodness in life, and the way you know it's good is if it's taken away or devastated. That's one point.
Think about your brand, your business, your spouse, your kids. I mean, parents can't count that. I've known parents that have Jim Simons, here's a perfect example. He's one of my oldest friends and mentors. He is one of the richest people in the Gulfstream, mega young. This is all documented. He lost 2 sons as adults. And I hear people say, "Oh, I'm so jealous of Jim Simons." Would you take everything? I don't know where he has that from. And his wife now, his first wife, I'm not like that. Some people are. There are angels that walk among them, and there's this famous prayer. It's like, God, there's an old saying, one of the hardest tests that there are in life is to be given a lot of money. And you see it happens with lawyers, people in the lottery or whatever, or NFL football players after their career's over, they're broke. God, please test me with money. But in reality, you should never say I want what X person has, unless you want to take everything, and you'll find you won't want
to take everything. Yeah, I think a lot about the altering effects of fame with money and power on people. It blinds people, and I wonder about that for myself because it seems like in themselves these are definitely not the goals I'm pretty much afraid. I'm not desirous, and I'm definitely afraid of each of those things: money, fame, power. But it seems the dreams I have as consequences can often have these things. And I'm really afraid of becoming something that would disappoint me when I was younger, that I wouldn't recognize. Because change happens gradually.
But are you using yourself as the touchstone to use the answer? What is your rubric to apprise if you have lived up to that 12-year-old, whatever you flex? How will you know or not know if you've let yourself down? Or, I always think, live to impress yourself. I don't care if I have fun. It's nice or whatever, but it's hedonic and it's just never ending because you'll always see the next level. But I think it's pretty damn cool that I've gotten to go to these places, the South Pole, and I've done these things, and I've made a family, and I'm able to teleport my values into the future through my children, and I've had ideological children. So by what measure, have you not already A, impressed yourself, and B, could you let yourself down? I don't want to turn to a therapist.
I should think some of it is psychology. For me, I'm very much just never highly self-critical. I'm never happy with what I've done, but I'm always happy in the way that you describe, which is that the Vonnegut thing, where you just often during the day will feel, I don't know, I just remember just eating beef jerky and being truly happy. That was just last night, and I have that all the time, and that to me is why, that feels to me like a healthy way to live life, and at least for me, it's the way I really enjoy it. A lot of people tell me that maybe being so self-critical, so hard on yourself, It's not a good way to go. But more and more as I get older, I realize this is just who I am. I get to a certain point, accept this is how I'm always going to be this self-critical.
It's like, okay, well, cool, don't, right? You know thyself. But I want to leave you with one last thing, which is to say, just on this topic, it could be different, right? We could go down to the ocean and get some krill instead of the 7-Eleven. It could be that we have no other taste buds. And Eric's talking the 4 dimensions of the vibration of your tongue, right? It could be like there's one, and it's just like not Memphis barbecue, whatever you like in your Slim Jim. It could be something. It could be very boring. Similar. What if that's a clue? What if that's giving us evidence? Here's another clue. There are many animals. Most animals have single monocolor vision. They only see in black and white intensely. They only have rods and no cones. We could be like that, but we're not. Why is that not a clue? God's not gonna hit you over the head and say here I am, because then everybody would believe it. And there's very simplistic. I've had debates even with famous atheists like Lawrence Krauss. He's self-declared militant atheist. And I was like, well, I don't believe in the same God you don't believe in. Some guy in a white beard in a chair. That's infantile. I gave that away at home. But what if there are clues? What if Yang Mills theory and Maxwell's equation? What if those are beautiful? Have you ever seen expressed in tensor notation, Einstein's equations, or Maxwell's equations, and then Maxwell's equations riding on Einstein's? It's unbelievably beautiful. It doesn't have to be that way. That we can comprehend it. That's a crack. Maybe that's where the light gets in. And the light is what reveals what's beautiful. So I don't believe in God. I think that's a stupid notion. Do I believe in God? Sometimes I wonder if God believes in me. More than if I believe in he needs Brian Keating. What would It's one of my friends in Rabbi said, what would I be doing if I were God? Exactly what God's doing right now. I don't want to God.
We're leaving clues of beauty for these perilous apes.
Yeah.
And to see what they do with this, and marvel at both the tragedy of what those apes do to each other, and the rare moments of when they understand deeply about how the world works. Brian, you're an incredible human being. I'm a big fan, and I'm really honored. First of all, shower me with rocks from the moon, from space, and
crystals, magical crystals, healing crystals.
Yeah,
that you can use for good.
And tell me your story and spend a little valuable time today. This is amazing.
It's a great pleasure for me, Les. Thank you so much.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Brian Keating. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Galileo Galilei. In questions of science, the authority of 1,000 is not worth the humble reasoning of a single individual. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Jan LeCun, his second time in the podcast. He is the chief AI scientist at Meta, formerly Facebook, professor at NYU, Turing Award winner, one of the seminal figures in the history of machine learning and artificial intelligence, and someone who is brilliant and opinionated in the best kind of way. And so it's always fun to talk to him. This is a Let's Frequent podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Jan LeCun. You co-wrote the article, Self-Supervised Learning, the Dark Matter of Intelligence. Great title, by the way. Released out in Israel. So let me ask, what is self-supervised learning, and why is it the dark matter of intelligence?
I'll start by the dark matter part. there is obviously a kind of learning that humans and animals are doing that we currently are not reproducing properly with machines, with AI, right? So the most popular approaches to machine learning today or paradigms, I should say, are supervised learning and reinforcement learning. And they're extremely inefficient. Supervised learning requires many samples for learning anything. And reinforcement learning requires a ridiculously large number of trial and errors for the system to learn anything. And that's why we don't have self-driving cars.
That's a big leap for one to the other. Okay, so that to solve difficult problems, you have to have a lot of human annotation for supervised learning to work. You have to solve those difficult problems with reinforcement learning. You have to have some way to maybe simulate that problem such that you can do that large scale kind of learning that reinforcement learning requires.
Right. So how is it that most teenagers can learn to drive a car in about 20 hours of practice, whereas even with millions of hours of simulated practice, a self-driving car can't actually learn to drive itself properly. And so obviously we're missing something, right? And it's quite obvious for a lot of people that the immediate response you get from many people is, well, humans use their background knowledge to learn faster. And they're right. Now, how was that background knowledge acquired? And that's the big question. So now you have to ask, how do babies in the first few months of life learn how the world works? Mostly by observation, because they can hardly act in the world. And they learn an enormous amount of background knowledge about the world. That may be the basis of what we call common sense. This type of learning is not running a task. It's not being reinforced for anything. It's just observing the world and figuring out how it works. Building world models, learning world models. How do we do this? And how do we reproduce this in machines? So self-supervised learning is, one instance or one attempt at trying to reproduce this kind of learning.
Okay, so you're looking at just observation, so not even the interacting part of a child. It's just sitting there watching mom and dad walk around, pick up stuff, all of that. That's what we mean by background knowledge.
Yeah, it's not even watching mom and dad, just watching the world go by.
Just having eyes open or having eyes closed, or the very act of opening and closing eyes, like the world appears and disappears, all of that basic information. And you're saying in order to learn to drive, like the reason humans are able to learn to drive quickly, some faster than others, is because of the background knowledge. They were able to watch cars operate in the world in the many years leading up to it, the physics of basic objects, all that.
That's right. I mean, the basic physics of objects, you don't even know, you don't even need to know, how a car works, right? Because that you can learn pretty quickly. I mean, the example I use very often is you're driving next to a cliff. And you know in advance, because of your, understanding of utility physics, that if you turn the wheel to the right, the car will veer to the right, will run off the cliff, fall off the cliff, and nothing good will come out of this. Right? But if you are a sort of, tabula rasa reinforcement learning system that doesn't have a model of the world, you have to repeat falling off this cliff thousands of times before you figure out it's a bad idea, and then a few more thousand times before you figure out how to not do it. And then a few more million times before you figure out how to not do it in every situation you ever encounter.
So self-supervised learning still has to have some source of truth being told to it by somebody.
And
so you have to figure out a way without human assistance or without significant amount of human assistance to get that truth from the world. So the mystery there is how much signal is there, how much truth is there that the world gives you, whether it's the human world, like you watch YouTube or something like that, or it's the more natural world. So how much signal is there?
So here's the trick. There is way more signal in sort of a self-supervised setting than there is in either a supervised or reinforcement setting. And this is going to my, analogy of the cake.
Yes.
The cake, as someone has called it, where when you try to figure out how much information you ask the machine to predict and how much feedback you give the machine at every trial, in reinforcement learning, you give the machine a single scale, and you tell the machine to do good, to do bad, and you only tell this to the machine once in a while. when I say you, it could be the universe telling the machine. Right? But it's just one scalar. So as a consequence of this, you cannot possibly learn something very complicated without many trials to get many feedbacks of this type. Supervised learning, you give a few bits to the machine at every cycle. Let's say you're training a system of recognizing images on the ImageNet with 1,000 categories. That's a little less than 10 bits of information per cycle. That's only the same. Ideally, you don't know how to do this yet, but ideally, you would show a machine a segment of the video, and then stop the video and ask the machine to predict what's going to happen next. And so you let the machine predict, and then you let time go by and show the machine what actually happened, and hope the machine will, learn to do a better job at predicting next time around. There's a huge amount of information you give the machine because it's an entire video clip of the future after the video clip you fed it in the first place.
So both for language and for vision, there's a subtle, seemingly trivial construction, but maybe that's representative of what is required to create intelligence, which is filling the gap. So it sounds dumb, but it is possible you can solve all of intelligence in this way, just for both language. Just give a sentence and continue it, or give a sentence and there's a gap in it, some words blanked out, and you fill in what words go there. For vision, you give a sequence of images and predict what's going to happen next, or you fill in what happened in between. Do you think it's possible that formulation alone, as a signal for self-supervised learning, can solve intelligence for vision and language?
I think that's a bit short at the moment. So whether this will take us all the way to human level intelligence or something, or just cat level intelligence, is not clear. But among all the possible approaches that people have proposed, I think it's a bit short. So I think this idea of an intelligent system filling in the blanks, either predicting the future, inferring the past, filling in missing information. I'm currently filling the blank of what is behind your head and what your head looks like, and from the back, because I have basic knowledge about arguments I made. And I don't know if you're gonna where you're gonna say at which point you're gonna speak, whether you're gonna move your head this way or that way, which way you're gonna look. But I know you're not gonna just dematerialize and reappear 3 meters down the hole. Because I know what's possible and what's impossible according to intuitive physics. So
if you have a model of what's possible, and you'd be very surprised if it happens, and yet then you'll have to reconstruct your model.
Right. So that's the model of the world. It's what tells you, what fills in the blanks. So given your partial information about the state of the world, given by your perception, your model of the world fills in the missing information, and that includes predicting the future, predicting the past, filling in things you don't immediately perceive.
And that doesn't have to be purely generic vision or visual information or generic language. You can go to specifics like predicting what control decision you make when you're driving in a lane. You have a sequence of images from a vehicle, and then you have information, if you record it on video, where the car ended up going, so you can go back in time and predict where the car went based on the visual information. That's very specific, domain specific.
Right, but the question is whether we can come up with sort of a generic method for training machines to do this kind of prediction of the blanks. So right now, this type of approach has been unbelievably successful in the context of natural language processing. Every modern natural language processing is pre-trained in self-supervised manner to fill in the blanks. So you show it a sequence of words, you remove 10% of them, and then you train some gigantic neural net to predict the words that are missing. And once you pre-train that network, you can use the internal representation learned by it as input to, as something that you train supervised or whatever. That's been incredibly successful. Not so successful in visions, although it's making progress. And it's based on sort of manual data augmentation. We can go into this later. But what has not been successful yet is training from video. So getting a machine to learn to represent the visual world, for example, by just watching video. It's really succeeded in doing this.
Okay, well, let's kind of give a high-level overview. What's the difference in kind and difficulty between vision and language? So you said people haven't been able to really kind of crack the problem of vision open in terms of self-supervised learning, but that may not be necessarily because it's fundamentally more difficult. Maybe like when we're talking about achieving, like passing the Turing test in the full spirit of the Turing test in language might be harder than vision. That's not obvious. So, in your view, which is harder, or perhaps are they just the same problem? When the farther we get to solving each, the more we realize it's all the same thing. It's all the same cake.
I think what I'm looking for are methods that make them look essentially like the same cake, but currently they're not. And the main issue with learning world models or predictive models is that the prediction is never a single thing, because the world is not entirely predictable. It may be deterministic or stochastic. We can get into the philosophical discussion about it, but even if it's deterministic, it's not entirely predictable. And so, if I play a short video clip and then I ask you to predict what's going to happen next, there's many possible continuations for that video clip, and the number of continuation grows with the interval of time that you're asking the system to make a prediction for. And so, one big question with self-supervised learning is how you represent this uncertainty, how you represent multiple discrete outcomes, how you represent this sort of continuum of possible outcomes, etc. And if you are a sort of a classical machine learning person, you say, oh, you just represent a distribution. Right? And that we know how to do when we're predicting words, missing words in the text, because you can have a neural net give a score for every word in the dictionary. It's big, it's a big list of numbers, 100,000 or so. You can turn them into a probability distribution that tells you when I say a sentence, the cat is chasing the blind in the kitchen. There are only a few words that make sense there. It could be a mouse, it could be a laser spot, or something like that, right? And if I say the blind is chasing the blind in the savannah, you also have a bunch of plausible options for those two words, right? That because you have kind of a underlying reality that you can refer to sort of fill in those blanks. So you cannot say for sure in the savannah if it's a lion or a cheetah or whatever. You cannot know if it's a zebra or a gnu or whatever. Wildebeest. But you can represent the uncertainty by just a long list of numbers. Now, if I do the same thing with video, when I ask you to predict a video clip, it's not a discrete set of potential frames. You have to have somewhere representing a sort of infinite number of plausible continuations of multiple frames in a high-dimensional continuous space. And we just have no idea how to do this properly.
Finite high-dimensional. So like
it's finite high-dimensional, yes.
Just like the words, like trying to get it to down to a small finite set of like under a million, something like that.
Something like that.
I mean, it's kind of ridiculous that we're doing a distribution over every single possible word for language, and it works. It feels like that's a really dumb way to do it. Like there seems to be like there should be some more compressed representation of the distribution of the words.
You're right about that.
And so, do you have any interesting ideas about how to represent all of the reality in a compressed way such that you can form a distribution over it?
That's one of the big questions. How do you do that? I mean, what's kind of another thing that really is stupid about I shouldn't say stupid, but like simplistic about current approaches to self-supervised learning in NLP text is that not only do you represent a giant distribution over words, but for multiple words that are missing, those distributions are essentially independent of each other. And you don't pay too much of a price for this, so you can't. So the system, in the sentence that I gave earlier, if it is a certain probability for a lion and cheetah, and then a certain probability for gazelle, wildebeest, and and zebra, those two probabilities are independent of each other. And it's not the case that those things are independent. Lions actually attack like bigger animals than cheetahs. So, there's a huge independence hypothesis in this process, which is not actually true. The reason for this is that we don't know how to represent properly distributions over combinatorial sequences of symbols, essentially, because the number grows exponentially with the length of the symbols. And so we have to use tricks for this, but those techniques can get around, don't even deal with it. So the big question is, would there be some sort of abstract latent representation of text that would say that, when I switch lion for gazelle, lion for cheetah, I also have to switch zebra for that.
Yeah, so this independence assumption, let me throw some criticism at you that I often hear and see how you respond. So this kind of filling in the blanks is just statistics. You're not learning anything like the deep underlying concepts. You're just mimicking stuff from the past. You're not learning anything new such that you can use it to generalize about the world. Okay, let me just say the crude version, which is it's just statistics. It's not intelligence. What do you have to say to that? What do you usually say to that if you kind of hear this kind of thing?
I don't get into the discussions because they're kind of pointless. So first of all, it's quite possible that intelligence is just statistics. It's just statistics of a particular kind.
Yes.
Where
this is the philosophical question. Is it possible that intelligence is just statistics?
Yeah. But what kind of statistics? So if you're asking the question, are the models of the world that we learn, do they have some notion of causality? Yes. So if the criticism comes from people who say, current machine learning systems don't care about causality, which by the way is wrong, I agree with them. That you should, your model of the world should have your actions as one of the inputs, and that will drive you to learn causal models of the world where you know what intervention in the world will cause what result. And you can do this by observation of other agents acting in the world and observing the effect, or the humans, for example. So I think, at some level of description, intelligence is just statistics. But that doesn't mean you won't have models that have, deep mechanistic explanation for what goes on. The question is, how do you run them? That's the question I'm interested in. Because, a lot of people who actually voice their criticism say that those mechanistic models have to come from something else. They have to come from human designers. They have to come from I don't know what. And obviously, we don't learn. Or if we don't learn them as an individual, nature learned them for us using evolution. So regardless of what you think, those processes have been learned somehow.
So if you look at the human brain, just like when we humans introspect about how the brain works, it seems like when we think about what is intelligence, we think about the high level stuff, like the models we've constructed, concepts like cognitive science, like concepts of memory and reasoning module, almost like these high level modules. Is this serve as a good analogy? Like, are we learning the dark matter, the basic low level mechanisms, just like we've learned the way the operating system works? We're just using the high level software, ignoring that at the low level, the neural network might be doing something like statistics, like meaning, sorry to use this word probably incorrectly and crudely, but doing this kind of fill in the gap kind of learning and just kind of updating the model constantly to be able to support the raw sensory information to predict it and adjust to the prediction when it's wrong. But like high level, when we look at our brain at the high level, it feels like we're playing chess. Like we're like playing with high level concepts and we're stitching them together. We're putting them into the long term memory. But really, what's going underneath is something we're not able to introspect, which is this kind of simple, large neural network that's just filling in the gaps.
Right. Well, okay. So there's a lot of questions that are answers there. Okay. So first of all, there's a whole school of thought in neuroscience, computational neuroscience in particular, that likes the idea of predictive coding, which is really related to the idea I was talking about in self-supervised learning. So everything is about prediction. The essence of intelligence is the ability to predict, and everything the brain does is trying to predict everything from everything else. Okay, and that's really sort of the underlying principle, if you want, that self-supervised learning is trying to kind of produce this idea of prediction as kind of an essential mechanism of task-independent learning. The next step is, what kind of intelligence are you interested in reproducing? And of course, we all think about, trying to reproduce sort of, high-level cognitive processes in humans. But like with machines, we're not even at the level of even reproducing the learning processes in a cat brain. The most intelligent or intelligent systems don't have as much common sense as a house cat. So how is it that cats learn? And cats don't do a whole lot of reasoning. They certainly have causal models. They certainly have because many cats can figure out like how they can act on the world to get what they want. They certainly have a fantastic model of intuitive physics, certainly of the dynamics of their bodies, but also of praise and things like that, right? So they're pretty smart. They only do this with about 800 million neurons. We are not anywhere close to reproducing this kind of thing. So to some extent, I could say, let's not even worry about like the high level of cognition and kind of long-term planning and reasoning that humans can do until we figure out like can we even reproduce what cats do. Now that said, this ability to run world models, I think, is the key to the possibility of learning machines that can also reason. So whenever I give a talk, I say there are three main challenges in machine learning. The first one is machines to learn to represent the world and using self-supervised learning. The second is getting machines to reason in ways that are compatible with essentially gradient-based learning, because this is what economy is all about, really. And the third one is something we have no idea how to solve, at least I have no idea how to solve, is can we get machines to learn hierarchical representations of action plans? We know how to train them to learn hierarchical representations of perception, with conditional nets and things like that, and transformers. But what about action plans? Can we get them to spontaneously learn good hierarchical representations of actions?
Also gradient based.
Yeah, and all of that, needs to be somewhat differentiable so that you can apply sort of gradient-based learning, which is really what deep learning is about.
So it's background knowledge, ability to reason in a way that's differentiable, that is somehow connected, deeply integrated with that background knowledge, or builds on top of that background knowledge, and then given that background knowledge, be able to make hierarchical plans.
Right.
In the world.
So if you take classical optimal control, there's something in classical optimal control called model predictive control. And it's been around since the early 60s. NASA uses that to compute trajectories of rockets. And the basic idea is that you have a predictive model of the rocket, let's say, or whatever system you intend to control, which, given the state of the system at time t, and given an action that you're taking the system, so for a rocket to be thrust and more controls you can have, it gives you the state of the system at time t plus delta t, right? So basically a differential equation, something like that. And if you have this model, and you have this model in the form of some sort of neural net or some sort of set of formula that you can backpropagate gradient through, you can do what's called model predictive control, or gradient-based model predictive control. So you have you can unroll that model in time. You feed it a hypothesized sequence of actions, and then you have some objective function that measures how well, at the end of the trajectory, the system has succeeded or matched what you wanted to do. Is the robot harmed? Have you grasped the object you want to grasp? If it's a rocket, are you at the right place near the space station? Things like that. And by backpropagation through time, and again, this was invented in the 1960s by optimal control theorists, you can figure out what is the optimal sequence of actions that will, get my system to the best final state. so that's a form of reasoning. It's basically planning, and a lot of planning systems in robotics are actually based on this, and you can think of this as a form of reasoning. So, you know, to take the example of the teenager driving a car again, you have a pretty good dynamical model of the car. It doesn't need to be very accurate, but you know, again, that if you turn the wheel to the right and there is a cliff, you're going to run off the cliff, right? You don't need to have a very accurate model to predict that. And you can run this in your mind and decide not to do it for that reason, because you can predict in advance that the result is going to be bad. So you can sort of imagine different scenarios and you know, employ or take the first step in the scenario that is most favorable, and then repeat the process of planning. That's called receiving horizon model predictive control. So you know, all those things have names, you know, going back, you know, decades. And so if you're not the, you know, in classical optimal control, the model of the world is not generally learned. You know, sometimes a few parameters you have to identify. That's called systems identification. But generally, the model is mostly deterministic and mostly built by hand. So the big question of AI, I think the big challenge of AI for the next decade is how do we get machines to run predictive models in the world that deal with uncertainty and deal with the real world in all these complexities. So it's not just trajectory of a rocket, which you can reduce to first principles. It's not even just trajectory of a robot arm, which again you can model by, you know, careful mathematics. But it's everything else, everything we observe in the world. You know, people behavior, you know, physical systems that involve collective phenomena like water or you know, trees or branches in a tree or something, or like complex things that, you know, humans have no trouble developing abstract representations and predictive model for, but we still don't know how to do machines.
Where do you put it in these three, maybe in the planning stages? The game theoretic nature of this world, where your actions not only respond to the dynamic nature of the world, the environment, but also affect it. So if there's other humans involved, is this point number 4, or is it somehow integrated into the hierarchical representation of action in your view?
I think it's integrated. It's just that now your model of the world has to deal with, you know, it just makes it more complicated. Like the fact that humans are complicated and not easily predictable, that makes your model of the world much more complicated. That much more complicated.
But there's a chess. I mean, I suppose chess is an analogy. So Monte Carlo tree search. If there's a I go, you go, I go, you go. Like Ajay Kapoor recently gave a talk at MIT about car doors. I think there's some machine learning too, but mostly car doors. And there's a dynamic nature to the car, like the person opening the door, checking. And he wasn't talking about that. He was talking about the perception problem of what the ontology, what defines a car door, this big philosophical question. But to me, it was interesting because, like, it's obvious that the person opening the car door, if they're trying to get out, like here in New York, trying to get out of the car, you slowing down is going to signal something. You speeding up is going to signal something. That's a dance. It's a asynchronous chess game. I don't know. So it feels like it's not just. I mean, I guess you can integrate all of that into one giant model, like the entirety of these little interactions. Because it's not as complicated as chess. It's just like a little dance. We're doing a little dance together, and then we figure it out.
Well, in some ways, it's way more complicated than chess because it's continuous. It's uncertain in a continuous manner.
It doesn't feel more complicated.
But it doesn't feel more complicated because that's what we've evolved to solve. It's the inner problem we've evolved to solve, and so we're good at it because, you know, nature has made us good at it. Nature has not made us good at chess. We completely suck at chess.
Yeah.
In fact, that's why I designed it as a game, is to be challenging. And if there is something that, you know, recent progress in chess and Go has made us realize, is that humans are really terrible at those things, like really bad. You know, there was a story right before AlphaGo that you know, the best Go players thought they were maybe 2 or 3 stones behind, you know, an ideal player that we call God. In fact, no, they were like 9 or 10 stones behind. They were just bad. So we're not good at, and it's because we have limited working memory. We know we're not very good at doing this tree exploration. Humans are much better at doing than we are. But we are much better at learning differentiable models of the world. I mean, I say differentiable in a kind of, I should say, not differentiable in the sense that we went back far through it, but in the sense that our brain has some mechanism for estimating gradients of some kind, and that's what makes it efficient. So if you have an agent that consists of a part of the world, which in the human brain is basically the entire front half of your brain, an objective function, which in humans is a combination of two things. There is your sort of intrinsic motivation module, which is on the base of the brain. That's the thing that measures pain, hunger, things like that, like immediate feelings and emotions. And then there is the equivalent of what people in reinforcement learning call a critic, which is a sort of module that predicts ahead what the outcome of a situation will be. And so it's not a cost function, but it's sort of not an objective function, but it's sort of a trained predictor of the ultimate objective function. And that also is differentiable. And so if all of these are differentiable, your cost function, your critic, your one model, then you can use gradient-based type methods to do planning, to do reasoning, to do learning, to do all the things that we like an intelligent agent to do.
And the gradient-based learning, like what's your intuition? That's probably at the core of what can solve intelligence. So you don't need like a logic-based reasoning in your view.
I don't know how to make logic-based reasoning compatible with efficient learning.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, there's a big question, perhaps a philosophical question. It's not that philosophical, but that we can ask is that all the learning algorithms we know from engineering and computer science proceed by optimizing some objective function, right? So one question we may ask is does learning in the brain minimize an objective function? I mean, it could be a composite of multiple objective functions, but it's still an objective function. Second, if it does optimize an objective function, does it do it by some sort of gradient estimation? It doesn't need to be backward, but some way of estimating the gradient in an efficient manner, whose complexity is on the same order of magnitude as actually running or inference. Because you can't afford to do things like perturbing a weight in your brain to figure out what the effect is, and then sort of you can do sort of estimating gradient by perturbation. To me, it seems very implausible that the brain uses some sort of zeroth order black box gradient-free optimization, because it's so much less efficient than gradient optimization. So it has to have a way of estimating gradients.
Is it possible that some kind of logic-based reasoning emerges in pockets as a useful, like you said, if the brain is an objective function, maybe it's a mechanism for creating objective functions. It's a mechanism for creating knowledge bases, for example, that can then be queried. Like maybe it's like an efficient representation of knowledge that's learned in a gradient-based way or something like that.
Well, so I think there is a lot of different types of intelligence. So first of all, I think the type of logical reasoning that we think about, that we are, maybe stemming from, sort of classical AI of the 1970s and 80s. I think humans use that relatively rarely and are not particularly good at it.
But we judge each other based upon our ability to solve those rare problems. It's called an IQ test.
I think so. Like, I'm not very good at chess.
Yes, I'm judging you this whole time because, we actually
with your heritage, I'm sure you're good at chess.
no stereotypes. Not all stereotypes are true.
Well, I'm terrible at chess. So, but I think perhaps another type of intelligence that I have is this, ability of sort of building models of the world from, reasoning, obviously, but also data. And those models generally are more kind of analogical, right? So it's reasoning by simulation and by analogy, where you use one model to apply to a new situation, even though you've never seen that situation, you can sort of connect it to a situation you encountered before. And your reasoning is more, akin to some sort of internal simulation. So you are kind of simulating what's happening when you're building, I don't know, a box at a board or something, right? You can imagine in advance, like what would be the result of cutting the wood in this particular way. They're going to use screws or nails or whatever. When you are interacting with someone, you also have the model of that person and sort of interact with that person. Having this model in mind to kind of tell the person what you think is useful to them. So I think this ability to construct models of the world is basically the essence of intelligence, and the ability to use it then to plan actions that will fulfill a particular criterion, of course, is necessary as well.
So I'm going to ask you a series of impossible questions we keep asking, as I've been doing. So if that's the fundamental sort of dark matter of intelligence, this ability to form a background model, what's your intuition about how much knowledge is required? In dark matter, you can put a percentage on it of composition. So how much of it is dark matter, how much of it is dark energy, how much information do you think is required to be a house cat? So you have to be able to, when you see a box, go in it. When you see a human, compute the most evil action. If there's a thing that's near an edge, you knock it off. All of that, plus the extra stuff you mentioned, which is a great self-awareness of the physics of your own body and the world. How much knowledge is required, do you think, to solve it? I don't even know how to measure an answer to that question.
I'm not sure how to measure it, but whatever it is, it fits in about 800,000 neurons, 800 million neurons. Sorry.
The representation does.
Everything, all knowledge, everything, right? It's less than a billion. The dog is 2 billion, but a cat is less than 1 billion. And so multiply that by 1,000 and you get synapses. And I think almost all of it is learned through this, a sort of self-supervised learning. Although, I think a tiny sliver is learned through reinforcement learning, and certainly very little through classical supervised learning, although it's not even clear how supervised learning actually works in the biological world. So I think almost all of it is self-supervised learning, but it's driven by the sort of ingrained objective functions that a cat or a human have at the base of their brain, which kind of drives their behavior. So, nature tells us you're hungry. It doesn't tell us how to feed ourselves. That's something that the rest of our brain has to figure out. Right?
What's interesting is there might be more deeper objective functions that underlying the whole thing. So hunger may be some kind of, now you go to like neurobiology, it might be just the brain trying to maintain homeostasis. So hunger is just one of the human perceivable symptoms of the brain being unhappy with the way things are currently.
Right.
It could be just like one really dumb objective function at the core.
But that's how behavior is driven. The fact that the basal ganglia drive us to do things that are different from, say, an orangutan or certainly a cat is what makes human nature versus orangutan nature versus cat nature. So, for example, our basal ganglia drives us to seek the company of other humans. That's because nature has that we need to be social animals for our species to survive, and it's true of many primates. It's not true of orangutans. Orangutans are solitary animals. They don't seek the company of others. In fact, they avoid them. In fact, they scream at them when they come too close because they're territorial. Because for their survival, evolution has figured out that's the best thing. I mean, there are occasionally social, of course, for reproduction and stuff like that. But they're mostly solitary. So all of those behaviors are not part of intelligence. People say, "Oh, you're never going to have intelligent machines because human intelligence is social." But then you look at orangutans, you look at octopus. Octopus never know their parents. They barely interact with any other, and they get to be really smart in less than a year, in like half a year. In a year they're adults, in 2 years they're dead. So there are things that we think as humans are intimately linked with intelligence, like social interaction, like language. I think we give way too much importance to language as a substrate of intelligence as humans, because we think our reasoning is so linked with language.
So to solve the house cat intelligence problem, you think you could do it on a desert island? You could have
Pretty much.
you could have a cat sitting there, looking at the ways that the ocean weighs and figure out a lot of it out.
It needs to have sort of the right set of drives to kind of get it to do the thing and learn the appropriate things, right? But like for example, baby humans are driven to want to stand up and walk. Okay, so that's kind of this desire is hardwired. How to do it precisely is not that's right. The desire to
walk,
move around and stand up. That's sort of. It's very simple to hardwire this kind of stuff.
Oh, like the desire to. Well, that's interesting. You're hardwired to want to walk. That's not a. There's got to be a deeper need for walking. I think it was probably socially imposed by society that you need to walk. All the other bipedal.
No, like a lot of simple animals that probably walk without ever watching any other members of the species.
It seems like a scary thing to have to do because you suck at bipedal walking at first. It seems crawling is much safer, much more like, why are you in a hurry?
Well, because you have this thing that drives you, which is a part of sort of human development.
Is that understood actually? What?
Not entirely. No.
What's the reason you get on 2 feet? It's really hard. Like most animals don't get on 2 feet.
Well, they get on 4 feet. Many mammals get on 4 feet.
Yeah, they
very quickly. Some of them extremely quickly.
But I don't, like from the last time I've interacted with a table, that's much more stable than a thing that 2 legs. It's just a really hard problem.
Yeah, how many birds have figured it out with 2 feet?
Well, technically, you can go into etology. They have 4. I guess they have 2 feet.
They have 2 feet.
Chickens.
Dinosaurs have 2 feet. Many of them.
Allegedly. I'm just now learning that T-Rex was eating grass, not other animals. T-Rex might have been a friendly pet. What do you think about, I don't know if you looked at the test for general intelligence that Francois Chalet put together. I don't know if you got a chance to look at that kind of thing. Like, what's your intuition about how to solve like an IQ type of test?
I don't know. I think it's so outside of my radar screen that it's not really relevant, I think, in the short term.
Well, I guess one way to ask another way, perhaps more closer to your work is like, how do you solve MNIST with very little example data?
That's right, and that's the answer to this problem is self-supervised learning. Learn to represent images, and then learning, to recognize how many digits on top of this will only require a few samples. So we observe this in humans, right? You show a young child a picture book with a couple of pictures of an elephant, and that's it. The child knows what an elephant is. And we see this today with practical systems that we train image recognition systems with enormous amounts of images, either completely self-supervised or very weakly supervised. For example, you can train a neural net to predict whatever hashtag people type on Instagram, right? And do this with billions of images, because there's billions per day that are showing up. So the amount of training data there is essentially unlimited. And then you take the output representation, a couple layers down from the output of what the system learned, and feed this as input to a classifier for any object in the world that you want, and it works pretty well. So that's transfer learning, okay, or weakly supervised transfer learning. People are making very, very fast progress using self-supervised learning for this kind of scenario as well. And my guess is that that's going to be the future.
For self-supervised learning, how much cleaning do you think is needed for filtering the malicious signal, or what's a better term? But like a lot of people use hashtags on Instagram to get like good SEO that doesn't fully represent the contents of the image. Like they'll put a picture of a cat and hashtag like science, awesome, fun. I don't know, all the type that. Why would you put science?
Well, so
that's not very good SEO.
The way my colleagues who work on this project at at Facebook now, Meta AI, a few years ago, dealt with this is that they only selected something like 17,000 tags that correspond to kind of physical things or situations, like that has some visual content. So you wouldn't have like #TBT or anything like that.
Also, they keep a very select set of hashtags. Is what you said.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's still on the order of 10 to 20,000. So it's pretty much.
Okay. Can you tell me about data augmentation? What the heck is data augmentation, and how is it used? Maybe contrasted learning for video. What's the whole idea here?
Right. So data augmentation. I mean, first, data augmentation, is the idea of artificially increasing the size of your training set by distorting the images that you have in ways that don't change the nature of the image. And so you do NNIST, you get data augmentation on NNIST, and people have done this since the 1990s. Right? You take a NNIST digit and you shift it a little bit, or you change the size, or rotate it, skew it, etc. Add noise, etc. And it works better. If you train a supervised classifier with augmented data, you're going to get better results. Now, it's become really interesting over the last couple of years because a lot of self-supervised learning techniques to pre-train vision systems are based on data augmentation. And the basic techniques is originally inspired by techniques that I worked on in the early 90s and Jeff Hinton worked on also in the early 90s. There was a parallel work. I used to call this Siamese network. So basically you take two identical copies of the same network, they share the same weights, and you show two different views of the same object. Either those two different views may have been obtained by different location, or maybe it's two different views of the same scene from a camera that you moved, or at different times, or something like that, right? Or two pictures of the same person, things like that. And then you train this neural net, these two identical copies of this neural net, to produce an output representation, a vector, in such a way that the representation for those two images are as close to each other as possible, as identical to each other as possible, right? Because you want the system to basically run a function that will be invariant, that will not change, whose output will not change when you transform those inputs in those particular ways, right? So that's easy to do. What's complicated is how do you make sure that when you show two images are different, the system will produce different things? Because if you don't have a specific provision for this, the system will just ignore the inputs. When you train it, it will end up ignoring the input and just produce a constant vector that is the same for every input. Right? Yeah. That's called a collapse. Now, how do you avoid collapse? So there's two ideas. One idea that I proposed in the early 90s, my colleagues at Bell Labs, Jim Barney and a couple other people, which we now call contrastive learning, which is to have negative examples, right? So you have pairs of images that you know are different, and you show them to the network, and those two copies, and then you push the two output vectors away from each other. That will eventually guarantee that things that are semantically similar produce similar representations, and things that are different produce different representations. We actually came up with this idea for a project of doing signature verification. So we would collect signatures from like multiple signatures of the same person, and then train a neural net to produce the same representation, and then force the system to produce different representation from different signatures. This was actually the program was proposed by people from what was a subsidiary of AT&T at the time called NCR, and they were interested in storing representation of the signature on the 80 bytes of the magnetic strip of a credit card. So we came up with this idea of having a neural net with 80 outputs that would be quantized in bytes, so that we could encode the
and that encoding was then used to compare whether the signature matches or not.
That's right. So then you would sign, would run through the neural net, and then you would compare the output vector to whatever you store on the card.
It actually worked?
It worked, but they ended up not using it. Because nobody cares, actually. I mean, the American financial payment system is incredibly lax in that respect compared to Europe.
Oh, with the signatures? What's the purpose of signatures anyway? This is very...
Nobody looks at them, nobody cares.
It's, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So that's contrastive learning, right? So you need positive and negative pairs. And the problem with that is that, even though I had the original paper on this, I'm actually not very positive about it because it doesn't work in high dimension. If your representation is high dimensional, there's just too many ways for things to be different. And so you would need lots and lots and lots of negative pairs. So there is a particular implementation of this, which is relatively recent, from actually the Google Toronto group. Jeff Hinton is the senior member there. It's called SimClear, SIMCLR. And basically a particular way of implementing this idea of contrastive learning with a particular objective function. Now, what I'm much more enthusiastic about these days is non-contrastive methods. So other ways to guarantee that the representations will be different for different inputs. And it's actually based on an idea that Jeff Hinton proposed in the early 90s with his student at the time, Sue Becker. And it's based on the idea of maximizing the virtual information between the outputs of the two systems. You only show positive pairs, you only show pairs of images that you know are somewhat similar. And you train the two networks to be informative, but also to be as informative of each other as possible. So basically one representation has to be predictable from the other, essentially. And he proposed that idea, had a couple of papers in the early 90s, and then nothing was done about it for decades. And I kind of revived this idea together with my postdocs at FAIR, particularly a postdoc called Stefan Denis, who's now a junior professor in Finland at the University of Aalto. Came up with something called that we call Barlow twins, and it's a particular way of maximizing the information content of a vector using some hypotheses. And we have kind of another version of it that's more recent now called VICREG, VICREG. That means variance, invariance, covariance, regularization. And I'm the most excited about in machine learning in the last 15 years. I mean, I'm really excited about this.
What kind of data augmentation is useful for that, not contrasting learning method? Are we talking about, does that not matter that much? Or it seems like a very important part of the step.
Yeah.
Where you generate the images that are similar but sufficiently different.
Yeah, that's right. It's an important step, and it's also an annoying step because you need to have that knowledge of what data augmentation you can do that do not change the nature of the object. Yeah. And so the standard scenario, which working in this area are using, is you use the type of distortion. So basically you do a geometric distortion. So one basically just shifts the image a little bit. It's called carving. Another one kind of changes the scale a little bit. Another one can rotate it. Another one changes the colors. You can do a shift in color balance or something like that. Saturation. Another one sort of blurs it. Another one adds noise. So you have like a catalog of kind of standard things that people try to use once for different algorithms so that they can compare. Some algorithms, some classical algorithms actually can deal with much bigger, like more aggressive data augmentation, and some don't. So that kind of makes the whole thing difficult. But that's the kind of distortions we're talking about, and so you train with those distortions, and then you chop off the last layer, a couple layers of the network, and you use the representation as input to a classifier. You train the classifier on ImageNet, let's say, or whatever, and measure the performance. And interestingly enough, the methods that are really good at eliminating the information that is irrelevant, which is the distortions between those images, do a good job at eliminating it. And as a consequence, you cannot use the representations in the systems for things like object detection and localization, because that information is gone. So the type of data augmentation you need to do depends on the task you want eventually the system to solve, and the type of data augmentation, standard data augmentation we use today, are only appropriate for object recognition or image classification. They're not appropriate for things like.
Can you help me out understand what why localization is? So you're saying it's just not good at the negative, like at classifying the negative, so that's why it can't be used for the localization?
No, it's just that you train the system. You give it an image, and then you give it the same image shifted and scaled, and you tell it that's the same image. So the system basically is trained to eliminate the information by positioning and size. So now you want to use that to figure out where an object is and what size.
Yeah, it's like a bounding box. They'd be able to actually Okay.
And
It can still find the object in the image. It's just not very good at finding the exact boundaries of that object. Interesting. Which, it's an interesting sort of philosophical question. How important is object localization anyway? We're like obsessed by measuring, like image segmentation, obsessed by measuring perfectly, knowing the boundaries of objects when arguably that's not that essential to understanding what are the contents of the scene.
On the other hand, I think evolutionarily, the first vision systems in animals were basically all about localization, very little about recognition. And in the human brain, you have two separate pathways for recognizing the nature of an object and localizing objects. So you use the first pathway, or the ventral pathway, for telling what you're looking at. The other pathway, the dorsal pathway, is used for navigation, for grasping, for everything else. And basically, a lot of the things you need for survival are localization and detection.
Is similarity learning or contrastive learning, are these not contrastive methods, the same as understanding something? Just because you know a distorted cat is the same as a non-distorted cat, does that mean you understand what it means to be a cat?
To some extent, I mean, it's a superficial understanding, obviously.
But what is the ceiling of this method, do you think? Is this just one trick on the path to doing self-supervised learning, or can we go really, really far?
I think we can go really far. So if we figure out how to use techniques of that type, perhaps very different, but this is in nature, to train a system from video to video prediction, essentially. I think we'll have a path, towards I wouldn't say unlimited, but a path towards some level of physical common sense in machines. And I also think that that ability to learn how the world works from a sort of high throughput channel like vision is a necessary step towards sort of real artificial intelligence. In other words, I believe in grounded intelligence. I don't think we can train a machine to be intelligent purely from text, because I think the amount of information about the world that's contained in text is tiny compared to what we need to know. So, for example, let's people have attempted to do this for 30 years, right? The Taik project and things like that, right? Of basically kind of writing down all the facts that are known, hoping that some sort of common sense will emerge. I think it's basically hopeless. Let me take an example. You take an object. I describe a situation to you. I take an object, I put it on the table, and I push the table. It's completely obvious to you that the object will be pushed with the table, right? Because it's sitting on it. There's no text in the world, I believe, that explains this. And so, if you train a machine as powerful as it could be, your GPT 5000, or whatever it is, it's never going to learn about this. That information is just not present in any text.
Well, the question, with the Taik project, the dream, I think, is to have like 10 million, say, facts like that give you a head start, like a parent guiding you. Now, we humans don't need a parent to tell us that the table will move. The smartphone will move with the table, but we get a lot of guidance in other ways. So it's possible that we can give it a quick shortcut.
What about a cat? The cat knows that.
No, but they evolved. So
they learn like us.
The physics of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So you're saying it's so you're putting a lot of intelligence onto the nurture side, not the nature.
Yeah.
So we seem to have, there's a very inefficient, arguably, process of evolution that got us from bacteria to who we are today. Started at the bottom, now we're here. So the question is how. Okay, so the question is how fundamental is that the nature of the whole hardware, and then is there any way to shortcut it that's fundamental? If it's not, if it's most of the intelligence, most of the cool stuff we've been talking about is mostly nurture, mostly train, and figuring out by observing the world, can form that big, beautiful, sexy background model that you're talking about just by sitting there. then okay, then you need to then like maybe it is all supervised learning all the way down. It's self-supervised learning, say.
Whatever it is that makes human intelligence different from other animals, which a lot of people think is language and logical reasoning and this kind of stuff. It cannot be that complicated because it only popped up in the last million years.
Yeah.
And it only involves less than 1% of a genome, right? Which is the difference between human genome and chimps or whatever. So it can't be that complicated. It can't be that fundamental. I mean, most of the complicated stuff already exists in cats and dogs and certain primates, non-human primates.
Yeah, that little thing with humans might be just something about social interaction and ability to maintain ideas across like a collective of people. It sounds very dramatic and very impressive, but it probably isn't, like, mechanistically speaking.
It is, but we're not there yet. Like we have. I mean, this is number 634, in the list of problems we have to solve.
So basic physics of the world is number one. What do you, just a quick tangent on data augmentation. So a lot of it is hard-coded versus learned. Do you have any intuition that maybe there could be some weird data augmentation, like generative type of data augmentation, like doing something weird to images, which then improves the similarity learning process? So not just kind of dumb, simple distortions, but by you shaking your head, just saying that even simple distortions are enough.
I think data augmentation is a temporary necessary evil. So what people are working on now is two things. One is the type of self-supervised learning, like trying to translate the type of self-supervised learning people use in language, translating this to images, which is basically the Mozilla method, right? So you take an image, you block, you mask some parts of it, and then you train some giant neural net to reconstruct the parts that are missing. And until very recently, there was no working methods for that. All the autoencoder type methods for images were producing very good representation. And there's a paper now coming out of the FAIR group in Menlo Park that actually works very well. So that doesn't require data augmentation, that requires only masking.
Only masking for images. Okay.
Right, so you mask part of the image and you train the system, which in this case is a transformer because the transformer represents the image that's non-overlapping patches, so it's easy to mask patches and things like that.
Okay, but then my question transfers to that problem of masking. Like, why the mask be a square or a rectangle?
So it doesn't matter. Like, I think we're gonna come up probably in the future with sort of ways to mask that are kind of random essentially. Well, I mean, they are random already, but
but like something that's challenging, like optimally challenging. So like, I mean, maybe it's a metaphor that doesn't apply, but it seems like there's a data augmentation or masking. There's an interactive element with it. Like, you're almost like playing with an image.
Yeah.
And like, it's like the way we play with an image in our minds.
No, but it's like dropout. It's like Boston machine training. Every time you see a preset, you also you can perturb it in some way, and then the principle of the training procedure is to minimize the difference of the output or the representation between the clean version and the corrupted version, essentially, right? And you can do this in real time, right? So Boston machine work like this, right? You show a preset. You tell the machine that's a good combination of activities of your input neurons, and then you either let them go their merry way without clamping them to values, or you only do this with a subset. And what you're doing is you're training the system so that the stable state of the entire network is the same regardless of whether it sees the entire input or whether it sees only part of it. The autoencoder method is basically the same thing, right? You're training a system to reproduce the input, the complete inputs, and filling the blanks, regardless of which parts are missing. That's really the underlying principle. you could imagine sort of even in the brain some sort of neural principle where neurons can oscillate, right? So they take their activity and then temporarily they can shut off to force the rest of the system to basically reconstruct the input without their help, and I mean, you can imagine more or less biological processes.
Something like that. And I guess with this denoising autoencoder and masking and data augmentation, you don't have to worry about being super efficient. You can just do as much as you want, and get better over time. Because I was thinking, like, you might want to be clever about the way you do all these features, but that's only if it's somehow costly to do every iteration, but it's not really.
Maybe. And then there is, data augmentation without explicit data augmentation. Is data augmentation by weighting, which is, the sort of video prediction. You're observing a video clip, observing the continuation of that video clip, and try to learn a representation using those joint embedding architectures in such a way that the representation of the future clip is easily predictable from the representation of the observed clip.
Do you think YouTube has enough raw data from which to learn how to be a cat?
I think so.
So the amount of data is not the constraint.
No, it would require some selection, I think.
Some
selection of, maybe the right type of data.
You'll go down the rabbit hole of just cat videos. You might need to watch some lectures or something. No, how meta would that be if it watches lectures about intelligence and then watches your lectures and learns from that how to be intelligent?
That would be enough.
What's your, do you find multimodal learning interesting with the talking about visual language, combining those together, maybe audio, all this kind of thing?
There's a lot of things that I find interesting in the short term, but are not addressing the important problems that I think are really kind of the big challenges. So I think, things like multitask learning, continual learning, adversarial issues, those have, great practical interests in the relatively short term. Possibly, but I don't think they're fundamental. Active learning, even to some extent, reinforcement learning. I think those things will become either obsolete or useless or easy once we figure out how to do self-supervised representation learning or learning with predictive world models. And so I think that's what the entire community should be focusing on. At least people are interested in sort of fundamental questions or really kind of pushing the envelope of AI towards the next stage. But of course, there's a huge amount of very interesting work to do in sort of practical questions that have short-term impact.
Well, it's difficult to talk about the temporal scale because all of human civilization will eventually be destroyed because the sun will die out, and even if Elon Musk is successful multiplanetary colonization across the galaxy, eventually the entirety of it would just become giant black holes, and
that's going to take a while, though.
So, but what I'm saying is that logic would be used to say it's all meaningless. I'm saying all that to say that multitask learning might be, you're calling it practical or pragmatic or whatever, that might be the thing that achieves something very akin to intelligence while we're trying to solve the more general problem of self-supervised learning and background knowledge. So the reason I bring that up, maybe one way to ask that question, I've been very impressed by what Tesla Autopilot team is doing. I don't know if you got a chance to glance at this particular one example of multitask learning, where they're literally taking the problem, like, I don't know, Charles Darwin starts studying animals. They're studying the problem of driving and asking, okay, what are all the things you have to perceive? And the way they're solving it is, one, there's an ontology where you're bringing that to the table, so you formulate a bunch of different tasks. It's like over 100 tasks or something like that are involved in driving. And then they're deploying it and then getting data back from people that run into trouble, and they're trying to figure out, do we add tasks? Do we focus on each individual task separately? In fact, I would say I'll classify Andre Karpathy's talk in two ways. So one was about doors, and the other one about how much ImageNet sucks. And you can go back and forth on those two topics, which ImageNet sucks, meaning you can't just use a single benchmark. There's so, like, you have to have like a giant suite of benchmarks to understand how well your system
No,
actually
I agree with him. I mean, he's a very sensible guy. Now, okay, it's very clear that if you're faced with an engineering problem that you need to solve in a relatively short time, particularly if you have Elon Musk breathing down your neck, you're going to have to take shortcuts, right? You might think about the fact that the right thing to do with a long-term solution involves, some fancy self-supervised learning, but you have, Elon Musk breathing down your neck, and this involves, human lives, and so you have to basically just do the systematic engineering and uh, fine-tuning and refinements and trial and error and all that stuff. There's nothing wrong with that. That's called engineering. That's called putting technology out in the world, and you have to kind of contemplate it before you do this. So much for grand ideas and principles. But I'm placing myself sort of some upstream of this, quite a bit upstream of this.
You're Plato think about platonic forms. You're
not platonic because eventually I want that stuff to get used, but it's okay if it takes 5 or 10 years for the community to realize this is the right thing to do. I've done this before. It's been the case before that I've made that case. I mean, if you look back in the mid 2000s, for example, and you ask yourself the question, okay, I want to recognize cars or faces or whatever. I can use convolutional nets, or I can use more conventional kind of computer vision techniques, using interest point detectors or dense SIFT features and sticking an SVM on top. At that time, the data sets were so small that those methods that use more engineering work better than COMNETs. There was just not enough data for COMNETs. The COMNETs were a little slow with the kind of hardware that was available at the time. And there was a sea change when, basically when, data sets became bigger and GPUs became available. That's what, two of the main factors that basically made people change their mind. And you can look at the history of like all sub-branches of AI or pattern recognition. And there's a similar trajectory followed by techniques where people start by, engineering the hell out of it. Be it optical character recognition, speech recognition, computer vision, like image recognition in general, natural language understanding, like translation, things like that, right? You start to engineer the hell out of it. You start to acquire all the knowledge, the prior knowledge about image formation, about the shape of characters, about morphological operations, about like feature extraction, Fourier transforms, Wernicke moments, whatever, right? People have come up with thousands of ways of representing images so that they could be easily classified afterwards. Same for speech recognition, right? There's, it took decades for people to figure out a good front end to pre-process speech signals so that, the information about what is being said is preserved, but most of the information about the identity of the speaker is gone. Castural coefficients or whatever, right? And same for text, right? Do name entity recognition, and you parse, you do tagging of parts of speech, and you do this sort of tree representation of clauses and stuff right before you can do anything. So that's how it starts, right? Just engineer the hell out of it, and then you start having data, and maybe you have more powerful computers, maybe you know something about statistical learning. So you start using machine learning, and it's usually a small sliver on top of your kind of handcrafted system where you extract features by hand. Okay, and now, nowadays the standard way of doing this is that you train the entire thing end to end with a deep learning system, and it learns its own features, and speech recognition systems nowadays, OCR systems are completely end to end. It's some giant neural net that takes raw waveforms and produces a sequence of characters coming out. And it's just a huge neural net, right? There's no Markov model, there's no language model that is explicit other than something that's ingrained in the sort of neural language model, if you want. Same for translation, same for all kinds of stuff. So you see this continuous evolution from less and less handcrafting and more learning. I think it's true in biology as well.
So, I mean, we might disagree about this, maybe not. Into this one little piece at the end, you mentioned active learning. It feels like active learning, which is the selection of data and also the interactivity, needs to be part of this giant neural network. You cannot just be an observer to do self-supervised learning. You have to, self-supervised learning is just a word, but whatever this giant stack of a neural network that's automatically learning, it feels, my intuition is that you have to have a system, whether it's a physical robot or a digital robot, that's interacting with the world and doing so in a flawed way and improving over time in order to form this self-supervised learning. Well, you can't just give it a giant sea of data.
Okay, I agree and I disagree. I agree in the sense that I think I agree in two ways. The first way I agree is that if you want, and you certainly need a causal model of the world that allows you to predict the consequences of your actions. To train that model, you need to take actions. Right? You need to be able to act in the world and see the effect for you to learn causal models in the world.
Well, so that's not obvious because you can observe others.
You can observe others.
And you can infer that they're similar to you, and then you can learn from that.
Yeah, but then you have to kind of hardwire that part, right? Yeah. And then you have mirror neurons and all that stuff, right? So it's not clear to me how you would do this in a machine. So I think the action part would be necessary for having causal models of the world. The second reason it may be necessary, or at least more efficient, is that active learning basically goes for the jugular of what you don't know, right? Mm-hmm. There's obvious areas of uncertainty about your world and about how the world behaves, and you can resolve this uncertainty by systematic exploration of that part that you don't know. And if you know that you don't know, then it makes you curious. You kind of look into situations that, and across the animal world, different species have different levels of curiosity, right? Yeah. Depending on how they build, right? So, cats and rats are incredibly curious. Dogs not so much. I mean, less.
Yeah. So it could be useful to have that kind of curiosity.
So it would be useful, but curiosity just makes the process faster. It doesn't make the process exist. So what learning process is it that active learning makes more efficient? And I'm asking that first question. We haven't answered that question yet. So I worry about active learning once this question is.
So it's the more fundamental question to ask. And if active learning or interaction increases the efficiency of the learning, see, sometimes it becomes very different if the increase is several orders of magnitude, right? Like, that's true. But fundamentally, it's still the same thing. Building up the intuition about how to, in a self-supervised way, to construct background models, efficient or inefficient, is the core problem. What do you think about Yosha Benjo's talking consciousness and all these kind of concepts?
Okay, I don't know what consciousness is, but
it's a good opener.
And to some extent, a lot of the things that are said about consciousness remind me of the questions people were asking themselves in the 18th century or 17th century when they discovered that, how the eye works and the fact that the image in the back of the eye was upside down, right? Because you have a lens, and so on your retina, the image that forms is the image of the world, but it's upside down. How is it that you see right side up? And with what we know today in science, we realize this question doesn't make any sense, or it's kind of ridiculous in some way, right? So I think a lot of what is said about consciousness is of that nature. Now that said, there's a lot of really smart people that, for whom I have a lot of respect who are talking about this topic. People like who's a colleague of mine. I have kind of a unorthodox folk speculative hypothesis about consciousness. So we're talking about the study of a world model. And I think, our entire prefrontal cortex basically is the engine for a world model. But when we are attending at a particular situation, we're focused on that situation. We basically cannot attend to anything else. And that seems to suggest that we basically have only one world model engine in our prefrontal cortex. That engine is configurable to the situation at hand. So we are building a box out of wood, or we are, we're driving down the highway playing chess. We basically have a single model of the world that we configure into the situation at hand, which is why we can only attend to one task at a time. Now, if there is a task that we do repeatedly, it goes from the sort of deliberate reasoning using model of the world and prediction, and perhaps something like model predictive control, which I was talking about earlier, to something that is more subconscious, that becomes automatic. So I don't know if you've ever played against a chess grandmaster. I get wiped out in 10 flies, right? And I have to think about my move for like 15 minutes. And the person in front of me, the grandmaster, just like react within seconds, right? He doesn't need to think about it. That's become part of the subconscious because it's basically just pattern recognition at this point. Same, the first few hours you drive a car, you're really attentive, you can't do anything else, and then after 20, 30 hours of practice, 50 hours, it's subconscious, you can talk to the person next to you, things like that, right? Unless the situation becomes unpredictable, and then you have to start talking. So that suggests you only have one model in your head. And it might suggest the idea that consciousness basically is the module that configures this world model of yours. You need to have some sort of executive kind of overseer that configures your world model for the situation at hand. And that leads to kind of the really curious concept that consciousness is not a consequence of the power of our mind, but of the limitation of our brains. But because we have only one world model, we have to be conscious. If we had as many world models as there are as situations we encounter, then we could do all of them simultaneously, and we wouldn't need this sort of executive control that we call consciousness.
Yeah, interesting. And somehow maybe that executive controller, the hard problem of consciousness, there's some kind of chemicals in biology that's creating a feeling, like it feels, experience some of these things. That's kind of like the hard question is, what the heck is that, and why is that useful? Maybe the more pragmatic question, why is it useful to feel like this is really you experiencing this versus just like information being processed? It could be just a very nice side effect of the way we evolved. That's just very useful to feel a sense of ownership to the decisions you make, to the perceptions you make, to the model you're trying to maintain. Like you own this thing, and it's the only way you got. And if you lose it, it's going to really suck. And the soul should really some signals about it. What ideas do you believe might be true that most, or at least many people, disagree with you with? Let's say in the space of machine learning.
Well, it depends who you're talking about, but I think so. Certainly, there is a bunch of people who are nativists, right? Who think that a lot of the basic things about the world are kind of hardwired in our minds. Things like the world is three-dimensional, for example, is that hardwired? Things like object permanence is something that we learn before the age of 3 months or so, or are we born with it? And there are very wide disagreements among the cognitive scientists for this. I think those things are actually very simple to learn. Is it the case that the oriented edge detectors in V1 are learned, or are they hardwired? I think they are learned. They might be learned before birth because it's really easy to generate signals from the retina that actually will train edge detectors. So, and again, those are things that can be learned within minutes of opening your eyes, right? since the 1990s, we have algorithms that can run oriented edge detectors completely unsupervised with the equivalent of a few minutes of real time. So those things have to be learned. And there's also those MIT experiments where you kind of plug the optical nerve on the auditory cortex of a baby ferret, right? And that auditory cortex becomes visual cortex essentially. So clearly there's learning taking place there. I think a lot of what people think are so basic that we need to be hardwired, I think a lot of those things are learned because they're easy to learn.
So you put a lot of value in the power of learning. What kind of things do you suspect might not be learned? Is there something that could not be learned?
So your intrinsic drives are not learned. They are the things that make humans human, or make cats different from dogs, right? It's the basic drives that are kind of hardwired in our ganglia. There are people who are working on this kind of stuff. It's called intrinsic motivation in the context of reinforcement learning. So these are objective functions where the reward doesn't come from the external world. It's computed by your own brain. Your own brain computes whether you're happy or not, right? It measures your degree of comfort or incomfort. And because it's your brain computing this, presumably it knows also how to estimate gradients of this, right? So it's easier to learn when your objective is intrinsic. So that has to be hardwired. The critic that makes long-term prediction of the outcome, which is the eventual result of this, that's learned. And perception is learned, and model of the world is learned. But let me take the example of why the critic, an example of how the critic might be learned, right? If I come to you, I reach across the table and I pinch your arm, right? Complete surprise for you. You would not have expected this.
I was expecting that the whole time, but yes, right. Let's say for the sake of the story. Yes.
Okay, your basal ganglia is going to light up because it's going to hurt, right? And now your model of the world includes the fact that I may pinch you if I approach my
don't trust humans.
my hand to your arm. So if I try again, you can pick over, and that's your critic, your predictive, your predictor of your ultimate pain system that predicts that something bad is going to happen in the car.
Absolutely. So even that can be learned.
That is learned, definitely. This is what allows you also to define some goals, right? So the fact that you're a school child, you wake up in the morning, you go to school, and it's not because you necessarily like waking up early and going to school, but you know that it is a long-term objective.
So Ernest Becker, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the philosopher who wrote the book *The Knowledge of Death*, and his idea is that one of the core motivations of human beings are terror of death, or fear of death. That's what makes us unique from cats. Cats are just surviving. They do not have a deep, cognizance, introspection that over the horizon is the end. And he says that, there's a terror management theory, there's just all these psychological experiments that show basically this idea that all of human civilization, everything we create, is kind of trying to forget, even for a brief moment, that we're going to die. When do you think humans understand that they're going to die? Is it learned early on also?
I don't know to that what point. I mean, it's a question like at what point do you realize that what this really is? And I think most people don't actually realize what this is, right? I mean, most people believe that you go to heaven or something. Right?
Well, to push back on that, what Ernest Becker says, and Sheldon Solomon and all of those folks, and I find those ideas a little bit compelling, is that there is moments in life, early in life, a lot of this fun happens early in life, when you do deeply experience the terror of this realization, and all the things think about religion, all those kinds of things that we kind of think about more like teenage years and later. We're talking about way earlier.
No, it's like 7 or 8 years, something like that. Yeah.
You realize, holy crap, this is like the mystery, the terror. Like it's almost like you're a little prey, a little baby deer sitting in the darkness of the jungle of the woods, looking all around you, the darkness full of terror. Right? That's that realization says, okay, I'm going to go back in the comfort of my mind where there is a deep meaning, where there is a maybe like pretend I'm immortal, however kind of idea I can construct to help me understand that I'm immortal. Religion helps with that. You can delude yourself in all kinds of ways. Like lose yourself in the busyness of each day, have little goals in mind, all those kinds of things to think it's going to go on forever. And you kind of know you're going to die, yeah, it's going to be sad, but you don't really understand you're going to die. And so that's their idea. And I find that compelling because it does seem to be a core unique aspect of human nature that we're able to think that we're able to really understand that this life is finite. That seems important.
There's a bunch of different things there. So first of all, I don't think there is a qualitative difference between us and cats in the term. I think the difference is that we just have a better long-term ability to predict the long term, and so we have a better understanding of how the world works. So we have better understanding of finiteness of life and things like that.
So we have a better planning engine than cats.
Yeah.
What's the motivation for planning?
Well, I think it's just a side effect of the fact that we have just a better planning engine because it makes us, as I said, the essence of intelligence is the ability to predict. And so because we're smarter, as a side effect, we also have this ability to kind of make predictions about our future existence or lack thereof. Okay. You say religion helps with that. I think religion hurts, actually. It makes people worry about, what's going to happen after their deaths, etc. If you believe that, you just don't exist after death, like it solves completely the problem.
Wait,
at least.
You're saying if you don't believe in God, you don't worry about what happens after death?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You only worry about this life because that's the only one you have.
I think it's, well, I don't know. If I were to say what Ernest Becker says, I actually agree with him more than not, is you do deeply worry. If you believe there's no God, there's still a deep worry, like, of the mystery of it all. Like, how does that make any sense? That it just ends. I don't think we can truly understand this right. I mean, so much of our life, the consciousness, the ego, is invested in this being, and
science keeps bringing humanity down from its pedestal. And
yeah, but
that's just another example.
That's wonderful, but for us individual humans, we don't like to be brought down from a pedestal.
I'm fine with
it. But see, you're fine with it because, well, so what Ernest Becker would say is you're fine with it because that's just a more peaceful existence for you, but you're not really fine. You're hiding from. In fact, some of the people that experience the deepest trauma earlier in life, they often, before they seek extensive therapy, will say, I'm fine. It's like when you talk to people who are truly angry, how are you doing? I'm fine. The question is, what's going on?
No, I had a near-death experience. I had a very bad motorbike accident when I was 17. So, but that didn't have any impact on my reflection on that topic.
So I'm basically just playing a bit of devil's advocate, pushing back on wondering, is it truly possible to accept death? And the flip side that's more interesting, I think, for AI and robotics is how important is it to have this as one of the suite of motivations, is to not just avoid falling off the roof or something like that, but ponder the end of the ride. If you listen to the Stoics, it's a great motivator. It adds a sense of urgency. So maybe to truly fear death or be cognizant of it might give a deeper meaning and urgency to the moment to live fully.
Well, maybe I don't disagree with that. I mean, I think what motivates me here is knowing more about human nature. I mean, I think human nature and human intelligence is a big mystery. It's a scientific mystery. In addition to philosophical, etc. But I'm a believer in science, so and I do have kind of a belief that for complex systems like the brain and the mind, the way to understand it is to try to reproduce it with artifacts that you build, because you know what's essential to it when you try to build it. The same way I've used this analogy before with you, I believe. The same way we only started to understand aerodynamics when we started building airplanes, and that helped us understand how birds fly. And, so I think there's kind of a similar process here where we don't have a full theory of intelligence. But building, intelligent artifacts will help us perhaps develop some, underlying theory that encompasses not just artificial implements, but also human biological intelligence in general.
So you're an interesting person to ask this question about sort of all kinds of different other intelligent entities or intelligences. And what are your thoughts about kind of like the Turing or the Chinese room question? If we create an AI system that exhibits a lot of properties of intelligence and consciousness, how comfortable are you thinking of that entity as intelligent or conscious? So you're trying to build now systems that have intelligence, and there's metrics about their performance, but that metric is external. Okay, so how are you okay calling a thing intelligent, or are you going to be like most humans and be once again unhappy to be brought down from a pedestal of consciousness/intelligence?
No, I'll be very happy to understand more about human nature, human mind, and human intelligence through the construction of machines that have similar abilities. And if the consequence of this is to bring down humanity one notch down from its already pedestal, I'm just fine with it. That's just the reality of life. So I'm fine with that. Now, you were asking me about things that, opinions I have that a lot of people may disagree with. I think if we think about the design of the autonomous intelligence system, so assuming that we are somewhat successful at some level of getting machines to learn models of the world, routine models of the world, we build intrinsic motivation objective functions to drive the behavior of that system. The system also has perception modules that allows it to estimate the state of the world, and then have some way of figuring out a sequence of actions that to optimize a particular objective. If it has a critic of the type that I was describing before, the thing that makes you recoil your arm the second time I try to pinch you, intelligent autonomous machine will have emotions. I think emotions are an integral part of autonomous intelligence. If you have an intelligence system that is driven by intrinsic motivation, by objectives, if it has a critic that allows it to predict in advance whether the outcome of a situation is going to be good or bad, it's going to have emotions. It's going to have fear. When it predicts that the outcome is going to be bad and something to avoid, it's going to have elation when it predicts that it's going to be good. If it has drives to relate with humans, in some ways, the way humans have, it's going to be social, right? And so it's going to have emotions about attachment and things of that type. So I think, the sort of sci-fi thing where, you see Commander Data like having an relationship that you can turn off, right? I think that's ridiculous.
So here's the difficult philosophical social question. Do you think there will be a time, like a civil rights movement for robots, where, forget the movement, but a discussion at like the Supreme Court that particular kinds of robots, particular kinds of systems, deserve the same rights as humans because they can suffer just as humans can, all those kinds of things?
Well, perhaps not. Like, imagine that humans were that you could die and be restored. Like, you can be sort of be 3D reprinted, and your brain could be reconstructed in its finest details.
Our ideas of rights will change in that case. If you can always just there's always a backup, you could always restore. Maybe like the importance of murder will go down as one notch.
That's right. But also the your desire to do dangerous things, like skydiving or race car riding, car racing, all that kind of stuff, will probably increase. Or airplane aerobatics or that kind of stuff, right? You'd be fine to do a lot of those things or explore, dangerous areas and things like that will kind of change your relationship. So now it's very likely that robots will be like that because, they'll be based on perhaps technology that is somewhat similar to today's technology, and you can always have a backup.
So it's possible. I don't know if you like video games, but there's a game called Diablo, and
my sons are huge fans of this.
yes,
And in fact, they made a game that's inspired by it.
awesome. Like built a game.
My three sons have a game design studio between them. Yeah,
That's awesome.
they came out with a game
Like it just came out
last year. No, this was last year, about a year ago.
That's awesome. But so in Diablo, there's something called hardcore mode, which if you die, you're gone.
Right.
That's it. And so it's possible with AI systems for them to be able to operate successfully and for us to treat them in a certain way, because they have to be integrated into society, they have to be able to die, no copies allowed. In fact, copying is illegal. It's possible with humans as well, like cloning would be illegal. You don't know it's possible.
But cloning is no copying, right? I mean, you don't reproduce the mind of the person and
Like
experience.
right.
It's just a delayed twin.
But then but we were talking about with computers that you will be able to copy,
Right.
You'll be able to perfectly pickle the mind state, and it's possible that will be illegal because that goes against that will destroy the motivation of the system.
Okay, so let's say you have a domestic robot.
Yeah.
Okay, sometime in the future.
Yes.
And domestic robot, comes to you kind of somewhat pre-trained. It can do a bunch of things.
Yes.
But it has a particular personality that makes it slightly different from the other robots because that makes it more interesting. And then because it's lived with you for 5 years, you grown some attachment to it, and vice versa. And it's learned a lot about you. Or maybe it's not a household robot. Maybe it's a virtual assistant that lives in your augmented reality glasses or whatever, right?
Yeah.
The her movie type thing, right? And that system, to some extent, the intelligence in that system is a bit like your child or maybe your PhD student, in the sense that there's a lot of you in that machine now, right? And so, if it were a living thing, you would do this for free if you want, right? If it's your child can, then live his or her own life, and the fact that they're not stuff from you doesn't mean that you have any ownership of it, right?
Yeah.
But if it's a robot that you've trained, perhaps you have some intellectual property claim about
Intellectual property. Oh, I thought you meant like permanent value in the sense that's part of use in.
Well, there's permanent value, right? So you would lose a lot if that robot were to be destroyed and you had no backup. You would lose a lot. Right? You would lose a lot of investment. Kind of like a person dying. That a friend of yours dying, or a coworker or something like that.
But also, you have like intellectual property rights in the sense that system is fine-tuned to your particular existence. So that's now a very unique instantiation of that original background model, whatever it was that arrived.
And then there are issues of privacy, right? Because now, imagine that robot has its own kind of volition, decides to work with someone else, or kind of thinks life with you is sort of untenable or whatever, right? Now, all the things that system learned from you, how can you delete all the personal information that system knows about you?
Yeah.
I mean, that would be kind of an ethical question. Like, can you erase the mind of a intelligent robot to protect your privacy?
Yeah.
You can't do this with humans. You can ask them to shut up, but that you don't have complete power over that.
You can't erase humans. Yeah, it's the problem with the relationships. That you break up, you can't erase the other human. With robots, I think it'll have to be the same thing with robots. That risk that there has to be some risk to our interactions to truly experience them deeply. It feels like so. you have to be able to lose your robot friend, and that robot friend to go tweeting about how much of an asshole you are.
But then, are you allowed to, murder the robot to protect your private information?
Yeah, probably not.
Decides to leave?
I have the situation that for robots with certain be, let's call it sentient or something like that. Like this robot is designed for human interaction. That you're not allowed to murder these robots. It's the same as murdering other humans.
Well, but what about you do a backup of the robot you preserve on a hard drive or the equivalent in the future?
That might be illegal. It's like
And then-
piracy. Piracy is illegal.
No, but it's your own robot, right?
But you can't. You don't.
But then you can wipe out its brain, so this robot doesn't know anything about you anymore. But you still have technically it's still in existence because you wiped it out.
And then there'll be these great speeches at the Supreme Court by saying, "Oh, sure, you can erase the mind of the robot just like you can erase the mind of a human. We both can suffer." There'll be some epic, like Obama type character with a speech that we like the robots and the humans are the same. We can both suffer. We can both hope. We can both all those kinds of things. Raise families, all that kind of stuff. It's interesting. Just like you said, emotion seems to be a fascinatingly powerful aspect of human interaction, human robot interaction, and if they're able to exhibit emotions, at the end of the day, that's probably going to have us deeply consider human rights, like what we value in humans, what we value in other animals. And that's why robots and AI is great. It makes us ask good questions.
Questions, yeah. But you asked about the Chinese room type argument. Is it real? If it was real,
Yeah.
I think the Chinese room argument is really difficult. So
for people who don't know, Chinese room is you can I don't even know how to formulate it well, but basically you can mimic the behavior of an intelligent system by just following a giant algorithm code book that tells you exactly how to respond in exactly each case. But is that really intelligent? It's like a giant lookup table. When this person says this, you answer this. When this person says this, you answer this. And if you understand how that works, this giant, nearly infinite lookup table, is that really intelligence? Because intelligence seems to be a mechanism that's much more interesting and complex than this lookup table.
I don't think so. So the real question comes down to: do you think you can mechanize intelligence in some way, even if that involves learning? And the answer is, of course, yes. There's no question. There's a second question then, which is assuming you can reproduce intelligence in sort of different hardware than biological hardware, like computers. Can you, match human intelligence in all the domains in which humans are intelligent? Is it possible, right? So it's the hypothesis of strong AI. The answer to this, in my opinion, is unqualified yes. This will happen at some point. There's no question that machines at some point will become more intelligent than humans in all domains where humans are intelligent. This is not for tomorrow. It's going to take a long time, regardless of what Elon and others have claimed or believed. This is a lot harder than many of those guys think it is. Now, many of those guys who thought it was simpler than that 5 years ago, now think it's hard because it's been 5 years and we realize it's going to take a lot longer. Then it was much people at DeepMind, for example. But
interesting. I haven't actually touched base with the DeepMind folks. But some of it, Elon or Dennis Hassans, I mean, sometimes your role, you have to kind of create deadlines that are nearer than farther away.
Yeah.
To kind of create an urgency. You have to believe the impossible is possible in order to accomplish it. And there's, of course, the flip side to that coin, but it's a weird. You can't be too cynical if you want to get something done.
Absolutely, I agree with that. But you have to inspire people to work on certain ambitious things. So it's certainly a lot harder than we believe. But there's no question in my mind that this will happen. And now people are kind of worried about what does that mean for humans. They are going to be brought down from their pedestal, a bunch of notches with that, and is that going to be good or bad? I mean, it's just going to give more power, right? It's an amplifier for human intelligence, really.
So speaking of doing cool, ambitious things, FAIR, the Facebook AI research group has recently celebrated its 8th birthday, or maybe you can correct me on that. Looking back, what has been the successes, the failures, the lessons learned from the 8 years of FAIR? And maybe you can also give context of where does the newly minted Meta AI fit into, how does it relate to FAIR?
Right, so let me tell you a little bit about the organization of all this. Yeah, FAIR was created almost exactly 8 years ago. It wasn't FAIR yet. It took that name a few months later. And at the time I joined Facebook, there was a group called the AI group that had 12 engineers and a few scientists, like 10 engineers and 2 scientists or something like that. I ran it for 3.5 years as a director. Hired the first few scientists and kind of set up the culture and organized it, explained to the Facebook leadership what fundamental research was about and how we can work within industry and how it needs to be open and everything. And I think it's been an unqualified success in the sense that FAIR has simultaneously produced top-level research and advanced the science and technology, provided tools, open source tools like PyTorch and many others. But at the same time has had a direct or mostly indirect impact on Facebook at the time, now Meta, in the sense that a lot of systems that Meta is built around now are based on research projects that started at FAIR. So if you were to take out deep learning out of Facebook services now and Meta more generally, the company would literally crumble. It's completely built around AI these days. It's really essential to the operations. So what happened after 3.5 years is that I changed role. I became so I'm not doing day-to-day management of FAIR anymore. I'm more of a kind of think about strategy and things like that, and I conduct my own research. I have my own kind of research group working on self-supervised learning and things like this, which I didn't have time to do when I was director. So now FAIR is run by Joël Pinault and Antoine Bord together, because FAIR is kind of split in two now. There's something called FAIR Labs, which is sort of bottom-up science-driven research, and FAIR Excel, which is slightly more organized for bigger projects that require a little more engineering support and things like that. So Joël leads FAIR Lab and Antoine Bord leads FAIR Excel.
Where are they located?
It's delocalized all over. So there's no question that the leadership of the company believes that this was a very worthwhile investment, and what that means is that it's there for the long run, right? So there is, if you want to talk in these terms, which I don't like, is a business model, if you want, where FAIR, despite being a very fundamental research lab, brings a lot of value to the company, either mostly indirectly through other groups. Now, what happened 3.5 years ago when I stepped down was also the creation of Facebook AI, which was basically a larger organization that covers FAIR, so FAIR is included in it, but also has other organizations that are focused on applied research or advanced development of AI technology that is more focused on the products of the company.
So less emphasis on fundamental research.
Less fundamental, but it's still research. There's a lot of papers coming out of those organizations, and people are awesome, and wonderful to interact with. But it serves as kind of a way to kind of scale up, if you want, so AI technology, which may be very experimental and sort of lab prototypes into things that are usable.
So FAIR is a subset of Meta AI. It's like KFC, it'll just keep the F. Nobody cares what the F stands for.
We'll know soon enough by probably by the end of the 2021.
It's just not a giant change, Mayor. FAIR.
Well, the mayor doesn't sound too good, but the brand people are kind of deciding on this, and they've been hesitating for a while now, and they tell us they're going to come up with an answer as to whether FAIR is going to change name or whether we're going to change just the meaning of the F.
That's a good call. I would keep fair and change the meaning of the F.
That would be my preference. I would turn the F into fundamental.
Oh, that's
fundamental
good.
AI research.
Oh, that's really good. Yeah.
Within meta AI. So this would be
Meta fair.
Meta fair.
Yeah.
But people would be fair. Right?
Yeah, exactly. I like it.
And now meta AI is part of the reality lab. So Meta now, the new Facebook, is called Meta, and it's kind of divided into Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and Reality Lab. And Reality Lab is about AR, VR, telepresence, communication technology, and stuff like that. It's kind of you can think of it as the sort of the combination of sort of new products and technology part of Meta.
Is that where the touch sensing for robots? I saw that you were posting about
But touch sensing for robots is quite fair. That's a
oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah. There's also but there is the other way, the haptic glove, right?
Yes.
That has
that's more reality lab.
That's reality lab research.
Reality lab research. But by the way, the touch sensor is super interesting. Like integrating that modality into the whole sensing suite is very interesting. So, what do you think about the metaverse? What do you think about this whole kind of expansion of the view of the role of Facebook and Meta?
Well, metaverse really should be thought of as the next step in the internet, right? Sort of trying to kind of make the experience more compelling of being connected either with other people or with content. And we are evolved and trained to evolve in 3D environments where we can see other people, we can talk to them when other people are far away can hear us, things like that, right? So there's a lot of social conventions that exist in the real world that we can try to transpose. Now, what is going to be eventually how compelling is it going to be? Like, is it going to be the case that people are going to be willing to do this if they have to wear a huge pair of goggles all day? Maybe not.
But then again, if the experience is sufficiently compelling, maybe so.
Or if the device that you have to wear is just basically a pair of glasses, and technology makes sufficient progress for that. AR is a much easier concept to grasp. That you're going to have augmented reality glasses that basically contain some sort of virtual assistant that can help you in your daily lives.
But at the same time, with AR, you have to contend with reality. With VR, you can completely detach yourself from reality, so it gives you freedom. It might be easier to design worlds in VR.
Yeah, but you can imagine how the metaverse being
a mix,
right? Or like you can have objects that exist in the metaverse that pop up on top of the real world, or only exist in virtual reality.
Okay, let me ask the hard question.
Oh, because all of this was easy. So
this was easy. The Facebook, Meta, the social network, has been painted by the media as net negative for society, even destructive and evil at times. You've pushed back against this, defending Facebook. Can you explain your defense?
Yeah, so the description, the company that is being described in some media is not the company we know when we work inside. And, it could be claimed that a lot of employees are uninformed about what really goes on in the company. But, I'm the vice president. I mean, I have a pretty good vision of what goes on. I don't know everything, obviously. I'm not involved in everything, but certainly not a decision about, content moderation or anything like this. But I have, some decent vision of what goes on. And this evil that is being described, I just don't see it. And then, I think there is an easy story to buy, which is that all the bad things in the world, and the reason your friend believes crazy stuff, there's an easy scapegoat, right? In social media in general, Facebook in particular. And you have to look at the data. Like, is it the case that Facebook, for example, polarizes people politically? Are there academic studies that show this? Is it the case that teenagers think of themselves less if they use Instagram more? is it the case that um, you know, people get more riled up against opposite sides in a debate or political opinion if they're more on Facebook or if they are less? And study after study show that none of this is true. This is independent studies by academics, not funded by Facebook or Meta. Studied by Stanford, by some of my colleagues at NYU, actually, with my connection. There's a study recently, they paid people, I think it was in former Yugoslavia, I'm not exactly sure in what part, but they paid people to not use Facebook for a while in the period before the anniversary of the Srebrenica massacres, right? So people get riled up, like, should we have a celebration, a memorial kind of celebration for it or not? So they paid a bunch of people to not use Facebook for a few weeks. And it turns out that those people ended up being more polarized than they were at the beginning, and people who were more on Facebook were less polarized. There's a study, from Stanford of economists at Stanford that tried to identify the causes of increasing polarization in the U.S. And it's been going on for 40 years before, Mark Zuckerberg was born.
Yeah.
Continuously. And so if there is a cause, it's not Facebook or social media. So you could say social media just accelerated it, but no, it's basically a continuous evolution by some measure of polarization in the US. And then you compare this with other countries like the west half of Germany, because you can go 40 years east side, or Denmark or other countries, and they use Facebook just as much, and they're not getting more polarized; they're getting less polarized. So if you want to look for a causal relationship there, you can find a scapegoat, but you can't find the cause. Now, if you want to fix the problem, you have to find the right cause. And what riles me up is that people now are accusing Facebook of bad deeds that are done by others, and those others we're not doing anything about them. And by the way, those others include the owner of the Wall Street Journal, in which all of those papers were published.
So I should mention I'm talking to Mike Shrep on this podcast, and also Mark Zuckerberg, and probably these conversations we can have with them, because it's very interesting to me. Even if Facebook has some measurable negative effect, you can't just consider that in isolation. You have to consider all the positive ways it connects us. So, like, every technology, it's like, question. You can't just say there's an increase in division. Yes, probably Google search engine has created an increase in division. We have to consider about how much information is brought to the world. Like, I'm sure Wikipedia created more division. If you just look at the division, we have to look at the full context of the world, and they didn't make a better world.
The printing press has created more division.
Exactly.
So, when the printing press was invented, the first books that were printed were things like the Bible, and that allowed people to read the Bible by themselves, not get the message from priests in Europe, and that created, the Protestant movement and 200 years of religious persecution and wars. So that's a bad side effect of the printing press. Social networks aren't being nearly as bad as the printing press, but nobody would say the printing press was a bad idea.
Yeah, a lot of his perception, and there's a lot of different incentives operating here. Maybe a quick comment, since you're one of the top leaders at Facebook and at Meta, that's in the tech space. I'm sure Facebook involves a lot of incredible technological challenges that need to be solved. A lot of it problems on the computer infrastructure, the hardware. It's just a huge amount. Maybe can you give me context about how much of Shrep's life is AI, how much of it is low-level compute, how much of it is flying all around doing business stuff, and the same with Mark Zuckerberg.
They really focus on AI. Certainly in the run-up of the creation of FAIR, and for at least a year after that, if not more, Mark was very, very much focused on AI and was spending quite a lot of effort on it. And that's his style. When he gets interested in something, he reads everything about it. He read some of my papers, for example, before I joined. So he learns about that. Right. Shrep was really to it. Also, Detroit is really kind of, has something I've tried to preserve also despite my not so young age, which is a sense of wonder about science and technology. I mean, he certainly has that. He's also a wonderful person in terms of as a manager, like dealing with people and everything. Mark also much. So we are very very human people. In the case of Mark, it's shockingly human, given his trajectory. I mean, the personality of him that he's painting in the press is just completely wrong.
Yeah, but you have to know how to play the press. So that's I put some of that responsibility on him too. You have to. It's like like the director, the conductor of an orchestra. You have to play the press and the public in a certain kind of way where you convey your true self to them. If there's a depth of kindness to you.
And it's hard, and it's probably not the best at it. So yeah.
You have to learn, and it's sad to see. I'll talk to him about it, but the Sharp is slowly stepping down. It's always sad to see folks sort of be there for a long time and slowly. But I guess time.
I think he's done the thing he set out to do, and he's got family priorities and stuff like that, and I understand after 13 years or something.
It's been a good run.
Which in Silicon Valley is basically a lifetime.
Yeah,
because it's dog years.
So in Europe, the conference just wrapped up. Let me just go back to something else. You posted a paper you co-authored was rejected from Europe, as you said proudly, but was rejected. Can you? Yeah, I know. Can you describe this paper? What was the idea in it? And also, maybe this is a good opportunity to ask, what are the pros and cons, what works and what doesn't about the review process?
Yeah, let me talk about the paper first. I'll talk about the review process afterwards. The paper is called VICREG, so this is, I mentioned that before, variance and covariance regularization. And it's a technique, a non-contrastive learning technique for what I call joint embedding architecture. So Siamese nets are an example of joint embedding architecture. So joint embedding architecture is, let me back up a little bit, right? So if you want to do self-supervised learning, you can do it by prediction. So let's say you want to train the system to predict video, and you show it a video clip, and you train the system to predict the configuration of that video clip. Because you need to handle uncertainty, because there are many configurations that are possible, you need to handle this in some way. You need to have a way for the system to be able to produce multiple predictions. And the only way I know to do is through the latent environment. So you have some sort of hidden vector of a variable that you can vary over a set, the draw from distribution. And as you vary this vector over a set, the output, the prediction, varies over a set of possible predictions. Okay, so that's called, the generative latent variable model.
Got it.
Okay, now there is an alternative to this to handle uncertainty. And instead of directly predicting the next frames of the clip, you will also run those through another neural net. So you now have two neural nets: one that looks at the initial segment of the video clip, and another one that looks at the continuation, right? And what you're trying to do is learn a representation of those two video clips that is maximally informative about the video clips themselves, but it's such that you can predict the representation of the second video clip from the representation of the first one. That's it. Okay. And you can formalize this in terms of maximizing return information, some stuff like that, but it doesn't matter. What you want is informative representations of the two video clips that are mutually predictable. What that means is that there's a lot of details in the second video clip that are irrelevant. Let's say a video clip consists in the camera panning the scene. There's going to be a piece of that room that is going to be revealed and I can somewhat predict what that room is going to look like, but I may not be able to predict the details of the texture of the ground and where the tiles are ending and stuff like that, right? So those are irrelevant details that perhaps my representation will eliminate. And so what I need is to train this second neural net in such a way that whenever the continuation video clip varies over all the possible continuations, the representation doesn't change.
Got it. So it's got it. Or over the space of representations, doing the same kind of thing as you do with similarity learning.
Right. Yeah. So these are two ways to handle multimodality in a prediction, right? In the first way, you parameterize the prediction with a latent variable, where you predict pixels, essentially, right? In the second one, you don't predict pixels, you predict an abstract representation of pixels, and you guarantee that this abstract representation has as much information as possible about the input, but sort of drops all the stuff that you can't predict, essentially. I used to be a big fan of the first approach, and in fact, in this paper with Chan Mishra, this blog post, the dark matter intelligence, I was kind of advocating for this. And in the last year and a half, I've completely changed my mind. I'm now a big fan of the second one. And it's because of a small collection of algorithms that have been proposed over the last year and a half or so, 2 years, to do this, including VCREG, its predecessor called Barlow Twins, which I mentioned. The method from our friends at DeepMind called BYOL, and there's a bunch of others now that can work similarly. So they're all based on this idea of joint embedding. Some of them have an explicit criterion. There is an approximation of visual deformations. Some others at BYOL work, but we don't really know why. And there's been like lots of theoretical papers about why BYOL works. No, it's not that, because we take it out and it still works. And blah, blah, blah. I mean, so there's like a big debate, but the important point is that we now have a collection of non-contrastive joint embedding methods, which I think is the best in C/spread. So I'm super excited about this because I think it's our best shot for techniques that would allow us to kind of build predictive world models, and at the same time learn hierarchical representations of the world, where what matters about the world is preserved and what is irrelevant is eliminated.
Whether the representation before and after is in the space, in a sequence of images, or is it for single images?
It would be either for a single image, for a sequence. It doesn't have to be images. This could be applied to text. This could be applied to just about any signal. I'm looking for methods that are generally applicable, that are not specific to one particular modality. It could be audio or whatever.
Got it. So what's the story behind this paper? This paper is what? This is describing one such method?
This is VCREG method. So this is co-authored. The first author is a student called Adrien Barne, who is a resident PhD student at FAIR Paris. He's co-advised by me and Jean Ponce, who's a professor at École Normale Supérieure and also a research director at INRIA. So this is a wonderful program in France where PhD students can basically do their PhD in industry, and that's kind of what's happening here. And this paper is a follow-up on this Barlow Twin paper by former postdoc Stéphane Denis, with Yixing and Yorish Montar and a bunch of other people from FAIR. And one of the main criticism from reviewers is that VCREG is not different enough from Barlow Twins. But my impression is that it's Barlow Twins with a few bugs fixed essentially, and in the end, this is what people will use.
Right. So,
but I'm used to stuff that I still may be rejected for.
Some might be rejected and actually exceptional slightly because people use it.
Well, it's already cited a bunch of times.
So, I mean, the question is then to the deeper question about peer review and conferences. I mean, computer science as a field is kind of unique, that the conference is highly prized. That's one.
Right.
And it's interesting because the peer review process there is similar as opposed to journals, but it's accelerated significantly. Well, not significantly, but it goes fast. And it's a nice way to get stuff out quickly. Peer review quickly, be able to present it quickly to the community, so not quickly, but quicker.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, it has many of the same flaws of peer review because it's a limited number of people look at it. There's bias and follow it. Like that, if you want to do new ideas, you're going to get pushed back. There's self-interested people that kind of can infer who submitted it. and kind of, be cranky about it, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of social phenomena there. There's one social phenomenon, which is that because the field has been growing exponentially, the vast majority of people in the field are extremely junior.
Yeah.
So as a consequence, and it's just a consequence of the field growing. So as the size of the field can start saturating, you will have less of that problem of reviewers being very inexperienced. The consequence of this is that young reviewers, I mean, this phenomenon which is that reviewers try to make their life easy, and to make their life easy when reviewing a paper is very simple. You just have to find a flaw in the paper, right? So basically, they see their task as finding flaws in papers, and most papers have flaws, even the good ones. So it's easy to to do that. Your job is easier as a reviewer if you just focus on this. But what's important is, is there a new idea in that paper that is likely to influence? It doesn't matter if the experiments are not that great, if the protocol is, things like that. As long as there is a worthy idea in it that will influence the way people think about the problem, even if they make it better, eventually, I think that's really what makes a paper useful. And so this combination of social phenomena creates a disease that has plagued other fields in the past, like speech recognition, where basically people chase numbers on benchmarks, and it's much easier to get a paper accepted if it brings an incremental improvement on a sort of mainstream, well accepted method or problem. And those are, to me, boring papers. I mean, they're not useless, right? Because industry strives on those kind of progress, but they're not the ones that I'm interested in terms of new concepts. So papers that are really trying to strike kind of new advances generally don't need. Now, thankfully, we have
Archive, exactly, and then there's open review type of situations where Twitter is a kind of open review. I'm a huge believer that review should be done by thousands of people, not 2 people.
I agree.
And so archive, do you see a future where a lot of strong papers, it's already the present, but a growing future where it'll just be archived and you're presenting an ongoing continuous conference called Twitter / the internet / archive sanity. Andre just released a new version. So just not being so elitist about this particular gating.
It's not a question of being elitist or not. It's a question of being basically recommendation and approvals for people who don't see themselves as having the ability to do so by themselves, right? And so it saves time, right? If you rely on other people's opinion and you trust those people or those groups to evaluate a paper for you, that saves you time, because you don't have to scrutinize the paper as much. It is brought to your attention. I mean, it's the whole idea of sort of collective recommendation system, right? So I actually thought about this a lot, about 10, 15 years ago. Of course, there were discussions at NIPS, and we were about to create ICLEA with Yosha Benjo. And so I wrote a document kind of describing a reviewing system, which basically was, you post your paper on some repository, let's say archive, or now it could be open review, and then you can form a reviewing entity, which is equivalent to a reviewing board, of a journal or a program committee of a conference, to list the members, and then that group reviewing entity can choose to review a particular paper, spontaneously or not. There is no exclusive relationship anymore between the paper and the venue or reviewing entity. Any reviewing entity can review any paper, or may choose not to. And then give an evaluation. It's not published or published, it's just an evaluation and a comment, which would be public, signed by the reviewing entity. And if it's signed by a reviewing entity, it's one of the members of the reviewing entity. So if the reviewing entity is, Lex Friedman's, preferred papers, right? It's Lex Friedman writing.
Yes. So for me, that's a beautiful system, I think. But What's in addition to that, it feels like there should be a reputation system for the reviewers.
Absolutely. For the reviewing entities, not the reviewers individually.
The reviewing entities, sure. But even within that, the reviewers too, because there's another thing here. It's not just the reputation; it's an incentive for an individual person to do great.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, in the academic setting, the incentive is kind of internal, just wanting to do a good job. But honestly, that's not a strong enough incentive to do a really good job at reading a paper and finding the beautiful amidst the mistakes and the flaws and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
Like, if you're the person that first discovered a powerful paper and you get to be proud of that discovery, then that gives a huge incentive to you.
That's a big part of my proposal, actually. I describe that as, if your evaluation of papers is predictive of future success,
Yes,
okay, then your reputation should go up as a reviewing entity. So yeah, exactly. I mean, I even had a master's student who's a master's student in library science and computer science. Actually, kind of work out exactly how that should work with formulas and everything. But
so, in terms of implementation, do you think that's something that's doable?
I mean, I've been sort of to this to sort of various people like Andrew McCallum, who started Open Review. And the reason why we picked Open Review for iClear initially, even though it was very early for them, is because my hope was that iClear was eventually going to kind of inaugurate this type of system. So iClear kept the idea of open reviews. So where the reviews are published with the paper, which I think is very useful. But in many ways, that's kind of reverted to kind of more of a conventional type conferences for everything else. And that, I mean, I don't run iClear. I'm just the president of the foundation, but people who run it should make decisions about how to run it, and I'm not going to tell them because they're volunteers, and I'm really thankful that they do that. So, but I'm saddened by the fact that we're not being innovative enough.
Yeah, me too. I hope that changes. Because of communication science broadly, but communication and computer science ideas is how you make those ideas have impact.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this is because people have in their mind kind of an objective, which is fairness for authors and the ability to count points basically and give credits accurately. But that comes at the expense of the progress of science. So to some extent, we're slowing down the progress of science.
And are we actually achieving fairness?
And we're not achieving fairness. There are biases. We're doing double blind review, but the biases are still there. There are different kinds of biases.
You write that the phenomenon of emergence, collective behavior exhibited by a large collection of simple elements in interaction, is one of the things that got you into neural nets in the first place. I love cellular automata. I love simple interacting elements and the things that emerge from them. Do you think we understand how complex systems can emerge from such simple components that interact simply?
No, we don't. It's a big mystery. Also, it's a mystery for physicists. It's a mystery for biologists. How is it that the universe around us seems to be increasing in complexity and not decreasing? I mean, that is a kind of curious property of physics, that despite the second law of thermodynamics, they seem to be, evolution and learning and etc. It seems to be kind of, at least locally, to increase complexity, not decrease it. So perhaps the ultimate purpose of the universe is to just get more complex.
We have these, small pockets of beautiful complexity. Do cellular automata, these kinds of emergence of complex systems, give you some intuition or guide your understanding of machine learning systems and neural networks and so on? Or are these for you right now different concepts?
Well, it got me into it. I discovered the existence of the perceptron when I was a college student. By reading a book, and there was a debate between Chomsky and Piaget. Seymour Papert from MIT was kind of singing the praise of the perceptron. That book, and it was the first time I heard about the learning machine. Right, so I started digging the literature, and I found those books, which were basically transcription, workshops or conferences from the 50s and 60s about self-organizing systems. So there was a series of conferences on self-organizing systems, and these books on this. Some of them are you can actually get them at the Internet Archive in digital version. And there are like fascinating articles in there by there's a guy whose name has been largely forgotten, Heinz. So it's a German physicist who immigrated to the US and worked on self-organizing systems in the 50s. And in the 60s, he created, at University of Illinois in Champaign, created the Biological Computer Laboratory, BCL, which was all about neural nets. Unfortunately, that was kind of towards the end of the popularity of neural nets, so that never kind of tried very much. But he wrote a bunch of papers about self-organization and about the mystery of self-organization. An example he has is imagine you are in space in zero gravity. You have a big box with magnets in it. Okay, kind of rectangular magnets with North Pole on one end, South Pole on the other end. You shake the box gently, and the magnets will kind of stick to themselves and probably form a complex structure, spontaneously. That could be an example of self-organization. But you have lots of neural nets are an example of self-organization in many respects. And it's a bit of a mystery, how, what is possible with this? Pattern formation in physical systems, in chaotic systems, and things like that. The emergence of life, things like that. So, how does that happen? It's a big puzzle for physicists as well.
It feels like understanding the mathematics of emergence in some constrained situations might help us create intelligence. Help us add a little spice to the systems, because you seem to be able to, in complex systems with emergence, to be able to get a lot from little. And so that seems like a shortcut to get big leaps in performance. But
there's a missing theoretical concept that we don't have.
Yeah.
And it's something also I've been fascinated by. It's my undergrad days, and it's how you measure complexity. Right. So we don't actually have good ways of measuring, or at least we don't have good ways of interpreting the measures that we have at our disposal. Like, how do you measure the complexity of something? Right? So there's all those things, Kolmogorov cheating someone of complexity of, the length of the shortest program that would generate a bit stream can be thought of as the complexity of the bit stream. I've been fascinated by that concept. The problem with that is that that complexity is defined up to a constant, which can be very large. There are similar concepts that are derived from, Bayesian probability theory, where the complexity of something is the negative log of its probability, essentially, right? And you have complete equivalence between the two things. And there you would think, the probability is something that's well defined mathematically, which means complexity is well defined. But it's not true. You need to have a model of the distribution. You may need to have a prior if you're doing Bayesian inference. And the prior plays the same role as the choice of the computer with which you measure a number of complexity. And so every measure of complexity we have has some arbitrariness. An additive constant which can be arbitrarily large. And so, how can we come up with a theory of how things become more complex if we don't have any measure of complexity?
Yeah. Which we need for this one way that people study this in the space of biology. The people that study the origin of life are trying to recreate life in the laboratory. And the more interesting one is the alien one. Is when we go to other planets, how do we recognize this life? Because, complexity, we associate complexity, maybe some level of mobility with life. We have to be able to have concrete algorithms for measuring the level of complexity we see.
Sure.
To know the difference between life and non-life.
And the problem is that complexity is in the eye of the beholder. So let me give you an example. If I give you an image of Ennis digits, right, and I flip through Ennis digits, there is obviously some structure to it because local structure, numeric pixels are correlated across the entire data set. I imagine that I apply a random permutation to all the pixels, a fixed random permutation. And I show you those images that will look really disorganized, more complex. In fact, they're not more complex in absolute terms. They're exactly the same as originally, right? If you knew what the permutation was, you could undo the permutation. Now, imagine I give you special classes that undo that permutation. Now, all of a sudden, what looked complicated becomes simple.
Right.
So if you have humans on one end, and then another race of aliens that sees the universe with permutation glasses.
Yeah, with the permutation glasses.
What we perceive as simple to them is probably complicated. It's probably heat.
Yeah. Heat. Yeah.
Okay. And what they perceive as simple to us is random fluctuation. It's heat.
Yeah.
So
truly, in the eye of the beholder, depends what kind of glasses you wear.
Right.
Depends what kind of algorithm you're running in your perceptual system.
So I don't think we'll have a theory of intelligence, self-organization, evolution, things like that, until we have a good handle on a notion of complexity, which we know is in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah, it's sad to think that we might not be able to detect or interact with alien species because we're wearing different glasses.
Because that notion of locality might be different from ours. Yeah. This actually connects with fascinating questions in physics at the moment, like quantum physics. Quantum physics, like questions about can we recover the information that's lost in the black hole, things like this, right? And that relies on notions of complexity, which I find this fascinating.
Can you describe your personal quest to build an expressive electronic wind instrument, EWI? What is it? What does it take to build it?
Well, I'm a tinkerer. I like building things. I like building things with combinations of electronics and mechanical stuff. I have a bunch of different hobbies, but probably my first one was building model airplanes and stuff like that, and I still do that to some extent. But also electronics. I taught myself electronics before I studied it. And the reason I taught myself electronics is because of music. My cousin was an aspiring electronic musician, and he had an analog synthesizer. And I was basically modifying it for him. And building sequencers and stuff like that for him. I was in high school when I was doing this.
Hence the interest in progressive rock, 80s. What's the greatest band of all time according to Gallagher?
There's too many of them, but it's a combination of My Additional Orchestra, Weather Report, yes, Genesis,
Genesis,
Peter Gabriel, Gentle Giant, things like that.
Great. Okay, so this love of electronics and this love of music combined together.
Right. So I was actually trained to play Baroque and Renaissance music, and I played in an orchestra when I was in high school and first years of college. And I played the recorder, crown horn, the oboe, things like that. So I'm a great instrument player. But I always wanted to play improvised music, even though I didn't know anything about it. And the only way I figured, short of learning to play saxophone, was to play electronic instruments. So they behave, the fingering is similar to a saxophone, but you have a wide variety of sound because you control the synthesizer. So I had a bunch of those, going back to the late 80s, from either Yamaha or Akai. They're both kind of the main manufacturers of those, so they were classically going back several decades. But I've never been completely satisfied with them because of lack of exclusivity. And those things are somewhat expensive. I mean, they measure the press pressure, they measure the lid pressure, and you have various parameters you can vary with fingers, but they're not really as expressive as an acoustic instrument. Right? You hear John Coltrane play two notes, and it's John Coltrane. It's a unique sound. Or Miles Davis, right? You can hear it's Miles Davis playing the trumpet because the sound reflects their physiognomy, basically. The shape of the vocal track kind of shapes the sound. So how do you do this with electronic instrument? That was many years ago. I met a guy called David Westall. He was a professor at Berkeley and created the Center for the Music Technology there. And he was interested in that question. And so I kept kind of thinking about this for many years. Finally, because of COVID, I was in my workshop. My workshop serves also as my kind of room in home office, and
This is in New Jersey.
and started really being serious about building my own EV instrument.
What else is going on in that New Jersey workshop? Is there some crazy stuff you built that just or like left on the workshop floor, left behind?
A lot of crazy stuff is electronics built with microcontrollers of various kinds, and weird flying contraptions.
So you still love flying?
It's a family disease. My dad got me into it when I was a kid, and he was building model airplanes when he was a kid, and he was a mechanical engineer. He taught himself electronics also, so he built his early radio control systems in the late 60s, early 70s. And so that's what got me into. I mean, he got me into kind of engineering and science and technology.
Do you also have an interest and appreciation of flight in other forms, like with drones, quadcopters, or do you say just a model airplane?
Before drones were, kind of consumer products. I built my own, with also building a microcontroller with gyroscopes and accelerometers for the stabilization, writing the firmware for it. And then when it became kind of a standard thing you could buy, it was boring. It was not to me. It was fun anymore.
Yeah, you were doing it before it was cool.
Yeah.
What advice would you give to a young person today in high school and college that dreams of doing something big, like like let's talk in the space of intelligence, dreams of having a chance to solve some fundamental problem in the space of intelligence, both for their career and just in life, being somebody who was a part of creating something special?
So try to get interested by big questions. Things like, what is intelligence? What is the universe made of? What's life all about? Things like that. Like even like crazy big questions like what's time? Like nobody knows what time is. And then learn basic things like basic methods, either from math, from physics, or from engineering. Things that have a long shelf life. Like if you have a choice between learning mobile programming on iPhone or quantum mechanics, take quantum mechanics. Because you're going to learn things that you have no idea exist. You may never be a quantum physicist, but you'll learn about path integrals. And path integrals are used everywhere. It's the same formula that we use for Bayesian integration and stuff like that.
So the little ideas within quantum mechanics, within some of these kind of more solidified fields, will have a longer shelf life that you somehow use indirectly in your work.
Learn classical mechanics, like you learn about Lagrangians, for example, which is like a hugely useful concept for all kinds of different things. Learn statistical physics, because all the math that comes out of for machine learning basically comes out of was figured out by statistical physicists in the late 19th, early 20th century. So, and for some of them, actually more recently, by people like Giorgio Parisi, who just got the Nobel Prize for the replica method, among other things. It's used for different things. Variational inference, that math comes from statistical physics. So a lot of those kind of basic courses, you'll if you do electrical engineering, you take signal processing, you'll learn about Fourier transforms. Again, something super useful. Is at the basis of things like graph neural nets, which is an entirely new sub-area of AI, machine learning, deep learning, which I think is super promising for all kinds of applications. Something very promising, if you're more interested in applications, is the applications of AI, machine learning, deep learning to science, or to science that can help solve big problems in the world. I have colleagues at FAIR who started this project called Open Catalyst, and it's an open project collaborative. And the idea is to use deep learning to help design new chemical compounds or materials that would facilitate the separation of hydrogen from oxygen. If you can efficiently separate oxygen from hydrogen with electricity, you've solved climate change. It's as simple as that. Because you cover some random desert with solar panels, and you have them work all day, produce hydrogen, and then you feed the hydrogen wherever it's needed. You don't need anything else. You have controllable power that's can be transported anywhere. So if we have a large scale efficient energy storage technology like producing hydrogen, we solve climate change. Here's another way to solve climate change: is figuring out how to make fusion work. Now the problem with fusion is that you make a super hot plasma, and the plasma is unstable and you can't control it. Maybe with deep learning you can find controllers that will stabilize plasma and make particle fusion reactors. I mean, that's very speculative, but it's worth trying because the payoff is huge. There's a group of people working on this level
to convert as many problems in science and physics, biology and chemistry into a learnable problem in C for machine learning.
Right. I mean, there's properties of complex materials that we don't understand from first principle, for example. Right. So if we could design new materials, we could make more efficient batteries. We can make maybe faster electronics. There's a lot of things we can imagine doing, or lighter materials for cars or airplanes and things like that. Maybe better fuel cells. There's all kinds of stuff we can imagine. If we had good fuel cells, hydrogen fuel cells, we could use them to power airplanes. And transportation wouldn't be, or cars. We wouldn't have emission problem, CO2 emission problems for air transportation. So there's a lot of those things I think where AI can be used. And this is not even talking about all the sort of medicine, biology, and everything like that, right? Protein folding. Figuring out how could you design a protein that sticks to another protein at a particular site, because that's how you design drugs in the end. So deep learning would be used for all of this. So those are kind of sort of enormous progress if we could use it for that. Here's an example. If you take this is like from recent material physics. You take a monoatomic layer of graphene, right? So it's just carbon on an hexagonal mesh, and it's a single atom thick. You put another one on top. You twist them by some magic number of degrees, 3 degrees or something. It becomes superconductor. Nobody has any idea why.
I want to know how that was discovered, but that's the kind of thing that machine learning can actually discover. These things.
Maybe not, but there is a hint perhaps that with machine learning you train the system to basically be a phenomenological model of some complex emergent phenomenon, which superconductivity is one of those. Where this collective phenomenon is too difficult to describe from first principles with the current the usual sort of reductionist type method, but we could have deep learning systems that predict the properties of a system from a description of it after being trained with sufficiently many samples. This guy Pascal Fouat at EPFL, he has a startup company where he basically trained a convolutional net essentially to predict the aerodynamic properties of solids. And you can generate as much data as you want by just running computational fluid dynamics, right? So you give a wing for something shaped of some kind, and you run computational fluid dynamics. You get, as a result, the drag and lift and all that stuff, right? And you can generate lots of data, train a neural net to make those predictions, and now what you have is a differentiable model of, let's say, drag and lift as a function of the shape of that solid. And so you can do bi-gradient design. You can optimize the shape so you get the properties you want.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's incredible. And on top of all that, probably you should read a little bit of literature and a little bit of history for inspiration and for wisdom. Because after all of these technologies will have to work in the human world.
Yes.
And the human world is complicated. Jan, this is an amazing conversation. I'm really honored you talk with me today. Thank you for all the amazing work you're doing at FAIR, Meta, and thank you for being so passionate after all of these years about everything that's going on. You're a beacon of hope for the machine learning community. And thank you so much for spending your valuable time with me today. That was awesome.
Thanks for having me on. It was a pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Yamakin. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Isaac Asimov. Your assumptions are your windows on the world. Scrub them off every once in a while, or the light won't come in. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Thomas Tull, founder of Legendary Entertainment, known for producing blockbusters like Batman's Dark Knight trilogy, the Hangover franchise, Godzilla, Inception, Jurassic World, 300, and many more. He runs Talco, which is an investment company that focuses on how artificial intelligence can revolutionize large industries. He's part owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's the guitarist for the band Ghost Towns that tours with the Rolling Stones. But most importantly, he's humble, down to earth, and someone who has quickly become a mentor and friend. This is the Let's Make This podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Thomas Tull. In 2004, he founded Legendary Entertainment, known for producing blockbusters like Batman's Dark Knight trilogy, includes Batman Begins, Dark Knight, and Dark Knight Rises, the Hangover franchise, Godzilla, Inception, Jurassic World, 300, and the list goes on. It's just some of the biggest movies in history. What does it take to make an epic movie like that? What does it take to make it happen from start to finish?
Well, look, I've been enamored with movies since I was a kid. And I think what you need is to be able to tell a great story. If you're going to tell a great story, you need a great director. You got to start with a fantastic script that is able to take some of these iconic characters that we did and put your own stamp on it while still respecting the mythology. And I had zero experience in movies and television before I started Legendary, so it was a very interesting trip. Total luck that we had the opportunity to make 5 movies at the time with Chris Nolan, who turned out to be one of the greatest filmmakers of all time. But it's each one is its own little startup company. I don't think there's any formula to get there, but I know that if you don't have a great director and a great script, if you don't have that foundation, it's hard to pull off.
Who's the CEO of that little startup company? The director? What would you say kind of defines the success or the failure of the movie?
Well, when you build a big movie like that, it's an enormous effort, 360 degrees. I mean, from digital effects, certainly the actors. I mean, if you have an amazing script, an amazing director, but you don't believe anybody playing parts, that's a problem. So the reason I think it was so difficult to pull off is I always used to say you start with a stack of papers with words on it called a script. Bring that to life, and you're asking an audience to believe in everything that you're trying to put out there, and you've got a cast that, even if they're immensely talented individually, they have to mesh together, they have to have chemistry together. And the director is kind of a general on the battlefield, but you have a strong producer who's very hands-on. It truly, to me, is each one had its own story and its own sort of how it came to be and why it worked or didn't work.
So you said you were new to the industry, but you did a lot of revolutionary things, Legendary. So at the time and now, what is the good, bad, and ugly of the business of filmmaking? What are some interesting holes that you were able to, or like problems that you were able to fix? What problems still exist that can still be solved?
Well, look, the business has changed so radically since 2004. When I started Legendary, DVDs were still a cash cow. So, that's how far things have come. But I would say a couple things. The reason that I started it from a business perspective
was, at the time, it was a $30 billion industry, and there was no institutional capital around the movie business, and I was fascinated by that because almost every other category that you look at that size has institutional capital, private equity, etc. There's kind of a cottage industry set up around it, and I was perplexed and fascinated that didn't occur. And the way the movie business worked was unlike any business I'd ever looked at before. So after kind of convincing myself that you could actually make money if you were disciplined and had the right approach, went out, raised the money from the capital markets, which was Herculean, still maybe the hardest thing I've ever done in my career, to walk around and say, look, I have no experience, I've never done this before, but, and then the second thing, being very fortunate at the time, was able to partner up with Warner Brothers. Warner's at the time was run by a man named Alan Horn, who, besides being creative, is also a Harvard MBA, so really understood what I wanted to do. And Alan, was just an absolute gentleman, someone that I still look up to this day. After Warner Brothers, he went and ran Disney with their run, between Marvel and Star Wars and everything. And so between Alan being responsible for Harry Potter, the Dark Knight stuff, and then on to all the Disney stuff, he probably had as great a career as anyone I've ever heard of in the movie business. So my first focus was around sort of two concepts: global, worldwide, large tentpole films and franchises, and then the business aspect of bringing long-term institutional capital to bear.
I'm going to ask you dumb questions, which is part of the style, I guess. But just for people who don't know, including me, what is institutional? What is capital? What is institutional capital? What is private equity?
Okay. Well, so if you're starting a company and you go around to a bunch of your successful friends and say, "Hey, you should invest in my company," well, that's sort of that's great. It's capital, but it's not getting money from Fidelity or T. Rowe or a sovereign wealth fund or an endowment fund from a university that has large pools of organized capital that has a long-term point of view on your business. So if you get money from your neighbor who's a successful dentist, next year the dentist may say, "Hey, times are hard. I need my money back." If you partners with Fidelity or Morgan Stanley or any of these institutions, they have the capital and the wherewithal to say, "Okay, I'm looking at this over the next 5 to 10 years." And I thought there was an opportunity to bring that type of capital to the movie business, to be patient.
And the benefit of that, patient, so it's long term. You have to do fewer parties and do much larger investments. So
Yeah.
What are the benefits? What are the sort of the challenges of that kind of investment?
Well, I think the benefits in some ways are they're professionals who are largely just passionate. Right? It's like, look, if you're hitting the numbers you told me and you're hitting your plan, great. And the other thing that always was interesting to me about the movie business is if I'm investing in an artificial intelligence company or a chipset company or something like that, a lot of the institutions don't have the technical expertise to really truly grasp what's being done, so they don't, other than good business practices, they're not offering every little opinion. The movies and television are completely approachable. Everybody has an opinion. So, whether it's, I think you guys chose the wrong actor for that, or why did you do that movie? So it invites a lot more sort of second guessing and things like that. So that was always one of the idiosyncrasies of the business that I thought was interesting. And then when you talk about private equity versus public equity, if you're a public company where the companies are traded, you want to buy Microsoft shares, you just go to your broker, TD Ameritrade, and buy them. If, on the other hand, you're talking about private equity, that's institutions or individuals investing in private companies So thus, if you have pools of capital that mostly invest in private equity deals, that's how you think about it.
It's difficult to make those happen because it's individuals. You have to sort of have dinners, agree. So it's much less. It's much more human, much less mechanical, I would say.
Yeah, now, and again, massive difference between large private equity shops who are professionalized and in the same category that I mentioned earlier versus private individuals who are wealthy or whatever. But again, it's much more individualized when you're going to people who like your idea and just say, I'd like to invest in this.
Is that from all the kinds of investments you've seen? What do you think is the most conducive to creating works of genius? Whether that's in technology, AI space, or whether that's in movies. Sure. So creating something special in this world.
I would say a couple of things. Enough money that whatever endeavor you're going into, that you're not so nervous about the edges, right? If I have $100 to spend and I think I can create a perpetual motion machine or something for $104, I can't do it because they're all over me about the budget. So I would say making sure that you have enough capital, making sure that that capital is patient enough so that it's, if you're going to do things that are extraordinary, it takes some time. And you're going to break stuff, right? You're going to make mistakes. You're going to have a whole bunch of film on the cutting room floor, so to speak, or if you're in the lab, you're going to have a whole bunch of broken stuff. And I also think it's very important at the beginning, and I always try to do this with companies I invest in or buy, is make sure that you have a philosophical and somewhat mechanical alignment with the management team. So that going in, you both understand, hey, this is how we think about this problem or this company. This is what we feel like our culture is. This is what our goal is. And these are the metrics by which we'll agree to measure the problem. Because if you don't have that shared, hey, we're going to take this journey, then I think that's where people get upset, disappointed, etc.
What about question, but constraints as opposed to filmmaking and investment? Do you think more money is always better?
No.
So I like constraints a lot. It's like constraints and almost like a desperation. Deadlines are catalysts for creativity, for productivity, for sort of innovation. So can you kind of speak to that? Sure. As an investor, as a creator, like what's the right balance here?
Well, I think if you're focused on a particular problem or a company or a thesis, if you have that focus and you feel like I have unlimited resources or renewable resources, so there's no leverage in the situation, right? There's no, if I fail at this, I'll just go get more money, right? I'll just go, I think that's a hard way to be resilient and to think of new ways to solve problems. So I think capitalizing things just to the nth degree does create some problems. So I think there's that perfect blend of don't starve the oxygen to the point where you make short-term decisions or non-strategic or thoughtful decisions because you got to pay the rent. And on the other hand, you can't have it be like this, everlasting gobstopper of whatever you want, and just keep flowing the cash, because that doesn't create any friction points that I think do result in works of genius and things that that are transformative. And one of the things that is interesting to me about society, sort of writ large, is I think that when you go through hard times, you have to do things that are uncomfortable and you don't want to do them because you're tired, that in some ways builds up that you're comfortable being uncomfortable muscle. And I sometimes think we're losing that a little bit. And you can't sort of paint with a wide brush, but um, that's one of the things that I kind of observe and hope that you don't go that way.
I do think challenge and discomfort are kind of a gift. It's like overcoming that. It's like from every perspective. From a human perspective, it's a source of happiness and fulfillment, overcoming challenge. But from a business perspective, I see like if something is really difficult, to me it's also a sign that most others or many others would fail at this point. So like it's a feature. It's nice that something is difficult. When when people tell you that something is impossible, I love that because it's like, all right, well then that's what a lot of people would believe, and that gives you an opportunity to be the person who shows it's not impossible. And of course you might be wrong, but if you're not wrong, you have the opportunity to stand out. So going through that hardship, taking those big risks, is going to really pay off. So like discomfort is a feature, not a bug, of both personal life. It's just good for life, but for business, it's like just good business sense. If something is hard, it's probably a good idea to do that. Yeah, most others will fail. Fun question. I don't know if you can answer this, but what's the most expensive movie you were involved with? Make why was it? You don't have to say numbers, but like do something stand out as being exceptionally expensive, and why is it expensive?
I think Jurassic World was pretty expensive. Worked out great. Um, and
That's an epic film. By the way.
look, it's one of my favorites. They just did an amazing job. And frankly, the crazy thing about my life is all the stuff that I loved as a kid somehow came full circle back into my adult life. And having the opportunity while I was out there to develop a friendship with Steven Spielberg, and then have my name on the same film as Steven Spielberg. I mean that was pretty surreal. So that was an expensive film. Dark Knight Rises was an expensive film. But again, to me, there's a difference between expensive and irresponsible, and expensive because the vision warranted, and it turned out financially it certainly did.
Yeah, with Jurassic World, I mean, I can't even imagine having those meetings because like you have to create so much, and so much of it is obviously not real. You can't bring dinosaurs out of that.
Yeah.
Is that where a lot of the cost is? Is in the computer side of things?
Yeah, those are generally pretty massive components of the budget, and especially if you're doing it and inventing things as you go. I mean, Jim Cameron is one of those filmmakers who is designing the plane as it's flying in such a brilliant way, and I've known him over the years and just in awe of the way his brain works. And so, yeah, it's a big component.
Can you speak a little bit more to him in terms of because you're such a fascinating person, because you care a lot about technology, you care a lot about the cutting edge of technology. So how does he, a creator, a director, build the plane while it's flying? Like what's the role of innovation in this whole process?
Well, so I never made a film with Jim. I'm just a huge fan and got to know him and John Landau, his producing partner. And one of the things that just fascinates me about Jim is, so he makes Titanic, and there's a bunch of underwater cameras and things that they need that don't exist. So he goes and invents them, and has a good grasp of engineering, and has not only the imagination but the ability to lead a team to build them. I got to go down early when they were shooting Avatar in a warehouse, I think it was, where they were shooting. As they were explaining to me how they were capturing it and they could go back later because they created the environment, it blew my mind. And I said, okay, this is truly, people talk about a big leap. This certainly is one. So he has continued to push the envelope in terms of the art of the possible. And I just think he's an incredible genius in that way.
Again, another hard question. So you, in the realm of music, care about storytelling. Is there some aspect in which money and beautiful graphics get in the way of story? I think filmmakers, if you think about Jurassic World, obviously that's an experience like any other. What do you think about the tension between story, experience, and like visual effects?
Well, look, if you're using big effect shots and all kinds of tricks to cover over the fact that you don't have a very interesting story to tell, that's where I think it gets in the way. Where I think you have these incredible filmmakers, you mentioned Chris Nolan and Jim Cameron, Guillermo del Toro, you could go on and on, folks that just see the world differently and use technology to enhance the storytelling, right? To make you believe differently, rather to make you not just suspend your disbelief, but to feel like you're immersed in it. So I've certainly seen it done expertly, and I've seen it done poorly.
You've talked about this a little bit in the past, but you kind of left the movie making business at an interesting time. Perhaps you saw changes. There's been a lot of excitement with Netflix and TV, so the role of film in society has changed. So, what do you think is the future of movies versus TV? Like, if you were, as a business person, as a creator, as a consumer, as a technologist, are thinking about the next 10, 20 years, what do you think is going to be the godfather, the great pieces that move us as a society in the next 10, 20 years? Is it going to be TV? Is it going to be movie? Is it going to be TikTok clips? What's it?
Well, so I think the other category that I would add to that would be the next great medium is truly immersive virtual reality, in which new storytellers will emerge, especially when you can go into VR and there's enough computing power to sustain it and to allow it to be social and, for you to have different paths to go down. That'll be, I think, the next realm of what storytelling and experience will look like.
So do you think video game kind of world, or is it more movies, or is it more social network, or is it all of it kind of blending reality and gaming?
Yeah, I thought if you saw Ready Player One, which I loved the book, and the movie was cool too. But that's one version of it, right? Where you go in. I was just talking about the metaverse and all that, but you go into a world that's fully rendered as yourself, and you interact with that world. The other side of it is to go in somewhere between being a passive observer and being able to move around your point of view and experiences, which I think is interesting. And then I think another adventure, so to speak, I could think of is a blend of video games. So there's a mission, right? There's obstacles, there's everything, and you move through it, but it's immersive and it tells a story at the same time. And that's why I think you're going to see new, amazing storytellers that we don't know yet that understand how to innovate and how to make you feel something in that environment. And to your earlier point, I saw probably around 2015 when Netflix decided to be bold, put out House of Cards, put out all the episodes, leave you in charge of the pace at which you would view them, which I thought was great.
That was a gutsy move.
Yes, it was, and I can't tell you around Hollywood, anybody that says that everybody thought it was a great idea is not being truthful, because everybody I talked to said this is they're idiots, right? What do they know about movie making and TV? And what I saw happening was, if you look at what Netflix pulled off, and they realized that there isn't really a moat around the studios, you really could make stuff, and really good stuff. And so they started to create their own content that pulled in Amazon, which pulled in Google through YouTube, and then you had Hulu, then you had Disney deciding that they're going to have Disney Plus, and the next thing you know, you have some of the biggest companies with the largest balance sheets on the planet being in the creative business. That's, if you're an independent, that's bringing a knife to a gunfight, to be sure. And so, I thought that was interesting. The other thing that it used to be that movies were where the big things happened, and television was sort of, small screen, different experience. Then you had something like Game of Thrones come out, which was not only at the same epic level visually and storytelling wise, but had the budget to be able to do it. And now, I think you're seeing all kinds of different storytelling taking place. And I also like that you're not pigeonholed into a time. Like, you got 2 hours to tell a story. You can do a 3-part miniseries, a 5-part miniseries. You can do television that's all kinds of different format. That I think is allows creators to do a lot more interesting things.
It is also interesting to consider the role of companies that enable that, like the capital that enables that. Without Netflix and HBO, you would have some of these epic shows. So if we're thinking about the virtual reality world that you're talking about, it's interesting to consider who will enable that. Now, like you said, Facebook is talking about Meta and Metaverse, but it's unclear that just having money is enough. Netflix did a lot of really revolutionary stuff. Amazon has money. There's a lot of companies that have money that don't quite do as good of a job yet at enabling creators of creating revolutionary new content that changes the whole industry. And that's probably going to be the case with virtual reality. There is a lot of money needed to enable experiences, like in terms of compute infrastructure. There needs to be a huge amount of money there, but you also need to somehow give freedom to creators to have fun, to invest work, at the same time, like, provide the perfect amount of constraints, all of that together. Like, however Netflix makes it happen, they do a pretty good job, because it's a very constrained platform. But yet, all the creators I've ever talked to, comedians and so on, that work with Netflix are really happy because they feel free to create their work.
Yeah, and I think a lot of times, companies are a letterhead that boils down to people.
Yeah.
And I think I've known Ted Sarandos a long time, who ran the studio at Netflix and now took over for Reed, running the company. But Ted, very smart, talented guy, and understood early how to cultivate talent and relationships with talent, which is important. When you're dealing with creative people, their motivations and their goals are not always the same, right? They're not always capitalistic, right? And so in terms of being able to communicate with creative people that are not always A to B to C is a talent. And so I think they did a great job. Ted did a great job of that early. But I think that you're going to see different formats. I don't think, going to a theater to see a massive movie on that screen in that format is a fundamentally different experience. And I think you're going to find movies, Shop Legendary just put out Dune, which I thought was phenomenal. When we secured the rights to Dune years ago, I was over the moon because I love the book. I love the entire world that is Dune, and that's a movie that I think you see on the big screen. I think when Avatar 2 comes out, I'll want to see that on a big screen. But I think you're going to see a ton of content is obviously being produced, but it's not all going to go to a theater going experience. So you're going to see, I think, different versions of this over the next 5 to 10 years.
In case James Cameron is listening to this, so we officially agreed to talk at the time of this podcast, at the time of Avatar 2 release. I'm just holding you to that in this recorded conversation. Also, just super excited both the movie and the director. There's something special about movies. You know, they win Oscars. They're historic in nature. There's something about TV shows, even when they're epic like Game of Thrones, that they're forgotten much quicker in history. I don't know. Maybe that's because we haven't had enough of them. But, you know, the De Niro performances, the Scorsese films, all the great films that kind of we think of throughout the generations, that define generations, are films. Is that just old school thinking? Is that always going to be the case?
I mean, look, to me, going in a darkened theater with a bunch of strangers and the lights go down and you go on this journey, there is something special and magical about that. And I think movies have been a part of our cultural fabric. And for some reason, Hollywood in America was, uniquely positioned to do a great job with it, right? Not that there aren't great foreign movies, but far and away, American movies, are dominate not only the world market, but and so whatever it is that we do well, or Hollywood does well, there's something in the water apparently. But I agree that I love movies, and I will for the rest of my days. It's interesting how creators can move back and forth now as well. That used to be a complete no-no. You're either a movie guy, or you're a person, or you're a TV director, and that's that. But those lines are completely blurred.
And they're also blurring. I mean, they're blurring all kinds of lines. Like they're moving to TikTok and Instagram, and I know right now it's just ridiculous to consider that these 1 minute things could be considered even in the same realm creatively as a film, but maybe that changes over time too. Maybe experiences can completely become fluid in terms of their size, as long as they have some deep, lasting impact on you as a human being, as a consumer.
But to me, the whole thing is about either the moving image or even sometimes a picture will bring out an emotion, a reaction, something. So, short form is harder because you have less time to set things up and all that. But I'm sure there will be short videos and creators that come up with things. And if a moving image can get a reaction on it and make you feel a certain way and stay with you or inspire you, well, that to me is just the next evolution of whatever it's going to be between humans and cameras, etc.
See, I think that's why I talked offline about this. That's why I love robots. I think there's certain things in the short form with robots that immediately can bring out a feeling in people. There's something about our consideration of our own intelligence, of our own consciousness, of all the fears and hopes and the beautiful things about human nature, the dark things about human nature that somehow, especially related robots right now, we have both fear and excitement. Those that are these going to be our overlords, our gods that will overtake humanity? Are these going to be things like horses or something like that, something that empowers humanity? You don't know what to make sense of it. That's why they're super exciting. Speaking of robots in film, you've gone into traditional industries and disrupted them quite a few times. Is there a system for deciding which industry is right for disruption? When you look at the world and see what are the big problems you would like to solve, do you have a system of how you see which problems to solve? How do you look at the world?
Yeah, well, on the business side of that, so I have a holding company called Taik, very imaginatively named. part of that is literally every name ever is now taken, registered, and all that stuff. So we're a holding company.
What's a holding company?
So instead of being a fund, it has money flowing in and out of it, and there's what's called a vintage year. I raise capital and I agree to invest that capital for so long, and then I give it back to you, which sometimes creates artificial time pressures and things like that. A holding company is more permanent capital. So the idea was behind Telco was to buy almost always whole companies or majority stakes with great management teams in spaces that do not traditionally have a lot of innovation. And to have our labs group, where data scientists, AI practitioners, engineers, machine learning, etc., and to be able to bring that wherewithal to that company. So to provide them with the right capital and to provide them with access to technology that would be hard to individually recruit for that company. So I would say that the thesis was to look for industries that were large enough that hadn't traditionally had access to that type of technology or innovation, and to try to look for companies that not only looked that part, but had management that embraced this and wanted to take that kind of journey.
Yeah, there is quite a few industries like that, but that finding the industries and the management there, because like those industries often have a lot of old school folks who don't. It takes quite a bit of work for them to get technology. I work quite a bit with the autonomous vehicles in just the automotive industry. Depending on the company, there's old school folks. It's like Detroit thinking versus like what do you call it? I don't know, California thinking.
Well, you have to. I think you have to look at the nexus of two things there. One is just plain old human behavior. If I am uncomfortable and this isn't a comfort zone for me, and it's not something I have as a field of expertise, I'm going to shy away from that. Okay? Especially if I'm successful and I feel good about myself and it's a big successful company or person or whatever it might be. And the second thing is that, especially if you're a public company and you're being weighed and measured every quarter, you are rewarding the managers of that company to hit metrics and to be reliable and to say, hey, I'm counting quarter to quarter that you're going to deliver what you say. It's difficult to say, you know what, everybody, in the next 2 years, I wouldn't count on our financial projections at all. Because we're going to reinvent what we're doing. It's going to work in the long run, and you're going to see that this was a really smart investment 5 to 7 years from now. That's not the way capitalism is currently wired, generally, right? And a lot of, so again, if you reward managers with yearly bonuses and stock options based and tied to stock price and all these other things, and then ask them to go break stuff, that's hard, I think.
So you're saying so the Talco approach, this private investment, is the best way, or perhaps the only way, to enable this kind of long-term innovation, investment, taking big risks and investing in innovation.
Well, but we certainly are not by any means the only one doing it. I'm just saying that when you think about big companies, more successful, that are in old line businesses, and I hear people sort of talk about, well, why can't they just pivot? They recognize they need to be in the technology business. Well, because it's hard. It's hard to steer a ship and turn it that big, and especially if it's not part of your DNA at that company. So, I just think that what we try to do is to enable management teams that know where they want to go, and to be patient with capital, and to also, again, bring innovation to bear that they have access to. There's plenty of capital structures doing interesting things. That's one of the things I love about our country. This country innovates, and this country invents things, and I'm constantly in awe of just the the human ability to innovate and to iterate. I get to hang around some universities, including your old shop, MIT, and it's like
Still there.
yeah,
Still there. Still teaching there.
still teaching. But that place is like Hogwarts. I mean, it's just it's inspiring,
Yeah.
right? And certainly the energy in Silicon Valley, which now Austin, Texas, where we're sitting, has its own incredible ecosystem. So that's one of the things I love about America is the ability, and that really is, I think, in the American DNA to create things and invent things. And I think that's invigorating.
And I think that's even bigger than capitalism, sort of the machine of how capitalism works. That's just human nature. Capitalism is just one of the ways to sort of make that human nature shine, I suppose. But it's like you mentioned MIT. There's a drive there to invent, to innovate. That's so purely human. That human spirit to sort of build something new. It's like that hopeful, optimistic spirit, especially in the engineering space. Like if you pay attention to the internet, like Twitter and all that kind of stuff, intellectuals and so on, there's a cynicism to when we talk about stuff, but there's an optimism to when we do stuff. And the doing part, when you actually build things, especially, like you care a lot about manufacturing too. Like you actually build physical products, that's where we truly shine.
Yeah, no question about it. And I'm passionate about our country making stuff again, right? Doing our own manufacturing and making sure that we don't lose the ability not just to create things intellectually and do the world's greatest blueprints, but actually make things here.
Actual factories.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
How do we do that? How do we bring more manufacturing to the United States?
Well, there's a company that I have a big personal investment in called Rebuild, with some folks that all went through the MIT school years ago. There's a good friend of mine named Jeff Wilkie who used to get at Amazon, and we all felt the same way that America needed to make sure that it didn't lose its edge in that way. So it's a company that invests in American high-tech manufacturing, and I think the way we do that is provide capital, provide training. To me, this is also fertile ground for good, sustainable, high-paying jobs. And we have to make it economically feasible to do that again here in this country, and not to say to companies that again are being weighed and measured quarter by quarter, hey, this is 3 times as expensive to do it here, but you should do it here. We need to innovate, and we need to create processes and companies and opportunity that balance that equation. And I think as we saw during the pandemic, I don't think in this day and age you can be an isolator. So that doesn't make any sense to me. But being self-reliant and self-determinant and making sure that you are never in a position as a nation that we can't do basic things because we're relying on supply chain in other countries. And whether it's, we're not friends anymore, or a natural disaster or a virus or something pops up, I think those are costs of doing business that we have to put into the calculus of being able to make things.
There's an extremely high cost to making supply chain resilient that we really have to consider. So if you really consider that cost, it makes a lot of sense to invest, especially long term, in building up manufacturing in a way where like you're making most of the stuff in one place. Sort of bringing it all, not all, but as much in as possible, and building homes like from scratch here in the United States. And what I guess your thought is with innovation is possible to sort of revolutionize the movement of manufacturing, so reduce the amount of supply chain stuff and like build stuff from scratch and do high tech manufacturing. optimize all aspects of manufacturing, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I think where technology is the most efficient is the human-machine interface. Right? It's not let's automate everything and have nobody working. For a long time, that's neither feasible nor desirable. But where we can enhance jobs and make that interface immensely productive with the right training and so forth, I think that's a worthwhile endeavor and something that's going to be important in our country.
Yeah. You know who you're talking to. I love human-robot interaction, human-machine interaction, human-AI interaction. So what do you think is the role of robotics in this high-tech manufacturing? So it's like industrial robots, robotic arms, all that kind of stuff, or even more complicated kind of robots. What do you think is the role of robotics? What do you think is the role of AI in this manufacturing future?
Well, robotics to me is an extremely exciting field. I don't have the same expertise that you do. I have an adjacency, but not the depth of knowledge. I've never really delved deeply into it or made investments in it. But I think what's exciting about it is everything from doing jobs that are very dangerous for humans, enhancing the human experience. When you look at really repetitive labor, things that, it might take away a job, but is it a good job for that person who's spending 30 years doing something highly repetitious? Is that a good experience in life? So I think, and then when you think about everything from military applications, rescue, we're already seeing a bunch of those things. And then just lastly, when you talk about that human interaction with robots, when you start to have the combination, so you have some level of intelligence and interaction. I mean, that's why we always love the droids in Star Wars, right? I mean, it's exciting. It captures the imagination. And I think, look, many hours have been spent on debating artificial intelligence and the ramifications if things go sideways and so forth. And I think those are all, those are appropriate conversations to be having. AI is happening. I think it's actually happening slower than most people realize, because there are tasks that humans do every minute of every day standing up without losing your sense of balance. I mean, these are really hard things, but I think there's enough investment, both in private industry as well as nation states now, on artificial intelligence that it is coming.
So both in the software space, in the digital space, and in the physical space. So talking about manufacturing, so industrial robotics, is very true that even in the factory, even the tasks you think are pretty basic, the amount of small intuitive decisions that humans make is quite incredible. So we have to be kind of explicit about saying which tasks are actually really hard, and humans are just really good at them. And so on the flip side, in the digital space, with social networks, with recommender systems, with all kinds of personal assistants in terms of voice-based AI systems, all of that. There's opportunities there to find niches where AI can really have a transformative effect. I think one of the places that really haven't, this is where the word say stupid things, but I believe this very much, that when we have AI systems in the home currently, we have something like Alexa and Google Home and so on. They're kind of very basic servants. They tell you about the weather, they can play some music, they can turn the lights on and off, all the kind of smart home stuff. I think there's a lot of value in systems that form relationships with us in the way that pets do, dogs and cats. I don't know, cats, just for people who have cats, cats don't care about you. They really don't. They don't form any kind of relationship. I don't know why you have a relationship with them. It's one way. Anyway, Sorry, throw some shade. I'm just kidding, but that's a basic kind of connection you have with another living being. Then there's also just friends. You have different levels of friends, acquaintances. You have lifelong friends. All that friendship you have. I really believe that there's some aspect of the human experience that deeply enriched by interacting with other beings. And for systems, computing systems, artificial intelligence systems in our world, to have the capability to engage in some of that, I think, is not just an opportunity to help people grow, become better people, but it's also just a good business opportunity too. And that hasn't really been explored enough. So that to me is really, that's a whole exciting space that I think will enable better industrial robotics. It will empower a better Facebook or a better social network, a competitor to Facebook that overthrows Facebook. So it'll create better technologies that currently don't have that human robot interaction touch. So I don't know. That's super exciting to me. But that has to deal with the mess of human nature. The reason that most robotics people and AI people stay away from humans, they stay away from the human robot interaction problem, is because humans are complicated. They're messy. They're hard to control. They're hard to predict stuff about. They're hard to make sense of or like test repeatedly because one human can be drastically different from another human. So to deal with that as the robotics problem is super hard. So one of the questions is which problems can you remove the human from consideration when you're trying to solve the problem? So, but Elon Musk is an example of somebody who believes autonomous driving, you can remove the human from consideration, can solve autonomous driving as a robotics problem. It's stay in the lane, and there's a red light, you stop at a red light. You know, if there is humans in the picture, like pedestrians, that's a ballistics problem. Just treat them as a moving object that has with like 90% probability keeps moving in the way they were in the past few seconds. Some smaller probability that might stop or turn. Like just do some basic models about them, and you'll be able to do just fine. So I tend to believe that even driving has to consider the full messiness of humans. The dance, the game theoretic dance of chicken that we all do when we jaywalk. We look at the car. That driver doesn't have the guts to murder me. So I'm going to walk in front of it and not look at the car. We do that kind of dance, and AI systems need to be able to do that kind of dance. In Telco, there's the labs. So there's a data science component, there's an AI component. So how do they go into a company and help revolutionize that industry?
Well, there's different examples. So one of our companies, Figs, makes healthcare workwear, started by these two brilliant women in early days, helping to build the platform and recruit and make sure that the everything that we did at the company embraced technology, and at the same time, they were obsessive about their customer, which is, doctors, nurses, healthcare workers who are putting it on the line every day, and obsessive about their product. And when you have those two things come together, you get the result that we did at Figs. We have a company called Acrisure, which its AI lab and base is down here in Austin, Texas. It was one of the largest insurance brokers in the world, and we did a deal with them and sold some of our insurance holdings. It was completely AI driven. And in that case, you basically put the team inside the company, right? Because it's a massive company and we've gone into all kinds of things. So it just depends on different situations. But the biggest thing was just to make sure whatever the company needed, They had access to the talent. Sometimes we build it, sometimes we help recruit for it. You know how in technology, it's whatever works, right? There's no one way to do things.
Well, Akashir is really different. It's really interesting as an example of insurance is a fascinating space. It seems like very ripe still for disruption across the board. So how do you? It seems like a lot of the disruption has to do with like almost the first dump step. We've been using mostly paper. Like it's not digitized. You have to basically create a infrastructure and a framework where like everybody is using the same digital system with databases and just organize the data. It seems like that's a huge leap that basically can revolutionize major industries that still hasn't been done. Insurance is obviously a great example of that.
And one of the things that struck me, the founder CEO of Akashir is a guy named Greg Williams. They're out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. And as we were looking at expanding our footprint in insurance, I met with a lot of insurance executives. And they would talk about technology. Greg truly understood the power of what would happen across actuarial sciences, predictive analytics, and using machine learning to really run every aspect of your business, and then automating a lot of it, just the back office, tedious steps. As you said, one of the things that was great for us, they already had a data collection system and departments, and so it was much easier to pivot. And I'm very excited about the future of that company. It's they're doing some pretty innovative, groundbreaking things, and those are the things that I like doing. Right? Is that yes, I want to make money. Just, that's what that is. But at the same time, what did you do with your time on Earth? Right? Did you do anything to leave any kind of mark that you did anything interesting? I can only speak for myself. There are many more ways to measure one's life, and I can only speak about how I think about things. I grew up poor in upstate New York with a single mom and watched her work a couple jobs, and had to, from a young age, shovel snow and mow lawns and do all kinds of things to help her make sure the lights weren't turned off in our little place. And so that's just something that I've always been driven towards. And I have a really eclectic tastes and interests, and it's just been an interesting journey.
So help be part of and help enable some cool new creations across the board, like film, music, AI, manufacturing, just insurance, all the specific industries and disruptive. Yeah, small tangent. Back to your childhood with your mom. Any memories kind of stand out, stick with you as something that helped define who you are as a man?
Yeah, even though the university and college experience was not part of the family tree, and we had no connections. I didn't understand. I didn't know what a trust fund was, or prep school. I didn't know what any of that was. But my mom, from a young age, would always say, "You're going to go to college. There's no, if you choose to." And I think from a young age, that was just an expectation that I had and she instilled, and the work ethic. I watched her, and then my grandmother was a janitor, a cleaning lady in a hospital for 50 years. And then I remember there were times of, 10 years old, it's freezing cold out. If I don't go out and shovel 6 driveways, you don't have enough money to pay the bill. So I don't know. I'm not a psychologist, so I don't know how that manifests itself in my life today. But I think the grit to say, I'm not in the mood to do this. I don't want to do this, but that's the work that needs to be done. And no excuses, not I'm a victim and I'm going to sit around and talk about. No, it is what it is, and you have to get done what you need to get done. And again, I think it's you can never fully put yourself in someone else's shoes or experience. So I don't know what that is or feels like, but for me, those were two, I think, formative things that were important.
So that's pretty. The reality of life like that is pretty humbling. You've been so exceptionally successful that it's easy to get soft now. How do you get humbled these days?
Getting up, I think for me personally, trying to push the envelope and being weighed and measured. Right? That's why I always love sports too. There's a scoreboard, and I'm a huge believer in opportunity, meritocracy, all those things that I think are ideals that we want to aspire to. And I think that there's a lot of things I'm involved with right now that I just want to see if I can do it. I want to see if if and my own little mantra is cause the outcome, right? As much as you can, and at the same time have the humility and not to have the hubris or arrogance to say I'm always going to cause the outcome. You'll get your ass kicked pretty quickly and humbled. The world and the universe is a big place with forces, beyond. But I think, I also think a lot about being intellectually honest, which when I do university talks and so forth, I think that's a superpower. Because if you find yourself making decisions based on other people's expectations, based on places you don't want to go, but you're either you feel like momentum is taking you there. I think that's a big problem. There are people that go to our top universities and can't wait to get out and start their own company, and they want that pressure. They want to grind. And there are other people that are smart and talented that just say, look, I don't want to lay awake staring at the ceiling wondering how I'm going to make payroll. I don't want that in my life. And I think if you can square that up and be okay with it and say, what makes me tick, what makes me happy, what puts me in a bad headspace, because there's a difference between challenging yourself and going against your nature. So that's why I think that being intellectually honest and being able to really sit down and go inside your own head and say, what am I good at? What am I not good at? How am I going to put myself in a position to be successful? Because, I'm working on my weaknesses, but I'm not going to put myself career-wise in a position where I'm just fundamentally going to have a hard time being successful.
Yeah, intellectually honest is a tricky one, and it gets there's like levels to it too.
Sure.
Because some of the things I think about when you dream of doing certain kinds of big things. A part of intellectual honesty is to say several things. One is like, hey, the thing you're dreaming about, like, one, the fact that nobody's done it probably shows that you're just a dreamer. This is not going to, like, think clearly. The fact that it hasn't been done probably shows that it may not be the right path. And two is like, if you're dreaming about stuff, there's a certain point where it's like, hey, you haven't done it. Like, why haven't you done it already then? Like, you have to be honest with yourself. Like, if you're ambitious, like, a lot of people work hard a long time for a dream, but you have to wake up and be like, all right, I've been at this for 10 years. Like with a startup, you launch a startup and you think, okay, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, pretty successful, but it hasn't exploded like you dreamed. And you have to shut it down. You have to be intellectually honest there. At the same time, you might want to be like step it up, lean into it. Say almost like the flip side of like intellectual honesty is like maddening ambition. I'm just saying, fuck it, I'm gonna go on it. But that is a kind of intellectual honesty, saying like, the big problem here is I've been kind of going doing too many things. Maybe with this dream that to go on with all those kinds of things. I mean, this is human experience. It's complicated.
Yes, without all human things are complicated. And I think there's a difference between being reckless and making well thought out, informed decisions. If you're going to go all in, make sure you measure twice, cut once, as they say. And one of my other favorite, I forget, many years ago I heard this saying and it stayed with me. It was never mistake clear line of sight with distance. And so I think that the key, whether you're starting a business or you're thinking about leaving the company you're at, starting a business, or just leaving for another job, any of these things is as much as you can, right? And psychologists, I think, would tell us it's hard to be self-aware completely, right? That's the rub. That if we were all completely self-aware of everything that we did, the strengths and weaknesses, it'd be a different world. But I do think you can work on that and at least challenge yourself to think about it and not be in a position where I'm going to medical school because that's what you do in my family, and even though I'm miserable doing it, things like that.
So definitely you don't want to be sort of because you don't fall victim to conformity and just go on doing the same thing over and over again. Right. But at the same time, is measure twice and cut once. It does feel like some of the biggest leaps taken are where you cut once and measure later. Is you leap in first.
Sure.
And it's almost like a gut. I suppose that is a measurement, but you build up a good gut instinct of like what to do, and then you just do it, and then you figure out. It's the building the airplane as you're flying it.
Right. Well, and I think each one of those instances that you could probably cite has its own unique circumstances, right? I don't have a deep biotech background, so if I suddenly stood up and said, I'm going to put everything I have into this idea, those are, right, it's game theory, right? What are the odds of success? If, on the other hand, you're brilliant in your field, or you've seen some opportunity that you think is wide open, and you're going to go for it and break stuff, that's great. You just want to wait. To me, always say, like, how crazy is this on the spectrum of, do I have any expertise? What is the downside if I fail? Right? If you're at a certain point in life with young children and you got a mortgage and whatever else, that is one circumstance versus I just got out of Stanford or I just got out of whatever and I'm going to go for it. It's just the whole thing, right? It is complex, as you point out. And sometimes you just want to have the right matrix in your head of decision-making process to try to arrive at the right place. And even if you get close, that's where I think you say, you know what, the hell with it. I'm doing this.
Yeah. I do want to ask you about one specific idea that sounds super fascinating that you're involved with recently. You led the $50 million seed round for a company called Colossal that is focused on de-extinction. This is funny relative to our connection and conversation about Jurassic World. They're seeking to restore lost ecosystems and use gene editing to restore the woolly mammoth Arctic tundra. How are you going to do that?
Well, I met this fascinating guy at Harvard named George Church 5-6 years ago, and found him to be incredibly smart, had an imagination, and he partnered up with a guy named Ben Lamb, who's an entrepreneur. And basically, the the press and to me the imaginative, you're capturing my imagination by telling me you're going to bring back the woolly mammoth and other extinct animals, and we'll see where that road leads. I was more interested in an investor in the things that they're working through around understanding genes in proteins and CRISPR and all these other things, because being adjacent to George Church and his team as these things unfold over the next decade, I thought was the right thing to do.
People are important here, just like investing in people and seeing what the hell they come up with.
Absolutely. I mean, you can look through history, and great things are done by great people, right? And companies, they end up over time becoming a logo and immediately what you think of them, but they started out with a person, with an idea, and a team that cultivated that and made that happen. And I think there are certain folks that are just immensely talented that if you can be around them, and I also know his and his team's ethics in terms of spending time talking about where the lines are. People in other countries that may not have the same process, may not have the same checks and balances, are doing this and pursuing this regardless. So at least I felt like with George and Ben and their teams, they're also very responsible.
This is where the human side of things comes into play. I've interacted with a lot of really brilliant people in the technology space where you kind of, there's a lot of ways to feel this out. You can ask them whether they kind of read literature. You can feel out how much they really understand about human nature here. Like whatever the technology is, when it actually starts to interact with society at scale, do they have an understanding or an intuition about how that happens? Some of that requires studying history, some of that requires just looking at the worst and best parts and events in human history to understand it doesn't always turn out like everybody hoped the technology turns out. If a person has a depth of understanding about history, about human nature, then I think that's the right person to mess with some of this cutting edge stuff.
Yeah, you want Marcus Aurelius with a PhD from MIT.
Exactly. You just a small tangent, but you mentioned having a conversation with Warren Buffett. You spoke really highly of him as an investor, as a human being. What about him do you admire? What from him? What insights have you drawn from him as a great investor yourself?
Well, the afternoon that I got to spend with him, which is something I'll treasure forever. But sometimes when you meet people, even that are immensely successful, you may decide that after 20 minutes or a half hour, you were in the right place at the right time, and that's fine. There are other people that are clearly different, special, and I don't care if you made them start from zero, would end up in a good place. And so it was an absolute privilege to spend the time with him. And a couple of things that stood out in the conversation. He is incredibly intellectually curious and well-read. And I like how simplistic he likes to keep his thought matrix. And then also, instead of trying to outsmart the market, it seems like a simple axiom. Just look, good companies that are led by talented managers that are good businesses over time are going to get there. So I'm not going to day trade. I'm looking for value. And then just on life stuff, he just, and also his ability to take in and then use information is incredibly impressive. So I only spent I've met him before, but I only spent one afternoon with him, but it's, pretty incredible. And one of the things that stuck out to me is we were in the middle of talking about telco investing or how we thought about it, and I said, I'm trying to be smart about it. And he stopped me and he said, Charlie Munger, he's a partner of many years. Charlie and I don't try to think of the smart thing. We try to think, what's the dumb thing we could do here? And I kind of laughed, and he said, no, I'm dead serious. We think about it from the standpoint of, what could we do in this situation that later we would be like, that was a really dumb thing to do? And I actually thought that was, it got in my head. I still think a lot about that as I'm dissecting problems.
There is, that's kind of long-term thinking if you just avoid the dumb things. Or if you simplify it, you just focus on those simple steps. All it takes is just do that for a long period of time. Successful.
But it certainly worked for him. That's all I can say.
What about you? You've been a great investor yourself. How do you know when you judge people? So whenever I go to San Francisco, I was thinking of moving to San Francisco. That's why I decided to, after really giving it some thought, talking to people, decided to move to Austin. Everybody's dreaming big and they have big plans. It's actually, I don't envy the job of an investor of any kind, because everybody has big dreams. It's hard to know who exactly, what idea is going to materialize, what team is going to materialize into something great. How do you make those decisions about people, about ideas?
Well, if I had any kind of a lattice work on this, it absolutely starts with the people. And I think the reason for that is your business plan is going to change. Right? There's very few businesses I know of that say, we're going to make a widget in this location, and 30 years later, we're successful and we just make a widget, and that's what it is. Things happen, right? And today, they happen with such velocity that you have to be able to make hard decisions based on imperfect information. And how are you going to calculate those answers? How self-interested are you going to be? What kind of ethics will you apply? What's your short-term versus long-term thinking? Are you able to give an honest assessment of the situation? Because the thing that you can count on is problems are going to happen. Things you didn't anticipate are going to happen. How pliable are you, right? How much elasticity is there in your ability to be successful? And I think it's important when you invest in something that you both see, you understand the roadmap ahead and agree to it, right? Doesn't mean there won't be twists and turns, but you're not like, well, wait a minute, what did we do here? This isn't what was the thing I signed up for. And then I think honesty and communication is a huge thing to me. I always tell people, if bi-directionally, if there's something going on, start the conversation with, Lex, we have a problem. Okay, now I'm sitting up, you have my full attention, and we're going to talk about whatever it is. Bad news should travel faster than good news. And because it's going to happen, being in business with someone that is going to shoot you straight and sometimes say, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I got to go figure it out. That I can process a lot better than, look, I don't want you mad at me or disappointed, or I can't handle not having success, so we're just going to kick the can. And I think, especially in today's business environment, that's very, very dangerous.
So that's a bad sign, not just because it's good to communicate and be honest, but if they're not willing to do that, then it goes back to the intellectual honesty. They're probably not also able to be brutally honest with themselves when they look in the mirror about the direction of the company.
Well, look, I wasn't there, so I don't know, but I think if you unpack many situations that turned out negatively, most of the people, whether you're faking lab results, right, you have a biotech company, Everybody's staring at Theranos these days. Do I think in a lot of cases you're either the villain, like you started out saying I'm going to screw my shareholders over and I'm going to be a liar. That isn't my experience. Most things are little incremental moves that you say, we're going to get this right next week, but today we got to make the presentation, so we're going to just tweak things a little bit. That's a slippery slope, right? And so that's why I think from this point of people, you want to go into the foxhole with folks that, understand things are going to happen, and I'm going to let you know about them, and we're going to try to solve them together. And then just in terms of the idea, I always ask, like, okay, if this company executed the way, that's the other thing that always cracks me up about financials. Whenever somebody pitches you, inevitably they'll say, our projections are really, really conservative. I'm still waiting for somebody to come in and say, look, my projections are wildly optimistic. We'll never hit these numbers, but anyway, it's, if this company did what it says and executes, and does it matter, right? Does it move the needle enough? And what are the things that uniquely position this company to be successful? And you just have to be able to answer, I think, a number of those questions pretty crisply.
But at the end of the day, it's still a big risk. So you just try to minimize the risk. Let me jump to another topic. You're an incredible human being that you're following this. Your band, Ghost Hounds, is touring with the Rolling Stones. So before we talk about your band, let me ask about that. What's that like, playing with the Rolling Stones?
Real, just because they're my favorite band of all time. To me, the greatest rock and roll band. It's not even close of all time. And to share the same stage, to be on tour, and to go out and get that energy from the crowd. And every night come off stage, and later when they go on, and you hear that iconic, ladies and gentlemen, the Rolling Stones, and then it's incredible. And what's amazing to me about the band, next year will be their 60th anniversary. 60 years. And it's hard to be around anything for that long, but making music and packing stadiums. And what's amazing to me, they can play a 2-hour set, and it's not just that, oh, that's a hit or you recognize it. It's like every song is an anthem, right?
Yeah.
So it's been amazing. We got to play with them in 2019, and when they asked us to do this again, it's just an absolute privilege.
I asked you this offline, so I know you are a kind of rock star.
Yeah.
But just me, maybe I'm projecting, but do you get nervous? Such a large audience with the Rolling Stones. It feels like there would be a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to screw it up. I think our band, is tight knit and all that stuff. And I think that the individual nervousness dissipates when you go out as a group and you're making music together, and you sort of, okay, we're all in this, and we're doing a thing. Which is why even in sports, I always look at individual events like ice skating or anything where it's just you out there alone, and that's different than being with a team and nerve-wracking. So I'm sure if it was me with an acoustic guitar just going out, it would feel different. But absolutely, you get the right kind of butterflies, I would call it, and just the energy of playing music and having it be this relationship. And look, I get it. I've been to a ton of concerts where I'm like, look, can we just get to the band, please? But what's been great is just an amazing reception. And we have this guy named Trey Nation as the lead singer, who's just incredibly talented. I mean, he's just not only an amazing voice, but just has that charismatic thing. So it's great. It's fun.
What's it feel like to play in front of a huge audience? What's it as a guitarist, like what's are you lost in the music? Like you almost don't feel the audience? Does it add extra energy? Does it add extra anxiety? What's it feel like?
No, stadiums are interesting just because it's so big and cavernous, and because you want to protect your ears. So we use an in-ear system so that you are a little disconnected from the crowd. Because if you're playing that loud and you're standing in front of your amps without ear protection, that's bad.
How are you monitoring the sound? Like the in-ear stuff, is that producing sound, or is it strictly earplay?
No, it's producing the sound. So it's like putting ear pods in and listening to a song and you're playing to, right? It's just us playing, but it protects your ears. But the energy from the crowd when they get going and get into it, which knock on wood so far has been amazing. There's nothing like it. I mean, it's just this bi-directional thing that happens, and I love music. Music and sports were kind of my first loves, and it's it's very difficult to describe, I think, accurately, because it's like no other feeling.
Musically, how is it different than playing in the garage with the band by yourself, practicing? Like, is it? Do you feel like you're creating something different when you got the guitar and the amp and just the sound dissipating out into and everybody's listening?
It's listen. The first time we did it, there was nobody in the stadium. First time I ever played in the stadium, and I'm just like, I'm out there in front and just hitting different chords and playing different licks, and I'm like, it's like I won a contest and I get this. But what's different about it, and each venue is different. So if you we went on the road with ZZ Top a few years ago, which was incredible. Billy Gibbons, he's a Texan, incredible person and guitar player. But when you're playing in like 5,000 to 7,000 seats, it's really, I mean, it's you're right there with them, with the crowd. And then when you play in an arena, we toured with Bob Seger on his last tour, which was cool. Played some shows with him. And again, the arena, like they're all kind of packed on top of you, and it's super loud, which was cool. Being the crowd is. Stadiums is a completely different animal, and it's just a completely different experience.
Do you enjoy it versus like a smaller room? What's as a guitarist, as a musician, what's your favorite room to play? Size?
Any room that'll have me. Look, I think arenas are the perfect blend, if I had to say, because it's loud and 20, 30,000 people, but like right up on you. The stadium, look, playing the stadiums with the Rolling Stones it just is going to go on the head marker somewhere. It's one of the more, I say this and I really mean it. My life is like a punk deck, so it just hasn't. No one's burst in yet.
Yeah.
But it's as cool as you think it is.
For 60 years, how do you think Mick Jagger still got it? How do you explain it?
I got to tell you something. I mean, the funny thing is, wherever there is excellence, people want to know, how'd you do it, right? What's the secret? Not only is Mick Jagger, and I think the songs that Keith Richards and Mick Jagger wrote together, if you go back and listen to the lyrics, it's just incredibly poignant, and I'm just a huge Stones fan. So, but he works out like a maniac, right? And it's that 10,000 hours thing, and it's that, hey, maybe I don't feel my best today, but I'm going to get up and do my routine and work out so that, at his age, which, I mean, you can look at people at different ages chronologically that are, maybe we're both at this age, but I'm a lot older than you are, and vice versa. And he just, I think it's the combination of raw talent and the ability very smart, right? Like he's understands how to have interaction with a crowd and hold them in the palm of his hand and be an entertainer. But then on top of that, the reason he can at this age run around stadiums and be just as energetic is he puts the work in. And that's one step that I think a lot of people miss sometimes. They want that magic trick. They want to know what's the shortcut. Most of the time, the answer is there's no shortcut.
Yeah. You have to work hard on the way there and work hard to stay on top.
That's it.
And sometimes not even like work hard. It's just like it's like be a professional. Which that involves like in his case, at his age, with the amount of stuff you have to do on stage, and the way he does it, you have this is a professional athlete. A professional athlete that has to do things that are probably designed for 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds. Has to do with their older age, which means like what do you have to do? Well, he probably has like a whole physical routine he has to do.
Diet, the whole thing, and it's hard. Look, if you want to do great things, you probably have to do hard things to get there.
I'm not gonna make you pick. Just stick on the stars for one more minute. But what are some great Rolling Stones songs that were impactful to you? Lyrically, musically, maybe something you like playing, you like air guitar, or
Sure.
I don't know.
Well, probably my favorites. I love "Sympathy for the Devil." It's a very, sort of Faustian. I love the lyrics. I love how the almost a voodoo beat just kind of builds throughout the song. That's always been one of my favorites.
So in that song, he never mentions devil, does he? No, sorry. You know my name.
Yeah.
There's like a flirtation going on in the lyrics. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's here's all the trouble I've caused along the way with you humans. And I just think it's really, really great.
And musically it builds really nicely.
Yeah.
It's like both fun and dark. It's cool. There's a playful nature to it. That's very Stones. Only they can pull it off. It's like playful, but it's also like dark and
Dangerous.
Dangerous.
Yeah, and Give Me Shelter. It's just, and to this day, when I listen to the studio version, and Mary Clayton just comes on and sings that epic, iconic part. And there's a documentary that was done about backup singers. Phenomenal. And it tells the story of that moment, that song with Mary Clayton. It's just her voice and the way it unfolded. They got her out of bed at like 10 o'clock at night in LA. And she's like, the Rolling Stones, and went in and just killed it. And I can't sing at all. I'm by ordinance not allowed around a microphone. So I'm always in awe when someone can sing like that. Those are some of my favorite Rolling Stone songs, and Painted Black's awesome. I mean, I could go on.
Yeah, guess what? Again, a song that builds badass. I mean, it defines a whole generation. What made you pick up a guitar? What made you fall in love with guitar?
It's just the coolest instrument, right? I mean, when you watched back then, and I was kind of an old soul. I was listening at a fairly young age to Muddy Waters, Robert Johnson, Lightning Hopkins, B.B. King, and just the soulfulness.
Thrill's gone.
Oh, I mean, B.B. plays 5 notes, just kills it, and the emotion that it evokes. So I just was just in awe of the instrument, and I also there's always somebody around who's a musician who just picks the instrument up and can play, right? They're just so talented at it. They just listen to a record and play it. That was never me. I never took formal lessons. I had to grind, to just make it sound like I wanted it to sound.
So both technically and ear, everything was hard work.
Yeah, I mean, I could hear it, and and what they call, you play. So my right hand, the rhythm, the rhythm side of it is that's probably, if I have anything, my strength. But there's something pretty amazing that happens when you get together with other people and play a song. And that moment where it hits the pocket and you all kind of know it, and it's just such a cool feeling. And it was interesting growing up because I always had eclectic interests. So I loved math, physics, and science. So I had those friends, and I was an athlete, played football and baseball and basketball. So I had my jock friends, and then I had my music friends, and so it was just kind of that. And so when I was still living in Los Angeles and had Legendary, I just missed playing. And so I put this band together and called it the Ghost Hounds because, again, huge Robert Johnson fan, and that legend of Robert Johnson selling his soul at the crossroads in exchange for his musical talent.
You guys have that in one of the videos.
Yeah,
it's such a cool video.
Exactly. So I just thought like that's such cool lore, and I just love the blues. So Robert Johnson would often would talk about hellhounds on his trail, and so I always just thought, about Ghost Town. So I wish it were a more clever, deeper story, but that's about it for the name.
That's pretty deep, Robert Johnson. But you also talk about this, that you connect to the storytelling of blues. So what makes a good story in a song? Like what aspect of storytelling connects with you in a song? So I'm a big lyrics guy too. I love like deep lyric people like Tom Waits and people that are like Leonard Cohen, like they're Bob Dylan. They're like obviously poetry. And there's some people like the Rolling Stones. It's like seemingly simpler, but it's still so much more to it. It's like less is often more. It still tells a strong story.
And there's certain people, Mick Jagger and Keith Richards are in this boat, Billy Gibbons in this boat. They just say things in a certain way that are just cool, right? Yeah. It's just, and so I write our music and lyrics. I have to tell a story. I have to know the characters in the song. I'm not good at just writing some rhymes and having it match up to the right key and the right music. I have to understand, like, that's just me. So I think that, look, if you have 3 or 4 minutes to tell a story, you have to be more efficient with your use of language, and you have to understand what you're building to, if anything, and evoke emotion, and hopefully for those 3 minutes get the listener kind of understand not only the point of the song, but where you're coming from, and to make you feel a certain way. There's a song that the audience seem to like a lot on the new album called "Good Old Days," and I wrote that because, especially during COVID, and reflecting on what normalcy looks like and what happens when you're cut off. I just was kind of taken with this idea of that when you sit around and reminisce with friends, oftentimes it's not just like some big event happening. It's, remember that summer you go up to the lake all the time, and it's who you were with. And at the time, it probably seemed pretty pedestrian, right? It just seemed like kind of a normal day, but it was the company you were keeping. It was the time in your life. It was whatever it was. And I just kind of struck me that right now we're doing stuff that you're going to reminisce about later that seems kind of ordinary. And that was such a great time. So the idea is be in the moment and all that stuff. But these are the good old days, and enjoy it and soak it in, and kind of be present for it.
Yeah, it's a great perspective to take on the present. We are the thing that we remember. We're living through the thing we remember. But sometimes the things we'll remember is the simple stuff, the little stuff.
Yeah.
Outside of Keith Richards, who is the greatest, ridiculous question, but just indulge me, Who's the greatest blues guitarist of all time, rock guitarist of all time?
Well, you got a little bit of a hybrid with Jimi Hendrix, right? Because he played the blues and he played rock and roll. So I think most guitarists with Jimi Hendrix is pretty ridiculous.
They're probably for me.
You can't. I mean, even to this day, I don't care technology, pedals, whatever. He just somehow fused with the instrument. I can't be sitting here in Austin, Texas, without mentioning one of the great guitar players of all time, in Stevie Ray Vaughan.
See, that's how I know you're the rock star. You suck it up to the audience.
Well, no, you get listeners all over the place. But Stevie Ray Vaughan is another one of those that just blows me away. And then with the older guys, B.B. King, Hubert Sumlin, Clapton. I saw him on his last tour. He just walked out on just like unbelievable how he still sounds.
And both electric and acoustic.
Yeah,
it's
a vast range. Absolute vast.
And the greatest storyteller, Mr. Bob Seger. That's an interesting one. He almost doesn't get enough credit. I feel like for how great he is. Obviously, he's super famous, but
no, he's and his voice. I had the privilege of getting friendly with John Fogerty, and CCR fame. He's another one that's just the way he phrases things, and you just look at the catalog of stuff he wrote. Amazing talent. I read Bruce Springsteen's book, and I'm a fan, but after reading the book, it was really, you go back and listen to his lyrics and the way he pours himself out is pretty incredible. And then again, with the old blues guys, I just think the emotion they could get out of playing like staying on the one, right? Just playing the same rhythm. John Lee Hooker. You listen to Manish Boy by Muddy Waters, and it's just there's something so it just draws me in every time, and the emotion they're able to get out of things. And I'm also a huge Chuck Berry fan. I just think that sound is I love
do you know how to play Johnny Be Good?
I do. Yeah.
That's good.
Maybe, one of the great moments, at least of my childhood, was Back to the Future, and watching Michael J. Fox plug in and then at the end play at the dance to save his parents with Johnny Be Good. Awesome.
Yeah, the guitar is so much more than a musical instrument. It feels like it's like in the 20th century, it's like the car. Like it defines so much of Hollywood, so much of a generation, what it means to be. I don't know what it means to be a man, what it means to be a human in America. It's fascinating.
It's emblematic to me of a certain type of music.
Yeah.
And that's I made a documentary years ago called Mike It Loud with Jimmy Page.
I highly recommend that everybody watch the documentary. It's an incredible celebration of guitar. Yeah, it says Jimmy Page, Jack White from White Stripes,
The Edge,
and The Edge from U2. Okay, all right. Well, now you have to tell the story of that. Because how the heck did that all come together? Because it's so fascinating. Such different musicians all coming together, talking about their story, talking about how they approach the music, and also playing together a little bit in this casual kind of setting.
Well, look, one day I came downstairs and Rolling Stone magazine was sitting there, and it was the 50th. It was the 50 top guitarists of all time, their list. And then I had some other financial report with video games, and the top video game at the time was Guitar Hero, right? Then there was a third thing, I can't recall it, but I said to myself, what is it about the guitar that is so central to the rock and roll, whatever you want to call it? Like, why is that the symbol? And I said to myself, I want to ask Jimmy Page why he picked up the guitar. This is Jimmy Page, right? And so I called a friend of mine, Davis Guggenheim, who had directed Inconvenient Truth, and I think still is, but at the time was the biggest documentary ever. And I called Davis and I said, look, I have this idea. I want to make this movie about the guitar, about different eras and styles and whatever, but I've never made a documentary. I don't know how to do that. So I was just looking for advice. And thankfully, because he's one of the best documentarians ever, Davis was like, you know what? I can't get this out of my head. I'll direct it, which was amazing. And we wrote 3 names down that represented different eras and different styles. Rarely do you get, you go 3 for 3, but it was those 3 guys, and it was just such an incredible experience to sit there and get to know Jimmy Page. I mean, it was like, and he was like Gandalf, man. He was like always Jimmy Page, and
that's so cool to see him. Gandalf was there's like a wisdom, there's a calmness to him compared to like the restlessness of Jack White. Like, I mean, that combination is just fascinating.
It was one of the coolest experiences ever. And one of the things, there was a moment where Jimmy was going through his guitar case, and he had the double neck from Stairway to Heaven. He handed it to me. I was like, mm-hmm. I mean, it's like somebody handing you Excalibur. Amazing experience. And the Edge, one of the kindest human beings you'll ever meet in your life. Just an amazing person. And I think you hit it right on the head with Jack. He's got that energy, and constantly pushing himself. But it's hard to believe it's been, I think, 10 or 11 or maybe even 12 years since it came out. But
after watching it, I realized like how much it was needed, and I was almost surprised it didn't already exist. It was like, yeah, because the guitar wasn't quite celebrated like explicitly. We almost didn't acknowledge it. How important it was culturally. It's kind of amazing. And the way it closed from the song, the Weight. It's called The Weight, by the band. Yeah.
That's because they didn't want to go home. Yeah. We were shooting on a Warner Brothers soundstage for 3 days. We called it the Summit, where the 3 of them came together. And the 2 things I'll never forget is when Jimmy starts to play the riff from Whole Lotta Love. Edge and Jack cease to be rock gods or whatever, and had the same 15-year-old kid feeling that I did. You could see in their face. And then at the end, they're like, "Hey, can we play? You want to go? Can we just play something acoustically?" Yeah. So we printed out the lyrics. That's what they wanted to play, and they just sat there and sat on those couches and just, incredible.
What's your guitar rig setup like? You have a few guitars. First, let's just put on last. What's better? What's Paul or Strat?
Well, I'm not going to get into what's better because I'm sure that'll start a flood of whatever. For me,
I'm going to say it's Strat.
All right,
like
well,
Strat.
I'm a Les Paul. My main instrument is a Les Paul.
But okay. Let me just put it on the table. I'm speaking as somebody who literally, I don't think I ever actually strummed the chord of the Les Paul. So I've been maybe
so uninitiated.
Exactly. So I don't speak those things, but it's probably because of Hendrix. It's so deeply into the Hendrix things.
Sure.
I just kind of following some steps and clapping. So
the amazing thing to me is if you look back at Leo Fender and what the Gibson Guitar Company and Les Paul did in the 50s, those are still the shapes and the perfect thing today, right? The Strat, the Telecaster, the Les Paul, and they got it right way back then. So I have my main guitar. You got to name your guitar. So my main guitar is named Hazel, and it's a '59 Les Paul. And there's something magical in that gear, like a Stradivarius, and there's something different about it. So I play that, and then I play it through sort of my main rig is either a '59 Fender Twin or a '65 Marshall. And then when we're on the road now, because when you use older vintage stuff, you just got to be super careful to tubes and everything. It has to be reliable. So very nicely, the guys from Two Rock sent me some of their amps, and they're really, because I don't use any new stuff, but the Two Rock stuff is pretty great. So that's actually what I'm.
But it gets close, like it's close to the sound that you like with a
Yeah,
microphone.
yeah, it's new and reliable. So that's what I'm using on the road.
People use like emulation. Do they use software? Is it still?
They do. I personally don't. I go, I don't have many pedals. I use a Klon, an old, vintage Klon, straight into the amp, and
That's as old school as possible.
Yeah.
Is there other cool guitars you have that kind of stand out?
I have a bunch of what they call Blackguard Telecaster 50s, which are pretty great.
What are those? Blackguard Telecasters?
Yeah, so they just, it's in the
Oh, they
50s,
actually legit
have
have a Blackguard.
Blackguard.
Got it.
But they're incredible. So
What's the color of the Telecaster itself?
most of them are yellow with black, and then they got into different configurations. But there's something. I have a 51 Telecaster that I play an open G on songs with open G that just, again, there's something, and I'll take all the help I can get in terms of, making it sound great. So I'll try to find the magic ones.
What's your writing process like for the music and the lyrics? Do you have to go to the mountains? Is there whiskey involved? What do you have to do, or do you just write a little bit whenever you have a moment of free time?
I'm a boring guy because I don't drink. I figure I can screw things up plenty on my own without adding anything. For me, it either starts with a riff, just something that I think is an interesting, riff or tone that I can kind of sink my teeth into a little bit. And then a lot of times I'll write a title and love a title and then start to back.
So the title is almost like an idea.
Yeah, like this is where I want to be, and then start kind of writing it out. And again, I just have to know, am I writing from a character's point of view? Am I writing about someone or something? It's like the narrator, and what is this person? Are they happy? Are they sad? Where are they in life? I don't know if all that, like great writers, I'm sure would say, why don't you just write? You don't need all that. But for me, that's my process.
I'm not so sure about that. I bet you quite a lot of writers have create a world in their mind before they even put the simplest of words down. So yeah, there's quite a lot to that. What's your favorite song to play? Is there some favorite ones to go to? Both play and kind of. I'm sure you love singing.
No. I'm not. I'm neither talented nor do I have the desire. And I think, if you come see the show, you won't see a microphone anywhere near me.
But do you hear, like when you're thinking about lyrics, do you hear the idea of the words?
100%. And especially, what's great, with Trey is I write for his voice, and then we have these amazing backup singers that are just, and I can hear all of it. I just can't do it. And so I'd say of our stuff, there's a song called Half My Fault that I play in open G. It just, I love playing the song. I love that energy. And then there's, we have a new blues album coming out, and there's a song called Baby We're Through, and it just stays on the one. And for non-musicians, that means, like in a lot of rock and roll and blues, it's what's called a 1-4-5 progression from your kind of root note. And you would hear, if you're a non-musician, if you heard it, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's a lot of songs. And this song just stays on the same groove, like LaGrange or Shake Your Hips or any of those songs. And it's just got this unbelievable energy. It's fun to play, but I have to keep the same rhythmic thing going for the whole song.
With that simplicity, I mean the personality of the song really shine. Trey's that guy, really cool. It just comes through. Yeah, I guess you need that from a lead singer.
You gotta have that. And my other guitar player, Johnny Bob, he's a phenomenal. I mean, like a legitimate guitar slinger. We probably split the league 70-30, and he is just, there's times sometimes I look over at him and I'm like, I'm being a fan right now because what you just laid down is pretty good.
From a lead perspective, what's the most fun thing to play? What kind of stuff do you like? Do you like slow? Do you like, you feel like thrill is gone. There's, so if you look at B.B. King, sometimes one note just bend all the shit out of that. What do you call that, vibrato?
Yeah. If I'm going to play in the league, it's a certain kind of feel. Slow blues is probably my favorite to play, or something that's got a little more of that Chuck Berry drive where you can be rhythmic in the lead. I can't, the shredding thing that those guys do, so that's not.
Yeah. I was actually always able to do that really well. Like, you mentioned people that pick up fast, like, maybe it's the classical piano training. I play super fast guitar, super technical. But to me, the hardest thing and my favorite thing is just is probably less to do with the guitar, more living a life that's worth playing guitar for. It's like a certain kind of emotion that you can put into the notes. It has to do with bending notes well, and bending notes is a whole other art form. I worked surprisingly a long time on Comfortably Numb. And so David Gilmour does a lot of bending. And they're simple. They sound simple, but the dynamics of them to express like a build up and the way it's held, and there's often a vibrato at the top for a bit. Just that it's almost like a sigh, and a sigh of relief. And it's just that's an art form in my hand that's hard to get right. It's not just playing a note, playing a note, playing a note. It's in that like dynamic movement of the note that so much can happen. That's where the blues happens to.
Look, I'm a huge Freddie King fan too, right? And you listen to these guys, and you sit there and they're like, man, you're playing in a small range on the neck, but it's like I know the notes you're playing, and I'm playing them too, but not like that, right? I mean, Gilmour is certainly one of those guys that's incredible guitar player.
And yet another chapter of an amazing life. You love football. Like, you play football?
Yes.
What position do you play?
Wide receiver.
Wide receiver. Awesome. So maybe we can talk a little bit about your love of football and the fact that you are part owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
So, I mean, where do we start? Start at the beginning. Let's start at the end. Why the Steelers? What attracted you to the? First of all, I think, not to be controversial, but one of the best uniforms in football, which is just called the black and gold. Just
decal only on one side.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, the helmet. Look, I've bled black and gold since I was a little boy. I grew up in upstate New York, and the first football game I ever saw was the Steelers in the Super Bowl as a really little kid. And Jack Lambert, Joe Green, and Franco Harris, and those guys were came down from Mount Olympus or something. And I just was enamored with the team. And because we only had 3 channels, the only time I'd get to see them was occasionally when they were the game of the week or something. And I just loved, to me, what they stood for, the toughness. And they played football, the way that I thought was great. I was a huge Jack Lambert fan, our Hall of Fame linebacker who just intimidated everybody.
So that was the decade of the Steel Curtain. Arguably one of the greatest defensive in football history, and also one of the greatest football teams, period, in football history.
I've been a lifelong fan, and was very fortunate to meet Mr. Rooney. The Rooney family started the team in 1933. Got to know him, and just was asked to be part of the ownership group. I think it was the end of 2007. First year as part of the group in 2008, we won the Super Bowl. and it was like beyond surreal, and just beyond surreal. And it's amazing to be able to do. I mean, the Rooney family is one of those most revered in sports for the way they conduct themselves. Mr. Rooney passed away, I think, 5 years ago now, and we lost him, but was a champion, helped build the league, I mean, put the league as we know it together. More importantly, was a civil rights champion who created what we now call the Rooney Rule to make sure that we're being fair about giving minority coaches a chance to get hired. And just is one of the most kind and amazing human beings I ever met.
It's incredible what sport does, like to bring out the best in people, to give people hope, to inspire people. There is something about football that has all the elements of a great sport. It's the teamwork, it's the sort of the combat aspect of it. It's the purity of it. It's of like strength and power and speed, and all the elements of like last minute close calls required to win the game, and where referee decisions, of course, that's essential for a sport, can screw up the whole thing. Just all of it together, I think. I don't know. It gives the drama and the triumphs. It's just beautiful. But some of my favorite memories. I don't know if it's an accident or if it's common with people. It's just with friends watching football, and connecting over that.
Yeah, well, it's an incredible game because there's nowhere to hide, right? You're out there on the field. It's a great game that requires not only all those attributes that you said, but it's an incredibly complex game. So if you don't know what you're looking at, you don't understand how complex defenses are trying to disguise what they're doing. Offenses are trying to overcome that, and you can set up one play in the entire game, but a team that plays well together, right, knows their plays inside and out, knows their assignments inside and out, can overcome and beat a more physically gifted team because of that, that aspect of working together. One of the things that I always loved about sports is just you're out there, there's a set of rules, and there's a scoreboard. So at the end of that game, it says, and you can make excuses about the refs or this happened or that happened, but at the end of the day, did you go out and compete? And when you went out and were a competitor, how did it work out? Right? And the simplicity of that and the purity of that is something that I always have been drawn to.
What about the business of sort of owning a team, or putting together a team, or trying to build up a team that's going to be a great team? Like, what are some interesting aspects that people might not realize that you can carry over from all the other experience you have in business?
I think the hardest thing about professional sports right now, it's individuals getting paid money to play a sport, which is certainly different than amateur. And, the decisions that are hard is when you get to know somebody who's a player on the team, and either they're at the end of their career or you need to go in a different direction. And that person who's done everything that you've asked, whatever the coaches have asked of that person, then you get close to them. And then when they have to be traded, released, or whatever happens, it's, that's sad. And being able to stand back and in some ways be dispassionate and not be a fan, right? I'm on the Baseball Hall of Fame board, and one of the guys that's on the board of me is Jerry Reinsdorf, and I think it was Jerry who said, if you act like a fan, you'll be sitting with them, which I thought was kind of funny.
Well, I got to put you back on that a little bit, but by way of a fan asking a dumb question. Okay, let me just give some examples. It's very common in sport. It's like this example of like certain great players going to another team right at the end of their career. And it always makes me sad. It always makes me want to wish they kind of retired right there. From a perspective of just like, do you ever, as an owner, but just in that space, think about like the Steelers in the full arc of human history. So not like as a business.
The good news is I don't have to think about it as
right.
I'm a minority owner, so I can think about it almost as a fan. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. I suppose it's a dumb question to think of, like of a business in that way, not just investment, but like legacy of like what footprint would you leave on this world, on this history?
That is one thing that I can say unequivocally, and I only have the experience that I have. But one of the things that I'm so proud of about the way the Steelers conduct themselves is, and that's the Rooney family, that's the legacy of the Rooney family, is asking constantly about what's right for the league, what's right for the players, what's the right thing to do here. And that's something I would hear Mr. Rooney say all the time. So I think that legacy is important because ultimately the team belongs to that city, right? Belongs to those fans, and the owners are the custodians of that. So I think you realize what sports teams mean to the fans, the memories it creates, the bonds that it creates. It's a responsibility. And I think that you do have to think beyond, certainly not just dollars and cents, but just sports is a very big deal in our society, and it has to be, I think, held to a standard that's not just, were we profitable this year or what? There are other businesses for that. It is certainly business. I don't mean to romanticize to the point that it's not, but to me, it's more than that, or at least my experience has been that it's more than that.
It's a source of meaning for millions of people. Like, and you see that most during COVID, for example, when there's so much desperation, so many people losing their jobs, so many people having to deal with the uncertainty of what the future holds. Right. There's something about those sports that just unites us. That again, the tragedy and the triumphs of sport, of uniting, of gathering together with your friends, with family, shared experience over like this, over just team, over rooting for your team, for your city.
And the access, again, as I alluded to, we didn't have anything when I was growing up, but I would pour through the box scores. I was a huge Yankee fan and Steeler fan, and feeling some ownership of that, right, that I could read the box score and relive what they did and occasionally see them on TV and feel like I was part of that celebration when they won and everything. It's a very powerful thing.
You've been exceptionally successful in a bunch of avenues and a bunch of efforts. What advice would you give to a young person today, a high school student, college undergraduate, that's thinking about career, maybe advice not about just career, but about how to live a life they can be proud of?
We talked earlier about intellectual honesty, and to me, that's the first step of just saying, to the best of your ability, who am I? What's important to me, and what do I want to do and accomplish? If you can start with that and develop some sort of rules-based, philosophical, here's what I'll do, what I won't, and that way you can be flexible and pliable, and you're going to need to be. But if you still have a compass that tells you, hey, at least I know this is the path I'm going to take. I think that's very important.
The rules you're referring to, the principles, that's kind of like underlying integrity. So knowing what lines you don't cross on this path.
Exactly right. Because if you have those absolutes, there are many decisions that come into focus very quickly, right? Because, hey, that's not for me. Or, hey, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to do X, Y, and Z.
And it has to do with the thing you were talking about. It's kind of interesting. You mentioned it earlier in the conversation about slippery slope, and that's how often it happens. Like how the slipping into unethical behavior happens. It's a slippery slope of little adjustments you put stuff off, and that I found that to be. I've been fortunate to not have to cards very much in my life, but I still encounter them. That's what integrity, I think, looks like. Is as the slippery slope is happening, those little things is without drama, without making a show of it, making a decision that stands behind your principles, and just walking away.
Yeah, and besides the big ideas, I'm going to change the world. I'm going to innovate. I'm going to do all those other things. I also start, if I'm giving any advice, which we can debate whether or not I should be giving advice, but just in terms of, well, let me start with this. Are you a good friend? Can you be counted on? Do you do what you say you're going to do?
Yeah.
Right? Are you accountable to what you sign up for? And do you hold others accountable? Right? What does all that look like? And then I think it's being as intellectually curious and well-read as you can be. We live in a world that is designed to distract you, right? And being able to sit with your thoughts or go on a walk and think deeply about something and not just surface area. You text me, I text you back, and we decide the fate of the world based on a couple of text messages or something. You don't want to lose touch, I think, with being well-read and understanding and standing on great thinkers' shoulders and learning from those works. And then I also think that there's resiliency and then there's grit. And I heard someone say one time that those are slightly different. And I know that there are all kinds of challenges in life, right? That are tragic, that are unfair. There's no question that's the world we live in. But for me personally, to try as much as possible not to be in the victim mindset, because unfair things are gonna happen. And we all want to live in an idealistic, just world. That should be what we aspire to. I haven't seen that yet. I haven't experienced that yet. But yet, you still have to function in that world. So, I think that resiliency thing is very important. And then putting yourself out there, right? Because if you play scared and you're always afraid to fail, this is probably a dumb way to get to the end of the podcast, but there are times, especially I'm out west. I love the big sky out in Montana, Idaho, places like that.
Yeah.
When you look up at night, it's almost like I've never seen anything like this before, because there's no light pollution, so to speak. And sometimes when I look up, the most daunting problems that I'm experiencing, those things have been there for a billion years or whatever, and I'll be gone, and it doesn't. The most famous person on Earth 200 years ago. So it's pretty fleeting, and so make sure you have a good journey, and especially coming out of COVID, I think telling people that you care about them, and maintaining and cultivating your friendships and relationships, and they're not just transactional, right? And making sure that someday when you're laying there, you can say, yeah, I was a good family member, I was a good friend, I was someone that could be counted on. I think all those things go into the mix of, however you want to take the journey.
So when you look up to the stars, do you think about that quickly approaching end of yours? Do you think about your own mortality? Do you think about your death? Are you afraid of your death?
Huge fan of Stoicism. Right? We read a lot of Stoicism. I think Ryan Holiday's done a great job of bringing some of that back into the forefront. It's just really thought-provoking to me, and a lot of it just hits me and says, I think that's right. And that memento mori thing, which is, hey, we're all going to die, so you should contemplate it. There's a finality to this thing. And so I think if you can rightly frame that between fretting about it every day and being afraid and being so laissez-faire that you think you're gonna live forever, it'll influence some of the decisions you make. It will influence the way you attack things, and hopefully the way that you live your life. So yes, I wouldn't say I obsess over it, and I wouldn't say it's omnipresent, but because I read a lot of Stoicism, I think it's right to pause and say, who knows, right? There's going to be an expiration date, and if it happened tomorrow, have I done the things I wanted to do? Am I the person I wanted to be? And I think it's important along the way to check those things.
Yeah, I try to make sure that I actually visualize this, that I'm okay dying at the end of the day, at the end of each day. Like, if this is the last thing I do in my life is talking to you,
Oh, good Lord.
I'm happy. I know you're joking, but I'm happy I get to live the life I do, and I think momentum more. I think the Stoics have it right. So you have it right. So meditate on death enough to remember that this ride ends pretty quickly, to help you appreciate every day and the people you love, the people close to you, and the cool shit that you're doing in your life, the cool shit you're creating, and the fact you, Mr. Thomas Tull, are playing with the motherfucking Rolling Stones. You are the man in so many disciplines, so respected, so successful. It's truly an honor to sit down and talk on it today. Thomas, thank you so much for showing up in Texas and for talking on this little podcast.
Oh, it's great, man. I'm a huge fan of the show, and I've had a great time hanging with you, and I really appreciate it.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Thomas Tull. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you some words from Mick Jagger and the Rolling Stones. You can't always get what you want. If you try sometimes, you might find you get what you need. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. Humans are fascinated by violence, and you've got to ask yourself, why? Is it the rash guard? Yes.
I talk so much shit that I'm like, man, if I lose, this is going to be rough.
You're learning this. Shut the fuck up. I got you, man. You were powered by McDonald's and Coca-Cola.
I want more. And then I smacked him, and he didn't want to fight anymore.
I'm not impressed by you. Jeff, if George St. Pierre and Khabib Nurmagomedov face each other in their prime, who wins? I'm here with three individuals, each of whom are considered by many to be the greatest of all time in each of their respective disciplines. The greatest MMA fighter of all time, George St. Pierre. The greatest martial arts coach of all time, John Danaher. And the greatest submission grappler of all time, Gordon Ryan. So let me ask the first question. You guys can see the question of preparation here. What is the key to your success, each of you? One thing or multiple things that come to mind. John, go first. Is it the rash guard? Yes.
I like that you choose John right off the bat.
They seem the most nervous.
You inspire us to give the right answer.
For me, it's about finding a way to work in a world where most of the answers are already known. Okay, in any developed sport, by the time you enter that sport, most of the basic precepts, the major techniques, the major mechanical understandings of the sport are long since worked out. And so
in a highly developed world, the key to success is to be able to identify some area of the industry that you're in which is currently undervalued.
To do what the other people are not doing.
Deeper than that, everyone has a view of, okay, these are the main skills of the industry I work in. At any given time, some set of skills, attributes, will always be somewhat undervalued. They're underappreciated by the people in the game. You see that in any given industry, there are always trends which change the nature of the industry over time. So, fashion trends. In the clothing industry, you see that at any given time there's a general wave of fashion which pushes most of the people in the industry in a given direction at a given time. What makes people stand out is the ability to look at the various possibilities out there and say, here is something which is genuinely useful, but which is currently being underused, underutilized. And I want to bring that back in and develop it. And because it's an inherently useful product, it will be very, very successful in its initial applications against people who aren't currently using it. If you can do this in whatever industry you're in, I believe you'll be highly successful.
This applies both for actual specific techniques and
also tactics as well, in the case of jiu-jitsu. So, for example, in my sport, leg locks have always been on. Okay, there's no shortage of people who can look back in history who are applying leg locks. Nonetheless, as in across the industry, leg locks were undervalued and underappreciated. There was a general sense in which most of the leading figures of the sport, for most of the history of the sport of jiu-jitsu, tended to de-emphasize leg locks. And when I looked at them, I said there was immense potential, but it wasn't being realized and needed to be changed. Since then, that has more or less occurred. Now, most people coming into the sport understand that leg locks are an important aspect, and they're no longer undervalued. If anything, it's gone too far the other way. Now that's a little overvalued. And then this kind of fashion trend exists in every industry. And the job of anyone who wants to excel in a given industry is to be able to identify, okay, what are the things that are currently out of fashion and undervalued, and then look at what is their actual objective value, and then work to bring them back to the forefront.
John brought up fashion. George is wearing a really sexy shirt. So, assuming that's not the reason, is there something that comes to mind as the key to the success?
Well, of course, everybody knows the famous that sort of every athletes are saying, oh, it could be genetic, and I was maybe gifted at certain predisposition. I worked really hard. But I think something that people don't talk enough is when everybody sometimes go right, I was never afraid to try to go left. And I felt many times trying to do things that were not known to be things that would bring me success, but I tried it. Very often I was the first of trying new things, and I felt many times, but certain times it gives me a certain advantage. And for example, I was sometimes fighting guys that had much better wrestling background than me on paper, and nobody before that fought those guys. Nobody had dared to try to take them down because their wrestling pedigree was so good. And I didn't have on paper the wrestling pedigree to take these guys down and fight. But when everybody tried to go right, I was going left. I fought them in a different way, and that was the blueprint to beat some of these guys. You know what I mean?
So, yeah, so we'll actually talk about a few fights with just that. That's fascinating. But let's stay at the high level. Gordon, again, sticking on fashion. May I compliment your incredible badass hat?
Trying to fit in here.
We should say we're in Texas now, so he's become a Texan overnight. So, what is there something you could speak to that you would attribute to FTT success?
Yeah, so first of all, there has to be a role where you don't ask us all those same questions because how am I supposed to compete with the answer John just gave? There's nothing I can do that's going to help that.
Yeah.
But I think it's there's many things, but I think the number one thing is just John. When I came in, I was a blue belt and I was beating brown and black belts in competition already. But he really changed my way of thinking about the sport. I would just come in and if something wasn't working, I would just do it harder and faster and more aggressively, and that just degenerated into me spastically knee sliding into cross-hashi ground knee against Eddie Cummings for 6 months and then just getting heel hooked repeatedly. And I'm like, this is not working. And Eddie, like when I met him, was like a chubby librarian-looking guy, and I'm like 6'2", like jacked, like 170, and I'm like, there's no way I'm losing to a guy who looks like this. But he just kept heel hooking me, so I would just go harder and harder, and it wouldn't work. And then John's like, well, if you learn to leg locks, you might have some more success. And then I was like, yeah, that probably makes sense. And from then on, I kind of just changed the way I thought about the sport. Instead of doing things harder, I would actually try to get better at jiu-jitsu.
Do you remember like a turning point where you became, as opposed to being mediocre, not just in technique but in approach to great?
I think it was somewhere around brown belt level when I was training consistently. Started training full time with John when I was purple belt, mid-level purple belt. And towards the end of my brown belt days, I was beating up like legitimate like ADCC champions in the gym. So I think like brown to black belt was a big thing for me. And then when I won my first EPI, and I submitted Yuri, who won ADCC, and I beat Roostem. So I think that was like my turning point as a competitor. But I think I started to reach world level a little bit before that. I think somewhere around brown belt, mid-level to late level brown belt.
Was some of that mental? Like, was there a moment when you, like after a training session, realized I could actually do this? That could be at the top of the world, like world class.
The critical moment for me was when I think it was right when I got my black belt, maybe a few months before I got my black belt. We had a former ADCC champion come into the gym, and we did a hard round together. And I think I submitted him like 4 or 5 times, and no one knew who I was. I never won anything up to that point, and I was like, okay, like if this is like one of the best guys in the world, and I could submit him multiple times around, I think that this is like something that I actually could do professionally and make a career out of this.
Okay, so the actual performance was like you didn't need to believe before you perform. Like a lot of Olympic gold medalists, they have to believe before they can perform because like they're getting their ass kicked for a long time.
Yeah, I think the best way for me to believe in something is to have repeated success doing it against high level guys. Like I'm not going to just believe I can do a double leg if I can't have a double leg on anybody. So for me, the belief came from the repeated success in the gym.
Yeah, but to get to the point where you're submitting somebody like Yuri Simone, is like one of the greatest grapplers ever. It's like a long journey.
Yeah, but I had the confidence, I had the belief in myself because of the success that I had in the gym prior to that.
Got it. And that's one step at a time. First it's the brown belts, then it's the black belts, then it's world class. Okay. George, was there a turning point for you when you thought, like, I can actually do this?
Yes, I always dreamed to become champion, but I think the turning point that there was 2 turning points, and they were my 2 losses. First, my losses to Matt Hughes. I went to that fight just to not lose. I was not fighting to win. And it's after the fight, when I watched the replay of the fight, I realized I was doing pretty well. But during the fight, in my own mind, I was not seeing it that way. I thought I was getting dominated by Hughes like 100%. When I watched the replay, I was like, man, I can beat this guy. I was beating him until I made that stupid mistake. So I was very frustrating, but that's what gave me the mental, the championship level and mentality. And then I became a little bit overconfident because I started beating everybody after that, and I started to believe the hype of people
when they look at me, they were like, "Oh, he's the new up-and-coming superstar, and he's gonna be unstoppable." And then when I became champion, I lost to Matt Serra. So before I believe my first failure was because I had a lack of confidence, and my second failure was because I was overconfident. So I think there's a curve, center of confidence. I mean, it's good to be confident because like John taught me, like confidence, it's like money in your bank account. If you can have all the skills in the world, right? And if if you don't have the confidence, it's like you can be a millionaire, but you don't have access to your bank account. So that's a little bit the analogy that John told me. So that's how I feel that confidence plays for an athlete. But to be overconfident, I think it's always good to be aware, to be afraid of what can happen. So to have a perfect balance of confidence and fear, to me, that's what mentally gave me the edge to become, I believe, successful in my sport.
Playing off that, John gave me a speech one time, and he was like, "You have to be able to like flip a switch and turn it off." Where like a guy like Mayweather or someone who goes out who's super confident, and he plays the character of someone who's like, "No one can beat me. I'm the best that there ever was," and that's it. But if you look at me, actually train very hard. You can't play the persona of "No one can beat me" and have it translate into your life and just think that you're so good that you don't have to do anything and no one can ever beat you. You have to be able to play that public persona of "No one can beat me," but then you have to actually do the training to make that happen. You can't believe your own hype and say that I can just do whatever I want. No one's ever going to beat me. You have to be able to switch between the persona and the actual athlete, and that made a big difference for me.
It's tough because like you dominate such a large fraction of the world in grappling, and George too, just the perfect dominance after those two. It's hard for the confidence not to just like how do you avoid the confidence not becoming a thing that weighs you down, where you completely delude your mind.
For me, it's just number one, the guys in the gym are so tough. So the guys in the gym that I train with are always like nipping at my butt and always giving me new problems to solve. And for me, it's really just about trying to learn new stuff over time. So that keeps it interesting for me. And it's not really about, no one can beat me. I don't have to train. I can do whatever I want. It's more what keeps me in the gym is more about the fact that I'm learning new stuff all the time and working on something to do and progressing to new levels at all times. I don't just come in and do the same thing over and over again, and that gets boring. You just come in and you don't learn anything new, and you just do the same stuff for years at a time, and okay, this is boring. But when you have new stuff to work on and new goals, short-term and long-term goals reached, then it makes it interesting.
It's for me, it's a little bit like Gordon says, it's the fear. Because sometimes in the gym, even before when I was competing, I was getting my butt kicked. But I don't care what happened in the gym. I mean, it hit my ego, of course, because I'm a proud person. I'm a competitor, even in the gym. But it's not a malicious competition. The competition is beating each other. When you fight, you have to be malicious. You go there to hurt the guy. But it hit me in terms of my pride when I got beat in the gym, of course. But that fear that I don't want it to happen in public, especially not during a fight. That what help me keeps the balance, confidence, and fear. You know what I mean? It's kind of weird. It's a mixture of both that I believe, to me, helped me succeed to have the right mindset to fight.
And I talk so much shit that I'm like, man, if I lose, this is going to be rough. So
Yeah, you put a lot of. I mean, that's the hard thing to do when you talk shit. When you play the heel, it's so much. The pressure is. I mean, you have to be good under pressure. It's the Conor McGregor thing.
the reason I actually started talking shit was actually like indirected because of George. because I
I
won.
would become the opposite of George.
I won my first EBI, and I didn't talk shit, and everyone was like being like, oh, you only beat Yuri because he was tired, or this or that, and if he has a rematch under any of the rules that he would have lost. And I'm like trying to figure out what I'm going to do. So I'm scrolling through George's feed one day, and he posted a clip of him beating someone, and I look at the comments, and with this in mind, I'm like, George is the nicest person of all time. And if you look at the comments, it's like 10,000 comments, and like 9,900 are just people calling him like, "Oh, you do is lay and pray, you pussy, you suck, you can't finish anybody." And I'm looking at this, and I'm like, people are gonna say what they're gonna say regardless. They're gonna talk shit regardless. So you may as well just say whatever you want, and then just be yourself.
Is there some aspect, as I mentioned with Conor McGregor, he crossed the line with Khabib, or at least Nice or Khabib? Is there something you ever regret about crossing the line, or do you ever feel like there's a line, or do you just keep pushing the line?
I basically play it per person. I basically fire back with like one step above what they do.
It's always plus one.
Yeah. So I usually go hard, like they fire a bullet, then I drop a nuke, and then after that initial shot, then we go back and forth, and I'll just keep one upping them.
So there's a lot of people that love you, but there's also a lot of people that love to hate you. Yeah. So, like, what do those people like energize you? Or do you just, or is it funny to you? Like, what as an athlete, as a performer, you should not think about that. It's like a fun thing outside.
It's just like a fun thing that you outside. Like because most of them that like talk shit, they like just say stuff that's factually incorrect. So then I just argue with like actual statistics. And it's just like you suck, or you're not going to beat this person. I'm like, I've already seen that guy. So it riles them up, and it's just a fun thing for me to do. My downtime.
Yeah, your responses are usually very factual, very scientific. I appreciate it. Like you start by talking trash, but then you respond with science.
Yeah,
it's great.
Okay, it's a good mix.
It's a good mix. I mean, on the topic of haters, or more specifically, sort of doubts within yourself and doubts around you as you're coming up. Maybe George, you can comment. I'm just ignoring John completely in this conversation. I was going to ask you another question, but let me just ask you on this topic. Are there times in your life that you were surrounded by people that doubted you all the time? And so, is there something you could say by way of advice how you overcome the doubt, either yourself or others around you?
All the time. The first time I manifest my desire to become a professional mixed martial art athlete, everybody doubted me. I'm not talking about UFC, just become a professional fighter, everybody doubted me. And I became a professional fighter. I had a few amateur fights. I won them all. And I fought my first fight in Montreal. I won. I became a professional. Then I told people that I wanted to fight in UFC. Everybody doubted me again. So it's a normal thing. So I worked my way up, beat a few guys that at the time, Pete Spratt was just knocked out Robbie Lawler with leg kick. And the person who was my agent at the time did a great move for me. So he brought Pete Spratt in Montreal to fight me. Pete Spratt came to Montreal, and I believe he didn't know who I was, so he thought that he was coming to collect an easy paycheck, and I ended up beating him. So that gave me the opportunity to fight in UFC. Then after I was in UFC, I wanted to become champion of the world, but Matthews was there, and he seems invincible at the time, so everybody doubted me again. I became world champion, and after when I was world champion, I was competing against other world champion of other weight class for the title, for the legacy and everything. So I was no longer competing against my opponent. I was, as a competitor, you never want to be satisfied, because when satisfaction is the death, when you're satisfied, you better retire. It's over. So always have to find motivation. What you can have more. I want more. Don't be satisfied. So I wanted to be like the best, as I was competing, like become the best. And of course, like people doubt you all the time. Every time you say something that it's outside of the norm, of the normality. When I say that there's nothing normal, but I'm talking about when you manifest your desire to do something that takes special attribute to succeed, or that is something that is hard to do with. For sure, you're gonna always have people that doubt.
It's so strange that people don't they don't lean into supporting, like people that love you too.
Yeah, even the people that doubt me. And I believe you need to use that as a positive thing, as a motivation to prove them wrong. Yeah. So for me, that was the thing. When someone doubted me, nothing gave me there's more energy because I want to prove it wrong. I want to look at him in the face and say, "Hey, you see it? I got you, man. I did it."
So, John, do you ever use this in one way or the other by saying, "I don't think you can do this," to motivate them to prove you wrong, or more general question of, the mental toughness required to achieve, or confidence required to achieve greatness? Like, what's your role as a coach when you have these two athletes? With regards to your first question, would I ever say to someone, "You can't do this," as a kind of reverse psychology? I know. Uh, my job is to prepare people first and foremost with their skills. And as Gordon pointed out earlier, if you're in any way a rational human being and you're noticing that you're getting tremendous success with a given move in the gym against high level opponents who give a good read on what your actual opponent in a competition is like, you would have to be a moron to not recognize that kind of success and say, this is something I should be building into my game, and you will carry the confidence that you earned in the gym into the arena. So I never try to use reverse psychology. In fact, I feel that everything I do in terms of confidence is to give people physical skills. I know people say, oh, there's physicality on the one hand, there's mentality on the other, and confidence is squarely in the mental aspect of the game. But all the underpinnings and beginnings of confidence are physical. Okay, a rational human being will see where they're having success and where they're having failure, and confidence will surround those areas where they're having success and will degenerate in cases where they're having failure. So my job as a coach is to set them up for success in the gym with a given set of skills, and I don't have to do anything psychologically after that. If I can set you up to be highly successful with a given move or a set of tactics 10 times in a row against quality opposition in the gym, I don't have to do a damn thing when it comes to instilling confidence. I will tell people, hey, you're doing a really good job with it, but it's working well for you. But when they nod in agreement, I'm not trying to force anything on them. They already recognize that long before the words came out of my mouth. But on the other hand, intelligent, rational people will recognize when they're failing with given moves, and no amount of talk on my part can ever change that. If I teach Gordon a given arm lock, and 15 times in a row he tries it over a month, and all 15 are failures, there's nothing I can say verbally to go and say, hey, you're really good at that move. He's going to look and say, bullshit, I'm terrible at it. And that will create a crisis of confidence where Gordon no longer believes the words coming out of my mouth. So we never compromise that. But isn't there a lot, you just said 15, you have to believe that doing this unlock 15 times over a period of a month is worth it, because eventually you might get it.
Yeah, but that's a separate issue. That's a separate issue. But there are times where I've more or less pushed athletes to go in a certain direction. For example, when I first met Gary Tony, he never had a guillotine strangler. And I would say to him, Gary, you're a scrambler. Like, one of the greatest weapons a scrambler can ever develop is a guillotine. It should be in your arsenal. And he was like, no, I just scramble for the back. I said, well, there's going to be a day you can't take someone's back. And it's always good to be able to strangle from front and back. Okay, of course, we all prefer to strangle from the back. That makes sense. But there's going to come a day where it's going to be useful for you. And so that was one of the few times where I put my foot down and said, you're learning this, shut the fuck up. And
he literally wouldn't teach him anything else until he got a guillotine. You know, if Gary would ask him a question, he's like, "Let's see your guillotine."
And for the first 3 months, as gifted as Gary Tony is, most moves Gary gets it met, there was something going on where Gary just couldn't get a guillotine on people. And finally, after around 3 months, having some success until ultimately he came one of his best weapons. We had to go through like 15 different variations of guillotine until he found one which actually worked reliably for him. And that was one of the few times when I put my foot down and said, no, you have to learn this.
So the long search had to do more with the physical characteristics. Like you could figure out the right.
Like it makes sense. It made sense in the case of Gary Tone because there were more opportunities per minute of his grappling or guillotine. The investment of time was worth it. For another athlete, I might have said, well, he hardly ever gets in a situation where front headlocks or guillotine, so it's not even worth investing the training time.
Let me ask you a question on the competition side. You mentioned haters, and do you think about this aspect of the competition for the athletes?
It's a great question, and the answer is no. You can see that you couldn't find two more polar opposites psychologically than Joseph here and this monstrosity on my left. And I've never said to my athletes, hey, I think this is the sort of demeanor you should carry yourself with. I'm myself a very flawed character, and I'm the last person on earth who should be delving out moral advice to other people. The only thing is that of course, I believe some things are off limits, but as long as it's done in the context of sport, where no one's physically attacking people or doing anything crazy where it just goes completely over the top, then I give almost zero moral advice to my athletes. I'm a jiu-jitsu coach, not a preacher.
And next, if I may, we are entertainers. You know, we're athletes, we're professional athletes, but we make a living because of people want to see us perform. Same thing an actor, same thing a singer. And a lot of the time, especially in the fight game, an event is promoted. It needs to be with emotion. Love me, hate me, but do not ignore me. And you know, when it's authentic it's done well. I think my favorite fighters to watch are the ones that have some sort of a bad persona. I really enjoy watching those guys because they bring an emotion into a fight, which is great. You know, I feel to me it's more interesting to watch when there is emotion involved, and I believe that's why some fighters make more money than others. You know what I mean? That's the reason why you can make a living out of it.
Yeah, they're better entertainers, but you're right. The authenticity is.
There's actually something very interesting there. It's time to break out some secrets. Do you know who, like you think of George St. Pierre, you think of like the highly technical, polished martial artist. Do you know who his favorite fighters to watch were? You'd probably be thinking, oh, probably someone who's really technically advanced. Actually, it was Mark Coleman, Kevin Randleman, and Phil Barodi. He used to love watching that. That was a Hammer House. That was his favorite. He would love those guys. And whenever their fights were on, George would watch the Hammer House crew. And it's funny what you said about how those guys brought an intensity to MMA that was off the charts. If you ever met those guys in their prime, let me tell you, it was something to behold. And they had this crazy, larger-than-life personality. But most of the things they did make no sense whatsoever. But that was their appeal. And these guys, George loved to watch them on TV.
You never knew what could happen with these guys. I remember when Mark Coleman won the Pride Grappling. I was in my living room. I was jumping. I was so happy. I was like, yeah! He beat Igor Borchev. I was like, to me, it was amazing. You know what I mean? Because of the emotion that they brought to the fight.
George is actually very interested by something he said that normally when I ask what is the appeal of a given fighter and what makes watch a fight, you talked about the idea that fighters are entertainers, and that's absolutely correct. They are. It's this weird industry where you're both an athlete and an entertainer, and you need to be successful in both regards to become financially successful. insofar as your favorite athletes, to watch at least, the people who are almost like the polar opposite of who you are. I've always said that most people, if you look at, say, 1 million people watch a pay-per-view event, what percentage of those 1 million people have a genuine technical understanding of what's happening as they watch a fight? It's tiny. It's absolutely tiny. The vast majority of people who watch a professional fight have almost no technical understanding of what's going on in front of them. So how do they relate to the fight? What's the only way they can? It's through emotion. And so when they get a sense that these two don't like each other, then they can relate to the fight. But only a tiny percentage of people watching a given professional fight can relate to it on a technical level. The overwhelming majority will always form an emotional attachment to the fight. That's why when you see things, shows like UFC Prime Time, they never focus on tactics and the techniques of the fight. They focus on the emotional elements, the preparation, the view of their own family members as athletes get ready. It's always an emotional pull, because that's how 99% of the viewers relate to the fight. If I have, think about chess, okay? If I have minimal knowledge of two world champions coming to fight each other or match up against each other in a game of chess, I know so little about chess tactics, and I can't really form any kind of technical appreciation of what's going on the board. But if you tell me that these two chess players hate each other's guts, and they've got a rivalry which goes back 5 years, and they've said this and that about each other in public, then suddenly my ears pick up and I'm like, oh, okay, this sounds interesting. Because I just don't have the knowledge to appreciate what's going on the board in a chess game, to be able to appreciate the technical nuances of what they're doing. So any interest that I have in a chess match is going to have to come from some kind of emotional level, because I'm just not qualified to make technical assessments. And that's exactly how it is in the case of both grappling and mixed martial arts. That's why the ones who evoke the most attention are always the ones who can form some kind of emotional appeal. Conor McGregor was the all-time master of this.
I believe also emotion can be used as a weapon. For example, I've learned this from my favorite boxer is Sugar Ray Leonard. I remember I was very young, so I watched his fight later when I was older. But I know that Sugar Ray Leonard was the best boxer of his era, to me personally. And I don't think nobody could beat him. I think he was skill-wise, he was the best. However, when he fought in Montreal, Roberto Duran made it in a way that Leonard became very emotional. He wanted to stand in front of Duran and fight a different fight that he normally does, because he wanted to show that he's a man. And he lost that fight, which was a mistake. So then later on, he beat Roberto Duran quite easy. Everybody remember the Don't Ask thing. But my point is, emotion can be used in a way that it can derail your opponent out of his game plan. And I felt a lot of my opponent trying to do that. So that's why I never got involved. That was my way to defend myself against some kind of bully, to put like a shield in front. Some other guy like Gordon, he expressed himself differently. Of course, there's a language barrier, but for him, he's better at giving back. He's a better counter attacker. But that's the way he responds to the aggression of an emotional attack. I think everybody is different in that regard.
What's interesting that John said that he doesn't study the tactics of this game, or maybe you're not interested in the tactics of this game, because it seems like this is more than just being an entertainer. It seems like it could be an effective part of the match.
Yeah, I just feel like whatever investment you make in that it's going to get negligible rewards, because it's probably only going to pertain to one match in front of you rather than the totality of your career. And whatever gains you get out of psychological trickery and play don't last long. You raised an excellent example with Sugar Ray Leonard. He did fight outside of his usual manner in that regard. But rather than me try to tell someone, hey, behave like this before a fight, I would have been probably more forceful between rounds with an athlete and said, oh, you're fighting this fight the wrong way. And that would have a much more beneficial impact on my athlete than psychological trickery before a fight.
I believe another example of emotion that leads to failure is Jose Aldo against Conor McGregor. I think it was on purpose that Conor McGregor did this, tried to bait Aldo to become over aggressive to open it himself because he's an excellent counter puncher. That's what I believe. He made a mistake.
There's another great one. My match against Cyborg, 2018 W Worlds, where he didn't even try to win. He just like wanted to smack me in the face the whole time because he was so angry. I was talking shit to him before the match, and it was like the finals, the absolute, it was like the biggest match of the weekend, and he just didn't even try to pass my guard or do anything. He just wanted to hit me in the face, and I was like, sick. I just won.
It was incredibly frustrating. It's fascinating to watch. It's like a grown man sort of lose composure. Gordon, one thing I've always been very impressed with you, and that's no matter how heated talk gets before a match with you, when you go out to grapple, you're absolutely cold. Like you've never gone into a match carrying anything other than just cold-blooded calculation, and you've always been able to separate very well the idea of words and deeds. And I think that's always been one of your strongest things. Is the way I often measure this is when a match is over, I will ask the athlete questions about the match, and if they can't answer the question, what were you doing in the fourth minute? Okay, what was that setup you used in the third minute that got you into Kimura wrong? If they can't answer that, that tells me they were just fighting on instincts and emotion. But with Gordon, it's like a logbook. It's like, okay, the seventh minute, you went for that Judy Utami setup from on the left side. What were you thinking? You can always get an answer. He's absolutely stone cold. Speaking of emotion, Gordon, you will potentially, if you're healthy, face Andre Galvao in the ADCC coming up super fight. Who is Andre Galvao for people who don't know? Can you tell the story of your beef with the emotional interaction with the man?
Yeah. So Andre is he's considered the greatest ADCC competitor of all time. Multiple-time Black Belt world champion, winningest ADCC champion ever. He has six gold medals, and I've been trying to compete against him pretty much forever. Like since I got my black belt in 2016, I've been trying to get matches with him. He was in the first EBI that I did, and he ended up pulling out. And then I've been trying to get matches with him, and he could always say no and give one reason or another. And then after the last ADCC, I was like, hey, Andre said he was retiring after this competition. So if he wants to retire, he's the greatest ADCC competitor of all time. And I think it's great. But if he wants to compete, then that's great. I was like super nice. And then he started like posting like passive aggressive Instagram captions, and then we started going back and forth on the internet. And it was like one point where I saw him in person when he acknowledged, he's like, I understand like what you're doing, like pump this fight up, and he was like totally on board. But then there must have been something that happened where like it changed from like him like going along with it to being like actually pissed. And then there was the one night at Flow where I went to go shake his hand, and he flipped me off, and then he followed me backstage and started to try to fight me, and then I specced him, and then he didn't want to fight anymore. And then we've been going back. He's actually blocked me on Instagram now, so he just won't engage. No one from Atlas won't engage now, but it's going to be interesting how he shows up, if he can keep it under control or not.
Do you think, how do you explain that level of emotion? Is this fear of losing your throne? Is it just a human being like with Cyborg just becoming emotionally unstable?
It might just be me. I just have a way to get under people's skin. I don't know. He was cool for a while, and then I don't know. then everyone gets like this. They're all so emotional about how they actually step up to compete that it's pretty easy to read them. They're either so emotional that they want to actually come forward and beat me, like Tim Spriggs is a perfect example at ABCC. I posted on my story on Instagram 10 minutes before a match. I said that what I'm going to do to Tim Spriggs is going to be criminal, and he's like a very stolid guy, and he saw that, and he came out and actually tried to fight me, and he came and actually engaged my guard, and I ended up submitting him. So it either has that effect, or it has the effect where they know I've talked so much shit leading up to the match that they're so afraid to lose that they just get super stalled in and move away. So it either has one effect where they come forward and they want to beat me, or they're so afraid of getting submitted that they know if they engage, they're super cagey and they just back away and don't really do anything.
Do you think this match happens?
There's a lot of variables. One, I have to see how my stomach is. And two, if I'm actually going to show up and compete, my stomach's healthy, I doubt that Andre will actually show up to compete. I've been trying to compete against him for 6 years and he hasn't done it, so there's no reason to think he would now.
Is it possible for you to speak to where your estimates are about your stomach, or is it not too unclear for now?
It's still too early to tell. I have this round of treatment that I'm doing until late February, and I'm pretty sure that I need to do the same test they did initially, retest all my levels, and then go from there. So I've been feeling a little bit better. It's not nearly as bad as it used to be. I was explaining to someone the other day, for the last 4 years, I would be so nauseous that every time I would walk into a new room, I'd have to actively locate a garbage can in case I have to throw up. So I'm one step above that right now. I'm doing a little bit better than that. So it's definitely getting a little bit better, but it's not what it needs to be.
Can we talk about diet for just a second? Because both of you, George and Gordon, suffered from stomach issues, different kind, and have arrived for now at different places. But can you maybe, George, speak to the general question of what is the best diet for performance, for training? What have you learned through your career about this?
Well, I think everybody's different. To me, personally, I implement fasting, time-restricted eating, and prolonged fasting.
What's the longest you've done so far?
The longest I've done is 5 days. I do it quite often. I do 4 times a year. I do 3 to 5 days water fast. And I liked it. It helps me with inflammation. I think it boosts the immune system. And that's about I read papers about this, and it helps me also feel good. It's kind of very therapeutic.
Physical and mental, or just mental?
Mental and physical, because when I break my fast and I sit at the table with other people, it doesn't matter what I eat. If we all eat the same thing, I always tell them, I said, my food right now tastes better than all of yours, because I have this thing that I believe sometimes you need to put yourself into suffering to realize how pleasurable something is. And I tend personally, diet-wise, I eat whatever I want, whenever I want. I no longer have any problem with this. But if I would have a competition coming up, knowing what I know now about my body, I would orient myself more towards an animal-based diet. That's because I've tried different things, and that's the kind of diet that I believe helped me having less inflammation and feel better in terms of performance for doing something physical.
So high protein, high fat.
Well, it's different between animal-based diet and keto. I mean, there's carbs. There's a lot of fruit. I get a lot of the carbs from the fruit. A lot of organs. I know a little bit about paleontology and the past about prehistoric human, and I know that. I not only about that, I know because I've traveled certain places in the world. I went to visit the Maasai in Africa, the hunter-gatherer tribe, and I know that when they kill an animal, they go for the organs first. And I know most predatory animals, they do the same thing. So organs, I believe, is something that normally in our culture and in the western part of the world we don't really eat, but it's something that is very nutritious.
Have you been able to convince Gordon to try fasting?
We always talk about diets.
It's a different situation, I think, for Gordon because he's an heavyweight. He doesn't want to lose weight. You want a heavyweight. The range of like my range was like I was a welterweight, but middleweight, but heavyweight. It's like some of the guys you can compete against. They might be 300 pounds. So if you lose weight, it's a big problem. You know what I mean? So and there's things that will work for me that might not work for Gordon. So he have to make his own experience. And I told Gordon sometimes when everybody goes left, try to go right, see how he feels. Sort of
Experiment. Not a topic that's part of your optimization, optimal performance formula.
Well, what I used to do for my stomach issues, and for those of you listening who don't know, I had recurring staph infections in 2018, and I took a bunch of oral antibiotics, and I just completely wiped out my stomach. So I just was diagnosed. It was misdiagnosed as gastroparesis. So for those of you messaging me on Instagram or just watching Rogan, asking me about my gastroparesis, that's not what I have. They misdiagnosed it, and I did some other tests, and for 4 years I didn't even know what it was. And then I got this doctor in California who diagnosed me with H. pylori and then a fungal and a bacterial overgrowth in my small intestines. So the issues in the small intestines. So what I used to do was like seasons where I'd have a very clean season where I was competing and I would have a lower body weight, and I would do like an off season, kind of like a bodybuilder, where I would eat a lot more food and a little bit dirtier food, and I would have cheeseburgers and pizza at nighttime to have the extra calories. But now I can't eat those foods because they upset my stomach. So now I pretty much just try to eat whatever I can and maintain the weight the best I can, based on how my stomach feels. So right now it's like rice, chicken, eggs, fish, vegetables, fruits, and pretty much nothing else. Like anything hard to digest, anything spicy, red meat, fast food, all that's hard to do.
Which sucks because in
All
Texas,
bad things. Yeah, barbecue.
and I mean, this diet is really important for you, John. I can tell. Like, is that something to think about for athletes at all? Again, this is part of the. I've to be honest with you, I've never seen any measurable improvement in sports performance in jiu-jitsu by change of diet. I do believe that diet is important for longevity in human beings, and I do think it makes a difference, especially once you get past the age of 40, with regards to longevity. For older athletes, I do believe it makes some difference. But my observation is in athletes and in their youth and working up into their prime, I've seen athletes have the worst diets. God bless Travis Stevens, but that guy won a silver medal basically on McDonald's and candy. George St. Pierre, for 80% of your career, you were powered by McDonald's and Coca-Cola.
Fettuccine Alfredo, that was my meal of choice before a championship fight.
Gordon, for him, his youth was just Five Guys hamburgers. Gary Tonin, same thing. I've worked with Japanese judo players who smoked a pack of cigarettes a day and won Olympic gold medals. I've worked with Russian wrestlers who just ate whatever was put in front of them, and their athletic performance was outstanding. I've worked with other guys who did have what would be considered a very clean diet, and their performance was no better than anyone else. So I've never seen someone say, okay, I changed my diet, and because of that, there was a measurable improvement.
Another way to phrase it, though, is I have noticed with a lot of these athletes, what they eat, they begin to believe that either it's not a hindrance or it's actually good. And Travis Stevens is an example of somebody who eats shitty because he believes it's like a power, because whenever he's traveling across the world, he can't rely on healthy, good food to be there. So I'm going to eat shitty so that's my body knows how to perform under whatever Skittles or whatever. Everywhere's got McDonald's. So that makes and they convince themselves. And you're talking about Russian athletes. A lot of them have very strong beliefs about this particular food being good for them.
There's no agreement among them.
Exactly. There's no agreement. Yeah. So belief is more important than the actual diet.
Yeah.
So if after a night out, when you're hangover, I think the best thing, and I'm saying this in all sincerity, I think the best thing to eat to me was like a cheeseburgers with we call that a poutine bagel because it's very fat, it's greasy, so the next day when you wake up, I think you feel better because it absorbed the alcohol.
There you go, 100%.
You got trained in that.
My mom told me the same story once, and then I tried. It was like I was hungover for some party, and I woke up. I was like probably I don't know 19 or 20. I woke up, and my mom was like, "Yeah, just have a cheeseburger. Go eat something greasy." And I did, and I was like, "Oh, I feel kind of better now."
I do not know the science, the exact science behind it, but I always notice, and I don't know if it's placebo, but I always notice that if I party hard and I've been drinking a lot, if I don't eat before I go in, I don't eat shitty food, the next day I will wake up and feel worse than if I eat shitty food, I feel better. I know it sounds crazy. I don't know why, but it works for me.
Yeah, but it's also hard to do science on extreme performers. So the discussions we're having is amongst the very elite. This might not apply to a general like recreational athlete, but for the elite, I've just seen champions in every kind of combat sport. I've never seen a correlation between dietary habit and performance in people under the age of 30. I do believe that diet is important to longevity, however, and for that alone, it may well be worth investing time in it. But with regards to sports performance, at least in jiu-jitsu, I've never seen any significant difference. Well, we had a little bit of a difference of opinion on this, I think. What about strength training and muscle building? Or at least we had the discussion about this. So what do you believe is the value um, of training outside of the sport? So fitness, lifting heavy, lifting explosive, all kinds of lifting.
Me personally, for me, I believe, and I learned that from John. I used to do like to train like a bodybuilder before because I thought in my early days of competition that was the most efficient way to do things. Because it was like I was watching Jean-Claude Van Damme, Arnold Schwarzenegger. We thought back in the day that was the thing. That's how we should do it, to get ready for a fight. But I realized later on uh, that it's all about efficiency. Some guys they don't lift at all; they're doing pretty well. So I do cross training mostly for longevity. It's mostly for like a therapy. It's more therapeutic than for performances to keep my body healthy, to do certain movements that are different than what I do every day in the gym and in combat sport. Keep me healthy and athletic.
So all the interesting movement stuff that you've done outside the sport, that was therapeutic?
Mostly therapeutic. I think it does. It could transcend to performance, but it's mostly therapeutic. I do not believe that squatting 5 plates or bench pressing 3 plates will make me a better fighter. I do not. I believe actually it could hurt me more. It could damage me more than benefit.
So, according to somebody who on Instagram posts a lot of pictures of you being shredded and huge, what's the value of strength?
So I do like a combination of John got us big into like gymnastic type movements, like toast to bar and muscle ups and things like that when we were young. Like toast to bar because that's like the exact motion you have to do when you're retaining guard beneath the chest. So I do a lot of that stuff in combination with I do a lot of opposite of George. I do a lot of bodybuilding workouts where I do like a basic split, like a chest and triceps, back and biceps day. And my idea is that weightlifting should always be a supplement to jiu-jitsu. So you should be missing a jiu-jitsu session to lift weights. So I do probably train jiu-jitsu every day, and I lift 3 to 4 times a week. I feel like lifting 7 days a week is too much. Lifting takes a lot of energy. I do like hard lifts like that. But my idea is, if you want to get good at jiu-jitsu, do jiu-jitsu. And if you want to be bigger, stronger, lift weights and eat food. And I generally don't go super heavy. When I lift, you start putting crazy weights, then start tearing muscles and stuff. You should do moderate weights with a very high rep range, 4 sets of 20 with it drops in at the end to fatigue muscles, break the fibers, and grow.
Okay, so 4 sets of 20. That's interesting. So that's more for endurance and raw strength.
Yeah, and also I think close to the competition, I'll pick the intensity up. And while there's no real way to get significant gains in VO2 max, I think that lifting and just getting used to mentally redlining gets me kind of in competition shape. Because a lot of times in jiu-jitsu, the guys I'm training with, they're not on a technical level where they can physically exhaust me to the point where I feel like I'm going to die. But I get most of that like when I'm wrestling, because I'm not as efficient in wrestling, so I get a lot more tired. And lifting, you do like 4 sets of 20 leg press to squat, and you go back and forth. Like you're like about to die at the end. And I feel like it gets me in the mental habit of redlining before competition.
But does muscle help you? It's like the actual mass of muscle, like this. So
Anything stronger will always help in a combat.
will always help.
Yeah, to some degree. It's not going to be to a degree where it overrides efficiency, but I think that it can't help being or can't hurt being stronger.
There's a bunch of people who believe, depending on the sport, that the strength can quickly become that have detrimental effects to efficiency.
Yeah,
like
I agree with that.
Certain kind. I mean, if strength is like very cleanly, purely applied to the exact movements of the sport. So in judo, the explosiveness you need is very difficult to replicate in any kind of way except by doing judo.
Yeah, I mean, for us, you always have to understand there's only so much technique that can overcome a certain amount of strength. Like if we all try to fight a silverback gorilla, it's going to kill us. But that being said, I do think that, like, for example, heavyweights, they're usually the least technical because they rely on their size and strength to beat smaller people. But I think that if you stay with the discipline of doing everything very precise, and I train a lot smaller people most of the time, so I get out of the habit of using my strength. I think if you're very precise in the way that you train, I think the extra size and strength can help you.
Quick question: how would you fight a silverback gorilla? I mean, is there which animal do you think you can actually defeat that would be impressive? That most people would say you can't.
You know, I don't have an answer to this.
I thought you
But I want to say that me and John had like a 4-hour discussion on this one time. I'm like, what would win, bear or gorilla? And he went into like this whole dissertation about how like jaguars spin underneath like barrenbowl silverbacks and kill them and like rip the artery in their legs out. It was amazing.
So before we talk about strength, let me ask you, what do you think people would be surprised by if two animals faced? One of them would win, and people wouldn't predict that. So they'd be surprised by the effectiveness of certain animal at fighting, whether it's in the forest, in the jungle. So let's slow down here. Okay. So there's two animals of different species fighting, and most people would pick. So, for example, the lion gets a lot of credit for some reason. I'm not exactly sure why the king of the jungle. Well, a lot of people told me that the lion, for example, the tiger can beat a lion. This is one of those age-old debates. In grappling, in fighting, it feels like some animals use teeth and some use other parts of their body also. Like a bear, actually, I don't even know how they.
I think they're extraordinarily powerful and long claws, and in addition, they're powerful biters as well.
So I wonder, and the same with the silverback. I don't know how much they're. I love that we're having this discussion.
We need Joe Rogan for this discussion.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Your question is going in about 5 different.
So we started with strength, and let's go back there, which is, do you think for an athlete in jiu-jitsu, let's stick to grappling, do you think strength is helpful or detrimental?
I've always believed that two things will create whatever effectiveness you have in grappling. Those are your skill set and your attributes. And the best athletes are those who excel in both. Don't kid yourself. If someone gets twice as strong by some kind of magic potion, you're going to be a more effective grappler. If someone gets twice the level of endurance that they had previously, they will be a more effective grappler. these physical attributes have a very important outcome on a very important effect upon the outcome of matches. It's always a good thing to be stronger. It's always a good thing to have better endurance. It's always a good thing to have better balance and whatever other attribute you throw out there. Gordon's point was, okay, everyone agrees on that, but there's a problem. In order to build these things, you have to carve into other elements of your training regimen. And then it becomes, well, which becomes more important? Increases in strength or increases in skill? There comes a point where investing in strength training starts to get diminishing returns. I can't tell the difference between someone who bench presses 300 pounds on the mat versus someone who bench presses 400 pounds. But that's a big difference. That's a 100-pound difference. And for an athlete to go from bench pressing 300 pounds to 400 pounds, that would require a great deal of training effort and focus. But if I can't tell the difference when I grapple, then why bother? Okay, once you get to a certain strength level, it doesn't really help that much to go from a 400-pound bench press to a 450-pound bench press. But let's say you're really getting a diminishing returns on your training investment. Now, skills, on the other hand, have experienced far, far less in terms of diminishing returns. Every new skill you develop can translate very, very well into big increases in performance. Look at the example of Gary Toner that we talked about earlier. Investments in guillotine made a significant improvement in his effectiveness in matches. It led directly to some of his most important victories. But if he'd invested the same amount of train time in developing a bench press that was 25 pounds more than previously, they would have had no influence on it in those matches. So the question always becomes, everyone acknowledges that these physical attributes are important, and everyone understands that becoming stronger or fitter is a desirable thing, and every athlete should work on it. The interesting question becomes, okay, at what point do you start to say, I'm not going to be helped by further increases in strength training or endurance training? And my point with my athletes is, in the overwhelming majority of cases, if there's any kind of doubt, invest more heavily in skill training than attribute training, especially once you get to a certain level on the attributes.
But the interesting thing that I think you should account for with strength training is there's Instagram. There's the world. It seems to be more fun to build muscle mass. It's like an addiction that people have.
There's also economic elements too. Like most people, I hate to say this, but it's true. Most people are more concerned with image than function, and it's hard to sell a fighter or a jiu-jitsu athlete who doesn't look like one. It's like Fedor. Yeah, it's a tough sell. Now, you can do it in fighting and jiu-jitsu because ultimately it's about whose hand is raised at the end of the match. And you can even use it as a selling point. You can be a guy that doesn't look like he should be winning, but he is winning. That is a selling point. But if you give most people a choice between looking like Arnold Schwarzenegger and winning matches versus looking like Fedor and winning matches, most people will select, I wish I looked like Arnold Schwarzenegger. And so most athletes feel almost like an economic compulsion to be in good shape and in order to advance their marketability.
Yeah, Nike's not going to sponsor Fedor or Tank Abbott.
Yeah, Tank Abbott. They will be.
Yeah, we at the very top. There's something about aesthetic, the image of strength. So it's also a personal thing. If you look at yourself in the mirror, you like what you see. You know what I mean? You find yourself attractive. You know, what can you do to make you look better? I think to me, it was one of the reasons I work out also for that. Well, I'm sure if Fedor looks in the mirror, he says, I look damn good today.
Me too. It's also a genetic factor. Some people, it's harder for them.
All right, so the question on training. You guys, John, Gordon, train often 3 times a day, every day. George had a different approach to training. So, what is no, I don't mean that kind of the opposite or something. It's just not every single day. So, and obviously you are legitimately at the very top in terms of performance accomplishment in the field. So what have you learned about what it takes to train to become not just the elite but the best?
Well, a lot of people when you say train, they see training hard. I believe you need to be very constant and very disciplined. You need to train, but you don't need to train hard every day. That's what John taught me. Um, for me, it's the nervous system. Sometimes I feel if I load it up too much, it comes to a point that it's too much. There is no more information that I can absorb. So, uh, and I do believe that it's something that you can train to your capacity of being able to learn, absorbing certain things. And I did a lot of volume of training, but when I was getting ready for a fight, especially during sparring day, I like to do it quick because when I fight, it's 5 rounds of 5 minutes. I don't like to spend an hour or 2 hours in the gym because I need to know how hard I can be going for 25 minutes. Not for 2 hours, for 25 minutes. And at my last fight, John and I we were thinking of how could we make me more of a better finisher, more opportunist. And John, I remember when we were training with Gordon, Jake Shilkane, with Gary Tonin, my round of grappling were different than me training for Abu Dhabi, for ABI or like in grappling the round or longer. In a mixed martial arts fight, it's very rare that you're going to spend more than 4 minutes or 4 minutes and a half on the ground. It's very unlikely. I mean, it can happen, but so you remember we did the round 3 minutes. We did all the round I was doing were 3 minutes round. So it gives a different rhythm to the training. It forced me to be more opportunist, to be more of a finisher, because I had only 3 minutes to do what I needed to do. So if I see something, I need to go for the kill right away. I cannot be too over patient. You know what I mean? And it served me well in my last fight, and I think that's a good blueprint to follow when you're a mixed martial art fighter. The result was great, and I think maybe I should have done that before. It was a great idea that we had.
Not to do, be very careful on doing too much volume.
Yes.
Just try to get out and then try to focus on finishing and getting out as
I
quick
mean,
as
it
possible.
means to build up your foundation. I believe you need a lot of volume, but when you get ready for a competition, you need to be something that replicates what you're gonna be facing.
What are we talking about? What do you think? Like, is there rest days, 5 days a week, twice a day, once a day? Is there any one formula like that?
I do not believe in overtraining. I believe in under rest. I believe can be under rest, and people always link that immediately to the volume of how much volume they train, which it could be something else. How are you feeling emotionally? Are you having problems, personal problems? You have a hard time sleeping because that someone died, or yeah, I don't know, like you owe money, you're broke, or whatever. Like what I mean, it could be anything. There's something that can affect you psychologically or emotionally that made it in a way that you cannot sleep well because you're stressed, your cortisol level is high. You know what I mean? All these factors need to be taken into consideration. It's not only about the volume of training. People always think the volume of the training is the only thing that can affect recuperation, which is not.
Yeah, you have to minimize the amount of stress from all kinds of factors.
It's a very stressful job to be a professional combat athlete, whether you're a grappler, a boxer, a kickboxer, a fighter, and you need to be taken as into account.
Is it more or less stressful than marriage? Next question. So I don't know how to ask this question, given what George just said, but training 3 times a day and finishing. What have you learned about what brings out the best in you as the level grappler?
So over the recent years, I've actually changed it up a little bit. When I was coming up through from white to black belt, I felt that the volume was the most important. So it would be anywhere from like 3 to 7 sessions a day, going from school to school from New York to New Jersey. And I think the volume was very important to build the skills, where I just didn't know how to move my body at purple belt the way that I should. So I think that building the skills is super important. I think that early on, the volume is very important. Now that I already have the skills built, I think that acquiring more knowledge is the most important. So I find that if I do so many sessions a day, if I do 3 sessions a day, I feel sometimes by the 3rd session, I'm just like so mentally, like there's so much information that's went through my head the first 2 sessions that I feel like I'm not even there mentally on the 3rd session. So I feel like doing less volume now, but having more mental clarity per session is more important because I already have the foundational skills acquired.
So a lot of your training is almost like just thinking, like learning.
A lot of it, yeah. So I'll do our schedule's been messed up since the pandemic because Tenzo's got shut down, and then we're using a French gym in Puerto Rico, and now we're using the French gym in Austin. But once we have our own school, we'll have a set up schedule where I can pretty much just be there all day long. Right now, I do like a lifting session in the morning, and then I'll come in and help teach at Enzo's. So I'm there mentally, I'm seeing what's going on, and I'm playing around with ideas in my head. And then I'm there physically and very sharp mentally for the competition class during the 1 p.m. session. And then after that, I'll go home, I'll rest, and get ready for the next day.
What have you learned seeing all these different athletes? Is there a universal rule that applies, or is it athlete specific? First, one thing needs to be addressed is that George and Gordon play very different sports with very different athletic demands. Gordon can be at matches that range from anywhere from 6 minutes to literally hours long. As a result, the overall pacing and intensity of matches is massively different. Most obviously, there is no striking in Gordon's sport. Striking by its very nature is a much more explosive physical action than grappling is. Grappling is primarily isometric kind of sport based around isometric tension and endurance. Georgia's sport does feature a significant amount of isometric tension, but the majority of it is based around explosion. So the physical demands of the 2 sports are radically different. In addition, the time of application is radically different. George raised a very interesting point. His matches seem long, 25 minutes for a championship match. But always understand that the mixed martial arts fight at championship level, if it goes the distance, is really 5-minute matches. Each round is a match in itself, and that's exactly how you score. You're scored by who wins the most matches over 5 matches. As a result, the application of the techniques, especially the grappling techniques, has to be done at a certain pace. As George pointed out, realistically, the maximum application time you're going to get in most situations is somewhere between 15 seconds and 3 minutes. Even for a specialized grappler like Damian Maya, there's still a significant part of each round spent in the setup time to actually get the match to the ground. It's very likely that at some point your opponent will stand up out of grappling and you have to reinitiate the entire process again. So that even for specialized grapplers, you might be spending only 3 minutes out of a 5-minute round on the ground. And as a result, you've got to get your work done in a very short time frame. Gordon Ryan, once it goes to the ground, it can go to the ground because he chooses to sit to the ground, may spend the entire match in ground positions. As a result, the matches have completely different pacing, completely different physical demands, and the preparation that the 2 athletes go through will reflect that.
if George St. Pierre in training for mixed martial arts becomes fatigued to a point where he's no longer physically effective anymore, so the consequences for that in MMA training can be very deep indeed. Okay, if you make a mistake in mixed martial arts because you're fatigued and tired, and you take a full power roundhouse kick to the head, that's some deep consequences. A grappler doesn't have to face that. You can be completely exhausted in grappling and just sit in the bottom of the mat, just practice just survival skills. You just don't get submitted from bottom up. And that can still be an effective training session. Complete and utter physical breakdown of fatigue can end an athlete's career in mixed martial arts. The consequences of training through fatigue in MMA are potentially very deep and very disturbing. The consequences of training through complete physical exhaustion and grappling aren't really that severe. Okay, you just tap. Whenever there's a problem, just tap. And so they're very, very different sports in the way you prepare for them. And a grappling athlete like Gordon Ryan, we can take many more liberties with physical exhaustion and the amount of hours a day you spend in training than you could with a mixed martial arts athlete.
It can actually be a benefit, exhaustion as a framework of learning. So, like from a place of exhaustion, is there any benefit that you said being at the bottom of sort of understanding jiu-jitsu, grappling somehow deeper because you're
Absolutely. Because then the only thing you have left in your favor is your technique, and then you'll see how technical you are. In addition, you'll get to explore realms inside your mind that we don't spend a lot of time with, and you'll learn a lot about yourself and your ability to endure, which will have potentially great benefits in similar situations and matches.
And there's, for me, for a recreational person, getting exhaustion allows you the great benefit to experience what it feels like to really get dominated at an even greater frequency than you otherwise would. And that there's something there, there's some animalistic thing that's very unpleasant. And then afterwards, it takes you to a place of like humility, and it forces you to rethink life in positive ways. There's something about dominance. If you get dominated a few times, you can rationalize it somehow. You say, okay, well, I screwed this up. But when you're exhausted and you have to do like 30 minutes or 40 minutes or an hour of just being dominated over and over and over, being submitted, I don't know. It's a very good process for other avenues of life. I find I can't explain why. I'm driving home, crying afterwards, listening to Bruce Springsteen, but afterwards, afterwards somehow you can think clear. You can see clear about what is the right path for life in all walks of life, like relationships, work, but also the grappling. Actually, the grappling is the hardest one to see what you have to do. It clarifies other avenues, the humility. It removes the bullshit. It's like we see the world through some kind of fog and just removes it, and now you can see things clearly. I don't know what that is. I think it's important, like you mentioned, to push yourself, like something to see how far you can go, because something you can go further than what you think, and it can boost your confidence. You can push yourself through a certain limit, and maybe you thought your limit was before that point, and you pushed through it, but like John just mentioned, it's a risky thing to do in striking, because if you're exhausted, you're gonna get brain damage. Grappling, it's you tap something, but you can do it also with strength conditioning. I like to run track. I do it all the time, track and field. It helps me to know myself better. I think it's important. It's a good point.
And it's like the scrimmage wrestling rounds we do. It's like if you stop moving, that you're going to get scored on, and in your mind like there's no mechanical reason why I should give up the score here. But you're so exhausted that you're like, oh man, this is terrible. But if I stop moving, I'm supposed to. If I don't stop moving, I'm going to be twice exhausted when we actually do stand up. So it's an interesting game you have to play inside your mind.
It's your pride very often that keep you sharp. You know what I mean?
because you just want to lay down and beat it because you're completely exhausted.
What do you think is the connection, John, between this ego pride thing, martial arts, and actual violence with our ancestors? Do you think you ever plug into that? Do you think there's echoes of something going on there, or like you mentioned, you have flaws and demons? Is it deep in there somewhere? Do you think we're struggling with those demons?
Yeah, you need to patch up the question of whether it's going to say with different dimension.
Wow, that was not only am I being dominant in jiu-jitsu, I'm being dominant in interviews.
No, but I'm not going to stop that question.
It's some brother saying where they're like, okay, now we interview you.
But you went down the evolution.
Bob Lazar, what do you think?
I mean, do you, I don't mean just the line between what is martial arts and what is violence. I mean, there seems to be a gray area that connects us to the evolutionary ancestors.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think there's a deep recognition in all of us that, and this is the evidence for this is so easy to see in daily life. If you're walking down the street and suddenly you hear a commotion, two people are fighting, you will see literally everyone on that street stop whatever they're doing and watch the fight. Humans are fascinated by violence, and you've got to ask yourself why. And of course, it's a recognition that for a significant part of our evolutionary history, violence was one of the most important elements in human existence. As much as we curse it, as much as we talk badly of it, the juxtaposition between humans' social nature and their need for each other to get along, to express love amongst the various members of a given community. There are disputes between humans that can't be resolved, and ultimately, throughout history, violence has been the number one method of conflict resolution, for better or for worse. And there's a recognition in all of us that this is where we come from, and there's a reason why combat sports have this thing where people will watch them, they might even be repulsed by them, but they find it difficult to take their eyes from it. And I do believe that most combat athletes carry that sense of their, even if it's on a subconscious level, this kind of belief that this is, George used the word pride, and I believe that's a big part of it. I believe that most humans have this sense of self-worth and pride which they're willing to fight for, and if it gets crossed by someone else, they're willing to stand. Some people will stand more early, some people will be pushed further back, but everyone's got that line beyond which they won't be pushed. And there's some kind of deep recognition in all of us that we have that somewhere within us, no matter how hard we try to bury it or what have you. And that's why I believe there will always be this extreme interest in combat sports. Now, I don't believe that most people today have any kind of respect for unrestricted violence or non-consensual violence. I think most good people are repulsed by that now. I'm sure that as humanity improves out into the future, that will become more and more widespread. But that's not to say we can't exercise these old evolutionary demons inside of us, and sometimes there are just disputes between different people, different cultures, different nations, where ultimately it's going to come into a shoving match, and that will degenerate further into violence. There's always going to be a need for humans to be able to express themselves through violent methods and to use physical force to get to their goals and objectives. Our need as humans is always to find a balance between the two forces of conflict and cooperation. We need cooperation because humans isolated from each other are more or less helpless and useless. In order to advanced human communities need to build and grow. And so that sense of cooperation occurs in most of our daily lives. But there will also be irresolvable conflicts where physical force has to be used to form a resolution. And so most human beings find themselves swinging like a pendulum between conflict and cooperation. And that is something which really gives birth, I think, to combat sports. Because, sorry.
Well, I really have to ask you about this then. There's a guy from Harvard named Richard Brangham, and there's a lot of people that believe this. He wrote this book that basically there's a lot of people studying is what happened, how do we get from apes to humans, like what was the magic thing, right? A lot of people attribute it to fire and the ability to cook meat. There's a lot of different theories. So he actually, his theory, how do I describe this, is basically that the beta males won. That the apes that were able to cooperate. So the way you develop cooperation is that there's a big bad leader that the alpha male that you can only knock off their throne if you cooperate. And so we built big tribes that just excelled at cooperation by practicing the overthrowing the leader. And so, and anytime an alpha male would rise up, we would develop our skill further and further of cooperation. And so we're all just beta males, the descendants of beta males. That's his kind of theory that cooperation is fundamental and it's so distinct to the rest of the neighboring animal kingdom. So I wonder what you think about this tension, violence, and cooperation, and how important is this cooperation to the core
If you can look at it in the given training room, jiu-jitsu and mixed martial arts is solo sports. A solo athlete steps into the cage or steps onto the mat, but all of your preparation is done in a cooperative training environment with many peers. And as much as it's an individual sport, all of your preparation is done as part of a group. There's a sense in which that's an interesting metaphor for humanity itself. Whatever we do in life, we do alone, but we grow up in this given community and what have you. With regards to the whole alpha male, beta male thing, humans are, it's true, this fellow's correct. Most primates do have very strongly defined alpha males who rule the roost and determine the entire direction of the community they build around themselves. Humans, on the other hand, don't have an alpha male in that strict biological sense of someone who's responsible for the next generation, dominates all the female population, etc.
Yeah, physically dominates.
But we do, on the other hand, have our own version of alpha males as far as we have political and sociological leaders who have a disproportionate impact on the direction of a community. So,
the cooperation allowed us to have a greater scale of hierarchy with the alpha male on top, with the alpha creature on top.
yeah, that's a fascinating theory.
In nature, we're very weak as a species, and we need to cooperate in order to evolve. That, I think, made us the top of the food chain.
If you look at humanity in nature, really the two things that seem to, more than anything else, determine whether or not a given human community would be successful in a predatory world are numbers and technology. Okay? The more your numbers increase, and the higher the technology for weapons and support systems you have around you, the more successful you'll be in a predatory world. So it's not clear that just killing off the idea of an alpha male is the single biggest thing. The rise of technology and the growth of community after the imposition of language, these are other things that would have been very, very important factors in humanity's rise. George, you made an interesting point. If you look at humans, just the raw material of humans, and a predatory animal kingdom, we're just the absolute bottom of the food chain. We don't have a single effective weapon other than better than average endurance. That's about it. But you put us in a community, you can talk to each other with language, give us the time to come up with technological advances such as metals, and suddenly a human will go from no combat effectiveness in the animal kingdom to a human arm with a simple metal tipped spear can kill damn near any animal in the animal kingdom and working as a group.
I'll beat your silverback. I'll fight him in a deep water pool because he cannot swim. So I don't have to touch him. You're wrong.
How do you get them into the pool?
You know why? Because someone told me. Because I live in a community, someone told me that information. So I know to pass it on to you.
But he taught you. Well, you have to convince them to join. You have to somehow convince them to join you in the pool, which is very difficult.
Yeah.
It's very problem. Very, very difficult. From a technical perspective, John, you've looked at mixed martial arts, fighting in general, and grappling. What's the difference between fighting and grappling? That's something I'd love to ask all of you. Maybe John, you can start. When you talk about fighting, you mean unrestricted MMA type fighting.
Yeah. Well, it's just fighting. You said unrestricted MMA type fighting. MMA type fighting. So there's street fighting. There's MMA fighting, and then there's grappling. It's really the sport of grappling.
You're saying the difference between MMA and grappling?
Yes.
Okay.
See, that would have been a much better question.
Yes. Well, the single, when you talk about grappling, you're talking about jiu-jitsu rules.
Yeah, I mean, you could maybe also mention different rule sets that somehow fundamentally change the sport.
In the sport of mixed martial arts, you've got two ways to inflict damage on the human body. You've got kinetic energy, which is done through striking, kicking, knees, elbows, fists, and you've got isometric tension used along the lines of lever and fulcrum, which can be used for strangulation and joint breaking. In grappling, you lose one of those. You're no longer allowed to hurt your opponent with kinetic energy. You can do it accidentally, so a throw, but you're not allowed to just knock someone out with a throw. Most grappling sports, it can happen, but it's relatively rare. It's not encouraged by the rule set. So, yeah, you got close. So there's a sense in which in mixed martial arts you've got twice as many problems to deal with, and they occur in a much shorter time frame. The single biggest difference between grappling technique as a weapon in human combat versus striking technique is time. Grappling technique takes a huge amount of time to apply. Okay, the great advantage of grappling technique is certainty of outcome. Once you get there, it takes a huge amount of time to set up a takedown, physically take them down, work your way towards a dominant position, culminating in your opponent's back, and then apply a stranglehold. That's a long chain of events, as opposed to a strong punch or kick, which can take a quarter of a second in application from start to finish, and the match is over. And so there's a sense in which grappling it's fighting for the patient and the calculating, whereas striking is much more for in this short time frame where everything gets done in the blink of an eye. There's a sense also in which grappling is a much more forgiving sport. You could make a terrible mistake, end up in a terrible position, and still fight your way out and win. In mixed martial arts, it's much, much less forgiving. If you get hit and stunned, your chances of recovery are minimal. You're going to get swarmed on, and unless it's right at the end of the round, it's very, very hard to recover from getting hit and swarmed on. So there's a sense in which the biggest difference between is time for application of technique. In mixed martial arts, it's incredibly unforgiving in terms of time. Even the smallest error can have the deepest consequences. In grappling, you can make massive errors and still come back and win. Grappling will typically be won in a much higher percentage case by the more skilled and conditioned grappler, whereas there is much more of what they call punches in mixed martial arts, where there's a much higher likelihood of a lesser athlete defeating a greater athlete in MMA than there is in grappling, simply because of time of application of techniques. Even the smallest period of inattention in MMA, and the match is over. Gordon Light falls asleep for 30 seconds, have his opponent mounted on him, wake up and finish him 5 minutes later. It's not going to happen in MMA.
Okay, so the stakes are much higher. You can do a lot of damage in pretty small amount of time. Just the dynamic, tempo dynamics, and all things happen here.
Everything you see will be a reflection of that. Then you go further into things like rule sets. In the sport of grappling, if Gordon Ryan comes out and sits down in the middle of the mat, his opponent must follow him to the ground and engage. In mixed martial arts, if you come to the center of the cage and sit down, the other guy can just walk away from you. They're completely oriented in different directions. Grappling is ground-centered. MMA is typically standing-centered. At the beginning of every round, you have to start standing again. If I disengage from a ground grappling situation, stand up and walk away from my opponent must follow me up to the feet. In grappling, it's the exact opposite. If I sit to the ground, my opponent must follow me to the ground. It's written into the rules there. And so one is inherently ground-oriented and one is inherently standing-oriented.
So it's more difficult to dictate where the fight happens in mixed martial arts.
Yes, you have to go to a pose where the fight is, whereas in grappling, you can simply choose it.
So, Jordan, what is your sense of the difference in terms of how you approached it between the two sports? So you also are a student of wrestling and grappling. So in preparing for fights, what parts of grappling purely the sport that you have to leave behind?
I'm very lucky. I had the opportunity. I trained with, I consider the best mentor trainer I ever had. And I had some of the best grapplers that I can train with. They were there to help me in my career. So for my training is, of course, because I do not dedicate as much time to one specific area. It's hard to be, a world class athlete that in only that area. I always, for me, like the idea to be more well rounded, to be very competent in every of those areas, striking, grappling, takedowns, and all those areas, than being just very good at one and not as good as others. Because I like the idea that it gives me more option. When I fight someone, I can mold myself to become the perfect nemesis to that person better if I'm more well-rounded. If I do not have those well-rounded skills, and I don't have that option.
You have less tools to work with, less technology. What about you, Gordon? What do you think is very distinct about grappling and the way you approach it versus fighting?
I think most of it was covered, but I think that the one of the big things is the fact that when you're looking at MMA, you have a pretty general, agreed upon, and unified rule set. Where if you look at UFC versus Bellator, they have slight differences in the rules, maybe, but it's pretty much the same thing. Whereas in grappling, you have EBI rules, and you have ADCC rules, you have IBJJF rules, you have no time limit rules, and each rule set will play to the skills of different athletes. If you do ADCC rules, it generally is slightly biased towards wrestlers, where they can stall to the overtime and then hit a takedown in the overtime and not really do any jiu-jitsu, but they score a takedown, they're going to win. Whereas if you have like an EBI, for example, you have to finish the guy in regulation, or you start in a jiu-jitsu position, your back taken, or in an armbar. So I think that you have certain rule sets that play in the favor of certain athletes. And certain athletes can win in one rule set, but then they just have no chance of winning in the other. Like when I fought Yuri the first time in EBI, I beat him in EBI. The chances of me beating him on that night under an ADCC rule set were probably pretty low. When I fought Leandro Lowe under ADCC rule set, he beat me that day, but the chances of him beating me in the same day in the EBI rule set were like next to zero. So I think it's interesting that in MMA you have one unified rule set, which has small differences, but they're all generally the same. And in Jiu-Jitsu you have a wide variety of different rule sets that have biases towards certain athlete skill sets.
You mentioned Leandro Lowe. I gotta ask you again about ADCC. You have lost very, very few times in your career. This is the same is true for George. And the only person who's ever submitted you is Felipe Pena.
Black belt, yeah.
At black belt. He is ADCC world champion, multiple time IBJJF, PMW world champion. You may face him at ADCC or elsewhere in the future. Will you beat him?
Yes. I have to say yes, right? But I fought him initially when I first got my black belt. Then I fought him a year later, so 2016 and 2017. And despite what people remember about the match, and whenever people talk about it, it's like, oh yeah, the guy stricken for it. But no one remembers that the first match was like a 45-minute war. And the second match was the full 20 minutes of ADCC. And if I didn't get my back taken in like the last minute and a half, 2 minutes, it would have went into an overtime. That could change the outcome of the match. I think that if you look at Felipe's performances, especially Nogi, specifically Nogi, since then, it looks like he's almost gotten worse. Whereas since that match, 2017, the only match I lost after that was against Vinny Michaelish by points. And I'm on like a 55 match win streak over the course of 4 years, winning all the major tournaments, Nogi. And Felipe, since that match, I think is like 5-2 Nogi. He's lost his last two matches. One was convincingly where he was dominated by Andre, and one was by submission. So I don't think that he's progressed nearly as fast. If anything, he looks even worse than he was when he beat me in 2017 based on his previous performances. That being said, I know he's going to come in training very hard for this one, and he's going to be prepared. But I just don't think that in terms of technical ability, he's anywhere near my level. And he was much bigger than me both times we fought. The first time, he was much bigger than me. The second time, he was one weight class above me. So now there's not going to be an advantage in technicality, and it's also not going to be a physicality advantage. So I think he's just going to be beat everywhere.
This is a good example of the scientific response to a comment, to a question. Yeah, so he's not. That's a match you're not deeply concerned with in terms of the set of opponents, because you have and you will be facing a lot of really difficult.
Yeah, that's actually, in my opinion, one of the easier matches because of the fact that we're relatively the same size. If I show up at 230 pounds, like a lot of the guys are 260, 270 plus, so that extra weight does make a difference. I think out of that entire bracket, Felipe is probably going to be one of the easiest matches because of the fact that I can easily take him down, and if I take him down, I'm going to pass his guard. Whereas I feel like the other guys, that they're so much bigger and they're very cagey, it may take me a while to actually take them to the ground and get on top of them. And I think they may be longer, drawn out matches because of the fact that they're so much bigger and stally. It's hard to take them down. But Felipe is relatively my size, and his wrestling is atrocious. So I've already taken him down in the last ADCC match. So I'm pretty sure I can just easily put him down, pass him, and then finish him.
Well, I'm not sure what response I was expecting, but that was pretty beautifully. We talked about the Diego Alves fight that George had, and John brought it up in class yesterday, I believe. But the point is, we're talking about wrestling, and I think that's a fascinating fight. That is an incredible display of strategy, of skill, of heart. George, can you maybe talk about that fight, John, maybe too? What lessons you gained from that fight? Don't maybe it was your fight, not mine. Well, or maybe it also tell what happened in terms of your injury.
Oh yeah. So I was fighting Taik, and in the third round, I tear my adductor muscle. It happened when I was on the bottom, and I think he pushed my knee down, tried to pass my guard, and I hear that pop. I don't know what.
I think you go for an armbar. You were on his back, you switched to armbar, and he cleared the leg by pushing on your leg. You went in with a pre-existing injury and tore.
Yes, and then it got worse. And I heard a pop. I didn't know what it was, but I knew it really hurt. So I came back standing up. And there's a, a famous video that goes on the internet about when I go back in that corner, and I tell my coach, I'm like, I don't know what it is. I think I tore my adductor muscle. Greg Jackson is like, I don't care. Hit him with your growing. But I was very worried because I was in pain. I did not know what I had. So I didn't know the gravity of it, and it plays on your mind. So, but I had to bite down my mouthpiece and finish the fight. I know I was ahead on the scorecard, and I needed to finish super strong.
So what was your strategy there in terms of strikes, in terms of wrestling? So he's exceptionally difficult opponent to take down.
Yeah, at first I knew I had a good jab, to stay always from the outside, fight him from the outside and use my footwork. Because he was like a tank. He was much bigger and much stronger than me. And never wanted to stay in front of him. So it was all the way out or all the way in. And when I was coming all the way in, it was my proactive or reactive takedown, where I myself initiated the takedown by using a distraction, like a jab, to make his head goes up, and then I go with a single or double leg, or to react, like baiting him for him to come hit me, and then while he's coming to hit me, I go change that over. And that's the way I like to take my opponent down. Some guys, for example, like Khabib, for example, he's very good at bringing his opponent to the fence and use chain wrestling to take his opponent down. I find that for me, for myself, I specialize more into explosive takedown in the center of the octagon because I found it more economical.
What did you see? You were commenting, John, about the wrestling. That was quite interesting. I mean, also, can you generally comment on the fact that George St. Pierre, I don't think you wrestled.
I started wrestling, I was 19 years old, but I wrestled some very good Russian guys, so they took me underneath their wing. But my ability to cover distance come from karate, does not come from wrestling. Wrestling is how I finish once I get the leg, how I finish the takedown.
So the timing and the movement and the explosion
Correct.
Yeah. I think an important distinction to make here is one which George makes throughout his career, and I believe George, you were the greatest innovator in MMA history with regards to this. And this is the creation of what George calls shoot boxing, which is the amalgamation of striking technique, in George's case, mostly karate, because that was his martial arts background, into grappling, and in particular takedowns. When most people say so-and-so has better wrestling than mixed martial arts, you have to be very careful what they mean by this. There are many highly credentialed wrestlers in the early days of mixed martial arts who went in and truly struggled to hit a takedown. Now, these are very, very good wrestlers who, in a wrestling match, would easily put down their opponent. But in a striking situation where the ranges are completely different and the setups are entirely different, the stances are different, even the overall conditions are different. You're no longer wearing shoes. People underestimate just what an impact it is for a wrestler to take the shoes off. You lose like 20% of your forward drive the minute you take off the shoes. All of these make massive differences in whether or not you're going to be able to even make contact for a takedown. As George pointed out, the true value of wrestling in MMA is finishing the takedown once you've established contact. But that's only about 20% of the action of a mixed martial arts takedown. 80% of it is in understanding range, rhythm, setup,
opportunity, etc., etc. And that's not part of wrestling at all. Even the overall conditions are completely different. In the sport of wrestling, you start at very close range in a very bent over stance, and you're expected to wrestle for in international styles for 3 minutes at a time. Now suddenly you're completely upright, and you're not wearing shoes. All the conditions, the rhythm and speed is different. The counters are completely different. It's just an entirely different animal. And so George was an early recognizer of this and started to put the emphasis on direct training for shoot boxing in addition to wrestling. So he practiced with very good wrestlers at the Montreal Wrestling Club, just the sport of wrestling. And that's what made him very good at finishing takedowns. But it was in his shoot boxing training, which he himself largely developed. Remember, George started at a time when MMA was pretty damn young, and when you entered the sport of mixed martial arts, George, it wasn't even allowed on TV. Like, it was completely banned. It was in his country. It was physically banned. They had to fight on Indian reservations. And this is way back in the Wild West days of MMA. And so, as a young developing athlete, he had to more or less do this by himself. If you ever want to hear some incredible stories, talk about teenage George St. Pierre. They had a coach who used to make him put on boxing gloves. Now, he was 16, 17 years old, and just put him on a hardwood floor against a professional boxer who was in his late 20s at the peak of his career. And he said, George, you're not allowed to punch. You just got to take him down while he tries to knock you out. And there was it was crazy.
Darwinism. Yeah, he was like you're gonna adapt or you're gonna. It could have been very bad, but it turns out to be great.
But there's a sense here in which people think, oh, what determines your takedown ability in MMA is your wrestling skill. That your wrestling skill will determine your finishing ability of takedowns. But there's so much more to it than that. Whenever people say, what are the broad elements that determine the outcome of a mixed martial arts fight? Okay, on the broadest possible level, I always get the same three things. The athlete who can dominate the pace of the match, the athlete who can dominate the direction of the match, and the athlete who can dominate the setups will win the vast majority of fights they're in. Those three things, the direction, the pace, and the setups. If you dominate all three of those, you're going to win 90% of the matches you're in. George could always dominate the direction of the fight because he could stop the other guy taking it down, and he could impose his own takedowns at any point in the match. So whether it went to ground or whether it stayed standing, it was always up to him. George had the most sophisticated array of setups and takedowns that I've personally ever witnessed. The whole distinction between reactive and proactive takedowns came very early in George's career, and he excelled in both. Most people tend to favor one or the other. Most athletes have a very hard time imposing their setups on an opponent. As a result, they have to use the cage as a crutch for their setups. So they just bully someone towards the cage and then put them down on the cage. George is one of the very few people who was equally good against the cage or in the open. Could do so in both proactive and reactive situations. And the scary thing is that as good as all of you saw him look in the octagon, anyone who knows George as a coach will tell you he was twice as good as that in the gym, where he would often go against people several weight divisions above himself. I could sit here all day, I won't name names, but I always laugh when people say, oh, this is the greatest pound-for-pound guy of all time. And I've personally seen George take that guy down and crush him in the gym, and I can't say anything because it's rude to talk about that in public because it's just training. But I've seen George go with people all the way up to light heavyweight, some of the greatest names in the history of the sport, put them down, advanced position on the ground and dominate them in training. It's what he did during that time. George, I got to say, I deeply admire many of the things I saw you do, not just in the octagon, but in training as well. the impact that you had on the, the degree to which takedowns were used in sport was absolutely inspirational. That's why one of the reasons why I always say you were the only athlete I ever met who taught me more than I taught you. Is you opened my eyes to a whole new world of shoot boxing, and how I grew up in a time when I was laughing before when you talked about Sugar Ray Leonard. I was a kid watching that match, and I grew up in a time where there was boxing and there was kickboxing, and then I came to America and I learned grappling, and this young man here was the innovator when it came to the integration of the two.
Well, then I have to ask, because George sits here uncomfortably being complimented. If George St. Pierre and Khabib Nurmagomedov face each other in their prime, who wins?
That's a very, very loaded question.
How?
Yeah.
Like, what are the different trajectories you see? Oh, okay, how does each one win in your view? If one wins or the other one wins, what happens?
Interestingly, they're actually very similar in size, despite the fact that George fought at welterweight and Khabib fought at lightweight. If you actually see them stand next to each other, they're of similar height. Khabib's actually a little more thick set. Yeah, he's actually heavily walking around. George walked around most of his career between 188 and 191 pounds. And so Khabib actually would ironically have a kind of size and strength advantage, despite being in the lighter weight division. That's been the general trend as MMA has grown, is that athletes will come further down in weight to make weight divisions. I believe that George has the best takedowns in history in the open, in the cage. Khabib his great strength was using the fence to facilitate takedowns. Khabib's other great strength was not only his ability to take people down, but to keep people down for extended periods of time. Both of them were powerful strikers on the ground and could do terrible damage to opponents on the floor. So they're both very similar in that regard. Khabib was mostly a puncher from the back. George is mostly an elbow from the front. But both of them could lay waste to opponents with strikes on the floor. Both of them were highly competent with submissions on the ground. They were submission specialists in the sense of someone like Gordon Ryan, but they were certainly no slouches with submission holds. It's just a fascinating idea.
So it's almost like who gets the first takedown?
Yeah, I do believe that they could probably stand up on each other. I don't think either one of them would be able to hold the other down for a whole round. Both of them are notoriously difficult people to hold down. So I don't think that whoever won the first takedown wins the match. I don't think it's like that. I do believe that George would hold a decisive advantage in striking and distance management. The few times that Khabib did look shaky is when Khabib was either advancing forward menacingly, but when he had to fight backwards, there was a definite asymmetry between his ability to fight going forwards, which was very good, and his ability to fight going backwards, which was noticeably weaker. George would often fight both forwards and backwards. The Thiago Alves fight, most of the standing time, was going backwards. That's probably the single biggest difference between the two athletes in skill level would be in the standing position. On the ground, Khabib slight edge and takedowns on the fence, George slight edge and takedowns in the center. Ability to inflict damage on the floor, roughly equal. Ability to fight off the back, roughly equal. Ability to stand up from bottom, roughly equal. It's a very, very hard match. In terms of the biggest difference in skill level, it's going to be in the standing position. And so it would come down to, that doesn't necessarily mean that Khabib would lose in the standing position. He might just push it to the fence and just use match tactics where he kept the fight on the fence for significant periods of time. And you can win rounds in that fashion. So it's a match that could go either way. Both of them are absolutely the best. And you'll ever see. I've always believed the three greatest mixed martial arts I've ever seen in my life were George St. Pierre, Khabib Nurmagomedov, and John Jones. The three of them had some interesting similarities and differences. All three beat every single person they ever faced. I know John Jones officially has lost by DQ, but no one believes that was a loss. George does have 2 losses, but he defeated both athletes decisively in rematches. Khabib did it by having no losses. Interestingly, all 3 athletes have at least one match, which is controversial in terms of who won and who lost. John Jones has had several matches which could have gone either way on the judges' scorecard. Khabib's match against Clayson Tebow could have gone either way. George's match with Hendricks could have gone either way. They all had matches that they won, which people would dispute the outcome. So that was a similarity between the 3 of them. All 3 of them have had the ability to dominate the direction of fights. When they want it to go down, it goes down. When they don't want it to go down, it doesn't. That's why I put such a heavy emphasis on that idea that a mixed martial arts champion must be able to determine the direction of the fight. It's the single most important attribute that they all must have. As to which of the 3 is the best, it's going to come down to criteria. You can't pull them apart. Which answer you give as to which of those 3 is the greatest of all time will come down to the criteria that you use. Is it being undefeated? Is it the amount of time? Was it the quality of the opponents that they had? If you do it by quality of opponents, I think you probably have to give it to George. If you do it by measured dominance for not being defeated, then it has to go with Khabib. Arguably, you could say the same with John Jones, since his one loss is by DQ. But then you can also say the last 3 or 4 fights that Jones had haven't been the same measure of dominance as we saw previously. So ultimately, you've got those 3 guys, in my opinion, and which one you choose will come down to who. It says more about who you are as a viewer than it does about the respective level of the athletes. You could throw a blanket over the 3 of them, and they're just that good. And which one you select will probably say more about who you are as a viewer than it does about them as athletes.
Go. He's not even born. Because the generation that is present benefit of a huge advantage. They have knowledge, technology that we didn't have before. And we had the knowledge that the other generation didn't have before. But I believe the GOAT is not even born. As good as they are today, I think in sport where you can measure the performance, track and field, other things, someone is better than the other one because you can measure performance. Fighting, it's all subjective. We always debate of who would win, but the tendency in sport is that the performance gets better. I don't think it's because the athlete necessarily get better. It's because they have access to better technology, knowledge, and they learn from their predecessor.
As long as that knowledge is transferred forward. So something tells me that the greatest of all time lived a few thousand years ago, and it's forgotten. Some of the greatest warriors. Like, you imagine the kind of grapplers who just the history didn't record them. There could have been small tribes where they developed mini UFCs, and they've developed the kind of things you have to think of, like the Gracies. It's the small families that develop so much so quickly.
I often has this discussion with John, and I think it's very important to mention. I asked him very several times, like, what would happen if we would take a fighter of modern days facing the champion of pancreation?
This is an interesting question.
And you brought some incredible good point, and people don't realize it.
Yeah, no, I think one of the great tragedies of martial arts history is our loss of the historical records of pancreation. Like, most of what we know was, from what I'm told, is actually lost in the fires of the Library of Alexandria, and we're left with only a pitiful amount of information on pancreation matches. But what we do know is that there was a very large participation in the sport, and that it was widely considered the most popular sport in the ancient Olympics, and that it was represented in the ancient Olympics for many hundreds of years, plus a long period of time before its introduction into the ancient Olympics. And so the development time that it may have had would have been very significant. It, as far as we know, most of the development would have been in the major Greek city-states for literally hundreds of years of development. Given its prestige as an Olympic sport, then the best athletes would have been doing it. Some of the sharpest minds that we know of in human history were involved in the sport. Plato, the great philosopher, was a pancreationist in his youth. In fact, his name, Plato, is a nickname. Platus is like plate. It means broad, big guy, like the big guy. And he spoke often about pancreation in his written works. Imagine people with the intelligence of Plato thinking about grappling technique for hundreds of years in the most popular Olympic sport at that time. Significant numbers of people with financial backing as city-states put great prestige upon Olympic success. They would have funneled athletes in, brought in the best coaches, and they had that for many hundreds of years. Like, it's quite conceivable that the best pancreation athletes were of the absolute first quality. And it's so sad to think we'll never know what was the skill level.
It's interesting to think about what kind of techniques they developed, whether there's stuff we haven't discovered yet. In class, you're talking about the most effective takedown strategy in wrestling, collegiate wrestling. So maybe let me ask first, because we offline talked about this too. What is the highest percentage submission in grappling? Overall, you have to go with the rear naked strangles from the back. If you look at most tournaments and most rule sets, it has success across all rule sets, all weight divisions, all body types. It doesn't require any kind of specific physical advantage, such as height, in order to be effective. It works equally well in both fighting and grappling. It will work regardless of how physically and mentally tough your opponent is. Like a heel hook is a very high percentage technique in modern day competition. But if your opponent simply makes up his mind that he's just not going to tap and is willing to take the physical damage, it won't result in the end of a match. A stranglehold, by contrast, will always end the match, regardless of your opponent's mental toughness. So I believe it's say that at the end of the day, the single most high percentage method of submitting people in grappling is the rear naked strangle. So when you look at an athlete, maybe Gordon, you can speak to this, like what's the best, Gary with the guillotine, what's the best submission to really invest in? Is it the rear naked choke? To really invest in development, like understanding the entirety of the system that leads into that.
I think that you have to do them all, obviously. But if I had like one submission only one submission I could pick for the rest of my life, it would definitely be a rear naked.
Can you explain maybe some of the actual technical details of why that's the case?
Well, as John spoke about, they're different joint locks, whereas you don't have to tap. You can just let your leg break and then keep going with the strangle. There's none of that. And then it's just an inherent advantage you have being behind someone. Whereas if you go for an armbar, you start from top mount and you're facing the guy, then you put him down and you're not directly behind him. With leg locks, you're facing the guy. Whereas when you're on someone's back, you have them in a pin where you can your chest to back, you have a body triangle in. You're pinning the guy in place. He can't explode out. He can't grease his way out most of the time. And there's an inherent advantage you have being behind him due to the fact that we're poorly set up to deal with threats behind us.
So would you say that's the most dominant position jiu-jitsu, like more than mount, more than side control?
I think if you look at most matches historically, most guys who get stuck in positions for long amounts of time are guys with their back taken. If you get an explosive guy from bottom mount, he can bridge and he can off balance you and lock half guard maybe and then work back to guard. But if someone locks a body triangle on your back, that's where you see most guys getting pinned in place for long amounts of time.
Was the body triangle like a well understood thing? Was that an invention at some point? Like as a system, as a control function? And some of your listeners can correct me on this, but I believe there was a technique banned in judo called dojo, which involved crossing feet or locking a triangle around the abdominals from the back. And it was banned in judo, I believe, because of intestinal injuries which occurred in the early developmental days of judo. And in the modern era, when I first began jiu-jitsu, body triangles were relatively rare. They were not a standard part of class. And sometime around the late 1990s, early 2000s, people started to realize, hey, this is a stronger method of control. It greatly increases the amount of control you have of your opponent's hips and torso over regular hooks. It's not for all athletes. It's difficult for most people who are of shorter, thicker stature to employ on big people. If your opponent's very broadly built through the stomach, it's almost impossible to apply. And so, because it can't be applied by all people, it tends not to be taught much at beginner level. And so, as a result, it was always seen as a kind of a specialist move for taller athletes at a higher level of competition rather than a broad-based move for everyone or every body type in every class to employ. So just to emphasize that much. But in top level competition now, I think you would see that it's very apparent that the vast majority of athletes, whenever they have the opportunity or a choice between body triangle and regular rear mounts, the majority of modern athletes would choose a body triangle.
So we also had this conversation about wrestling. Maybe George, you can comment on like what's the highest percentage? Not statistically speaking, perhaps that's also interesting that John talked about, but just for you, in terms of mastery of the takedown, what's the best way to take down a human being in wrestling?
Well, I personally, for me, it depends. For every fighter are different. They have a different set of skill. For me, when I look someone who want to bring down a tree, a big, strong, high tree, you cut it from the base. So the legs, that's what we stand on. So it was to attack the leg.
But is it single leg, double leg? Is it we talk about like there's also the John Smith low single.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that's applicable for the kids at all.
You can use it, but it runs the global submission holds. It's not impossible to use, but without shoes and in a situation where there's a whole plethora of submission holds and scoring, it's a little more difficult to use.
It is interesting. Something being a high percentage effectiveness tells a story. You're saying that every athlete is different, but if it's more effective for most people, I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting. What John talked about is that the highest percentage thing is actually in collegiate wrestling that he was talking about is on the defensive side. So blocking a takedown and spinning around to the back. So that's an interesting idea. And also there's all of these kind of going in for a single and switching to a double or wizard position and doing knee tap. Like there's all these kinds of combinations that seem to be effective. You look at the statistics. It seems like there's maybe it's a scientific way of thinking, but it seems like there's some conclusion to be drawn there.
Oh yeah, I believe you need to. With the high percentage move, there's a reason why it works. I think it's made for a bigger amount of people. For example, I one of my main strength, athletic strength, is I'm an explosive person. So I use techniques that are explosive. If I get a single leg, one of my things I like to do is to go for the double, power double. But for someone else, got, for example, in a single leg position, maybe he likes like body throw better. He's more a Greco guy, or he's a judo guy. He's gonna go for something else. So, but there's moves that are, I would say, like you just mentioned, are universal. Like statistically speaking, the highest percentage move that works for pretty much everybody. Everybody pretty much can do an adakajimi. It's very easy, but it's not everybody that can knock a triangle with their legs. So those moves like rear naked choke, adakajimi is the highest percentage move
because it's maybe more accessible. It's accessible for a bigger,
Based on the physical characteristics of people. Do you draw any wisdom from these high percentages, John, for like in terms of what to focus on?
Yeah, absolutely. Jiu-jitsu has an ocean of moves, and you can get lost on that ocean. You can drift for a long period of time and that was very little to show for it. So my whole thing is focus. We only live one lifetime, and your training lifetime is even shorter than your actual lifetime. So in that time, I could
Die in the mat.
that's exciting. Um, I put a very high value on choosing what I believe to be the most high percentage moves and putting an extraordinary amount of focus on them. The only problem is that in one generation, a move which can be considered low percentage might actually turn out to be high percentage in another generation. For example, we talked earlier about leg locks. When I was first starting jiu-jitsu, they were considered the ultimate low percentage move. And a big part of my career has been convincing people that, in fact, that was incorrect, that they can be a high percentage move if we just change our approach to them. So we can't just follow tradition and say, oh, this is low percentage, this is high percentage. It has to be part of a fairly systematic study where you investigate what are the reasons why it's high percentage or low percentage. With regards to takedowns, if you look at what we could consider the most high percentage takedowns, if you're in front of someone, the single most high percentage way of taking them down is to get a hold of both of their legs and push them backwards. If you get a hold of one of their legs and put a force on them, they can use their other leg to defend themselves and hop around and funk their way out of takedowns and cause all kinds of problems for you. I don't care how athletic your opponent is, if you get a hold of firm grip of both of his legs and start pushing him backwards, he's going to fall down to his butt. Now, he might be able to recover from there, but he will fall down. Even easier than that is to be behind someone. Takedowns from in front of someone, difficult. You go right into their hips, their head, their hands, so you want all their defensive weapons. If you're already behind someone and you're doing what in America they refer to as a mat return, this is significantly easier than taking someone down from the front. If you have control of their head in a front headlock position, you've already closed distance on your opponent. You already have close contact. You don't have to worry about shooting anymore. There's no sprawl out of that. You don't have to worry about guillotines, kimoras, or standard defenses. Those will intrinsically be easier takedowns out of front headlock. So if we're going to talk about high percentage technique, I always go back to the mechanics of it rather than just historical tradition, because historical tradition can be wrong. It was wrong about leg locks. It can be wrong about other things too. So my primary thing is, okay, talk to me about me. That's what always going to determine whether something is high percentage or not. Gordon pointed out earlier that when you're behind someone, innate physical advantage is over the other guy. The human body is set up entirely to defend threats from the front. We are poorly adapted to defend threats from the rear. We don't have eyes in the back of our head. We can't apply pushing strength backwards. If you get behind someone, takedowns are 10 times easier from behind someone than they are when you're in front of someone. If you have to take someone down from the front, get a hold of both of their legs. If you get a hold of both of their legs and apply a pushing force, you will almost always knock them down. If you can get a hold of their head and work takedowns from there, again, it's much easier because most of their defensive apparatus is being taken away from them before the takedown even begins. And so, for me, high percentage takedowns will always be from the front, double legs. From any takedown from the back is going to be significantly easier than any takedown from the front. So all manner of mat return takedowns are going to be very high percentage. And takedowns done out of situations where the opponent is broken down in front of you, and you have either front headlock or front chest wrap position, are going to be significantly easier than takedowns from the open.
Of course, you have to consider the full spectrum of mechanics involved here. It's possible that an outside low single knee to a double leg is a much higher percentage. There's a lot of chain wrestling, yet that needs to be considered as a possibility when you strain on double. And part of this cultural too. Are people afraid of this kind of thing? That they came to be the case with leg locks. Are people aware of this? Are they worried about this? Are they training for this to defend this? And then there's opponent specific, of course, that Jordan Barros, people preparing for the double, which is why he had to develop a whole other kinds of different stuff. And then ahead to all the different controls, all the different ties within the rule set. And that's where it's so fascinating to see the effect of rule set on all of this. Judo, over the past, I think, 20 years, went through this every Olympics, different changes to the rule set, like fundamentally different in terms of what's allowed to grip, whether you're allowed to touch the legs at all. That was a big one in 2012, I think. And that changed the sport completely. It's so interesting to watch how a tiny change in the rule can change the sport at the highest when you're talking about people competing at the highest level. And the cool thing there is the rule change happens on a scale of every 4 years. So you get to see people that are at the top of their game have to be competing. So it's not like you have a new generation of people coming up with the rules, they have to figure, oh shit, you're not allowed to, it's the equivalent of saying you're not allowed to kick anymore in MMA. Because you're not allowed to grab legs anymore.
Interestingly, if you look at the case of judo, if you look at the world rankings of athletes, when they went through one of the most significant rule changes in judo history, where they banned any form of grabbing the legs, the ranking of athletes didn't change much.
Yeah, that tells you that
There's a reason why those guys are at the top.
and it doesn't have to do with that they're specific to a rule set.
Think about that in terms of, imagine, for example, in mixed martial arts, if they just said, hey, starting next week, instead of having 3 5-minute rounds, it's going to be 15 minutes straight. That would massively change the preparation of the athletes. It's a different game at that point. Judo literally was a different game before 2010 and after 2010. And yet, the international rankings didn't really change that much. The countries that were dominant before remained dominant. The athletes that remained before largely remained the same. You would think with such a massive change, all the rankings would be thrown upside down, but they weren't. And again, it goes back to this idea that there's a reason why the guys at the top are at the top.
And now for something completely different, we're talking about aliens. Right? So George brought up Bob Lazar. I will likely probably talked about Lazar in this podcast, and then John had a skeptical look on his face about aliens. So let me ask John and Gordon, do you think there's intelligent civilizations out there in the universe outside of our own?
The universe is unimaginably large. The idea that we are the only life forms in a cosmos as large as this is, I think, naive and foolish. There's a very high likelihood that if life could evolve on this planet, that it could have done so on many, many other planets around the cosmos. I think anyone who puts even a moment's thought into this would realize that there's almost certainly other forms of life out there. The real question with regards to the alien community is, have they got here and are they searching our planet in the sulfur sources and making observations and periodically stealing people for experimentation purposes?
Doesn't have to be silver saucers, it can be different other color saucers.
And that question, I'm not real. Recently, Navy footage has come out showing some very interesting phenomena. If you talk to almost any experienced pilot, they will tell you they've seen things in the upper atmosphere that are very difficult to explain. I'll be the first one to agree with you on this. There are some things out there that are extremely difficult to explain.
Literally UFOs, unidentified.
Yeah, I mean, we just don't know what they are. But to go from the idea that there's things out there that we don't understand to there's like little creatures running around and these somehow exist, I just reserve judgment. I just say I'm agnostic about these things. I think it's possible, but all the evidence that I've been shown so far was insufficient to come to any kind of definite conclusions. Until aliens land in Central Park on Tuesday afternoon at 3 p.m. and get out with their alien ray guns and start shooting people, I don't believe that many of the stories that get told.
Well, what about if it's not little aliens with ray ray gun, but something very different, very, very difficult to detect for us humans. It's very huge.
Mitch, at that point, it's a fascinating idea, and it's certainly possible. But show you the evidence.
All right. What about you, Glenn? Do you look at the cosmos and ponder the stars often?
I think it's fair points John raised. Something really interesting I saw the other day was someone posted like if an alien organ or a civilization 65 million light years away somehow managed to look at Earth, they would theoretically see the dinosaurs because they're 65 million light years away. So like imagine us looking at galaxies that are 100 million light years away. That's 100 million years ago. You have no idea what it looks like now. So that's what's super interesting to me about it.
Yeah, the expanse is huge, and so much cool stuff could be going out there. The scary thing, of course, is if they haven't visited us yet, there has to be a good reason for it. The set of scary reasons involve the fact that they maybe once it gets sufficiently advanced in your development, you destroy yourself naturally, as humans seem to be approaching now. We more and more have the tools to destroy ourselves completely in terms of our weapon systems. And we're developing them more and more, and they're becoming better and better. And then we're starting to get angrier and angrier on Twitter and Instagram at each other.
That's a good point.
It's the real stuff does that anything that lives on the dinosaur will perish.
One day, yeah.
It's also just the sheer difficulty of travel through space. Like space is an unimaginably inhospitable environment, and to the best of our knowledge, even the theoretical speeds that we can attain in space, even if we could travel at the speed of light, we're not even remotely close to that. Still, the distances that need to be traveled to get to even relatively close solar systems are very, very long. If you look at astronauts who have spent significant amounts of time in space just orbiting the Earth, it has severe health effects on them. We're just not built for space. We're supposed to be in a gravitational environment.
But you're referring to your biological meat bag that's containing the essence of the mind that is John Danaher. Maybe we can transfer the mind alone. The bag, the meat bag is not designed for space, but maybe the contents is all that's in the mind.
It's possible. But
what do you think of you folks who like difficult things? What do you think about Elon Musk going to colonize Mars? Is this something you find interesting or a aimless pursuit?
I think it's a must or a salvation. We need to leave at some point the planet because historically in the past we know that we've been bombarded by asteroids, volcanoes, there are crazy things happen. It's very unstable. If you look at it through a lifetime of a human being, it's nothing. But just look 12,000 years ago what happened. So there's cataclysm that happen all the time. It's very unstable. So if we want to survive as a species, I think we need to get out to be able to get out and spread our seed.
So these are the early steps on a really long journey. But is there something about we don't get that exploration from most modern society. The kind of exploring that people did throughout the centuries of coming to the North America, just throughout, shrouded in physical uncertainty, what's out there. And now we get to do the same kind of exploration with Mars. Is there any aspect of you that wants to travel out to space, that wants to travel to Mars? The goal is to allow civilians to travel, perhaps in our lifetime, meaning affordably. Do so now, unaffordably.
Traveling to space and traveling to Mars are two different things. I think I would like to travel into space. I don't know if I would like to travel all the way to Mars.
Because of the risks involved.
It's
boring. Is there some part of you that enjoys
I think that if I was towards the end of my life, I would like to travel to Mars.
This will
Just the experience, yeah. If I go to Mars, I'm not coming back.
One way ticket. Hey, with the technology we have now, maybe in the future, maybe the children of our children will be able to
pretty understandable. Well, the
weekend.
on Mars. Well, the whole design of the Starship that SpaceX is working on is supposed to come back. It's supposed to be reusable. So it's not a one-way ticket. That's the whole point. It's always going back and forth, back and forth.
What's the time frame between two planets that you travel from?
I think the current thing, you'd be stuck on Mars for 2 years.
How long does it take to get from Earth to Mars?
Oh, it's pretty. I'm not sure, but it's pretty quick. Like I don't know, on the scale of months, not scale of years.
You might not be healthy when you come back. You know, all the astronauts, they experience health issues. You know, they lose a lot of muscle mass, bone density. So,
Yeah.
I don't think the technology is good right now. I mean,
Let's say that
if it is, I would love to be doing it for a weekend. If it's safe, I would
you're
love
also
to be the
somebody-
first one to it.
for a professional fighter who sacrifices his body, something. So there's some sacrifice we do. Right?
I don't want to be the first. I wouldn't want to. I leave the other one, but when I know it's safe, okay, count me in.
But one of the things that people say, and this is something I wonder about, is it's like having children or something. Once you're out in space and you look out and you see Earth, you look back at Earth, that's an experience. It's not like anything else. Like you can't replicate it here. Just to look back at that, like you
That nerve-wracking. Like you see like Earth disappear into the distance.
Yeah, disappear into the distance. And then you get to actually stand on Mars and see, and just to look. You're standing on the ground and you're looking out, and you see the planet from which you came and where you might not be coming back. But there's a challenge to the whole thing, where the risk is tremendous. And I don't know, I find that risk really compelling for some reason. But that could be just the exploration. I guess that's a genetic thing too. How much do you want to explore? There's a sense though in which, even in the best case scenario, where they did get the technology to whisk you to Mars in a fairly short period of time, it's kind of an inauthentic sense of exploration, because your participation in it is no more exciting than your participation in an airline flight to a foreign country. You didn't have anything to do with the creation of the vessel. You're not in command of the vessel. You're not in any way, shape, or form important to the mission. You're just a person sitting in a passenger seat, and you get off at a destination the same way you would if you flew to Singapore or London or someplace like that. Well, there's a hierarchy there's a leadership, and then there's a bunch of people that all have roles. You don't get to go to Mars without having some skill set to contribute.
You made it sound like space tourism, where you just
Well, yeah, I think it's a long time before you have space tourism to Mars when you have nothing to contribute. Like you will have to.
So what you go through like a training program.
Training program, and then there's technical things you'll be contributing. So they'll bring people, in terms of agriculture.
Okay, so this is better. This sounds like they're actually more like explorers. Like you talked before about explorers and human history, where Magellan sets off on his boat, and every person on the boat had a specific function. They were all into the mission in a very authentic fashion. If they weren't on the boat, the performance of the crew would somehow suffer. So this sounds much better.
And with like the Magellan, I think most of the crew died.
A significant number, yeah.
From bacteria, from things that are unexpected and so on. And if we discover life on Mars, who knows what that entails? Because that's like a manned mission to Mars would likely be very driven by the research to do all the kind of exploration required to find life.
Now, from Mr. Musk's point of view as a developer, presumably there has to be some kind of financial incentive here too. Is there some kind of financial benefit to Mars missions? It is presumably there wouldn't be that many people on Earth that could afford a ticket to pay for the kind of research and development that would require this. Is there some kind of mining on Mars of minerals that would be used?
I think there's a lot of answers to this, but the only honest answer is the one that looks back at the human history, where we did a lot of things just because we could. A lot of hard things just because we could, and that led to a lot of innovation that ultimately made our life better. So this is why you have NASA, this is why you have government organizations. Like, what's the purpose of NASA? NASA would answer that by saying, okay, well, we're helping launch satellites up there. They'll have a bunch of answers, but the reality is the programs were funded in large part by our desire to explore the unknown. And there's some aspect to which we have to all invest into that because, historically speaking, that has produced a lot of cool things along the way that were totally unexpected. Like NASA was funded by public funding, the taxpayer. How was Mr. Musk going to fund this? Well, currently, most of the funding for SpaceX is NASA giving money to. So they're making a competition. Who can get our satellites? We need to go to. Was for the space station to resupply the space station, or we need to launch satellites up. Who's going to carry those quote unquote payloads? They just need. So NASA's paying whoever the heck wants to get kilograms of thing up into space. This is NASA's specialty. Why did they just give up on that? Why they realized, or Mr. Musk came along, so that's it. We can do it for 1/10 the price. So why should the taxpayers pay for it? Why don't you, NASA, do what you do well, which is like to test out cutting edge stuff, make sure they're safe. And now that we've developed a car, let us UPS and FedEx take care of doing this at scale, doing it cheaper, doing it better. I mean, that's the argument. And NASA what they realized is it took way, way too long to do so. But when you're investing millions, that's billions of dollars into a project, the bureaucracy builds up and the conservatism builds up to where you really have to test everything out. The projects take years. And then you have somebody like Elon Musk come along and says, well, let's do launches every week. And as opposed to just throwing away the rocket, we'll reuse the rocket. That was one of the sort of cutting edge inventions. It's a dumb, obvious idea. But like Elon says, why do you throw away the plane? It's the equivalent as if you flew a plane every time you threw it away. Why are we every time throwing away the plane?
But NASA tried that kind of thing with the space shuttle since the 1970s.
Yes, but they did that with the space shuttle, but not at the scale here. That the space shuttle was seen as this like majestic, amazing thing that requires a huge amount of investment. But Elon Musk is like, no, every basic rocket should be reusable. Cut costs.
Do you think like the more technology we have, the more advanced and the more specialized we need to be? Like, is that for that reason that now there is different branch? Like you just explained now that so they're specialized on this, but they're not, other branch.
Yeah, there's greater and greater specializations and build up more stuff, which is fascinating because
Is it making us more dumb in a way? Do you think like yeah, I don't know, like you know, but I use a cell phone, but I don't know how to build it up for that. Like,
I mean, it's that beta males building up this whole society because we're this collective intelligence. We rely on each other more and more. And I do also see sort of the rise of conspiracy theories and all those kinds of things because, like, I've been talking to a few folks about flat Earth recently. It's fascinating. There's a large community of people that believe the Earth is flat, and that idea takes hold. In this day and age, of all the ideas, that's the one that takes hold for a large number of people. And I think that's a consequence of this kind of specialization, where it's just a huge amount of experts. But if you look out into our world and try to reason simply about our existence, we are losing the skills to do that. Because more and more people are specialized, as opposed to general thinkers. We're like extremely good at specific things.
are we capable now to do a robot that is self-aware?
That's one, the likely one.
It's self-aware, like
It's not self-aware. It's been listening, but it's not self-aware.
But do you think a human being is self-aware?
Well, that's a good question. And I ask this question all the time. When the robots move, there's a sense of when they turn on, something entered that robot. Wow. And when it turns off, something left. If they move in a certain kind of way, and if they surprise you, there's certain elements that enable us to see the magic in a living being. And some of them, I mean, we can we can maybe list them, but it's the ability to surprise you. It's the ability to make mistakes and learn from them visibly. There's a bunch of things that you just, I don't know, it just feels like it has the magic of what is a living being, and which is what humans have. And I try to think about how do you replicate that into a machine.
So when you turn it on and off, you feel like it dies every time and you
So for most machines, we don't feel that way. We don't, when we unplug things, we don't feel that way. I don't know why we don't feel that way. That's an interesting question. But I think when the robot has certain qualities, like memory, like ability to recognize you, yeah, you start to feel like you're turning off an organism. So whenever I have like the robots that recognize me and remember, this is important, that all the things we've experienced together, then it's like, holy shit. That's a little bit.
But
It feels like a little bit.
does he remember your robot? Does he remember things that happened before you unplugged it? Is it like he's sleeping? Like he wake up, or is he like
Yeah, so right now
we start to zero?
no, it doesn't start at zero. Remember that. That's the key.
Every time you unplug, wow.
It's storing the memory, but the memories are basic. They're like, okay, we walked around the kitchen, and then you looked at me. I mean, the memories, it's like data. It's not like we've experienced. It's able to actually experience anything deep like we humans can. But just the fact of memory. It's like the toaster or the microwave don't give a shit about me. They don't know me. They don't know me by name. They wouldn't recognize my face as being different from Gordon's. They wouldn't know the difference, and they wouldn't remember. The microwave currently doesn't remember, the times I've been sad or happy, like what food I put into it. It doesn't remember this. When I was being a fat ass or when I was being in good shape, and all just those memories are enough to make you feel when you turn a thing off. It's like, shit. That's a living thing. Of course, that's kind of an anthropomorphism we do to each other, but that's something. You know, that makes me believe it's possible to create systems with which we can have connection that are non-human, like similar to dogs, cats, and so on. It just makes me, and that's what's interesting to me because ultimately, I feel like that will help us understand ourselves and maybe practice grappling. Anyway, well, let me ask the advice question. Now that we're together, I've spoken to John, I've spoken to George. What advice would you give to young folks, whether we're talking about sport, like excelling, becoming great at grappling, becoming great at fighting, becoming great at whatever sport they take on, or at life in general, whether they're maybe in high school or in college? What advice would you give them to excel at that thing they take on?
I don't know if I'm qualified to answer this because I'm only 26. So
You're at the top.
you said giving advice to young people. For me, I think the two biggest things are find something that you're both talented in and you enjoy. I think that if you enjoy something but you're terrible at it, it's going to be hard for you to be successful in life in that given area. And it's going to be hard to do something for long amounts of time if you're talented at it but you don't enjoy doing it. It's easy to come in and train hard for a month or for 2 months or for a year. You can be very talented at it, but if you come in, it's a different story to come in every day for 5 years in a row, for 10 years in a row, for 15 years in a row. So I think finding something that you're both talented in and something you enjoy are probably the two biggest things for me.
How do you find the joy in it? So you've been training the same amount, a lot. You've been doing it for a long time. Is there ways to rediscover the joy in it?
Yeah, for me initially, it was just learning new stuff. You come in as a white belt, and every day you see a different move, and you're like, oh man, that's awesome. And then when I started to compete more seriously towards my professional career, it was the joy of doing camps and seeing anybody, so who am I going to compete against? So now for me, the joy is just being the best athlete I can possibly be until I reach my prime, which is, I'm hoping is somewhere between 35 and 40. So instead of competing against the other athletes, that would be bordering because I already beat all the rest of the guys. But I know that I can be better in a year from now or 2 years from now than I am today, and that for me is exciting.
By the way, is there some aspect of teaching that's exciting to you?
Yeah,
Because you become a better and better teacher over the years.
I definitely I enjoy teaching, and I used to teach a lot before I met John, and then I met John, and I was like, yeah, I just have no idea how to teach. Sounds like a completely different element of the sport. Doing things and being good at doing things and being good at winning, and actually being able to communicate those skills and knowledge to a vast amount of people is two completely different things.
George, advice for young people like
Yeah.
yourself?
Well, first, I would tell them, find what you want to become, what you want to do. And long term, use certain things maybe sometimes you don't know, but where you want to propel yourself in the future. Not what your parent, your friend want you to become, what you want to become. Once you find it, you cannot doing it by yourself. Everything that is big achievement in life, you cannot doing it by yourself. So what I would say is, the second thing is try to build up your team. Try to build up your team to be able to achieve your goal of people that are competent and people that you trust. You need both competency and trust. I see a lot of people sometimes in business, for example, they hire people that they trust, but they turns out to be incompetent. So now you have to fire a friend, or otherwise your business went down. The same problem if you do the opposite. You hire someone that is competent, but you cannot trust is gonna screw you. So it's very important to stay away from the negative, build up your team, people you trust and that are competent. And I would say the third one is to work hard, to sacrifice yourself. Yeah, you got to go through hell sometimes. You have to see the light at the end of it. To keep your dream in mind is going to give you the motivation to go through the tough times. It's nothing easy. To work is nothing you can accomplish without hard work. The fourth one, I would say, to invest on yourself constantly. If you do not invest on yourself on whatever you are in which business and sport, the game will catch up to you. For example, if you become champion at something, and you stop and prove it, the other guys that are trying to be champion are going to catch up to you. So you need to invest on yourself. Most athletes, they make the mistake when they start to having money, they buy luxury stuff. And that's one thing I didn't do. When I started making money, I was investing on traveling to New York, training with John, Gordon, and the guys to learn what is new in the game of jiu-jitsu. I used to go in Thailand, train Muay Thai, in Los Angeles to perfect my boxing skill. So instead of taking that money to buy jewelry, cars, to do what a lot of guys do, because it's a mistake, I invested on myself because I know there were people coming, they want my place, so I didn't want them to catch me. And the last one I would say, seems weird, I would say, to give back. And it's not because I'm a nice guy, and it's not that I don't say that to look good. I say that when you make it, it creates opportunity where you can help certain group of people. But when I say give back, not give back to everybody, give back only to the cause that you want. I give back not because I'm a nice guy. It's kind of selfish. I only give back to the people that I want to give back because I give back to them, and I know that if I'm more successful, I'm going to be able to give back to people I love, to the cause that counts for me. So it brings me more motivation because I don't compete for myself anymore. I compete to help people I love. So when you reach the top in your game, you need to find new motivation. If you're satisfied, it's the end of it. Your success will go down. So you need to find new motivation. What can motivate you? What do you want? I want to out this, I need to be successful, I want to, you need to find a reason what do you want to do with your success. So when I say give back, it's not because I'm necessarily, it's not to look like a nice guy, it's to keep your motivation, to be able to keep climbing the ladder even more.
That's beautiful, George. John, first off, the two responses given so far covered, I think, the most important things already. Gordon talked about the need for an underlying passion and enjoyment. If you don't have that, you're not going to have the longevity that's required. In order to build skills, which is ultimately it's going to come down to your ability to build skills. You've got to have some kind of underlying passion and enjoyment, which will keep you in the game long enough to build world championship skills. It's going to take a minimum of 5 years, and quite possibly considerably longer than that. George talked about the idea of community. You're not going to make it by yourself, so you've got to be able to build people around you and build a trusting environment around you to develop those skills. What I would add to the excellent points that both already raised alludes to what I said at the start of this podcast. You've got to be able to identify some kind of undervalued elements in whatever industry you're in and show the world what their true value is. In addition, you can't go through life doing the same things as everybody else and expecting to get different results. This is straightforwardly irrational, and worse, it's even arrogant. It's essentially the statement that I'm going to do the same thing as everyone else, but I believe I'm different, and so they'll work for me, but they didn't work for everyone else. That's like saying, no, I'm special. No, you're not special. We're all pretty much the same. And in order to be special, you're going to have to exhibit skills that other people simply don't have. Thirdly, I would say if you want to become something truly impressive in life, you've got to be able to focus on one or two things that you do better than anyone else in your industry. You can't learn everything, but you can pick one or two skills, and the more innovative those skills are, the better. And you can truly excel at them. For example, at the peak of his career, no one in the world was better than George St. Pierre at integrating striking and takedowns. No one in the world was better at integrating grappling and striking on the ground. He had two things that he could confidently say he was the best in the world at. Was he the best at every MMA skill? Nope. But he was absolutely the best at those two skills. And those two skills were skills which he used throughout his career to win the vast majority of his matches. Gordon Ryan, at the onset of his career, could confidently say, there's no one in the world better than me at leg locks. He could also say, there's no one better in the world than me at late stage defense to submission holds across the board. As he went through his career, he started adding more and more elements. It's gotten to an extraordinary degree now where he could absolutely say he's the best at guard passing, the best at guard retention. The list just keeps going on. And that goes back to what Gordon said earlier about keeping things interesting over time, because we're always introducing new skill sets. The day you start saying, I'm satisfied with my skill set, is the day you get bored. And boredom to an athlete is the precursor to death by boredom. As long as you're still growing in those directions, you'll stay in the game for very long periods of time. So the main thing I would add to these statements by Gordon and George is this idea of finding something which is currently undervalued and showing the world what its true value is. Understanding that you can't just use the same training methodologies as everyone else and somehow expect to be different from everyone else. You've got to, almost every great rise in human civilization, whether it be groups of people or individuals, requires some kind of innovation. You've got to look for that new angle. George St. Pierre found it with shootboxing early on in his career. Gordon Ryan found it with leg locks early on in his career, and they branched up from that angle. Add to this the idea that you want to become the absolute best in the world in your industry. One or two things that make a difference. Find out what they are and focus on those things, and you'll go far. John, Gordon, George, this was an incredible conversation. Thank you so much for your extremely valuable time, George. As somebody who's become famous in part by commenting on people's performance, how do you think we did? How would you evaluate our performance today?
I'm not impressed by that.
Thank you, John.
That's it. I learn all the time. I talk to you guys. It's great. I love it. I was very stimulated. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was something I really was looking forward to. I was hoping that we'd get together. It's so rare that at the same time in history there would be some of the greats together. And the fact that you guys would be willing to come together and talk like this is awesome. And that Gordon would even wear a cowboy hat. I mean, this is just historic. This is like Churchill getting together with whoever. You know?
This is great and all, but the next one is just going to be us just quizzing John on which animals win in fights.
Yes.
For the whole 3 hours.
It'll be just so we'll invite Joe, and it'll just be we'll make it a systematic.
It'll be a debate
analysis.
between Joe and John on which animal would win.
John and I, we have a thing that we send each other footage all the time of animal fight. We are very intrigued about animal fight.
I get it at like 3:30 a.m. on the internet. He's like, check this out.
Like a rhino taking like a big like there.
It's not always fair.
No, it's not ever. But interesting stuff. If you people would see what we send, the stuff that
They would judge you harshly. All right. Thanks so much, guys. This is awesome. Thanks for listening to this conversation with George St. Pierre, John Donahar, and Gordon Ryan. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Miyamoto Musashi. There's nothing outside yourself that can ever enable you to get better, stronger, richer, quicker, or smarter. Everything is within. Everything exists. Seek nothing outside of yourself. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
I believe our official scientific worldview is incompatible with the reality of consciousness.
Do you think we're living in a simulation?
We could be in the Matrix. This could be a very vivid dream.
There's going to be a few people that are now visualizing a pink elephant,
A hamster has consciousness.
except for cats or evil automatons that are void of consciousness.
Consciousness is the basis of moral value, moral concern.
Do you think there will be a time in like 20, 30, 50 years when we're not morally okay turning off the power to a robot? The following is a conversation with Philip Goff, philosopher specializing in the philosophy of mind and consciousness. He is a panpsychist, which means he believes that consciousness is a fundamental and ubiquitous feature of physical reality, of all matter in the universe. He is the author of Galileo's Error, Foundations for a New Science of Consciousness, and is the host of an excellent podcast called Mind Chat. This is the Let's Read More podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Philip Goff. I opened my second podcast conversation with Elon Musk with a question about consciousness and panpsychism. The question was, quote, does consciousness permeate all matter? I don't know why I opened the conversation this way. He looked at me like, what the hell is this guy talking about? So he said no, because we would be able to tell if it did or not. So it's outside the realm of the scientific method. Do you agree or disagree with Elon Musk's answer?
I disagree. I guess I do think consciousness pervades matter. In fact, I think consciousness is the ultimate nature of matter. So, as for whether it's outside of the scientific method, I think there's a fundamental challenge at the heart of the science of consciousness that we need to face up to, which is that consciousness is not publicly observable. Right? I can't look inside your head and see your feelings and experiences. We know about consciousness not from doing experiments or public observation. We just know about it from our immediate awareness of our feelings and experiences. So
Qualitative, not quantitative.
yeah, that's another aspect of it. So there are a couple of reasons consciousness, I think, is not susceptible to the standard, or not fully susceptible to the standard scientific approach. One reason you just raised is that it's qualitative rather than quantitative. Another reason is it's not publicly observable. So I mean, science is used to dealing with unobservables, right? You know, fundamental particles, quantum wave functions, other universes. None of these things are observable, but there's an important difference. With all these things, we postulate unobservables in order to explain what we can observe, right? In the whole of science, that's how it works. In the case of consciousness, in the unique case of consciousness, the thing we are trying to explain is not publicly observable, and that is utterly unique. If we want to fully bring science into consciousness, we need a more expansive conception of the scientific method. So it doesn't mean we can't explain consciousness scientifically, but we need to rethink what science is.
What do you mean publicly? The word publicly observable. Is there something interesting that you said about the word publicly? I suppose versus privately.
Yeah, it's tricky to define, but I suppose the data of physics are available to anybody. If if there were aliens who visited us from another planet, maybe they'd have very different sense organs. Maybe they'd struggle to understand our art or our music. But if they were intelligent enough to do mathematics, they could understand our physics. They could look at the data of our experiments. They could run the experiments themselves. Whereas consciousness, is it observable? Is it not observable? In a sense, it's observable. As you say, we could say it's privately observable. I am directly aware of my own feelings and experiences. If I'm in pain, it's just right there for me. My pain is just totally directly evident to me. But you, from the outside, cannot directly access my pain. You can access my pain behavior, or you can ask me, but you can't access my pain in the way that I can access my pain. So I think that's a distinction. It might be difficult to totally pin it down how we define those things, but I think there's a fairly clear and very important difference there.
So you think there's a kind of direct observation that you're able to do of your pain that I'm not. So my observation, all the ways in which I can sneak up to observing your pain, is indirect versus yours is direct. Can you play devil's advocate? Is it possible for me to get closer and closer and closer to being able to observe your pain? Like all the subjective experiences, yours in the way that you do.
Yeah, I mean, so it's, of course, it's not that we observe behavior and then we make an inference. We are hardwired to instinctively interpret smiles as happiness, crying as sadness. And as we get to know someone, we find it very easy to adopt their perspective, get into their shoes. But strictly speaking, all we have conceptual access to is someone's behavior. And if you were just, strictly speaking, if you were trying to explain someone's behavior, that those aspects that are publicly observable, I don't think you'd ever have recourse to attribute consciousness. You could just postulate some kind of mechanism if you were just trying to explain the behavior. So someone like Daniel Dennett is very consistent on this. And so I think for most people, what science is in the business of is explaining the data of public observation experiments. If you religiously followed that, you would not postulate consciousness, because it's not a datum that's known about in that way. And Daniel Dennett is really consistent on this. He thinks my consciousness cannot be empirically verified, and therefore it doesn't exist. Dennett is consistent on this. I think I'm consistent on this, but I think a lot of people have a slightly confused middleweight position on this. On the one hand, they think the business of science is just to account for public observation experiments, but on the other hand, they also believe in consciousness without appreciating, I think, that implies that there is another datum over and above the data of public observation experiments, namely just the reality of feelings and experiences.
As we walk along this conversation, you keep opening doors that I want to walk into, and I will, but I want to try to stay kind of focused. You mentioned Daniel Dennett, what's laid out. So he sticks to his story, pun unintended, and then you stick to yours. What is your story? What is your theory of consciousness versus his? Can you clarify his position?
So, my view, I defend the view known as panpsychism, which is the view that consciousness is a fundamental and ubiquitous feature of the physical world. So it doesn't literally mean that everything is conscious, despite the meaning of the word pan, everything, psyche, mind. So literally, that means everything has mind. But the typical commitment of the panpsychist is that the fundamental building blocks of reality, maybe fundamental particles like electrons and quarks, have incredibly simple forms of experience, and that the very complex experience of the human or animal brain is somehow rooted in or derived from this much more simple consciousness at the level of fundamental physics. So, I mean, that's a theory that I would justify on the grounds that it can account for this datum of consciousness that we are immediately aware of in our experience in a way that I don't think other theories can. If you ask me to contrast that to Daniel Dennett, I think he would just say there is no such datum. Dennett says the data for science of consciousness is what he calls heterophenomenology, which is specifically defined as what we can access from the third person perspective, including what people say, but crucially, we're not treating what they say, we're not relying on their testimony as evidence for some unobservable realm of feelings and experiences. We're just treating what they say as a datum of public observation experiment that we can account for in terms of underlying mechanisms.
But I feel like there's a deeper view of what consciousness is. So you have a very clear, and we'll talk quite a bit about panpsychism. We have a clear view of what, almost like a physics view of consciousness. He, I think, has a kind of view that consciousness is almost a side effect of this massively parallel computation system going on in our brain. That the brain has a model of the world, and it's taking in perceptions, and it's constantly weaving multiple stories about that world. That's integrating the new perceptions, and the multiple stories are somehow, it's like a Google Doc, collaborative editing, and that collaborative editing is the actual experience of what we think of as consciousness. Somehow, the editing is consciousness of this story. I mean, that's a theory of consciousness, isn't it? The narrative theory of consciousness, or the multiple versions editing, collaborative editing of a narrative theory of consciousness.
Yeah, he calls it the multiple drafts model. Incidentally, there's a very interesting paper just come out by very good philosopher Luke Roloff defending a panpsychist version of Dennett's multiple drafts model.
Like a deeper turtle that will stack
just
on top
the
of.
difference being that this Luke Roloff's view, all of the drafts are conscious. I guess for Dennett, there's sort of no fact of the matter about which of these drafts is the correct one. On Roloff's view, maybe there's no fact of the matter about which of these drafts is my consciousness, but nonetheless, all the drafts correspond to some consciousness. And I mean, it's just kind of funny. I think he calls it Dennettian panpsychism. But Luke is one of the most rigorous, serious philosophers alive at the moment, I think. And I hate having Luke Roloff's in an audience if I'm giving a talk, because he always cuts straight to the weakness in your position that you haven't thought of. And so it's nice, panpsychism is sometimes associated with fluffy thinking, but contemporary panpsychists have come out of this tradition we call analytic philosophy, which is rooted in, detailed, rigorous argumentation, and it is defended in that manner.
Yeah, those analytic philosophers are sticklers for terminology. It's very fun group to talk shit with those.
Yeah, well, I mean, it gets boring if you just start and end defining words, right?
Yeah.
I think starting with defining words is good. Actually, the philosopher Derek Parfit said when he first was thinking about philosophy, he went to a talk in analytic philosophy, and he went to a talk in continental philosophy, and he decided that the problem with the continental philosophy, it was really unrigorous, really imprecise. The problem with the analytic philosophy is it was just not about anything important. And he thought there was more chance of working within analytic philosophy and asking some more meaningful, some more profound questions than there was in working in continental philosophy and making it more rigorous. Now, they're both horrific stereotypes. And, I don't want to get nasty emails from either of these groups, but there's something to what he was saying.
I think just a tiny tangent on terminology. I do think that there's a lot of deep insight to be discovered by just asking questions. What do we mean by this word? I remember I was taking a course on algorithms, data structures in computer science, and the instructor, shout out to him, Ali Shekafande, amazing professor. I remember he asked some basic questions like, what is an algorithm? The pressure of pushing students to answer, to think deeply. You just woke up, hungover in college or whatever, and you're tasked with answering some deep philosophical question about what is an algorithm. These basic questions, and they sound very simple, but they're actually very difficult. And one of the things I really value in conversation is asking these dumb, simple questions of what is intelligence? And just continually asking that question over and over of some of the sort of biggest researchers in the artificial intelligence computer science space. It's actually very useful. At the same time, it should start at terminology and then progress where you kind of say, fuck it, we'll just assume we know what we mean by that. Otherwise, you get the Bill Clinton situation where it's like, what is the meaning of is whatever he said. It's like, hey man, did you do the sex stuff or not? Yeah, and so there's you have to both be able to talk about the sex stuff and the meaning of the word is. With consciousness, because we don't currently understand, very much, terminology discussions are very important. It's like you're almost trying to sneak up to some deep insight by just discussing some basic terminology. Like what is consciousness, or even defining the different aspects of panpsychism is fascinating. But just to linger on the Daniel Dennett thing, what do you think about narrative? Sort of the mind constructing narratives for ourselves. So there's nothing special about consciousness deeply. It is some property of the human mind that's just is able to tell these pretty stories that we experience as consciousness, and that is unique, perhaps, to the human mind, which is, I suppose, what Daniel Dennett would argue, that it's either deeply unique or mostly unique to the human mind.
It's just on the question of terminology before yes, I think it used to be the fashion among philosophers that we had to come up with utterly precise, necessary and sufficient conditions for each word. And then I think this has gone out of fashion a bit, partly because it's just been, such a failure. The word knowledge in particular, people used to define knowledge as true justified belief. And then this guy, Gettier, had this very short paper where he just produced some pretty conclusive counterexamples to that. I think, he wrote very few papers, but this is just, you have to teach this on an undergraduate philosophy course. And then after that, you had a huge literature of people trying to address this and propose a new definition, but then someone else came out with counterexamples, and then you get a new definition of knowledge and counterexamples, and it just went on and never seemed to get anywhere. So I think the thought now is, let's work out how precise we need to be for what we're trying to do. And I think that's a healthier attitude. So precision is important, but you just need to work out how precise do we need to be for these purposes. Coming to Dennett and narrative theories, I mean, I think narrative theories are a plausible contender for a theory of the self, theory of my identity over time. What makes me the same person in some sense today as I was 20 years ago, given that I've changed so much physically and psychologically. One running contender is something connected to the kind of stories we tell about ourselves, or maybe some story about the chains of psychological continuity. I'm not saying I accept such a theory, but it's plausible. I don't think these theories are good as theories of consciousness, at least if we're taking consciousness just to be subjective experience, pleasure, pain, seeing color, hearing sound. I think, a hamster has consciousness in that sense. There's something that it's like to be a hamster. It feels pain if you stand on it. If you're cruel enough to do it, I don't know why I gave that stand. People always give, I don't know, also give these very violent examples to get across consciousness, and it's, I don't know why that's come about. But anyway,
say mean things they have. So let's go back. It experiences pain, it experiences pleasure, joy. But there's some limits to that experience with a hamster, but there is nevertheless the presence of a subjective experience.
Yeah, consciousness is just something, I think it's a very ambiguous word, but if we're just using it to mean some kind of experience, some kind of inner life, that is pretty widespread in the animal kingdom. A bit difficult to say where it stops, but you certainly don't need something as sophisticated as the capacity to self-consciously tell stories about yourself to just have experience.
Except for cats, who are evil automatons that are void of consciousness. They're the fingertips of the devil.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Well, I was taking that as read. I mean, Descartes thought animals were mechanisms.
And humans are unique. So animals are robots, essentially, in the formulation of Descartes, and humans are unique.
Yeah. So
in which way would you say humans are unique versus even our closest ancestors? Like, is there something special about humans? What is, in your view, under the panpsychism? I guess we're walking backwards, because we'll have the big picture conversation about what is panpsychism, but given your kind of broad theory of consciousness, what's unique about humans, do you think?
As a panpsychist, there is a great continuity between humans and the rest of the universe. There's nothing that special about human consciousness. It's just a highly evolved form of what exists throughout the universe. So we're very much continuous with the rest of the physical universe. What is unique about human beings? I suppose the capacity to reflect on our conscious experience, plan for the future, the capacity, I would say, to respond to reasons as well. Animals in some sense have motivations, but when a human being makes a decision, they're responding to what philosophers call normative considerations. If you say, should I take this job in the US? You weigh it up, you say, well, I'll get more money, I'll maybe a better quality of life, but if I stay in the UK, I'll be closer to family. And you weigh up these considerations. I'm not sure any non-human animals quite respond to considerations of value in that way. I might be reflecting here that I'm something of an objectivist about value. I think there are objective facts about what we have reason to do and what we have reason to believe.
And humans have access to those
and
facts.
Humans have access to them and can respond. That's a controversial claim. Many of my panpsychist brethren might not.
They would say the hamster too can look up to the stars and ponder theoretical physics.
Maybe not, but I think it depends what you think about value. If you have a more Humean picture of value, by which I mean relating to the philosopher David Hume, who said reason is the slave of the passions. Really, we just have motivations, and what we have reason to do arises from our motivations. I'm not a human. I think there are objective facts about what we have a reason to do, and I think we have access to them. I don't think any non-human animal has access to objective facts about what they have reason to do, what they have reason to believe. They don't weigh up evidence.
Reason is a slave of the passions.
That was David Hume's view, yeah. I mean, yeah, do you want to know my problem with Hume's? I had a radical conversion. This might not be connected, it's not connected to consulting, but I had a radical conversion. I used to have a more humane view when I was a graduate student, but I was persuaded by some professors at the University of Reading, where I was, that if you have the humane view, you have to say any basic life goals are equally valid. So, for example, let's take someone whose basic goal in life is counting blades of grass, right? And crucially, they don't enjoy it, right? But they get no pleasure from it. That's just their basic goal, to spend their life counting as many blades of grass as possible. Not for some greater goal, that's just their basic goal. I want to say that is objectively stupid. That is objectively pointless. I shouldn't say stupid, but it's objectively pointless in a way that pursuing pleasure or pursuing someone else's pleasure or pursuing scientific inquiry is not pointless. As soon as you make that admission, you're not a follower of David Hume anymore. You think there are objective facts about what goals are worth pursuing.
Is it possible to have a goal without pleasure? So this kind of idea that you disjoint the two. So the David Foster Wallace idea of the key to life is to be unborable. Isn't it possible to discover the pleasure in everything in life? The counting of the blades of grass. Once you see the mastery, the skill of it, you can discover the pleasure. Therefore, I guess what I'm asking is why and how did you lose the romance and grasp of life? Is that what you're trying to say?
I think it may or may not be true that it's possible to find pleasure in everything, but I think it's also true that people don't act solely for pleasure, and they certainly don't act solely for their own pleasure. People will suffer for things they think are worthwhile. I might suffer for some scientific cause, for finding out a cure for the pandemic, or and in terms of my own pleasure, I might have less pleasure in doing that, but I think it's worthwhile. It's a worthwhile thing to do. I just don't think it's the case that everything we do is rooted in maximizing our own pleasure. I don't think that's even psychologically plausible.
But pleasure, then that's a narrow kind of view of pleasure. That's like a short-term pleasure. We can see pleasure as a kind of ability to hear the music in the distance. It's like, yes, it's difficult now, it's suffering now, but there's some greater thing beyond the mountain that will be joy. I mean, that's kind of even if it's not in this life, the warriors will meet in Valhalla, right? The feeling that gives meaning and fulfillment to life is not necessarily grounded in pleasure of like the counting of the grass. It's something else. I don't know. The struggle is a source of deep fulfillment. So, like, I think pleasure needs to be kind of thought of as a little bit more broadly. It just kind of gives you the sense. It for a moment allows you to forget the terror of the fact that you're going to die. That's pleasure. Like, that's the broader view of pleasure, that you get to kind of play in the little illusion that all of this has deep meaning. That's pleasure.
Yeah, well, but I mean, people sacrifice their lives. Atheists may sacrifice their lives for the sake of someone else or for the sake of something important enough, and clearly in that case they're not doing it for the sake of their own pleasure. That's a rather dramatic example, but there can be just trivial examples where I choose to be honest rather than lie about something, and I lose out a bit, and I have a bit less pleasure. but I thought it was worth doing the honest thing or something. I mean, I just think so. I mean, maybe you can use the word pleasure so broadly that you're just essentially meaning something worthwhile, but then I think the word pleasure maybe loses its meaning.
Sure. Well,
But what do you think about the blades of grass case? What do you think about someone who spends their life cutting blades of grass and doesn't enjoy it?
so I personally think it's impossible, or maybe I'm not understanding like the philosophical formulation, but I think it's impossible to have a goal and not draw pleasure from it. Make it worthwhile. Forget the word pleasure. I think the word goal loses meaning. If I say I'm going to count the number of pens on this table, if I'm actively involved in the task, I will find joy in it. I will find out. Like I think there's a lot of meaning and joy to be discovered in the skill of a task, in mastering of a skill, and taking pride in doing it well. I mean, I don't know what it is about the human mind, but there's some joy to be discovered in the mastering of a skill. So I think it's just impossible to count blades of grass and not have the Jira dreams of sushi compelling, like draws you into the mastery of the simple task.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, in a way, you might think it's just hard to imagine someone who would spend their lives doing that. But then maybe that's just because it's so evident that is a pointless task. Whereas if we take this David Hume view seriously, it ought to be, a totally possible life goal. Whereas, I guess I just find it hard to shake the idea that some ways of some life goals are more worthwhile than others. And it doesn't mean, that there's one single way you should lead your life, but pursuing knowledge, helping people, pursuing your own pleasure to an extent are worthwhile things to do in a way that, for example, I'm a little bit OCD. I still feel inclined to walk on cracks in the pavement or do it symmetrically. Like if I step on a crack with my left foot, I feel the need to do it with my right foot. And, I think that's kind of pointless. It's something I feel the urge to do, but it's pointless. Whereas other things I choose to do, I think it's worth doing. And it's hard to make sense of metaphysically. What could possibly ground that? How could we know about these facts? But that's the starting point for me.
I don't know. I think you walking on the sidewalk in a way that's symmetrical brings order to the world. Like if you weren't doing that, the world might fall apart. And
it feels like that.
And I think there's meaning in that. Like you embracing the full experience of that, you living the richness of that as if it has meaning, will give meaning to it. And then whatever genius comes of that as you as one little intelligent ant will make a better life for everybody else. Perhaps I'm defending the blades of grass example because I can literally imagine myself enjoying this task as somebody who's OCD in a certain kind of way and quantitative.
But now you bring this empty, imagine someone enjoying it. I'm imagining someone who doesn't enjoy it. We don't want a life that's just full of pleasure, like we just sit there, having a big sugar high all the time. We want a life where we do things that are worthwhile. If for something to be worthwhile just is for it to be a basic life goal, then that mode of reflection doesn't really make sense. We can't really think, did I do things worthwhile? On the David Hume type picture, all it is for something to be worthwhile is it was a basic goal of yours or derived from a basic goal.
Yeah. I mean, I think goal and worthwhile I think goal is a boring word. I'm more sort of existentialist. Like, did you ride the roller coaster of life? Did you fully experience life? And in that sense, I mean, the blade of grass is something that can be deeply joyful. And that's in that way, I think suffering can be joyful in the whole context of life. It's the roller coaster. Without suffering, without struggle, without pain, without depression, or sadness, there's not the highs. I mean, that's the fucked up thing about life is that the lows really make the highs that much richer, deeper, and like tastes better, right? Like the I tweeted this out like late at night, and I know it's like an obvious statement, but like every love story eventually, ends in loss, in tragedy. So like this feeling of love at the end is always going to be tragedy, even if it's the most amazing lifelong love with another human being. One of you is going to die, and I don't know which is worse, but both are not going to be pretty. And so that the sense that it's finite, the sense that it's going to end in a low, that gives like a richness to those kind of evenings when you realize this fucking thing ends. This thing ends. The feeling that it ends, that bad taste, that bad feeling that it ends, gives meaning, gives joy, gives, I don't know, pleasure is a loaded word, but gives some kind of deep pleasure to the experience when it's good. I mean, and that's the blades of grass. They have that. But you're perhaps right that it's like reducing it to some goals or something like that is kind of removing the magic of life. Because I think what makes counting the blades of grass joyful is just because it's life.
Okay, so it sounds like you reject the David Hugh type picture anyway, because you're saying just because you have it as a goal, that's what it is to be worthwhile. But you're saying no, it's because it's engaging with life, riding the roller coaster. So that does sound like, in some sense, there are facts independent of our personal goal choices about what it means to live a good life. And I mean, coming back full circle to the start of this was what makes us different to animals. I don't think at the end of a hamster's life it thinks, did I ride the roller coaster? Did I really live life to the full? That is not a mode of reflection that's available to non-human animals. So,
what do you think is the role of death in all of this? The fear of death. Does that interplay with consciousness? Does this self-reflection? Do you think there's some deep connection between this ability to contemplate the fact that our flame of consciousness eventually goes out?
yeah, I don't think, unfortunately, panpsychism helps particularly with life after death because, for the panpsychist, there's nothing supernatural, there's nothing beyond the physical. All there is really is ultimately particles and fields. It's just that we think the ultimate nature of particles and fields is consciousness. But I guess when the matter in my brain ceases to be ordered in a way that sustains the particular kind of consciousness I enjoy in waking life, then in some sense I will cease to be. Although the final chapter of my book, Galileo's Error, is more experimental. So the first 4 chapters are the cold-blooded case for the panpsychist view as the best solution to the hard problem of consciousness.
Yeah, the last chapter we talk about meaning.
Yeah, I talk about meaning, talk about free will, and I talk about mystical experiences. So I always want to emphasize that panpsychism is not necessarily connected to ritual. A lot of people defending this view, like David Chalmers or Luke Roloffs, are just total atheist secularists, right? They don't believe in any kind of transcendent reality. They just believe in feelings, mundane consciousness, and think that needs explaining in our conventional scientific approach can't cut it. But if, for independent reasons, you are motivated to some spiritual picture of reality, then maybe a panpsychist view is more consonant with that. So if you have a mystical experience where it seems to you in this experience that there is this higher form of consciousness at the root of all things, if you're a materialist, got to think that's a delusion. That's just something in your brain making you think that it's not real. But if you're a panpsychist and you already think the fundamental nature of reality is constituted of consciousness, it's not that much of a leap to think that this higher form of consciousness you seem to apprehend in the mystical experience is part of that underlying reality. And, in many different cultures, experienced meditators have claimed to have experiences in which it becomes apparent to them that there is an element of consciousness that is universal. This is sometimes called universal consciousness. So, on this view, your mind and my mind are not totally distinct. Each of our individual conscious minds is built on the foundations of universal consciousness, and universal consciousness as it exists in me is one and the same thing as universal consciousness as it exists in you. So I've never had one of these experiences, but if one is a panpsychist, I think one is more open to that possibility. I don't see why it shouldn't be the case that that is part of the nature of consciousness and maybe something that is apparent in certain deep states of meditation. And so what I explore in the experimental final chapter of my book is that could allow for a kind of impersonal life after death, because if that view is true, then even when the particular aspects of my conscious experience fall away, that element of universal consciousness at the core of my identity would continue to exist. So I'd sort of be, as it were, absorbed into universal consciousness. So, I mean, Buddhists and Hindu mystics try to meditate to get rid of all the bad karma, to be absorbed into universal consciousness. It could be that if there's no karma, if there's no rebirth, maybe everyone gets enlightened when they die. Maybe you just sink back into universal consciousness. So I also, coming back to morality, suggest this could provide some kind of basis for altruism or non-egotism, because if you think egotism implicitly assumes that we are utterly distinct individuals, whereas on this view, we're not. We overlap to an extent that's something at the core of our being. It's even in this life we overlap. That would be this view that some experienced meditators claim becomes apparent to them, that there is something at the core of my identity that is one and the same as the thing at the core of your identity. It's universal consciousness.
Yet there is something very, like you and I in this conversation, there's a few people listening to this, all of us are in a kind of single mind together. There's some small aspect of that, or maybe a big aspect about us humans. So certainly in the space of ideas, we kind of meld together for a time, at least in a conversation, and kind of play with that idea. And then we're clearly all thinking, like if I say pink elephant, there's going to be a few people that are now visualizing a pink elephant. We're all thinking about that pink elephant together. And we're all in the room together thinking about this pink elephant. And we're like rotating it, in our minds together. What is that? That pink elephant, is there a different instantiation of that pink elephant in everybody's mind? Or is it the same elephant? And we have the same mind pointing that elephant. Now, if we in our mind start petting that elephant, like touching it, that experience that we're now like thinking what that would feel like, what's that? Is that all of us experiencing that together? Or is that, so like there's some aspect of about the togetherness. It almost seems fundamental to civilization, to society. Hopefully that's not too strong, but to like some of the fundamental properties of the human mind. It feels like the social aspect is really important. We call it social because we think of us as individual minds interacting. But if we're just like one collective mind with like fingertips that are like touching each other as it's trying to explore the elephant. But that could be just in the realm of ideas and intelligence and not in the realm of consciousness. And it's interesting to see maybe it is in the realm of consciousness.
Yeah, so it's obviously certainly true in some sense that there are these phenomena that you're talking about of collective consciousness in some sense. I suppose the question is, how ontologically serious do we want to be about those things? By which I mean, are they just a construction of out of our minds and the fact that we interact in the standardly scientifically accepted ways? Or is, as someone like Rupert Sheldrake would think, that there is some metaphysical reality, there are some fields beyond the scientifically understood ones that are somehow communicating this? I mean, I think the view I was describing was that this element we're supposed to have in common is some sort of pure impersonal consciousness or something, rather than. So actually, I mean, an interesting figure is the Australian philosopher Miri al-Bahari, who defends a kind of mystical conception of reality rooted in advaita Vedanta mysticism. But like me, she's from this tradition of analytic philosophy, and so she defends this in this, incredibly precise, rigorous way. She defends the idea that we should think of experienced meditators as providing expert testimony. So, I think humans causing climate breakdown. I have no idea the science behind it, but I trust the experts, or that the universe is 40 billion years old. Most of our knowledge is based on expert testimony, and she thinks we should think of experienced meditators, these people who are telling us about this universal consciousness of the core of our being, as a relevant kind of expert. So she wants to defend the rational acceptability of this mystical conception of reality. So it's what, I think we shouldn't be ashamed, we shouldn't be worried about dealing with certain views as long as it's done with rigor and seriousness. I think sometimes terms like, I don't know, New Age or something can function a bit like racist terms. A racist term picks out a group of people, but then implies certain negative characteristics. So people use this term, to pick out a certain set of views, like mystical conceptuality, and imply it's kind of fluffy thinking. But you read Miri al-Bahari, you read Luke Roelofs. This is serious, rigorous thought, whether you agree with it or not. Obviously, it's hugely controversial. And so, the Enlightenment ideal is to follow the evidence and the arguments where they lead. But it's kind of very hard for human beings to do that. I think we get stuck in some conception of how we think science ought to look. People talk about religion as a crutch, but I think a certain kind of scientism, a certain conception of how science is supposed to be, gets into people's identity and their sense of themselves and their security, and makes things hard if you're panpsychics.
And even the word expert becomes a kind of crutch. You use the word expert. You have some kind of conception of what expertise means. Oftentimes that's connected with a degree at a particularly prestigious university or something like that, or it's expertise is a funny one. I've noticed that anybody sort of that claims they're an expert is usually not the expert. The biggest quote unquote expert that I've ever met are the ones that are truly humble. So the humility is a really good sign of somebody who's traveled a long road and been humbled by how little they know. So some of the best people in the world at whatever the thing they spent their life doing are the ones that are ultimately humble in the face of it all. So just being humble, how little we know, even if we travel a lifetime. I do like the idea. I mean, treating sort of with psychonauts like an expert witness, people who have traveled with the help of DMT to another place where they got some deep understanding of something, and their insight is perhaps as valuable as the insight of somebody who ran rigorous psychological studies at Princeton University or something. Like those psychonauts, they have wisdom if it's done rigorously, which you can also do rigorously within the university, within the studies now, with psilocybin and those kinds of things. Yeah, that's a kind of fascinating.
Still, probably one of the best works on mystical experience is the chapter in William James's Varieties of Religious Experiences. And most of it is just a psychological study of trying to define the characteristics of mystical experience as a psychological type. But at the end, he considers the question, if you have a mystical experience, is it rational to trust it, to trust that it's telling you something about reality. And he makes an interesting argument. He says, if you say no, you're kind of applying a double standard, because we all think it's okay to trust our normal sensory experiences, but we have no way of getting outside of ourselves to prove that our sensory experiences correspond to external reality. We could be in the matrix, this could be a very vivid dream. You could say, oh, we do science, but a scientist only gets their data by experiencing the results of their experiments, and then the question arises again, how do you know that corresponds to a real world? So he thinks there's a sort of double standard in saying it's okay to trust our ordinary sensory experiences, but it's not okay for the person on DMT to trust those experiences. It's very philosophically difficult to say, why is it okay in the one case and not the other? So I think there's an interesting argument there, but I would like to just defend experts a little bit. I mean, I agree it's very difficult, but especially in an age, I guess, where there's so much information, I do think it's important to have some protection of sources of information, academic institutions that we can trust. And then that's difficult because, of course, there are non-academics who do know what they're talking about. But like, if I'm interested in knowing about biology, you can't research everything. So I think we have to have some sense of who are the experts we can trust, the people who've spent a lot of time reading all the material that people have written, thinking about it, having their views torn apart by other people working in the field. I think that is very important, and also to protect that from conflicts of interest. There is a so-called think tank in the UK called the Institute of Economic Affairs, who are always on the BBC as experts on economic questions, and they do not declare who funds them, right? So we don't know who's paying the piper. I think you shouldn't be allowed to call yourself a think tank if you're not totally transparent about who's funding you. So I think that's it. And I mean, this connects to panpsychism, because I think the reason people, worry about unorthodox ideas is because they worry about, how do we know when we're just losing control or losing discipline? So I do think we need to somehow protect academic institutions as sources of information that we can trust. And in philosophy, there's not much consensus on everything, but you can at least know what people who have put the time in to read all the stuff, what they think about these issues. I think that is important.
To push back on your pushback, who are the experts on COVID?
Oh, they're getting into dangerous territory now.
Well, let me just speak to it, because I am walking through that dangerous territory. I'm allergic to the word expert, because in my simple mind, it kind of rhymes with ego. There's something about experts. If we allow too much to have a category expert and place certain people in them, those people sitting on the throne start to believe it. And they start to communicate with that energy, and the humility starts to dissipate. I think there is value in a lifelong mastery of a skill and the pursuit of knowledge within a very specific discipline. But the moment you have your name on an office, the moment you're an expert, I think you destroy the very aspect, the very value of that journey towards knowledge. So some of it probably just reduces to like skillful communication, like of communicating in a way that shows humility, that shows an open-mindedness, that shows an ability to really hear what a lot of people are saying. So in the case of COVID, what I've noticed, this is true, this is probably true with panpsychism as well, is the so-called experts, and they are extremely knowledgeable, and many of them are colleagues of mine. They dismiss what millions of people are saying on the internet without having looked into it, with empathy and rigor, honestly, to understand what are the arguments being made. they say like there's not enough time to explore all those things. Like there's so much stuff out there. Yeah, I think that's intellectual laziness. If you don't have enough time, then don't speak so strongly with dismissal. Feel bad about it. Be apologetic about the fact that you don't have enough time to explore that is. For example, with the heat I got with Francis Collins, is that he kind of said that what happened. He kind of dismissed it, showing that he didn't really deeply explore all the sort of the huge amount of circumstantial evidence that are out there, the battles that are going on out there. There's a lot of people really intensely discussing this, and being showing humility in the face of that battle of ideas, I think is really important. And I just been very disappointed in so-called expertise in the space of science in showing humility, and showing humanity and kindness and empathy towards other human beings. That's at the same time, obviously, I love Jurgen's sushi lifelong pursuit of like getting like in computer science, Don Knuth, like some of my biggest heroes are people that like when nobody else cares, they stay on one topic for their whole life, and they just find the beautiful little things about their puzzles they keep solving. And yes, sometimes a virus happens or something happens with that person with their puzzles. It becomes like the center of the whole world because that puzzle becomes all of a sudden really important. But still, there's possibilities on them to show humility and to be open-minded to the fact that they, even if they spent their whole life doing it, even if